Jiang Qing, the old soldier muttered as he ascended, his voice hoarse yet laced with concern. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the recent, damned beast tide that has left the people of Taiping City shorthanded, we wouldn't have made an exception to recruit new members for the city guard. You've stumbled upon a rare opportunity, young man. With this chance to learn the military breathing techniques, you'll step into the realm of martial arts. Do not take this lightly. It is a coveted chance that many dream of. If you can reach the skin refinement stage and become a warrior, who knows, you might catch the eye of some esteemed noble one day, and that could lead to your rapid ascent. In the great Qin dynasty, atop the towering walls of Taiping City, located at the border of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, the cold wind howled, stirring a few dried yellow leaves that rustled against the frigid stone bricks. On the wall, two guards clad in the standard military attire of the great Qin dynasty were slowly making their way up the steps. Leading them was an older soldier, around 50 years of age, with skin resembling the parched bark of a tree. Despite his diminutive stature, he walked with a steady gait. His hands were habitually clasped behind his back, and at his waist hung a long sword housed in a somewhat worn sheath. The fabric tied to its hilt faded from years of use. "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Huang," Jiang Qing replied, his freshly washed indigo uniform clinging to his slender frame, rustling in the biting wind that swept through the city. He nodded in acknowledgement. If it weren't for securing this position, I fear I would have perished from hunger or, like many other refugees, been compelled to venture into the Demon Mountains in search of food. Those who enter the Demon Mountains seldom return alive. Indeed. The old soldier paused, turning to Jiang Qing, revealing a grin filled with yellow teeth. His laughter held a hint of foreboding. However, do not grow complacent now that you're in the city guard. Although the beast tide from a few months ago has passed, the formidable demon beasts in the mountains remain restless, occasionally venturing out to feast. If fortune does not favor you, you might just become their next snack. His laughter carried a sinister undertone, seemingly jesting. Yet Jiang Qing sensed the gravity beneath his words. Uncle Huang is right. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Jiang Qing nodded earnestly, a serious tone punctuating his words. The old soldier, satisfied with his response, gestured toward a lookout tower not far from the wall. "All right, you'll be stationed there today. This old man will not join you young ones under the sun and wind atop the wall." With that, he chuckled, patting Jiang Qing on the shoulder before leisurely descending from the wall, his figure appearing slightly stooped. Jiang Qing watched the old soldier depart, then surveyed the other guards around him, noting that most, like himself, bore gaunt appearances and frail, physiquesquely new recruits drawn from the ranks of the displaced. He adjusted his uniform and stepped toward the base of the lookout tower, his gaze instinctively drifting to the horizon. Before him lay an expansive plain, with distant mountains stretching endlessly, their peaks shrouded in a thin mist. As Jiang Qing's gaze grew vacant, his thoughts unwittingly wandered back to the past. He recalled his initial entry into this world, brimming with ambition and fervor, with aspirations to carve out a name for himself in a realm dominated by martial prowess and beset by demons. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He was not born into a prestigious family, nor even into a humble farming household. His parents were mountain dwellers who eked out a living by hunting on the fringes of the Demon Mountains, a life fraught with hardship, let alone engaging in martial arts. Even the basic necessities of life were a struggle to maintain. Unwilling to accept such a fate, Jiang Qing, armed with knowledge from his past life and some cleverness, managed to improve his family's circumstances slightly, even saving up some silver coins to pursue martial training in the city. However, 6 months ago, a terrifying beast tide shattered his dreams. The beast tide ravaged the outskirts of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, claiming his parents' lives in the chaos. He, however, narrowly escaped by leaping into a river, evading the disaster. Upon returning to his village, he found only ruins, the air thick with the stench of blood. Not a single soul remained alive. Jiang Qing was unaware of how the great Qin dynasty responded to this calamity. He could only drift with the tide, becoming a refugee, wandering aimlessly. It took him half a year to secure this position as a city guard in Taiping City, affording him a semblance of stability. The old soldier's words held truth, though the beast tide had receded. The ferocious demon beasts of the 10,000 Demon Mountains remained active, occasionally emerging to inflict harm. In the past 6 months, numerous incidents of guards being attacked by demon beasts had occurred in Taiping City, prompting the original guards to abandon their posts and necessitating the recruitment of refugees to fill the vacancies. The old soldier, Huang Renzhong, was a member of the city defense forces and the captain of their group of sentinels. Rumored to be a warrior in the flesh refinement stage, he was regarded as a notable figure in Taiping City. As his thoughts gradually returned to the present, Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of the demon beasts, and now serving as a city guard in Taiping City, while acquiring the foundational martial technique, the wind and thunder breathing method, is indeed a commendable beginning. As for Uncle Huang's notion of becoming a warrior in the skin refinement stage and being favored by a noble, soaring to great heights, Jiang Qing cast a glance at Huang Renzhong's stooped silhouette, quietly shaking his head within. At his age, Uncle Huang is still merely a city guard captain, and his prowess in the flesh refinement stage is hardly impressive. His words are best taken lightly. I do not wish to spend my life merely standing on this wall. However, just as Jiang Qing was quietly contemplating his future, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Conditions met, Sentinel system activated. Detecting host stationed at the border city, Taiping City. System automatically binding to the station location. Current stationing level, Mortal 0100. Chapter 2. A swift introduction to breathing techniques. A sudden sound reverberated in Jiang Qing's mind, akin to a thunderclap that rendered him momentarily stunned. In the next instant, his previously upright posture began to tremble slightly, and his expression transitioned from bewilderment to overwhelming joy, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. My goodness. I once thought all those tales were mere fabrications, like the notion that every time traveler must possess a system. It turns out the approach was misguided. Choices indeed outweigh effort. My fellow villagers do not deceive me. As Jiang Qing grumbled, a semi-transparent light screen appeared before him, vividly displaying his personal information. Host, Jiang Qing. Cultivation level, none. Skill, none. Martial techniques, none. Station, Taiping City. Station level, Mortal, 0100. Functions, sign-in. Daily sign-in at the station grants a gift from the location. The myriad mysteries await the host's exploration. Daily sign-in. Though the current function seemed rudimentary, Jiang Qing's excitement grew with each passing moment. Just yesterday, he had memorized the wind and thunder breathing technique and planned to practice it after his shift today. Now he could attempt it directly. However, how does one execute the sign-in? As this thought crossed his mind, the light screen presented a prompt. Ding. Would you like to sign in at your station? So convenient. Jiang Qing responded without hesitation. Sign in. As he confirmed his choice, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sign in successful. You have successfully acquired the wind and thunder breathing technique. A refreshing sensation surged from the bite point atop his head, flooding his body, clearing his mind as if entering a state of enlightened wisdom. Is this the gift from the station sign-in? Jiang Qing's heart raced as he seized the opportunity to contemplate the wind and thunder breathing technique imprinted in his mind. Wind is the guide of qi, omnipresent and all-pervasive. Thunder is the spear that breaks barriers, embodying utmost yang and resilience, dispelling evil and disease. As he recalled the contents of the wind and thunder breathing technique, various insights illuminated his mind like flashes of inspiration. His breathing instinctively adjusted, becoming longer and more rhythmic. Inhale, exhale. Gradually, Jiang Qing sensed a faint qi emanating from his abdomen, slowly circulating throughout his body with each breath. This qi flowed at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to an ant traversing the ground, yet Jiang Qing paid it no mind. For according to the wind and thunder breathing technique, merely perceiving qi indicated he had already entered the threshold. Could it be that he had entered so quickly? Jiang Qing was astounded. It is known that even the fabled martial prodigies require a quarter or even a full moment to grasp a breathing technique. Yet he had achieved this feat in mere breaths, aided by the station's gift. With all his worries dissipated, Jiang Qing's gaze sparkled with renewed hope and determination. Onward, onward. He resolved to continue practicing the wind and thunder breathing technique. However, to his disappointment, the station's gift seemed to vanish once he had entered the threshold. Nevertheless, Jiang Qing swiftly adjusted his mindset. No matter. I can sign in again tomorrow and receive the station's gift once more. But I must not become complacent in the meantime. After practicing for nearly half an hour, Jiang Qing could no longer persevere. His frail constitution, exacerbated by long-term malnutrition, meant that forcing himself to train would yield adverse effects. potentially harming his health. Reluctantly, he halted his practice. Yet this brief training session yielded significant benefits. Jiang Qing could distinctly sense that his previously insubstantial body had developed a newfound weighty strength, no longer resembling the fragile form that could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Truly, the wind and thunder breathing technique possesses its own profound wisdom. Jiang Qing felt a surge of joy, but soon after, his stomach erupted with a thunderous growl, darkness clouding his vision as hunger threatened to overwhelm him. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. Before ascending the city wall, he had brought along his last course flatbread. Jiang Qing quickly retrieved the flatbread from his pocket, taking a few bites to quell the suffocating pangs of hunger. Shift change. Shift change. Huang Renzhong's hoarse and aged voice echoed across the city wall, shattering the silence. Upon hearing this, the once upright sentinels collapsed onto the ground like deflated balloons. Some pounded their chests and rubbed their legs, while others lay flat, as if all their strength had been drained. Huang Renzhong had grown accustomed to such scenes, yet when he glanced at Jiang Qing, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This young man he had brought up the wall that morning was still standing, his gaze unwavering and bright. "How does it feel on your first day of duty? Are you adapting?" Huang Renzhong inquired with a smile, approaching Jiang Qing. "Adapting?" Jiang Qing rubbed his belly and replied with a wry smile, "But I am quite hungry." "Uncle Huang, which way to the kitchen?" "You rascal." Huang Renzhong chuckled heartily, gesturing toward the stairway leading down the wall. "Go straight down, follow the smoke to the tent. But there is food, not rations. Any food is better than none. Thank you, Uncle Huang." Jiang Qing's eyes brightened as he waved goodbye, hastening toward the stairway. Watching Jiang Qing's retreating figure, Huang Renzhong shook his head with a smile, yet his eyes conveyed a hint of contemplation. Compared to the other new recruits sprawled on the ground, Jiang Qing and Appos' demeanor was evidently exceptional. It became clear that those who survived in this world were indeed extraordinary. Huang Renzhong sighed inwardly, then resumed organizing the shift change, leisurely descending the city wall. At this moment, Jiang Qing had acquired his meal, a portion consisting of 4 coarse buns and a bowl of thin porridge, squatting nearby as he devoured it ravenously. Starved, he polished off 3 buns in the blink of an eye and drained the porridge in one go. While it barely filled his belly, he was still far from satisfied. Resigned, Jiang Qing cautiously tucked the last bun into his pocket, saving it for an emergency. Chapter 3. A Nocturnal Feast. The Might of Wind and Thunder. After more than half a year of life as a refugee, Jiang Qing had become accustomed to the relentless pangs of hunger and the biting cold. However, on this particular day, he experienced a comfort he had not felt in quite some time. It was not merely due to the meager meal that had filled his belly, but also because he clutched a coarse grain bun, which ensured that he would not go hungry the following day. Even more exhilarating was the fact that he had mastered the wind and thunder breathing technique. Though it was a rudimentary skill, it was sufficient to allow him to step into the realm of martial arts, marking the first stride toward refining his physical form. As for his dwelling, though it was merely a rudimentary tent, filled with the mingling odors of sweat, mildew, and earth from his fellow refugees, it was a vast improvement over the days when he had to sleep under the open sky, using the ground as his bed. He gathered some straw to cushion his body and covered himself with a handful more, slowly closing his eyes as he began to regulate his breath, quietly circulating the wind and thunder breathing technique. In an instant, the air within the tent appeared to sway in rhythm with his inhalations and exhalations. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Jiang Qing could distinctly feel the scant warmth within him transforming into soothing currents that gradually circulated throughout his body. The warmth enveloped him, allowing him to relax completely, as if even his fatigue had been partially dispelled. Truly, the martial breathing technique was remarkable, able to convert sustenance into invigorating warmth, reinforcing his physique in such a pronounced manner. Jiang Qing couldn't help but muse on how terrifyingly rapid his training might progress if he were to learn a more profound breathing technique, complemented by rare herbs or elixirs. Yet, he swiftly quelled such fanciful thoughts, reminding himself to remain grounded and cautious in his pursuits, to avoid succumbing to hunger from overexertion in his training. Jiang Qing ceased his practice after a brief period. At that moment, the other refugees within the tent had already succumbed to deep slumber, the sounds of their snoring echoing in chorus. However, in the depths of the darkened tent, 2 pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Illuminated by a few beams of moonlight filtering through, one could faintly discern 2 shadowy figures stealthily rising, tiptoeing toward Jiang Qing's direction. One figure scanned the surroundings warily while the other slowly extended a hand toward Jiang Qing's precious bond. The hand belonged to Wang Matzi. a wily survivor among the refugees. As Wang Mozi's hand inched closer to the bun nestled in Jiang Qing's embrace, a greedy smirk crept across his face. Yet, at that moment, smack, a powerful grip seized his wrist. The sudden turn of events startled Wang Mozi, nearly causing him to cry out. In the darkness, Jiang Qing's eyes flew open, gleaming like two cold stars in the night. With a disdainful snort, he forcefully pushed Wang Mozi's hand away. The cacophony of snoring within the tent momentarily diminished. 7 or 8 shadows in the corner huddled even tighter, some burying their faces in tattered garments. In these times, those who survived knew well when to feign ignorance. Wang Mozi quickly regained his composure, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he stood before Jiang Qing, a menacing glare upon his face. "Kid, hand over that bun if you know what's good for you," Wang Mozi threatened in a low voice, laced with malice. "Don't think we didn't see you stash away food. Yes, hand it over, or don't blame us for being rude," Black Bull chimed in, his tone rife with greed and arrogance. Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, a flicker of menace crossing his eyes. "What sort of scum dares covet my belongings? Get lost," Jiang Qing barked, his voice sharp and commanding. "How dare you refuse?" Wang Mozi, incensed by Jiang Qing's defiance, lunged at him, shouting, "Black Bull, let us teach him a lesson. Little brat, seeking death," Black Bull echoed, joining the fray. Had it been a day prior, Jiang Qing might have found himself at the mercy of Wang Mozi and Black Bull and Apos' assault. However, he was no longer the feeble refugee incapable of defending himself. The initiation of the wind and thunder breathing technique had exponentially enhanced his physical capabilities within a mere day. As Wang Mozi and Black Bull charged at him, Jiang Qing's gaze sharpened, his heartbeat steady, and his breath elongated. He anchored his feet, gathering strength as the breathing technique coursed through him. Wang Mozi's fist flew toward him first, but Jiang Qing remained unflustered, sidestepping deftly and seizing the moment to deliver a powerful punch straight to Black Bull's chest. Crack! The sound resonated sharply, accompanied by Black Bull's anguished cry, reverberating within the spacious tent. Clutching his chest, Black Bull staggered backward, his face drained of color. His ribcage visibly caved in, indicating a likely fracture. Wang Mozi stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Jiang Qing's speed and strength exceeded his expectations. And before he could react, Jiang Qing's second punch was already upon him. Bang! Wang Mozi's head felt as if struck by a hammer. A ringing filled his ears, and darkness swallowed his vision. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After the 2 strikes, Jiang Qing felt his strength rapidly deplete, his breathing turning labored. He glanced at his hands, silently lamenting his physical weakness. If only he were stronger, those 2 punches would have sent Black Bull flying several meters. And Wang Mozi, he might not have survived. The other refugees in the tent had already been roused, yet none dared to utter a sound, merely shifting away from the scene of discord. All were refugees. None wished to invite trouble upon themselves, especially given the alarming display of Jiang Qing's prowess. "Are you not going to get far away from here?" Jiang Qing cast a cold glare at Black Bull, who cowered in the corner, his tone unyielding and authoritative. "Yes. Yes." Black Bull nodded repeatedly, suppressing his chest pain as he awkwardly dragged the unconscious Wang Mozi away to the far side of the tent. His eyes brimmed with terror. He dared not meet Jiang Qing's gaze again. With a disdainful snort, Jiang Qing lay back down on his straw mat, closing his eyes once more. The following morning, as dawn broke, the new recruits within the tent began to awaken, preparing for their shift change. Jiang Qing rose early, tidied himself, and made his way to the assembly point. He noticed that Wang Mozi and Black Bull were absent from the tent, likely having sought refuge elsewhere. However, he was indifferent to their presence. It was still Huang Renzhong leading the group. Yet, when Jiang Qing assumed that Huang Renzhong would depart leisurely as he had the day before, Huang Renzhong suddenly halted, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Jiang Qing. "Kid, you possess quite the talent," Huang Renzhong remarked, a hint of teasing in his voice. Yet his gaze carried a glimmer of admiration. Jiang Qing was taken aback, pondering, did he find out? However, he maintained a calm demeanor. Cupping his fists and slightly bowing his head, respectfully replying, "Uncle Huang, I had no choice but to act against those 2 scoundrels last night." Huang Renzhong waved his hand, interrupting Jiang Qing and Apos' explanation. "Who cares about your excuses? Tell me, have you already grasped the Apos, wind and thunder breathing technique and Apos?" Jiang Qing and Apos, His heart skipped a beat as he looked up at Huang Renzhong, surprise flickering in his eyes. Huang Renzhong did not miss this subtle change. His smile deepened. As I suspected, I was right about you. Huang Renzhong stroked his chin, a tone of satisfaction in his voice. I sensed you were extraordinary yesterday. It seems my judgment was not in vain. Jiang Qing scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Uncle Huang, you truly have an eye for talent. Huang Renzhong chuckled heartily and patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder. All right, enough with the flattery. Since you possess this talent, dedicate yourself to honing it. Who knows? You might just make a name for yourself in Taiping City in the future. Chapter 4. The Awakening of Insight, Forging the Bronze Skin. Jiang Qing stood atop the city walls of Taiping City. The autumn wind howled, swirling through the crevices of the bricks, carrying with it the faint scent of blood from the distant Demon Mountains. He squinted, gazing at the undulating peaks, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. This world was far more intricate than he had imagined upon his arrival. The Diqian dynasty reigned supreme in the Central Plains, its national strength flourishing. While the borderlands were dotted with countless cities, Taiping City being one of them, tasked with the heavy burden of fending off the incursions of demonic beasts. Martial arts formed the cornerstone of this realm. The hierarchy was rigid, commencing from the foundational stage of skin refinement, followed by stages of flesh refinement, bone refinement, and marrow refinement. Beyond that, it was said there existed even higher realms that involved the condensation of inner energy. Warriors held a lofty status, especially within the city defense forces, where ascending in rank was synonymous with elevation in position. For instance, breaking through from the skin refinement stage to the flesh refinement stage would elevate one from an ordinary beacon soldier to a Xuanjia guard. Each tier symbolized a leap in both power and authority. At present, Jiang Qing was merely a lowly beacon soldier, serving under the command of Xuanjia guard Huang Renzhong. He lowered his gaze, stroking the somewhat mottled sword at his waist, his mind drifting to the garrison system's sign in preparation. What would today bring? He felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. With this thought, Jiang Qing resolved to act, seeking a secluded corner of the city wall, leaning against the cold, hard stone. He murmured, "Sign in." A wave of cool energy surged forth from the depths of his mind, as if cleansing away the dust, instantly sharpening his thoughts. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears, and everything before him appeared to shimmer with a radiant glow. Sign in successful. Insight elevated to the Qi Ling level. Insight levels. Qi Ling when Xian Tong Ming Hong Chen Tian Ji. Jiang Qing paused momentarily, then scratched his head, muttering, Could it be that I previously lacked insight? He chuckled at his own jest, unaware that the majority of individuals never even reached the Qi Ling level. Those who achieved success in martial arts were typically at least at the 1 Xian level, while the Tong Ming level was exceedingly rare in the Diqian dynasty. As for Hong Chen and Tian Ji, those were the stuff of legends, reserved for prodigies, while he had not ascended to greatness in one fell swoop. The contrast between his current state and his previous ignorance was indeed striking. A surge of warmth enveloped Jiang Qing's heart, prompting him to sit cross-legged and initiate the wind and thunder breathing technique. This foundational technique of the city defense forces was straightforward yet potent, honing one's vitality and strengthening the body. With each breath, the sound of wind and thunder echoed in his ears, and the flow of his qi and blood within his body became smoother than ever before. The speed of his cultivation visibly accelerated. However, after merely a quarter of an hour, Jiang Qing's stomach began to grumble, a profound hunger sweeping over him as if an invisible hand was hollowing out his belly. He furrowed his brow, pausing the breathing technique, and chuckled to himself. It seems that the elevation of insight is indeed a double-edged sword. Merely reaching the Qi Ling level has significantly increased my cultivation speed, but the consumption is quite substantial. He felt in his pocket, where only a single bun remained, as hard as a stone. Nonetheless, he disregarded its texture, swallowing it in a few bites. Once the bun was consumed, his hunger subsided slightly. Closing his eyes, he sensed within himself, discovering that his qi and blood had indeed grown a bit stronger, and beneath his skin, a faint bronze hue seemed to be emerging. This marked the initiation stage of the skin refinement, bronze skin phase. His skin began to display bronze-like patterns, and the strength of an ordinary child's strike could only leave white marks, even allowing him to withstand blows from wooden clubs. Yet, after finishing the last bun, Jiang Qing dared not continue his cultivation. With no provisions left, he feared that overexertion might leave him completely famished. He patted his empty pockets and sighed. It appears I must devise a way to procure some food. Otherwise, my journey in martial arts will be cut short by my own exhaustion. At that moment, a steady footfall approached. Jiang Qing looked up to see Huang Renzhong, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips, and in his hand he held a piece of roasted meat weighing approximately 2 pounds. He approached Jiang Qing and handed him the meat, exclaiming, "You've been cultivating so diligently. You must be hungry. This is the meat of a red-haired pig. Take it and eat." Jiang Qing was taken aback, receiving the meat, which felt substantial in his hands, rich and exuding a faint aroma. He recognized the red-haired pig, a type of common demonic beast, whose strength lay between that of a wild animal and a first-tier demonic beast, stronger than an ordinary wild boar but far from a true demonic beast. It roamed around Taiping City frequently and was often hunted by the city defense forces due to its delectable meat and nourishing properties. However, the population of such beasts was controlled, as the city defense forces would not hunt them to extinction lest they jeopardize their supplies. Seeing Jiang Qing stare at the pig meat in bewilderment, Huang clapped him on the shoulder and remarked, "With your cultivation zeal, the future looks bright. I relish mentoring the younger generation. Once you finish this meat, I'll introduce you to a good opportunity that will ensure you don't go hungry." Jiang Qing felt warmth in his heart at those words and promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Huang." He took a bite of the pig meat, the texture firm, slightly gamey but with warmth radiating through him. As he chewed, he pondered, "What exactly is this good opportunity Uncle Huang mentioned? Surely he isn't setting a trap for me? Regardless, I'll eat first. Only by filling my belly can I grow stronger and face various crises." In a matter of moments, Jiang Qing finished the 2 pounds of red-haired pig meat, feeling warmth envelop him, as if his qi and blood had surged further. Wiping his mouth, he felt even deeper gratitude towards Uncle Huang. In these times, those who managed to reach the Xuanjia Guard in the borderlands were seldom simple folk. Yet Huang treated him with exceptional care, almost akin to that of a mentor. He could only wonder what ulterior motives lay behind it. His prior life experiences taught him a valuable lesson. There was no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. Once Huang saw him finished, he cheerfully waved, "Come on. Let me take you to a place." Jiang Qing steadied his emotions and followed Huang, arriving at the slaughterhouse near the northern gate of Taiping City. This place was an open yard, thick with the metallic scent of blood, where several bare-chested men were busy processing the carcasses of demonic beasts. The wild animals and demonic beasts hunted by the city defense forces were brought here. The meat would be cut and sold to warriors or wealthy households within the city, while the scraps were distributed to soldiers for sustenance. Huang pointed at the yard and said, "From now on, you'll work here, assisting in the butchering of demonic beast meat. You'll be able to bring some scraps home to eat, and if you perform well, you might even earn a bit of silver." Jiang Qing nodded, a spark igniting within him. This was precisely what he needed, both sustenance and a chance to earn some extra money. It was a fortuitous stroke of luck. Could it be that Uncle Huang was truly a benevolent soul? Huang left him in the care of an old butcher, patting Jiang Qing on the back before departing. The old butcher was a burly man, his face adorned with thick flesh, a beard as dense as steel needles, yet his eyes were sharp as a blade. His name was Zheng Feng, a warrior at the flesh refinement stage, skilled with a knife, yet possessing a rugged demeanor akin to a wild mountain man. Jiang Qing felt that this man was reminiscent of the chivalrous heroes often depicted in tales. Zheng Feng squinted as he scrutinized Jiang Qing, emitting a non-committal grunt from his nose before casually tossing a short knife toward him. The knife landed with a thud on the chopping block, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light of the slaughterhouse. "You're new. Start by learning to skin the beasts. Don't let your hands shake," he said, his voice gravelly like sandpaper scraping rusty metal. Jiang Qing caught the short knife, instinctively tightening his grip. The cold hilt pressed against his palm, its weight sending a shiver down his spine. Taking a deep breath to quell the inexplicable tension, he silently positioned himself beside Zheng Feng, closely observing his movements as he began to learn. Zheng Feng wielded a broad-backed greatsword. With each deft stroke, the hide and flesh of a red-haired boar were skillfully peeled away, his movements flowing like a seamless stream, unhesitating and precise. Blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto the grime-stained floor with a gentle patter, mingling with the relentless clamor of slaughter echoing throughout the butchery. Jiang Qing watched intently, mimicking the motions. His heightened comprehension had sharpened his vision and rendered his limbs far more agile than before. He meticulously scrutinized every detail of Zheng Feng's skinning technique, how the blade's tip pierced the hide, the measured force applied, even committing the rhythm of Zheng Feng's heavy breathing to memory. Soon, he discerned the fundamental principles of skinning and carving. Though his skill paled in comparison to Zheng Feng's seasoned mastery, his efforts bore semblance to proficiency. Quietly, He mused that this surge in understanding was not limited to cultivation alone. Even such arduous labor yielded exponentially greater results. Jiang Qing cast him a sidelong glance and grunted with a hint of approval. You've got some talent. Don't slack off. Do well, and there will be rewards. Jiang Qing grinned sheepishly, exuding an innocent demeanor, then bowed his head and resumed his toil. He discovered a faint trace of energy within the beast's flesh, not as potent as prime meat, yet the remnants still nourished his vital qi and blood. However, the task was far from easy. Occasionally, the residual malevolent aura clinging to the monster's corpse seeped like a chilling wind into his mind, causing bouts of dizziness. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the discomfort. At day's end, Jiang Qing casually tossed him a few pieces of cooked silver-toothed wolf viscera. Warm yet tinged with a pungent scent. The silver-toothed wolf was a first-tier demon beast. Even its innards were a formidable tonic for cultivation. Jiang Qing accepted the offering with care, expressing gratitude before wearily embarking on his journey home. The setting sun bathed Taiping City's cobblestone streets in golden light. Shops lined both sides in neat succession, their vendors' calls mingling harmoniously with the laughter of children. As Jiang Qing walked, his gaze involuntarily lingered on the residences, some exuding rustic elegance with wind lanterns adorning their entrances, others boasting ornate beams and painted rafters, exuding an aura of affluence. He could not help but imagine how splendid it would be to possess such a home in the city, far removed from the cramped, stifling tents. Life here was worlds apart from the crowded squalor endured by the displaced masses. Yet, penniless as he was, he could not even afford a simple latrine. A wry smile tugged at his lips, but his pace quickened unconsciously. Upon returning to his tent, Jiang Qing carefully stored the silver-toothed wolf viscera. Though utterly exhausted, an unmistakable excitement gleamed in his eyes. With these innards, he could prolong his cultivation of the wind thunder breathing technique by several precious hours. As night deepened, he settled cross-legged and resumed his practice. His breathing gradually steadied. His qi surged within like a roaring river, faint copper-hued patterns blossoming upon his skin, shimmering with a metallic luster. Slowly opening his eyes, Jiang Qing clenched his fist, sensing a solid power coursing through his palm. He glanced down at his hand. Though the copper veins were faint, they radiated resilience. A smile curved his lips as he murmured, finally, some progress. The path of martial cultivation must be tread one step at a time. Though the innards had long been consumed and hunger gnawed at him, he dared not continue lest he starve. Lying down to rest, an invisible aura subtly radiated from within his tent, deterring nearby vagrants from approaching. Most here would never set foot in the skin-refining realm in their lifetime, yet Jiang Qing had already taken his first stride. Chapter 5, The Benefactor of the Enlightened. Mastering the thunderstorm blade technique. As Jiang Qing returned to the tent, Huang Renzhong opened the courtyard gate. In the yard, two servants taken in from the refugees were diligently sweeping. One was collecting fallen leaves in a bamboo basket while the other was wiping a stone table with a basin of water. Upon seeing him return, they paused their tasks, quickly setting down their work to bow respectfully. Huang Renzhong waved his hand, urging them to continue their duties. He then strode directly towards the main hall without lingering. Inside the main hall, the rosewood tables and chairs were neatly arranged. A young girl leaned by the window, cradling a yellowed book, her fingertips gently flipping through the pages. Her expression focused. She was petite with skin as fair as jade, her features exquisitely delicate, resembling a beauty emerged from a painting. Though her eyes retained a hint of childishness, the slight curve of her lips hinted at a lively spirit. She wore a light blue long dress, intricately embroidered with cloud patterns, and a silver ribbon tied at her waist danced lightly in the breeze like willow branches. A silver wolf hairpin adorned her hair. The wolf and Amp, Apos, head slightly raised, appearing vividly lifelike, adding a touch of whimsical charm. Qingwei, Huang Renzhong and Amp, Apos, voice shattered the tranquility of the hall. The girl looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes as she hurriedly set down the book and rose to greet him. Grandfather, you're back. Her voice rang clear like a bell, infused with youthful exuberance. She clasped her hands behind her back and stepped lightly to Huang Renzhong's side, tilting her head to observe him. Why are you back so early today? Is there some joyous news? Huang Renzhong smiled, his eyes filled with affection, the wrinkles on his face softening slightly. Today, I encountered an intriguing young man on the city wall. His name is Jiang Qing. He is remarkably young and has an astonishing speed of cultivation that I have rarely seen in my lifetime. In just a few days, he has entered the skin refinement realm, which is truly impressive. Jiang Qingwei blinked playfully, her head tilted, and her lips curled into a teasing smile. Grandfather, Don and Amp, Apos, Bother yourself. I won't be fooled. She deliberately elongated her tone, her eyes curving mischievously, attempting to interrupt Huang Rinzhong's words. Though she was his granddaughter, she had always called him grandfather, a term filled with both affection and reliance. Huang Rinzhong sighed, cutting through her playful antics. Qingwei, please let me finish. I am old, and who knows when I might depart from this world. This world is perilous, with demon beasts rampant. Although Taiping City seems stable, it is fraught with hidden dangers. As a young girl, you ultimately need someone to depend on. At his words, Jiang Qing and Appo's expression changed abruptly, the playful glint in her eyes replaced by alarm. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Huang Rinzhong's sleeve, her face filled with urgency. Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? You are in good health and will surely live a long life. Besides, I'm still young. I refuse to marry. She pouted, her eyes reddening slightly, tears welling up as if she bore a great grievance. If you continue saying such things, I will be angry. Though her tone carried a hint of petulance, it could not conceal her genuine concern. Huang Rinzhong gazed at her, his heart softening as he sighed again. Silly girl, I speak for your benefit. Xiao Chui next door is even younger than you, yet she has already borne 3 children. You are no longer a child. You must plan for your future. He paused, his tone growing serious. Rather than marrying into a prestigious family and becoming a servant to others, it is wiser to find a promising young man to be your primary wife. If he achieves success, you will live a secure life. In these chaotic times, a woman's life is not easy. Jiang Qing fell silent for a moment, her head bowed, her slender fingers gripping the hem of her dress, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Biting her lip, she murmured, "What kind of person is Jiang Qing? He is probably some rough, brutish fellow, right? I refuse to meet him." Huang Rinzhong shook his head, chuckling softly. "You, my dear, are just making wild guesses. Words alone carry no weight. I fear that when you meet him, you will be even more eager than I." Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting?" Huang Rinzhong took a sip of tea before continuing, his appearance is secondary. What is remarkable is that he has only practiced the thunderstorm breathing technique for a few days and has already reached the skin refinement realm. His comprehension is far beyond that of ordinary individuals. I wish to see if his talents are innate or if he relied on potent elixirs. If it is the latter, he may suffer after effects, leading to an unstable foundation. If it is the former, his future is boundless. Even the young master of the Lin family may not surpass him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing pouted, murmuring, "Grandfather, are you planning to test him personally?" Huang Rinzhong nodded, a glint of calculation in his eyes. "Tomorrow, I shall teach him the thunderstorm blade technique and assess his comprehension. While cultivation can be enhanced through external means, martial skills require genuine ability. If he truly possesses talent, then you." He cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Qingyue, leaving room for consideration. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Qingyue retorted, "Grandfather, I absolutely refuse to marry." She stamped her foot and dashed back to her room, her skirt billowing behind her, leaving only the sound of her light footsteps echoing in the courtyard. Huang Rinzhong stood in the hall, watching her retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile, his eyes brimming with love and anticipation. As dawn broke, Taiping City was shrouded in a thin mist, the distant city walls appearing hazy. Jiang Qing awoke early, in just an hour. He was to report to his new position at the slaughterhouse. Although it was still early, he did not dawdle. Instead, he hastily donned a set of lightweight clothing and secured a bronze token at his waist, inscribed with the words "Beacon Soldier Jiang Qing." This was his identification for the city defense army. The token felt cold to the touch, its edges slightly worn from years of wear. With it, he could easily pass through the places he was to visit next. He pushed open the tent flap, welcoming the morning breeze, and made his way directly to the beacon tower to sign in. The stone steps of the beacon tower were worn and mottled, covered in moss, revealing the passage of time. Jiang Qing ascended the steps, quickly reaching the top, where he gazed down at the entire Taiping City. Within the city, wisps of smoke curled upwards, while the wilderness outside spread out desolately, occasionally punctuated by the low growls of demon beasts. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently intoned, "Sign in." A wave of refreshing energy surged into his mind, accompanied by the familiar sound of a system notification. "Sign in successful. Acquired the thunderstorm blade technique." Jiang Qing's heart leapt with joy as he eagerly began to explore the knowledge in his mind. The thunderstorm blade technique was a standard yellow-rank martial skill of the Taiping City Defense Army. Although it was a foundational blade technique, It embodied the might of wind and thunder, combining rigidity and flexibility with considerable power. In the Tai Sui realm, martial skills were categorized into 4 ranks: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Though yellow rank was the lowest, it was a rare opportunity for Jiang Qing, who had yet to master any martial skills. A smile crept onto his lips, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, as he descended the beacon tower. However, he collided head-on with Huang Renzhong. Dressed in a gray martial outfit with a sword at his waist, Huang Renzhong's scabbard appeared ancient yet exuded a subtle chill, his demeanor steady as a mountain. Jiang Qing's heart tightened, and he clasped his hands in greeting. "Uncle Huang, good morning." Huang Renzhong nodded, his tone warm. "Jiang Qing, why are you rushing to the city walls so early? Do you miss your old post, or are you not accustomed to the new responsibilities I introduced to you?" Jiang Qing scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Not at all, Uncle Huang. I appreciate your kindness. It's still early, and the slaughterhouse hasn't tea opened yet. I just wanted to find a quiet spot to practice." Huang Renzhong nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, why not accompany me to the training ground? I will teach you the thunderstorm blade technique. This technique complements the thunderstorm breathing technique. If mastered, your combat strength could increase severalfold." Jiang Qing was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Huh? I just learned it. Wouldn't he learning it again be redundant? If I demonstrate it now?" His thoughts shifted, and he quickly realized that this opportunity was indeed fortuitous. Pretending to learn from the esteemed Master Huang, he aimed to utilize the acquired knowledge in the future, ensuring its authenticity to avoid any suspicion. With this thought in mind, he quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, a look of appreciation gracing his face. "Thank you, Uncle Huang." The training ground was nestled in a corner of the city defense barracks, with its ground laid in blue stone, surrounded by racks of weaponry. The array of swords, spears, and polearms glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Huang Renzhong unsheathed a long blade, its slender body shimmering with an eerie coldness, as if it could cleave through the very air. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed like lightning, accompanied by the howling of the wind and a faint echo reminiscent of thunder. As he executed a powerful strike, it seemed as though an invisible current of air was severed, showcasing an astonishing force that left a shallow mark on the blue stone surface. Huang Renzhong stood firm, sheathing his blade, and solemnly remarked, "The wind and thunder sword technique relies on leveraging momentum. The wind serves as the guide, while thunder delivers the strike. When the blade is drawn, wind and thunder arise." Having completed his demonstration, he turned to Jiang Qing, inviting him to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing grasped the hilt, feigning closed eyes as he recalled Huang Renzhong and Appo's movements. Though he had already mastered the key principles of the wind and thunder sword technique in his heart, he outwardly portrayed the demeanor of a novice, furrowing his brow as if straining to remember. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and executed a strike, the blade slicing through the air, accompanied by a faint whisper of wind. While it lacked the overwhelming force of Huang Renzhong's demonstration, it nonetheless bore the semblance of potential. The blade and Appo's path hinting at a certain sharpness. Though his learning was feigned, Jiang Qing did not intentionally play the fool. In this environment, those who exhibited talent were more likely to attract attention and cultivation. As the saying goes, those who attain the path receive much assistance, and this path, indeed, referred to the martial way. Chapter 6. Diligent labor will render obstacles insignificant. Jiang Qing stood in the center of the training ground, gripping a long knife. Beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, plopping onto the azure stones beneath him. His physique was agile, though his steps appeared somewhat unsteady. They were as firm as a mountain. With each swing of his blade, a sharp gust of wind followed, the knife's edge slicing through the air, resonating with a thunderous roar. Amidst the flickering blade light, his movements, though not yet fluid, began to exhibit a semblance of skill. Sweat soaked through his coarse garment, clinging to his frame, outlining his lean yet sturdy silhouette. Beside him, Huang Renzhong squinted slightly, scrutinizing every motion Jiang Qing made. With a sudden horizontal slash, Jiang Qing and Appo's knife swept through the air with the force of a tempest, producing a low whistle that seemed to cleave through the heat itself. A faint smile crept onto Huang Renzhong and Appo's lips, a flicker of satisfaction glinting in his eyes as he stroked his beard, pondering, "This lad possesses remarkable insight. With further honing, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future." Jiang Qing sheathed his knife and exhaled deeply. Lifting his gaze towards Huang Renzhong, he infused his eyes with anticipation, mingled with a hint of nervousness, and cautiously inquired, "Uncle Huang, is my knife technique. Acceptable? Huang Rinzhong erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating like a bell. He strode forward and patted Jiang Qing's shoulder with such force that it nearly caused him to stagger. Acceptable? It surpasses mere acceptability. Your understanding is already among the finest in Qingsha workshop. If you maintain this momentum, in due time, the outer city shall witness the emergence of an unstoppable blade. Pausing for a moment, his gaze deepened and his tone turned solemn. However, the path of martial arts is long and winding. One cannot rush through it. Let us conclude for today. You must head to the slaughterhouse and refrain from idling. Jiang Qing quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Huang." He performed another respectful bow before turning to leave the training ground. Upon exiting the training arena, Jiang Qing hurried towards the slaughterhouse. As he approached, an overpowering stench of blood assaulted his senses, mingled with the foul odor of beastly hides. The courtyard was bustling with activity. Several young butchers were diligently working, their knives flashing as they skillfully skinned the beasts, navigating confidently through the yard. Jiang Qing noted that the typically taciturn Zheng Feng was conspicuously absent today, while the butchers were chattering animatedly. He picked up a blood-stained leather apron from a corner, slipping it on, and seized a short knife, its blade still bearing the remnants of dried crimson blood, emanating a faint metallic tang. Approaching a red-haired pig, he skillfully brought the knife down, the tip precisely piercing the skin, executing the motion with a clean, decisive grace. Blood pooled on the chopping block, dripping rhythmically onto the ground. As he concentrated on his work, his ears perked up to catch snippets of conversation from the nearby butchers. "Did you hear? The young master of the Lin family has cultivated for a year and has surprisingly broken through to the vitality of an ox. Incredible. Under 20 years old. And he qualifies to test for the Xuanjia Guard. After all, the Lin family is one of the 3 prominent families in Qingsha workshop. Their resource is far beyond what we can compare." Jiang Qing and Appos' hands paused momentarily as he contemplated. Vitality of an ox? That signifies the entry level of the flesh refinement stage. Currently, he was at the entry level of the skin refinement stage, known as the copper skin phase. Following that would be the small success of the iron skin phase, the great success of the golden skin phase, and ultimately the perfection of the original phase. Once he surpassed the perfection phase, he would enter the flesh refinement stage, where one exhibits vitality of an ox, muscles bulging like rocks, capable of shattering millstones with a single punch. Jiang Qing surmised that the Lin family and Appos' young master likely possessed the same Qi awakening level of talent as himself, yet took an entire year to progress from the peak of the skin refinement stage to vitality of an ox. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Such a pace of cultivation is far too sluggish. I cannot afford to dawdle. Lost in thought, a square-faced man caught sight of Jiang Qing, who was focused on his task, mistakenly believing him to be daunted by the Lin young master's talents. With a scoff, he remarked, "Hey, newcomer, what's your name?" Jiang Qing looked up, grinning shyly. "I'm Jiang Qing, just arrived a few days ago." The square-faced man scrutinized him for a moment before gruffly announcing, "I'm Zhao Jia, been in this line of work for 3 years. Your knife skills are quite nimble. Where did you learn them?" Jiang Qing scratched his head and replied honestly, "I've been practicing with Uncle Huang for a few days, just tinkering about." At the mention of Uncle Huang, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhao Jia's eyes, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, with old Huang watching over you, you're not too shabby." Their exchange forged a budding camaraderie. As Zhao Jia chopped meat, he continued to vent, "That Lin family young master? Just another commoner residing in the outer city. The real heavyweights are those innate beings in the inner city." With a forceful chop, he cleaved to the pork, the blade embedding deeply into the chopping block, splattering blood. Jiang Qing's curiosity piqued. Outer city? What is the difference between the outer and inner city? The outer city is where we mortals of the 4 realms, skin refinement, flesh refinement, bone refinement, and marrow refinement, linger. Want access to the inner city? You must be innate. As for what it means to be innate, I'm not quite sure. I've only heard that the floors in the inner city are paved with gold, overflowing with wealth. Zhao Jia flashed a toothy grin, revealing yellow teeth. But for folks like us, it seems we're destined to remain out here for life. Jiang Qing's mind stirred with thoughts. Innate? What about the offspring of those prominent figures in the inner city? Surely they can't be cast out before reaching that level? Zhao Jia likely heard this from hearsay. And old Huang might not fully comprehend it either. He ought to seek answers from someone more knowledgeable. Suppressing his curiosity, he asked, "Brother Zhao, are there any affordable houses nearby? I wish to save some coins for a modest courtyard to live comfortably." Zhao Jie was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. By a house? What are you dreaming of? The cheapest place around is the slum area on the back street of Qisher Workshop. Dilapidated houses without courtyards go for 10 taels of silver, and with courtyards, it starts at 50 taels. He patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder. 10 taels? You wouldn't save that in a year working here. Jiang Qing chuckled bitterly. 10 taels equated to merely 1,000,001, which was indeed an unattainable goal for him. After considering, he asked, what about renting? What's the cheapest daily rate? Zhao Jie scratched his head, muttering, around 10 won. But you'll have to inquire with the landlords yourself. Noticing Jiang Qing's earnest demeanor, Zhao Jie was surprised. This lad is as thin as a reed yet possesses quite the spirit. As Jiang Qing continued his work, he engaged Zhao Jie in light conversation. Although Zhao Jie had a brash personality, he was warm-hearted, chatting endlessly and willingly sharing a wealth of knowledge about Qisher Workshop. For instance, the bustling street he passed each time on his way back was the main street of Qisher Workshop. Besides the main street, there were also the front alley, the old street, and the slum area on the back street that Zhao Jie mentioned. Time flew by, and before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the completion of their labor. Thanks to his adept knife skills and diligence, Jiang Qing received a portion of the cooked entrails from the silver-toothed wolf, far more valuable than Zhao Jie's share of the red-haired pig and Appo's fat. He broke off a string of intestines and extended it towards Zhao Jie, smiling, Brother Zhao. Thank you for your kind words today. Please take these entrails. Zhao Jie was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. Giving Jiang Qing a resounding pat on the back, good lad, you're quite generous. No wonder old Huang has an eye for you. My chatter today wasn't in vain. He accepted the entrails, a flicker of warmth dancing in his eyes. As night fell, Jiang Qing returned to the tent, his body weary. The inside of the tent was shrouded in darkness. He sat cross-legged, retrieving the entrails from the silver-toothed wolf, carefully slicing off a piece. Before long, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, enticing the refugees sharing the tent, their throats constricting with desire, yet they refrained from approaching. Daunted by the knowledge that Jiang Qing was a seasoned skin-refining martial artist, he took several bites, warmth blossoming within him, gradually spreading to his limbs and bones, invigorating his blood and energy as though ignited. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the wind and thunder breathing technique. His breath stabilized, and within him, the energy surged like rivers flowing into the sea, ceaseless and mighty. Faint coppery patterns began to emerge on his skin, subtly glimmering with a metallic sheen. Although barely perceptible, strength was steadily consolidating, with each breath honing his physique. After 4 hours of cultivation, he opened his eyes, clenched his fists, feeling a substantial force surging from his palms, considerably stronger than before. Yet, the thought that the young master of the Lin family had taken a year to reach the level of bull-like vitality filled him with a sense of urgency. With his spirit awakening level talent, his progress felt painfully sluggish. In these tumultuous times, mere reliance on this ability was insufficient to secure a foothold. Tomorrow, he would return to sign in again, aiming for a more rewarding outcome, hoping for a stroke of good fortune. The following morning, as dawn broke with a soft glow, Jiang Qing rose early, donned a lightweight robe, and strapped a beacon soldier and Appos, as token to his waist, heading straight for the beacon tower. The winds howled atop the tower, biting against his face, yet he stood resolutely, closed his eyes, and silently intoned, "Sign in." A refreshing surge of energy flooded his mind, accompanied by the system's notification, "Sign in successful, received experience package, 365 days. Experience package, usable for martial arts and techniques, automatically granting corresponding cultivation results over the specified time." A thrill coursed through Jiang Qing, a smile creeping upon his lips, though he quickly regained his composure. He refrained from hastily utilizing this year's worth of cultivation time, instead engaging in deep contemplation. The resources and techniques available to the young master of the Lin family surpassed his own, yet it had taken him a year to break through to that level. Should he now expend this experience package with his current spirit awakening level talent and fundamental techniques, the results would likely be mediocre, squandering this invaluable opportunity. It would be wiser to conserve it, waiting until his talent ascended or he acquired more advanced techniques before making use of it. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the urge to rush, turning to descend the beacon tower. Chapter 7. Can this truly be a source of income? A gossamer morning mist enveloped Taiping City. Jiang Qing treaded along the damp, slate pathway, making his way toward the slaughterhouse. The fog was thick, almost tangible, and the air was laced with the cool, earthy scent of damp soil mingled with a faint hint of blood, pricking at his nostrils. The entrance to the slaughterhouse stood ajar. Jiang Qing pushed it open, the hinges creaking softly in protest. Inside the courtyard, several early arriving butchers were already engrossed in their tasks. Jiang Qing surveyed the scene and headed directly to his workstation, donning an apron after giving it a brief shake. He then picked up a rag from the side and casually wiped his short knife before approaching a rigor mortis-stricken red-haired pig. With precision, he plunged the blade into the flesh, slicing along the grain as blood gushed forth like a spring. Skinning and deboning followed in a seamless motion, the gleam of the knife flashing as flesh separated from bone. As the sky brightened, the slaughterhouse buzzed to life. Butchers trickled in, filling the air with their boisterous banter and laughter, coarse and lively. While Jiang Qing focused on his work, he couldn't help but listen to their gossip. Today's topic revolved around the Fong family, one of the three prominent families in Qingshi Lane, whose status surpassed even the Lin family. Someone grinned widely, recounting how the second son of the Fong family had lost his concubine to an outsider, which elicited a chorus of laughter. Others animatedly described the elder Fong's fury as he smashed a cherished family heirloom. After a while, Jiang Qing found the gossip trivial and returned his focus to the task at hand, methodically dealing with the red-haired pig, his movements steady and resolute. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the gate. It was none other than Zhao Jie, his trademark large head unmistakable, though today it was flushed like a ripe peach, radiating an aura of barely contained rage. Jiang Qing stole a glance, noting to himself that Zhao Jie seemed particularly irate, likely having encountered some formidable challenge. Without uttering a word, Zhao Jie strode to his own workstation, hastily throwing on a tattered apron. He seized a cleaver and, with purposeful strides, approached Jiang Qing, delivering a forceful blow onto the cutting board. The resounding crack echoed, causing the meat on the board to bounce, blood splattering in all directions. Jiang Qing paused, looking up to see Zhao Jie's gritted teeth and the fury etched across his face, veins bulging on his forehead. "Damn it!" Zhao Jie finally exclaimed, his voice hoarse. "That scoundrel Wang Hai, thinking he can come to my house with 2 pounds of pork and propose to marry my sister. He should take a good look in the mirror. Does he think he is worthy?" As he cursed, Zhao Jie continued to chop at the bones, each strike seemingly aimed at Wang Hai himself, fragments flying, the board trembling under the force, blood splattering everywhere, filling the air with a metallic tang. Jiang Qing's heart stirred as he began to understand the situation. He had heard recently that soldiers from the inland often looked down upon the locals of Taiping City. Given that many hailed from humble origins, Zhao Jie's family was of modest means, and with a sister to protect, it was no wonder he was seething with anger. Jiang Qing glanced at Zhao Jie again, noticing his bloodshot eyes and the ferocity with which he wielded the cleaver, clearly at the peak of his rage. Without saying a word, Jiang Qing hastened his own work, a ripple of concern coursing through him. In this world, one must rely on their own strength to carve a path. After a few more strikes, Zhao Jie seemed to release some of his pent-up frustration, panting heavily as he turned to Jiang Qing and clapped him on the shoulder. "Little Qing, you're talented. Keep honing your skills. When you reach the golden skin stage, I'll introduce you to my sister. She is as beautiful as a celestial being, so you'd better work hard." At his words, an image of Zhao Jie's sister popped into Jiang Qing's mind, a square face, rugged features, and the description of her beauty sent shivers down his spine. He chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "I'm certainly not worthy of such a blessing." Yet outwardly, he feigned humility. "Zhao Ge, your sister, I fear I may be reaching too high." Pausing for a moment, he inquired with genuine concern, "But Wang Hai isn't someone to take lightly, right? What do you plan to do?" Zhao Jie sighed, shaking his head, his tone steeped in resignation. "What can I do? Just bide my time. Once I save enough money, I'll find a suitable match for my sister. I can't let that scoundrel have her." With a decisive chop, the bone cracked sharply, a dull echo resonating through the air. Jiang Qing nodded, opting for silence as they continued their work. Their conversation meandered along, and Jiang Qing seized the opportunity to glean more information from Zhao Jie. Though Zhao Jie had a volatile temperament, he held a certain admiration for Jiang Qing, answering all his questions with a sense of camaraderie. Jiang Qing diligently noted down the intelligence, gaining a deeper understanding of the dynamics within Qingshi Lane. However, Zhao Jie's knowledge beyond that realm seemed limited, clearly indicative of a narrow perspective. Suddenly, the raucous chatter in the courtyard came to an abrupt halt. The butcher's laughter and banter ceased as Zheng Feng strode into the yard with purposeful steps. His expression was inscrutable, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Without uttering a word, Zhang Feng headed straight into the inner chamber. Jiang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Recognizing Zhang Feng as the master butcher responsible for handling higher-tier beasts, the work outside involved the more menial tasks, merely dividing scraps and entrails. Yet even that surpassed the typical roles of common laborers. The true artisans, however, resided within, dealing with second-tier beasts, the profits from which could sustain the outdoor butchers for several months. As Jiang Qing returned to his work, he concentrated intently on the task at hand, the glint of the knife flashing as blood flowed freely. After a day's labor, Jiang Qing received a package of cooked silver-toothed wolf entrails from the overseer. Feeling its weight was more substantial than the previous day, he carefully wrapped it in cloth, tucking it into his clothing as he dragged his weary body back to his tent. The night had deepened, and darkness enveloped the tent, the wind sneaking through the seams, carrying a slight chill. It was the same routine. He settled down cross-legged and took out the entrails for a simple meal. After eating, he closed his eyes and began to channel the thunder-wind breathing technique. His vital energy flowed gently within, a faint copper hue tracing his skin, as whispers of thunder echoed in his ears. Upon concluding his practice, he opened his eyes and summoned the system interface. Host, Jiang Qing. Cultivation, skin refinement stage, copper skin phase, technique, thunderwind breathing method, martial skill, thunderwind blade technique, base of operations, Taiping City, base level, common, for 100, functions sign-in, daily sign-in at the base of operations grants rewards. The myriad mysteries await your exploration. Experience package, 365 days. The interface had grown considerably more detailed since his arrival, yet in this chaotic world ravaged by demons, he remained an inconspicuous pawn. Currently, among the outdoor butchers, his treatment was relatively favorable, with his daily ration supporting at least 5 hours of rigorous training. However, this meager income was insufficient to secure a foothold in Taiping City, let alone purchase a small courtyard to escape his life of servitude. Clenching his fists, he resolved inwardly to forge a path forward. The following morning, Jiang Qing proceeded to the beacon tower to sign in as usual. A wave of refreshing energy surged into his mind, accompanied by the system S prompt. Sign in successful, stamina 1. Wait, what? Jiang Qing stood there, bewildered. What on earth? In a state of utter poverty, residing within a mere large tent and lacking even a partner, he pondered his worth. Shaking his head, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle before descending from the watchtower, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. The previous day and Appos, S sign-in yielded nothing of value for his current circumstances. And today and Appos, S insipid rewards only added to his discouragement. Yet, he quickly rallied his spirits, silently wishing for better fortune. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities, surely. Upon returning to the slaughterhouse, Jiang Qing immersed himself in arduous labor. Zhao Jie, still seething with anger, cursed vehemently, wielding his cleaver with even greater ferocity than before. The chopping board reverberating with each strike, blood splattering in all directions. As he chopped the meat, he gritted his teeth, venting about Wang Hai's incessant harassment, even causing his sister to weep in frustration. Listening to Zhao Jie, Jiang Qing felt a surge of indignation. Wang Hai was indeed despicable, showing no mercy even to the simplest of folk. Could he possibly be a character from a video game? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qing recognized his helplessness to assist. All he could do was listen to Zhao Jie's grievances, fulfilling the role of a dutiful confidant. As the day's labor concluded, he returned to the tent, exhausted. After completing his cultivation, he contemplated how to accumulate wealth more swiftly. The following morning, Jiang Qing approached the watchtower once more, filled with hope. Let there be rewards. Let there be rewards. Standing atop the platform, he inhaled deeply 3 times. Sign in. The system S notification echoed. Sign in successful. Obtain low-grade military rations, 10 pounds. Alas, another insipid reward. Low-grade military rations are the standard provisions in the army, rich in energy and capable of swiftly replenishing stamina, offering some aid in cultivation, though barely sufficient. Sigh. All he could do was hope for a change in fortune come tomorrow. Chapter 8. As I said, my dutiful granddaughter is more anxious than I am at the Qinchi district slaughterhouse. Zhao Jie stood nearby, wielding a hefty cleaver while muttering grievances under his breath. Life and Appos, S truly wretched. Every day dealing with blood and flesh, the calluses on my hands are harder than stone. Jiang Qing shook his head and sighed. Brother Zhao, be content. At least you have enough to eat. Outside, countless refugees starve in the wilderness or become prey for beasts. Zhao Jie glanced sideways at Jiang Qing and grinned. revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Little Qing, your skills are improving. The red-haired boar you chopped up yesterday was so thoroughly butchered that even its mother wouldn't recognize it. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke. Hearing this, Jiang Qing lowered his gaze, smiling faintly, his hands never ceasing their precise motions. With a deft stroke, he slit open the belly of a beast, blood gushing onto the ground. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. I still need much practice to hone my craft. While responding to Zhao Jie's idle chatter, Jiang Qing endeavored to extract any useful information from the rustic man's grumbles. Alas, Zhao Jie's tidbits had long been exhausted, leaving only trivial complaints, someone shirking duties, price hikes at the street corner tavern, or a noblewoman in Qishir district recruiting several male servants overnight. No peace to be found. Suddenly, a somewhat urgent voice echoed from the inner chamber. Who knows the wind thunder blade technique? Come inside to carve the thorn-billed bird, Zhang Feng shouted, his voice resonating through the courtyard with a hint of impatience. The butchers halted their work, exchanging glances. Most shook their heads, some murmuring softly, the thorn-billed bird is trouble. Zhao Jie leaned toward Jiang Qing, lowering his voice. The thorn-billed bird is a first-tier beast. Its meat is so tender it drips with juice, rich in vital energy. Eating it replenishes one's qi and blood, but its poison glands are deeply hidden. A careless cut ruins the meat and can poison the handler. He licked his cracked lips, eyes gleaming with envy. Only the wind thunder blade technique wind sweeping clouds move can swiftly and precisely remove the poison glands without damaging the meat. Doing this job can earn 101 a day plus a few slices of meat, better than ginseng. He sighed, patting his thigh. But my blade skills are mediocre. I wouldn't even know where to find the glands. I can't take on this task. Jiang Qing's gaze shifted to the half-open wooden door of the inner room. After a moment's hesitation and swift mental weighing of pros and cons, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Master Zhang, I know the wind thunder blade technique and am willing to try, he declared clearly, his voice carrying across the courtyard and drawing curious looks. Zhang Feng emerged, squinting as he appraised Jiang Qing. Surprise flickered across his rugged features before he nodded. All right, you've got guts. Follow me. He opened the inner door wider, and Jiang Qing followed. The inner room was considerably more spacious, the air less tainted by blood but tinged with a damp chill. On the chopping block lay several thorn-billed birds, their silvery feathers gleaming metallically in the dim light. Their sharp beaks resembled blades, and though their crimson eyes were lifeless, they still radiated a fierce hostility, as if ready to strike. Zhang Feng picked up a slender boning knife, narrow yet extraordinarily sharp. The poison glands lie in the neck and wing roots, needle-like and deeply concealed. One slip, and they'll be pierced. You must use the wind thunder blade technique and oppos, wind-sweeping clouds and oppos. Form, enlarge the view to see the small, move the blade like a coiling dragon, control your force carefully. This isn't a battle strike but a delicate trimming along the bone. Damage the glands, and the meat is wasted. Before he finished, his wrist flicked, and the blade flashed like lightning, a cold gleam vanishing in an instant. A faint slicing sound followed as a dark green poison gland was cleanly excised. Trembling slightly on the board, the bird's flesh remained untouched, still white and tender as jade. Jiang Qing watched intently, holding his breath. Eyes fixed on every movement, the blade's path, the subtle shifts in wrist strength, even the faint aura of lethal intent. Taking the boning knife, his fingers touched the cold handle, his heart quickening. Drawing a deep breath, he gently placed the blade's tip against the bird's neck, closing his eyes to feel the texture of the flesh and the contours of the bones. The next moment, his eyes snapped open. The blade swept like a gust of wind, precise though not as fluid as Zhang Feng's. A clean cut, poison gland removed, meat intact. Zhang Feng's eyes shone with approval. Not bad, kid. You've got talent. From now on, you'll handle the thorn-billed birds inside. 101 a day. Plus 3 slices of meat. Jiang Qing's heart leapt with joy, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your guidance. Zhang Feng waved his hand, tone carrying a warning. These birds are yours now. I'm off to handle the silver-toothed wolves. Remember, keep the defect rate under 20%. Otherwise, no pay, no meat, maybe even a loss. With that, he turned to his chopping block, cleaving open the skull of a silver-toothed wolf, blood spraying. Jiang Qing focused intently, immersing himself fully in his work. The blade flickered in his hand as he removed gland after gland. The air gradually filled with the faintly sweet and fishy aroma of thorn-billed bird meat. Though his wrist trembled slightly, his technique grew steadier. By day's end, he had processed over 10 birds, his skill advancing from awkward to proficient. As dusk settled, he left the slaughterhouse, pockets heavy with 101 and 3 translucent meat slices, a satisfied smile gracing his resolute yet fatigued face. The sunset cast a warm glow upon him. With money in hand, he resolved to strike while the iron was hot and seek lodging in the shantytown behind Cheshire district. In the shantytown, crooked wooden huts huddled together, mostly cobbled from broken planks with gaps letting in cold drafts. Sparse thatch roofs rustled in the wind, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. Yet a few modest dwellings boasted small courtyards where wildflowers swayed, red and yellow, exuding a simple warmth in the fading light. The streets were sparsely populated. Barefoot children chased and laughed in the mud, their clear voices breaking the twilight silence. Jiang Qing's gaze settled on a shifty-eyed old man at the street corner. Thin as bamboo, bent over, wrapped in a faded gray robe. He sat before a dilapidated house, leisurely smoking a pipe and humming off-key tunes. Approaching, Jiang Qing bowed slightly. "Sir, are you old Sun, the shantytown overseer?" The old man lifted his head, appraising him with cloudy eyes before grinning, revealing yellowed teeth. "Indeed, that's me. Young man, what brings you here?" Jiang Qing smiled gently, producing a slice of thorn-billed bird meat from his pocket and extending it with a tone both humble and probing. "Sir, I am a newly arrived beacon soldier seeking affordable lodging here. I hope you might offer some guidance." In these turbulent times, social graces often mattered more than strength. Old Sun accepted the meat, eyes lighting with delight. He bit into it heartily, clicking his tongue in appreciation. "Good stuff. Thorn-billed bird meat, delicious and highly nourishing." Chewing thoughtfully, he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and patted Jiang Qing's shoulder. "You're thoughtful, young man. Come, follow me. I'll find you a landlord with a good temper. She happens to be here now." Old Sun, moving slowly, rose to his feet, though his actions were sluggish. They exuded a calmness befitting a seasoned practitioner. Jiang Qing was taken aback, realizing that this unassuming elder was of the same realm as Huang Renzhou. After traversing several narrow alleys, Old Sun led him to a somewhat spacious wooden cabin. Before the cabin stood a stout woman, her skin dark as iron, muscles sinewy. Dressed in the uniform of the Black Armor Guards, she wore a long knife at her waist, her demeanor exuding an air of confidence. Yet her gaze bore a hint of jest. Old Sun gestured towards her, saying, "This is Ching Huan. There and Apo's, a vacant room available for rent." And she and Apo's, straightforward and easy to talk to. Ching Huan turned to Jiang Qing, her eyes lingering on his face for a moment before she broke into a wide grin. "Oh, little brother, you are quite handsome. How about coming back to my grand residence on Old Street? Sister will let you stay for free and will take care of your meals." She patted her chest with a hearty laugh, her voice booming with a playful tone. In this world, women could enlist without concealing their gender, provided they possessed sufficient strength. It was not uncommon for women of high status and power to keep several male attendants. Cheng Huan clearly had a carefree spirit, living life with joy. Jiang Qing felt his cheeks flush at her words, internally muttering that he could hardly match her robust physique. He hastily waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, Sister Qing, for your kindness, but I prefer to carve my own path. Renting a small room would suffice." Ching Huan laughed heartily, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. She gave his shoulder a hearty slap that nearly made him stagger. "Good lad, you have ambition. I won't take advantage of you. It's just 10 coins a day. How does that sound?" Jiang Qing was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Qing." He silently rejoiced at having found an affordable place to stay while also connecting with a member of the Black Armor Guards, which might prove useful in the future. Although he sacrificed a bit of meat, he gained considerable connections, which was well worth it. Cheng Huan led him into the cabin, which was modest yet clean. Inside, there was a wooden bed, a small table, a stove, a rickety wooden box in the corner, and a piece of beast hide hanging on the wall to block the wind. Compared to the crowded shelters of the displaced, this was akin to paradise. Before leaving, Ching Huan fixed her narrow, phoenix-like eyes on Jiang Qing for a long moment, reluctantly saying, "Little Qing, one and amp, Apo's, do you reconsider? Sister and amp, Apo's, invitation is always open. You can come find me anytime." Jiang Qing's lips twitched as he earnestly cupped his hands and declined, "I am grateful for Sister Qing's generous offer, but I am currently focused on my path and have no other intentions besides cultivation." Ching Huan shook her head with a sigh of regret before turning to leave. Once settled, Jiang Qing hurried to the backstreet market to procure some beast materials, inexpensive yet filling. Upon returning to his new abode, he lit the stove and prepared a pot of meat soup, the delicious aroma dispelling the chill in the air. After satisfying his hunger, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to practice the wind and thunder breathing technique. His vital energy surged like a tide, and copper lines appeared on his skin, reminiscent of thunder rumbling through his veins. With every breath, his muscles slightly swelled, and his strength gradually increased. Opening his eyes, he felt a sense of progress within, filled with anticipation for the morrow. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Qing made his way to the beacon tower to sign in. The winds howled atop the tower, causing his robes to flap. Sign in. The system and Appos' voice echoed promptly. Congratulations, host, for successfully maintaining your post for 7 days. Today, you shall receive a 7-fold reward. Sign in successful. Gain the celestial body, abyssal sword physique. Abyssal sword physique. This constitution is a forbidden existence that suppressed countless fierce weapons in the ancient sword ruins. Awakening this will allow the bearer to touch the ultimate laws of the sword in the universe. Jiang Qing and Appos' heart trembled with a mix of surprise and delight. What the heck? Celestial? Sacred body. Each term sounds extraordinarily remarkable. He could hardly wait to check the details. Abyssal sword physique. Law silent abyss sword coffin. Possesses 9-section heavenly abyss sword bones. Each awakening releases an ancient sword demon and Appos' remnant consciousness sealed within a bone coffin. Each unsealing requires one and Appos' will to devour the sword demon and Appos' consciousness. Failure results in becoming a soulless sword puppet, while success permanently seizes the sword demon's power. Law sword soul. Practicing or utilizing sword techniques can enhance the awakening progress of the abyssal sword physique. Law? Current awakening progress. 0. Goodness. Charge forward. Jiang Qing felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. This path sounded perilously thrilling, but if successful, he would be unparalleled in the heavens and the earth. The sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade invigorated his blood. However, a dilemma arose. What to do without sword techniques? Jiang Qing frowned in contemplation. Perhaps he could substitute a knife for a sword? Resolving to act, he hastily made his way to the training grounds, wielding a knife to practice the wind and thunder knife technique. The blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the air. After practicing for a while, Jiang Qing checked the system. Abyssal sword physique current awakening progress. 0.00001. Jiang Qing sighed. It seemed feasible, though the progress was painfully slow. His lips twitched. The path to awakening would indeed be long and arduous. Nevertheless, his knife technique appeared to have become sharper. It was worth noting that Jiang Qing had not invested much effort in refining the wind and thunder knife technique since learning it. The proficiency levels of martial techniques were beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. His wind and thunder knife technique was merely at the beginner level. Yet, his grasp of it was genuine and complete, unlike ordinary practitioners who might have only a shallow understanding. Significantly, the power and precision of his wind and thunder knife technique now rivaled those of fully realized practitioners of the same realm. It seemed the potential of this sacred body was indeed extraordinary. Just with knife techniques, he had gained such enhancements? How terrifying would it be once he mastered a sword technique? After finishing his knife practice, he was about to head towards the slaughterhouse when he encountered Huang Rinzhong outside the training grounds. Huang Rinzhong, with a smile, said, Jiang Qing, I knew you would be diligently honing your knife technique here. Jiang Qing quickly greeted him. Uncle Huang, good morning. Is there something you need? Nothing much. Just come to my house for drinks tonight. Huang Rinzhong patted Jiang Qing's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, You, my boy, are truly gifted and hardworking. You will surely achieve great things in time. Jiang Qing cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Huang. I still have a long way to go. I will definitely arrive on time tonight. After a busy day at the slaughterhouse, Jiang Qing washed off the blood, changed into clean clothes, and made his way to the Huang residence. The courtyard of the Huang family was situated in the old street, adorned with blue bricks and gray tiles, exuding an ancient yet warm atmosphere. Upon arrival at the door, an elderly woman greeted him with a smile. Young Master Jiang, the master has been waiting for you for a long time. She led Jiang Qing into the main hall, where the rosewood table and chairs were arranged neatly. Huang Rinzhong sat in the main seat, and upon seeing him enter, he laughed heartily. You arrived just in time. He pointed to a young girl beside him, saying, This is my granddaughter, Jiang Qingwei. Dressed in a light blue long dress, Jiang Qingwei and Appos' slender waist was accentuated by a silver ribbon, her features delicately painted, exuding an air of grace and charm. She had initially thought Jiang Qing would be a rough butcher, but the young man before her possessed striking features and a clean demeanor, truly a rare beauty in her eyes. Her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed as she gracefully curtsied. "Greetings, Brother Jiang." Jiang Qing's gaze lingered on her momentarily, internally praising her beauty, which surpassed that of any woman he had encountered in Taiping City thus far. He had expected most women to be like Cheng Huan, strong and robust, with fists thicker than his thighs. Jiang Qing and Apos' ethereal beauty reminded him of the two sisters who had once rescued him from the river, momentarily lost in thought. The lively and spirited younger sister, Jiyu, incessantly clamors to marry him, resembling a chattering little sparrow. In contrast, the elder sister, Yi, exudes a mysterious poise, her demeanor as serene as a tranquil pool, commanding immense respect even from him, who dares not treat her lightly. When he once leaped into the river to escape, he inadvertently found himself struggling in the water. It was the two sisters who rescued him from the depths. Jiang Qing had thought that Jiang Qing had been gazing at her for quite some time. Her heart fluttered with delight, and she shyly lowered her head, her eyes reflecting a newfound innocence. It was then that Jiang Qing realized his own lapse in decorum and hastily replied, "Miss Tingwei, you are too kind." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Huang Renzheng smiled quietly from the side. Shortly thereafter, the elderly woman who had welcomed Jiang Qing earlier brought forth the dishes, filling the cups with wine. Jiang Qing and Huang Renzheng exchanged toasts, finding their conversation remarkably congenial. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "The work at the slaughterhouse is indeed commendable, and I am grateful for Uncle Huang and Apos' generosity, but as a younger generation, it remains difficult for me to save up silver. Are there any quicker avenues for making money?" Huang Renzheng pondered momentarily before responding slowly. "Your cultivation speed indeed necessitates a substantial amount of resources to nourish and bolster your body. In a few days, Taiping City may recruit for a demon hunt, offering rewards for slaying monsters, along with suitable accommodations. However, I would not recommend you participate." Jiang Qing raised his cup and drank it all, entreating Huang Renzheng for clarification. Huang Renzheng sighed, explaining, "This work is perilous, with a high mortality rate. Otherwise, why would they frequently seek new recruits?" He paused before continuing, "Nonetheless, a young person must endure trials to become exceptional. However, the application for the demon hunt requires one to be at the iron skin level. You must diligently cultivate." Jiang Qing clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Huang, for your guidance. I shall contemplate this carefully." After the meal, he and Jiang Tingwei sat at a stone table in the courtyard, where the moonlight bathed them in a gentle glow and a soft breeze rustled through the dancing shadows of the trees. Their conversation flourished, traversing a myriad of topics and gradually drawing them closer. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qing found himself animatedly recounting the tale of Sun Wukong and Apos' ruckus in the heavenly realm. One spoke boldly while the other listened intently. Jiang Tingwei was so enthralled that her laughter rang like bells, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What became of Sun Wukong afterward? Jiang Qing continued with fervor, weaving tales of Zhu Beiji's gluttony and Sha Xing's steadfastness, causing her to double over in laughter. She suddenly asked, "What would you do, Brother Jiang, if you encountered a monster?" Jiang Qing chuckled, "I lack the prowess of the great sage. I can only rely on my swordsmanship to fight." Jiang Tingwei clapped her hands, exclaiming, "But Brother Jiang possesses many talents. At the very least, you can tell a story better than the great sage." As their conversation deepened, she propped her chin on her hand and inquired, "Where did you grow up, Brother Jiang? With so many stories, you must have traveled extensively." Jiang Qing reminisced, "Not particularly. I have always lived in the countryside. My family was poor, and I had little access to books, relying instead on the village elder's tales." With keen interest, Jiang Tingwei asked, "What is the countryside like? How does it compare to Taiping City?" Jiang Qing smiled, "Life in the countryside is hard, yet it has its joys. In summer, we children would catch fish in the river, and in winter, we gathered around the fire to listen to stories. Back then, we had no shoes, and our feet were as tough as iron." Jiang Tingwei and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. "You must be quite resilient. I was never that adventurous as a child. The most I did was catch crickets in the yard." Jiang Qing laughed heartily. "Catching crickets is quite delightful. Next time, I shall teach you how to find the larger ones. I guarantee you'll catch one every time." "That sounds wonderful," Jiang Tingwei replied, amused. "What kinds of stories did the village elder tell? Were any particularly frightening?" Jiang Qing was taken aback, realizing that this girl had a rather unique taste, enjoying ghost stories. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Once, the elder recounted that beneath the old locust tree outside the village lay a vengeful spirit, which would emerge on full moon nights to seek conversation. A few of us, emboldened, sneaked out one night to see, only to be frightened out of our wits by the rustling shadows of the tree in the wind. Jiang Qing covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Brother Jiang, you were scared too? I thought you feared nothing. In this world, where there exists courage, fear is also a companion. Those who do not comprehend reverence will lack the bravery to confront terror at the brink of life and death. That sounds quite profound. Brother Jiang truly knows much. Their laughter filled the air, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Jiang Qing stole a few glances at him, her shyness deepening, and softly asked, "What do you think of Taiping City, Brother Jiang? Do you wish to settle here?" Jiang Qing mused to himself, with the garrison rewards. Why would one not settle here? However, he could not voice such thoughts. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Although Taiping City is a frontier, the people are genuine and warm-hearted. I find it quite appealing. Yet for now, I possess nothing and must first establish myself before contemplating settling down." A glimmer of anticipation shone in Jiang Qing's eyes as she nodded shyly. "Yes, Brother Jiang, I believe you can achieve that." As night deepened, Jiang Qing rose to take his leave. "It is getting late. I must return." Jiang Qing reluctantly accompanied him to the door. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she softly said, "Brother Jiang, do come again to tell me stories." Jiang Qing felt a stirring in his heart and smiled. "Of course. As long as you do not mind my loquaciousness." Jiang Qing's cheeks flushed lightly as she whispered, "How could I? I love listening to you speak the most." Jiang Qing clasped his hands in farewell and turned to depart, leaving Jiang Qing standing at the door, gazing at his retreating figure, speechless for a long while. At that moment, Huang Rinzhong approached, teasingly remarking, "I told you, Tingyue couldn't and amp, oppose, wait to see him. He has been gone for a quarter of an hour already." Chapter 9. The Yellow Stage Elixir, Copper Silkworm Elixir. Grandfather. Jiang Qing stood by the door, watching Jiang Qing leave, lost in thought for a long while. Her hands were clasped together, her fingertips nervously twisting under her sleeves, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Huang Rinzhong cleared his throat and smiled at her, saying, "What is the matter? He has already gone, and you're still watching?" At his words, Jiang Qing felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Lowering her head as her ears turned crimson, her embroidered shoes lightly scuffing the ground, as if to mask her inner turmoil, Huang Rinzhong chose not to press the matter, instead stroking his beard and softly inquiring, "What do you think of that young man Jiang Qing?" I can't quite articulate it." Jiang Qing pondered, attempting to maintain her composure, yet her mind was flooded with images of Jiang Qing laughing and conversing in the courtyard just moments ago. Having accompanied her grandfather for many years, she had encountered numerous talented youths in Taiping City, yet she always felt that something was missing in them. However, upon meeting Jiang Qing again, his sharpness akin to the glint of a blade yet imbued with a sense of purity and resilience, sparked a curiosity and admiration within her. She averted her gaze, her demeanor reflecting youthful modesty and shyness. "Grandfather, please stop teasing me." Huang Rinzhong, amused by her bashful demeanor, adopted a more serious tone. "Jiang Qing is a rare talent, though he hails from humble beginnings. His high comprehension and rapid progress in cultivation far surpass Lin Feng from the Lin family of Qishir Lane." He paused slightly, his expression revealing a mix of pride and concern for Jiang Qing. "Despite the Lin family's numerous proposals, I believe Lin Feng is not a suitable match, whereas Jiang Qing is certainly his equal. Moreover, the Lin family tends to be overly mercenary. Associating with them would not be in your best interest." He sighed, his eyes filled with affection. "My health isn't what it used to be. Qingyue, it's time for you to consider your future. Jiang Qing is of good character and possesses great talent. If you truly have feelings for him, do not let a good opportunity slip away." Jiang Qing's face flushed crimson. Biting her lip, she gently protested, "Grandfather, please don't say such things. You are still quite spry." As she spoke, her voice softened further, mumbling, "But Jiang Ge has been so busy lately with training, guarding the city, and working at the slaughterhouse. He hardly has time to manage his own needs. Perhaps I could bring him some meals in the next few days?" As she mentioned this, a hint of excitement sparkled in her eyes, seemingly anticipating seeing Jiang Qing the following day, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Huang Rinzhong, amused by her initiative, nodded solemnly. Go ahead. It's rare for you to show such thoughtfulness. No matter how resilient Jiang Qing is, he must not neglect his nourishment while training." Jiang Qing could not hide her joy, responding lightly, before turning to return to her room, her steps light. In her haste, She accidentally knocked over a bamboo basket at the entrance, producing a crisp sound. Flushing, she bent down to pick it up, the blush on her neck and ears becoming even more charming under the candlelight. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing, having departed from Huang Rinzhong's residence, walked down the tranquil streets of Qingshu Lane. The night in Taiping City was enveloped in a gentle moonlight and the flickering shadows of patrol torches, with the distant sound of a drum echoing from the city walls. He carried a small bag of dried meat gifted by Huang Rinzhong, a leftover from the Huang family's dinner, which he had accepted without hesitation as a midnight snack. Arriving at the entrance of his newly rented wooden house, he gently pushed open the ajar door. The interior was dimly lit, with only moonlight filtering through the cracks in the tattered window paper. Jiang Qing instinctively touched the token at his waist before closing the door, reflecting, finally, a quiet place to rest. It hasn't been easy. The room was modest, containing a wooden bed, a small table, and a simple stove, with no other furnishings. Yet, compared to the dilapidated refugee tent he had previously inhabited, it was a significant improvement. He placed the meat on the table, brushing off the dust from his clothes, deep in thought. With a rent of 10 coins a day, plus the cost of food, it would suffice for maintaining his current cultivation level, but any attempt to break through would incur expenses beyond his current means. Frowning slightly, his gaze sharpened. Participating in the monster hunts might be the fastest way to accumulate some funds. He had heard Huang Rinzhong mention that the authorities regularly recruited warriors to form teams for hunting beasts in the Demon Mountains, with the rewards for demon cores and materials being quite substantial. However, the minimum requirement to participate in such hunts was to reach the iron skin stage in cultivation to avoid perilous fates. The wind and thunder breathing technique was just one step away from that stage, and relying solely on daily training would likely be too slow. Nonetheless, by conserving energy, there would be opportunities ahead. Jiang Qing sat on the bed, slowly closing his eyes, channeling his energy. The faint sensation of qi circulated throughout his body from his dantian. Though there were no apparent signs of breakthrough, both his muscles and skin felt more solid than before. Once he stepped into the iron skin stage, he could enhance his combat prowess, gather enough resources to challenge the flesh refinement stage, and then enter the inner city. He recalled Zhao Jie's words. Only the inner city had the best techniques and cultivation treasures. The memories of past failures, the nightmare of the demon tide from half a year ago, and the bloody corpses of his parents lingered vividly in his mind. As night deepened, Jiang Qing reined in his thoughts, casting aside any hesitation, and immersed himself fully in his training. On the following morning, a veil of mist enveloped the dilapidated streets of Qingshu Lane. Jiang Qing had already risen, tidied up briefly, and was practicing swordplay bare-chested in the small courtyard. The blade danced through the air, glinting with cold light, the sound of the wind howling around him. As he executed the wind and thunder sword technique, his muscles tensed, beads of sweat glistening on his bronze skin, exuding a calm yet restrained strength. Just as he fluidly transitioned between techniques, a sudden stirring in his heart caused him to sense a fleeting sharpness deep within his mind. It felt as if an invisible sword was subtly vibrating within his flesh, carrying a faint sword intent, igniting an inexplicable yearning within him. At that moment, it seemed as if he wielded not a knife, but a treasured sword, potentially amplifying his power manifold. Could it be the influence of the abyssal sword body? Ever since receiving the celestial body from the system yesterday, he had been curious about this abyssal sword body. Yet today, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of an extremely faint sword intent. Jiang Qing was elated but unsure how to seize this ephemeral sensation. Just as he contemplated trying a few more moves, he heard light footsteps approaching outside. "Brother Jiang, are you there?" It was a gentle voice tinged with shyness. Jiang Qing sheathed his sword and turned around, surprised to see Jiang Qingwei, clad in a light blue dress, standing at the door with a food container in hand, her eyes sparkling with a smile, though betraying slight nervousness. "Miss Qingwei, what brings you here?" Jiang Qing asked, a bit taken aback, hastily grabbing a piece of rag to drape over himself. Jiang Qingwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently placed the food container on the small table, playfully chiding, "What? Am I not welcome?" "Not at all." Jiang Qing chuckled awkwardly. "I just thought it was quite a journey for you." Jiang Qingwei opened the food container, revealing steaming buns, porridge, and several side dishes. Smiling as she said, "Grandfather mentioned you've been working hard on your training, busy from dawn till dusk, so he asked me to bring you some meals." As she concluded, her tone softened, her gaze resting on the knife in Jiang Qing's hand, revealing a hint of genuine admiration and respect. Jiang Qing hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He had intended to decline, but Jiang Qing's insistence left him no choice but to accept with a smile. After a few bites, he found the meal far superior to the rough provisions he had previously consumed from the beasts. A warmth spread through him as he continued to express his thanks. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Qing smiled and bid farewell, not delaying Jiang Qing's practice. As Jiang Qing gazed at her departing figure, he fell into a moment of contemplation. Subsequently, he hurriedly made his way to the city wall for duty, signing into the system. Breathing in the cool air atop the walls, he silently recited, "Sign in." A familiar, refreshing sensation washed over him, followed by the system and amp, oppos, prompt echoing in his mind. Sign in successful, received yellow-grade elixir. Copper silkworm pill. Jiang Qing was taken aback, and then a smile spread across his face. The copper silkworm pill? This was a treasured item specifically for those in the skin refining realm. In the military, one needed a considerable amount of military merit to exchange for it, and one could only purchase a single pill per year. For a practitioner in the skin refining stage, this elixir could significantly enhance the resilience of one's bones and accelerate the transition from copper skin to iron skin. It would take him a long time of frugality to obtain it, yet here it was, handed to him directly through signing in. Finding a secluded spot, he unhesitatingly consumed the elixir. A cool sensation enveloped his mouth, quickly transforming into a warm current that permeated his limbs and bones. He gasped softly, feeling as if his skin and muscles were being tempered by an invisible force, even his bones tingling with warmth, silently strengthening. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Jiang Qing, during a break in his guard duty, swiftly practiced the thunderstorm breathing technique and the thunderstorm blade technique, feeling a surge of vitality within him. The flow of energy in his body becoming smoother, and his training efficiency skyrocketing. By noon, he was brimming with energy, feeling far better than ever before. At that moment, Jiang Qing reappeared atop the city tower, holding a steaming lunch, approaching Jiang Qing with a bright smile. The surrounding soldiers cast envious or admiring glances. Look at that. Our beauty from Qingshu Square is bringing food to Jiang Qing. It must smell better than beast meat. Some marveled, some teased, while others jeered. However, due to Huang Renzhong's reputation in the garrison, none dared to speak out of turn. Jiang Qing accepted the lunchbox, his expression slightly awkward. Yet he still expressed his gratitude, feeling a flicker of emotion within. While eating, he quietly assessed his current progress. With the foundation of the copper silkworm pill and the nourishment provided by Ms. Qingwei, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely step into the iron skin phase within a fortnight. After descending from the city wall in the afternoon, Jiang Qing headed directly to the slaughterhouse. Passing through the market, he noticed an increased number of soldiers clad in standard inland military uniforms, entering and exiting, starkly contrasting with the local garrison of Taiping City. The inland had dispatched so many soldiers it seemed the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Jiang Qing furrowed his brow slightly. If another large-scale beast tide were to occur now, how many families would be shattered? Suppressing his unease, Jiang Qing quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usually boisterous butchers were now sullen and silent. After inquiring, he learned that Zhao Jie had not come today. Was it because of that ruffian Wang Hai? The butchers exchanged glances, sighed, and then spoke in hushed tones. Zhao Jie had offended Wang Hai while protecting his sister and had been beaten to a pulp by a dozen inland soldiers. His sister had been forcibly taken away. Hearing this, Jiang Qing's heart trembled, yet his face remained impassive. Wang Hai was a centurion of the inland soldiers, a member of the Xuanjia Guard, and a practitioner in the flesh-refining realm. Zhao Jie had tangled with these inland thugs. Confronting them head-on it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Someone continued, but Jiang Qing said nothing more, merely lowering his head to continue his work. As for avenging Zhao Jie, that was out of the question. First, his relationship with Zhao Jie wasn't that deep, and second, he hadn't yet established a foothold in Taiping City. Why invite trouble? He efficiently processed fish and birds in the back room, earning today's pay of 101 and a few pieces of meat. After finishing his work, the sky had darkened. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to visit Zhao Jie's home. After all, Zhao Jie had been one of his few companions and had helped him significantly in recent days. In the evening, Jiang Qing asked for directions and arrived at the end of the back street of Qingshu Square, finding Zhao Jie's residence. The wooden door was wide open, the interior desolate and in disarray. Crossing the threshold, he saw Zhao Jie curled up on the ground, a picture of despair. His left leg was wrapped in blood-stained rags, and it was evident that his entire calf was swollen and red. The room was empty. Zhao Jie's sister had been taken away. Upon seeing Jiang Qing enter, Zhao Jie managed to lift his head, his expression pained and filled with rage. Gritting his teeth as he rasped, My sister was taken from me." Jiang Qing remained silent for a long time, gently placing a piece of jerky he had brought on the ground, lowering his voice. "Brother Zhao, focus on healing." He refrained from uttering empty promises of vengeance or offering empty words of comfort. Zhao Jie hung his head, a flicker of desolation and hatred crossing his eyes. Yet he ultimately forced a bitter smile. "It's all my fault for being powerless." He closed his eyes and fell silent. In the dimness, his twisted expression resembled that of a wounded beast, raging helplessly with no outlet for his fury. Jiang Qing sighed softly, observing him for a while before gently speaking. "I will go buy you some medicine." With that, he turned and exited. Once outside the dilapidated courtyard, he gazed at the distant, dimly lit sky, clenching his fists tightly. Taiping City appeared tranquil on the surface, yet underneath, currents of turmoil churned. If he did not swiftly advance to Iron Skin and accumulate military merit to secure more resources, he would remain vulnerable to the whims of others. As the night wind blew, he felt a chill creep in. Confronted with this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, Jiang Qing once again realized that only by rapidly growing stronger could he seize control of his destiny and protect those he cherished. In that moment, he clenched his teeth, his gaze more resolute than ever. Chapter 10. Breaking through the Iron Skin stage and slaying the Lin family guard. In the dimly lit hall of Zhao Jie's dilapidated home, flickering lights cast shadows upon two figures. Zhao Jie leaned against the wall, his face a portrait of desolation, gripping a wooden stick tightly in his right hand for support. His left leg was entirely wrapped in medicinal cloth, yet bloodstains still seeped through. Before him, Jiang Qing knelt, carefully unwrapping a package of medicinal powder to apply fresh ointment to Zhao Jie's wounds. "I am sorry, brother, for the trouble I have caused you," Zhao Jie rasped, his eyes red and nostrils flaring slightly as he struggled against the tide of sorrow. The memory of his sister being forcibly taken, her leg broken, pierced his heart with unspeakable anguish. He clenched his teeth, fighting to maintain his composure, but ultimately, tears welled up in his eyes, spilling over. Jiang Qing silently adjusted Zhao Jie's position, gently grinding the medicine and applying it to the injury on his leg, his movements both tender and swift. When the potent powder made contact with flesh, Zhao Jie let out a muffled groan, sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Yet he uttered not a word of complaint. "Zhao Gu, do not move," Jiang Qing instructed in a low voice, pouring additional powder onto the wound before tearing a clean strip of cloth to rewrap it. Once finished, he stepped back, lightly resting a hand on Zhao Jie's shoulder to help him lean against the wall. The hall fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the faint crackle of the flames. "Alas, I can only suffer in silence this time," Zhao Jie suddenly chuckled bitterly, lifting his gaze to Jiang Qing. "Wang Hai is a centurion of the inland soldiers and a member of the Xianyan Guard. If I wish to seek justice, it is no easy feat." His voice trailed off, laden with resignation and despair. Jiang Qing listened quietly, observing the glistening tears in the corners of Zhao Jie's eyes. "Rest assured, the medicine I procured for you will suffice for 3 to 5 days. Focus on your recovery. I shall seek additional herbs. Your leg will heal before long." He spoke softly, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Zhao Jie nodded heavily, his lips moving as if to express gratitude. Yet all that escaped was a dry utterance. "Brother, your visit touches me deeply. Others avoid me, fearing the trouble it may bring." Jiang Qing gently patted his shoulder before voicing a lingering concern. "In recent days, I have noticed an influx of inlanders in the city. They seem to loiter about, doing nothing of substance. What could their purpose be in Taiping City?" Seeing the calm demeanor of Jiang Qing, Zhao Jie couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. "I once boasted about my connections in Qingshifang. How absurd it seems now. We are but insignificant figures. Even if I suspect those inland soldiers are up to something sinister, what can I do? I cannot intervene." With a long sigh, he leaned against the wall, appearing as if all strength had been drained from him. "Zhao Gu, take care of yourself. We will discuss other matters later," Jiang Qing said, rising to pour a bowl of water and placing it beside him before shouldering his pack, preparing to leave. Zhao Jie, leaning against the wall, seemed to recall something and opened his mouth slightly. "The movements of those inland soldiers are both excessive and abrupt. I cannot fathom the reason. But do not probe too deeply. Be cautious." Jiang Qing merely nodded slightly before turning to exit. As he made his way home, The night had fully descended. The streets of Qishifang were engulfed in darkness, with only a few dim oil lamps flickering beneath eaves. Occasionally, a patrolling guard would pass by. But they were not locals of Taiping City and showed little concern for the shadows lurking in the corners. Jiang Qing walked at a measured pace. Yet unease began to gnaw at him. Soon, he sensed that someone was following him. He keenly detected a few pairs of furtive eyes trailing him from the darkness. To confirm his suspicion, he deliberately took a few detours through narrow alleys and lingered at a street corner. Indeed, he heard footsteps behind him, but they quickly faded away. A sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Qing. Have I made any enemies recently? Aside from Wang Hai's gang, but we have had little conflict. And Uncle Huang has not mentioned anything. Pondering this, he found no answer, realizing that engaging in a confrontation under the cover of night would be unwise. Instead, he hastened down a less-traveled alley. After several quick strides, he suddenly veered into a dead end, appearing trapped, yet he scaled a wall and traversed a dilapidated courtyard, successfully shaking off the elusive pursuer. After a considerable while, Jiang Qing finally rid himself of the tail, but his mind remained shrouded in confusion. Who was it that had set their sights on him? He meandered through various streets until he was completely certain he was no longer being followed, before rushing back to his rented wooden house. Once the door closed behind him, he leaned against it, breathing heavily, his palms still slightly sweaty. And a feeling of oppression weighed upon his chest. He secured the door with a wooden stick, firmly locking it in place. And only then did he feel a modicum of relief. Inside the pitch-black room, a single oil lamp cast a faint, warm glow. Jiang Qing sat at the table, his mind swirling with the unease and sense of crisis he had just experienced. If this continued, remaining at the copper skin stage, he would likely soon find himself in peril without even the chance to fight back. Clenching his fists, he considered that he had accumulated enough experience by now. And with the system still holding an unused 365-day experience package, perhaps it was time to utilize it. He had intended to solidify his foundation first. But given the current tension, he had to expedite his progress. With a determined bite of his lip, he silently summoned the system panel. Experience package, 365 days. Would you like to use it? Yes. Jiang Qing decisively responded in his mind. In an instant, it felt as though a grand door had swung open in his mind, inundating him with insights on cultivation, blood refinement, and martial techniques. As if he had diligently trained for an entire year, his internal energy surged violently, muscles and skin transforming in a tingling pain. The copper patterns rapidly shifting to a dark iron hue, reminiscent of the tempered sheen of weaponry. Boom! His blood felt as if it were boiling, his heartbeat accelerating like a drum reverberating in his ears. This was the herald of his transition from the refined skin stage to the iron skin stage. He could even sense that if he allowed this power to surge unchecked, he might very well leap directly into the golden skin stage. However, if that were to happen, his foundation might not be solid, making future breakthroughs into the refined flesh stage exceedingly difficult. No, he needed to maintain control. He forcefully repressed the overwhelming energy. Veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat trickling down his face, his mind on the brink of fragmentation. After a considerable struggle, he managed to rein in the excess vigor. Eventually, Jiang Qing exhaled a long breath, feeling an indescribable sense of liberation wash over him. He glanced down at his skin, now faintly gleaming, and with a mere thought, the surface shimmered with a subtle iron-gray luster. Iron skin stage, accomplished. He pressed against his chest, feeling the formidable vitality and strength coursing through his veins, his expression a complex blend of exhilaration and gratitude. Meanwhile, in a grand estate on South Street of Qishifang, the candles burned brightly amidst intricately carved beams and painted ceilings. This was the Lin residence, one of the 3 prominent families in Qishifang. In the main hall, a young man dressed in luxurious garments paced back and forth with a dark expression, flanked by several servants and guards who bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. This young man was Lin Feng, the direct descendant of the Lin family. His cultivation was at the initial stage of the refined flesh stage, with vitality akin to that of a bull, making him quite renowned among the younger generation of Qishifang. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression was chillingly cold, his hands clasped behind him, gritting his teeth in fury. Jiang Qing, it is one thing to repeatedly reject my proposals, but to serve a mere soldier? Does that scoundrel even deserve such attention? This wretched woman. He recalled the countless times he had proposed to her, only to be rebuffed by Huang Renzhong, which further fueled his anger. If it were anyone else, they would have already incurred the wrath of the Lin family. Yet Huang Renzhong, being an esteemed veteran of the Xuanjia Guard, was not someone he could easily offend. However, now hearing that Jiang Qing was so considerate towards a lowly refugee soldier, Lin Feng felt his pride had suffered an unbearable blow. "Young master, perhaps you should calm down," a nearby servant advised softly. "Why bother with such a trifling soldier?" Lin Feng snorted in disdain. "Precisely because he is merely a soldier that I am so incensed. I shall make him understand the consequences of crossing me in Qishir Lane." With narrowed eyes, he commanded, "Go, send 2 guards to locate that fellow. Keep watch on his residence and bring him back for questioning. To dare lay a hand on Jiang Qing, I shall teach him a lesson. Jiang Qing, if you won't marry me, then I shall ensure you regret it." At dawn, Jiang Qing was seated cross-legged on his bed, stabilizing the newfound breakthrough into the Iron Skin realm. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual disturbance from outside the door. Bang! The wooden door shook violently, the latch rattling ominously. "Jiang Qing, come out and face your doom." A coarse shout echoed through the night, accompanied by the sound of forceful kicks against the door. A sharp voice mocked. "The Jiang kid dares to involve himself with Jiang Qing? He must be tired of living." Jiang Qing's gaze turned icy as he leapt from his bed. Just as he opened the door, 2 burly men barged in, the scent of blood lingering on their bodies. The leader, marked by a knife scar on his face, scrutinized Jiang Qing with disdain upon seeing he was merely a youth in his 20s. "Young Master Lin said, if you do not obediently come with us, we will take you by force." Jiang Qing's heart jolted, swiftly grasping the situation. Their imposing demeanor suggested they were certainly of the copper skin realm. Otherwise, they would not be so brazen. Perhaps Lin Feng still underestimated him as a mere soldier, believing 2 lackeys could easily subdue him. "Get lost." Jiang Qing coldly uttered a single word, his aura emanating a steadiness that belied his iron skin foundation, a fierce intensity rarely seen in his eyes. The scarred man frowned, taken aback by Jiang Qing's lack of fear, yet he sneered, "You're quite bold, boy. Let us make your death swift." He lunged forward with a punch, while the other henchman drew a dagger, aiming for Jiang Qing and Appo's chest. Their movements were coordinated, indicating a long history of serving the Lin family with ruthless methods. Boom! Jiang Qing stepped aside like a gust of wind, evading the blade's arc. He retaliated with a thunderous kick aimed at the scarred man's waist. The man felt an overwhelming force collide with him, groaning as he was sent crashing against the wall, nearly collapsing the earthen structure. The second henchman attempted to retreat, but Jiang Qing seized his forearm, twisting forcefully with a sharp crack, breaking his bone. The man screamed and fell, dropping his dagger, his face paling instantly. "What? You are of the Iron Skin realm." The scarred man was horrified. Despite the odds being 2 against 1, they were swiftly subdued by Jiang Qing. Could it be that the rumors were false? This boy was not a mere soldier after all? They clutched their wounds and retreated, their faces stricken with terror, pleading, "Spare us, young hero. It was young Master Lin who sent us. We were merely following orders." "Yes, we were compelled to act," they begged, their voices trembling. Jiang Qing's gaze was frigid as he stood before them, his mind racing. Would they truly let him go unharmed? Observing the 2 kneeling and weeping, he spoke with a calmness that belied his suppressed fury. Spare us. We will never bother you again. Indeed, we will not trouble you again." The 2 groveled, tears streaming down their faces, their only thought to preserve their lives. Yet Jiang Qing was well aware of the unscrupulous nature of such scoundrels. Should he release them, the Lin family would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater ferocity. The night wind swept through the open door, the flickering light illuminating Jiang Qing's face, which now bore a chilling resolve. "Apologies, but I cannot trust you," he murmured, drawing his long knife with a swift motion, then slashing down. A cold gleam flashed, and a fountain of blood erupted as the 2 copper-skinned henchmen fell lifelessly to the ground, their screams stifled before they could escape their lips. In an instant, the room was filled with the metallic scent of blood, 2 corpses now lying within, while Jiang Qing, though trembling slightly, quickly regained his composure. In these chaotic times, silencing witnesses was the safest course of action. He promptly closed the door, wiping the blood from the floor to prevent it from seeping into the earth. Then, he hoisted the 2 bodies in 2 trips, carefully avoiding patrol routes, and disposed of them in the drainage ditch leading to the city moat. This secluded channel on the outskirts of Qishir Lane was rarely visited, its murky waters ensuring that once the bodies were discarded, they would be almost impossible to discover. Having completed the grim task, Jiang Qing, now smeared with blood and dirt, felt exhaustion wash over him, yet he steeled himself and returned to his residence, taking time to clean the floor and himself of the lingering blood. He lit the stove, burning the bloody debris and shattered boards. After a while, the night breeze carried away the acrid smoke, leaving only a faint scent of charred ash in the air. It was only then that his heartbeat gradually steadied, and as he gazed into the dark alley outside, a heavy sense of vigilance settled in his heart. Young Master Lin Feng, having failed tonight, he would undoubtedly send someone even more relentless next time. If he remained merely at the copper skin stage, he would find it difficult to navigate this perilous situation. Fortunately, he had now reached the iron skin realm. It seemed he needed to devise a plan, perhaps seek out Uncle Huang tomorrow to gather intelligence on the Lin family's underpinnings. As he approached his bed, sleep eluded him, the images of the recent slaughter and the coppery scent of blood replaying in his mind. Under the candlelight, he clenched his fists, feeling the steady power bestowed by the iron skin realm, his breathing gradually lengthening. Chapter 11, A Night of Breakthrough. The Lin family and Apos, fury to dig 3 feet into the ground. In the early dawn of Taiping City, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the eastern city wall was already crowded with soldiers changing shifts. The cold wind swept across the battlements, causing Jiang Qing to tighten his thin city guard uniform. Exhaling a puff of white breath, his palms still slightly trembling, he forced himself to remain calm, leaning against the icy parapet, striving to appear as composed as usual. However, beneath the surface, turbulent thoughts surged. The scene of personally slaying 2 guards of the Lin family replayed in his mind like a slideshow, blood splattering, flesh flying, rendering him sleepless throughout the night. The very thought of the acrid scent of blood made him clench his fists involuntarily, taking a deep breath to suppress his unease. Do not panic, Jiang Qing repeated silently in his mind, endeavoring to steady his chaotic breathing. He had endured numerous dire straits, surviving as a refugee, suffering from hunger and cold, and had grown accustomed to death. Now that he had finally stepped into the martial path and awakened a mysterious system, he could not allow the shadow of 2 mere lives to disrupt his composure. Moreover, those 2 had come last night under orders to take his life. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Qing and Apos' eyes as he resolutely reminded himself to show no sign of weakness. Adjusting his posture, he commenced his daily practice of the thunder breath technique. As he followed the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, his blood surged with vigor, muscles and bones emitting faint sounds. The formidable strength acquired from breaking through to the skin refining and iron skin stage gradually set into motion, akin to a slumbering beast awakening within him. Breathe in, breathe out, Jiang Qing emptied his mind, allowing the wind to brush against his face. He felt the ethereal energy of the world converging into his body with each breath, his flesh and bones absorbing the energy like a sponge. The blood power of the skin refining and iron skin stage was stable and robust, flowing through his meridians as if encased in a suit of steel armor, rendering his figure atop the city wall as steadfast as a rock. After a short quarter of an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. Clenching his fists, he sensed the enhanced strength surging beneath, greater than the day before, which brought him quiet joy. Indeed, the iron skin stage was extraordinary, and he had successfully stabilized his realm overnight. But soon, the weight of the current situation dampened his spirits. Lin Feng of the Lin family had sent people here because of Jiang Qing's connection with Jiang Qing. It was nothing short of a calamity. Had he not struck first, he would have surely become a nameless corpse lying on the streets at this very moment. With this thought, his gaze turned icy. Yet, he quickly suppressed his anger, forcing himself to think rationally. Lin Feng would not let the failure of his first attempt go unpunished. It was likely that the Lin family would soon discover the disappearance of those 2 guards. When that time came, they would surely trace the matter back to him. With this in mind, Jiang Qing tightened his grip on the hilt of the dagger at his waist. This standard-issue long knife from the Deqian army had been in use for many years, its blade marred with nicks, trembling slightly as his fingers tightened around it. He must devise a plan to extricate himself from this situation. Otherwise, should the Lin family pursue the matter, given their influence in Qing Stone Square, a mere beacon soldier like himself would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The Lin family was one of the 3 prominent families in Qing Stone Square, deeply rooted with connections throughout Taiping City. Although he had slain 2 guards, if the Lin family suspected him, they could easily silence him without a chance to defend himself. Jiang Qing was acutely aware that without absolute power, confronting the Lin family head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Flee. This thought flickered through his mind but was quickly dismissed. Outside Taiping City lay the treacherous Demon Mountain, teeming with unpredictable beasts. Survival in the wilderness was nearly impossible for a refugee. Furthermore, He could not bear to relinquish the hard-won resources and opportunities for cultivation before him, military achievements, system rewards, and the honing of the Thunderblade technique. All of these were the foundation of his rise. He could not escape. He could only resort to cunning. At that moment, the call of the changing guard echoed from below the city wall. Jiang Qing knew his shift had ended, so he collected his thoughts and descended towards the parapet. As he made his way down the steps along the inner side of the wall, he waited until he was alone before hastily retreating to a corner piled with miscellaneous items. There, he slightly closed his eyes and silently recited, "Sign in." In the next instant, a chilling stream surged from the depths of his consciousness, causing Jiang Qing to shudder as a translucent golden light curtain manifested before him. Sign in successful. Obtain weapon creation, Abyssal Prison Sword. On the golden light screen, several lines of large characters shone brilliantly. Jiang Qing and Oppos, as heart raced. Almost unable to believe his eyes. Weapon creation? Abyssal Prison Sword? He knew the system provided daily rewards, but he never expected to receive a sword today. Since enlisting, he had only used the crude steel knives issued by the army, which were neither sharp nor durable. To possess a quality weapon was something he had long desired. Not to mention, the name Abyssal Prison Sword exuded an extraordinary aura. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Jiang Qing hurriedly examined the details. Abyssal Prison Sword. Extraordinary weapon creation. It can automatically upgrade with the wielder's cultivation. Current grade, Superior Ordinary Weapon. Superior Ordinary Weapon. Jiang Qing nearly gasped at these words. He had previously overheard veterans discussing the ranking of weapons. Common weapons typically fell into the inferior category, and those classified as superior ordinary weapons were forged from refined steel. Rare even among common folk. A superior ordinary weapon? That was a prized blade reserved for military officials above the rank of lieutenant. Good heavens. The system was indeed a timely reign. Jiang Qing and Oppos. S. heart bloomed with joy as he eagerly continued to read. Beneath the light curtain was a line of smaller text. Weapon creation grades. Ordinary weapon, law weapon, treasure weapon, spirit weapon, immortal weapon, divine weapon, each grade divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Jiang Qing pondered. So, weapons can reach the level of immortality or divinity. However, that was far beyond his reach, for now. The Abyssal Prison Sword was a tangible treasure. He held his breath, focusing his mind as he concentrated on the words Abyssal Prison Sword. In an instant, the information in his consciousness shifted. Abyssal Prison Sword Body Current Awakening Progress, 0.00005. Seeing this number, Jiang Qing was taken aback. Awakening progress, still so low. A mere 500 thousandths of progress, almost negligible. But right after, a system prompt appeared. The wielder can enhance the awakening of the sword body by using the Abyssal Prison Sword for training and combat. The higher the awakening of the sword body, the stronger the wielder's physical sword bones become, breaking the cocoon and transforming into a sword. Reaching the pinnacle of the sword path. Most of this text was somewhat obscure, but Jiang Qing managed to grasp the gist. Using this sword in battle and training could gradually activate a talent called the Abyssal Prison Sword Body, enhancing his physical sword bones. In simpler terms, the more he practiced with the sword, the stronger he would become. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary potential ability. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Suddenly, his palm felt heavy. In the next moment, a long sword, entirely black with a faint cold gleam, manifested in his hand. The blade was elongated, about 3 inches longer than an ordinary dagger, its edge glimmering like the moon reflecting on autumn waters. Thin as a cicada's wing, with intricate patterns carved into the guard, resembling chains of hell entwined. Though the entire sword appeared unassuming and dark, it radiated a subtle warmth in his grip, as if it were not a cold piece of iron but a living entity. Please, host. Let your blood drip onto the weapon creation to acknowledge it as your own. Jiang Qing and Oppos' spirit surged with excitement as he quickly pricked his fingertip with his nail, allowing a drop of fresh blood to fall upon the spine of the sword. Crimson droplets of blood seeped into the sword's blade, absorbed fervently as if in a desperate thirst. Soon after, Jiang Qing felt a gentle tremor in his hand, awakening a peculiar connection with the sword that resonated with his very spirit. What a remarkable sword! Jiang Qing could not help but exclaim. And then he remembered that he was still within the city walls and should not linger, prompting him to conclude his actions swiftly. With one hand gripping the sword, he cautiously executed several strokes. Though they were mere simple slashes and thrusts, each strike was accompanied by a sound reminiscent of thunder and lightning, causing the air to quiver. The abyssal sword seemed to hum with delight, its edge slicing through the air, emitting a faint black radiance that shot towards the blue brick wall 2 yards ahead. With a resounding crack, the solid brick shattered, leaving a grain-sized indentation. Jiang Qing's heart raced. He had only utilized a mere 10% of his internal energy, yet had managed to unleash a wisp of sword energy. Were he to wield his old knife with full force, it would have left no mark on the city walls. He hastily restrained his strength, sheathing the sword. Casting a final glance at the commotion he had caused, he noted with relief that the indentation was quite inconspicuous, easily overlooked unless one approached closely. Jiang Qing then turned his attention to the awakening progress of the abyssal sword in his mind. Upon checking, he could not help but narrow his eyes. 0.0001. The progress had indeed surged 20-fold. After a mere few demonstrations of the Thunderblade technique, the awakening progress had escalated from 0.000005 to 0.0001. Jiang Qing marveled, affirming the system's assertion that cultivating with the abyssal sword could rapidly awaken its essence. He could not help but entertain grand notions. If he could fully awaken the sword's essence, it would surely render him 100 times stronger than his peers. Jiang Qing shook his head, suppressing such distant thoughts for the moment. With danger looming, he had no time to indulge in fantasies about the future. He steadied his emotions, donning a facade of nonchalance as he exited the corner, carrying the quiver he had just collected, and proceeded towards the training ground. On his way, he encountered several soldiers changing shifts, and as usual, Jiang Qing calmly returned the quiver to the weapon rack and offered a respectful salute to the group, acknowledging their presence. After the others returned to their tents to rest, Jiang Qing took the opportunity to leave the city wall's defense zone and hurry back to obtain a hasty breakfast of coarse cakes, swallowing them whole. Citing his sleeplessness from the previous night, he easily requested a half-day leave from the commander, intending to return to his residence in the Bluestone district to rest. However, Jiang Qing did not head home immediately. Instead, he donned the simple garb of a commoner, concealing his armor and sword beneath a cloak, and discreetly mingled with the bustling crowd of the morning streets. As he traversed the tranquil alleys of Peace City, his mind incessantly ran through his next course of action. How could he shift the blame for last night and Appo's murder? Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that the Lin family must believe he was responsible. Yet, as long as he could present evidence pointing elsewhere, they would hesitate to act against him. However, the Lin family had dominated the Bluestone district for many years. They were not easily deceived. He needed a sufficiently weighty scapegoat. Pondering this, a figure emerged in his mind: Wang Hai. If he could pin the death of the Lin family's bodyguard onto Wang Hai, it would divert their wrath. Not only would it shift the Lin family and Appo's focus away from him, but it would also allow him to assist Zhao Gu in exacting revenge. The more Jiang Qing contemplated the scheme, the more feasible it appeared, and his pace quickened. Wang Hai was a stationed soldier from the mainland, residing in a courtyard on East Street of the Bluestone district. With his military accolades, he often acted with arrogance, disregarding the local families. Should the Lin family seek vengeance against him, they would need to consider the backing of the Deqian court. Such a person would serve perfectly as a shield. Resolved, Jiang Qing did not act immediately, fully aware of the risks of hasty actions. His knowledge of the Lin family's background was limited, and he was uncertain of Wang Hai's true strength. Preparation was key. Without it, one would fail. Jiang Qing understood that the reckless behavior of the past would only lead to death, and every step he took now required meticulous planning. With this in mind, Jiang Qing altered his course, hastening towards Huang Renzhang's residence. After traversing 2 streets, the familiar outline of the house came into view. Jiang Qing quickened his steps. Just as he was about to knock, a clear female voice rang out from within the courtyard. "Who is it?" Accompanied by the inquiry, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a young girl clad in a light green cotton dress, half of her body peeking out. It was Jiang Qingwei. Upon seeing the visitor, Jiang Qingwei was momentarily startled. Then her face lit up with a joyful smile. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here?" Seeing Jiang Qingwei, the tension that had gripped Jiang Qing since the previous night's events eased slightly. He smiled back at the girl and replied, "Miss Qingwei, is Uncle Huang at home? I have some urgent matters to discuss with him." Jiang Qingwei quickly opened the door wider. "My grandfather is inside, come in." As Jiang Qing entered the courtyard, he found old Huang seated in a bamboo chair outside, basking in the sunlight, a scroll of bound books resting on a low table beside him. Hearing the commotion, Huang Renzhong looked up, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Young man, what brings you here today?" Jiang Qing approached swiftly, respectfully saying, "Uncle Huang, I apologize for the intrusion. I seek to inquire about the Lin family." The Lin family? Huang Renzhong raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. What has prompted your sudden interest in them? Jiang Qing also regarded him with curiosity, her eyes subtly revealing concern. Meeting Jiang Qing and Apos' worried gaze. Jiang Qing felt a slight warmth in his heart, yet he maintained his composure. He carefully considered his words before responding. I have recently heard much talk of the Lin family, and my curiosity compelled me to seek your counsel. Jiang Qing feigned casual interest, all the while clenching his fists unconsciously. Huang Renzhong scrutinized Jiang Qing closely, noticing his calm demeanor contrasted with a hint of tension. He pondered for a moment, then, glancing at Jiang Qing, who was attentively listening, he called out jovially, Qing, go fetch a cup of hot tea for Jiang Qing. Oh, all right. Once Jiang Qing left, Huang Renzhong's expression turned serious as he gestured for Jiang Qing to sit. The two took their seats, with Huang Renzhong lowering his voice. Tell me honestly, has the Lin family been causing you trouble? Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Huang was astute, quickly perceiving the underlying issue. He did not respond immediately, but cautiously glanced towards the kitchen to ensure Jiang Qing was absent before whispering, Uncle Huang, you see clearly. Last night, 2 men sent by Lin Feng indeed came to my side. Huang Renzhong and Apos' expression changed abruptly. What? Chapter 12. Utilizing a blade to kill, turning the tables. With merely a single utterance, Huang Renzhong was struck with a profound sense of dread. He was acutely aware that Jiang Qing had previously only reached the consummate stage of skin refinement, while the Lin family and Apos' guards were undoubtedly formidable. If they were to pursue Jiang Qing, they would certainly not spare him. The fact that Jiang Qing was still alive at this moment was, in itself, a marvel. Did you eliminate them? Huang Renzhong's voice was barely above a whisper, his expression a mixture of shock, relief, and complexity. Jiang Qing nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Had I not acted last night, I would be facing certain death. After a moment of silence, Huang Renzhong finally spoke. This complicates matters. How did you dispose of the bodies? They have been destroyed beyond recognition. Locating them would require considerable effort, Jiang Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Huang Renzhong felt a slight alleviation of his tension. He placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Qing and Apos' shoulder and said softly, the 2 guards who sought you have suddenly vanished. The Lin family will not take this lightly. Jiang Qing sighed. That is precisely why I urgently sought your counsel. Huang Renzhong pondered for a while before continuing. The Lin family is one of the 3 prominent clans of Qingshi. Their patriarch, Lin Yuanshan, is rumored to have achieved a complete mastery of flesh refinement years ago, possessing vitality akin to a dragon. He has likely now entered the bone refinement stage. Jiang Qing felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention of such a formidable opponent, knowing that a master of this caliber could effortlessly crush him like an insect. Huang Renzhong continued, Lin Yuanshan's eldest son, Lin Feng, who is scarcely 20, is said to have just begun his journey into flesh refinement, possessing strength comparable to that of an ox. He has only recently ascended from the consummate stage of skin refinement after a year of training. While he stands out among his peers, he pales in comparison to you. At this point, Huang Renzhong's eyes gleamed with pride, clearly taking great satisfaction in Jiang Qing's remarkable progress. The Lin family is deeply entrenched, with numerous connections and influence in this outer city. Should they come to believe that you were responsible for the deaths of their kin, they will undoubtedly find a way to punish you, even in the absence of concrete evidence. Jiang Qing's brow furrowed at the implications. After a brief silence, Huang Renzhong urged, Young man, speak your mind candidly. Do not play games with me. Have you devised a plan? Jiang Qing nodded. I do have an idea, but I need your assistance to evaluate its feasibility. Huang Renzhong stroked his beard with interest. Pray, share your thoughts. Jiang Qing and Apos' eyes gleamed with cold determination as he articulated. We shall utilize a blade to kill, divert the blame for the Lin family and Apos' misfortune onto another. Huang Renzhong was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in realization. You intend to frame someone else? Jiang Qing chuckled softly. Given my current capabilities, confronting the Lin family directly would be akin to courting death. It is wiser to select a suitable scapegoat for them to contend with. Huang Renzhong nodded thoughtfully. That is easier said than done. If the scapegoat is too weak, the Lin family will crush them with ease, which would not resolve our issue. Conversely, if they are too powerful, they may prove troublesome. Indeed, thus we must choose wisely. Jiang Qing affirmed, his gaze turning steely. After much consideration, I believe I have identified a most suitable candidate. Who is it? Huang Renzhong inquired. 2 words. Jiang Qing replied slowly. Wang Hai. The Wang Hai from the mainland? Huang Renzhong was taken aback, then a look of understanding crossed his face. You mean the centurion who arrived from the mainland? Jiang Qing nodded emphatically. Currently, only those soldiers from the mainland are not intimidated by the 3 prominent families of Qishir Lane. If we can shift the blame onto Wang Hai. Precisely. Jiang Qing continued softly. Wang Hai, with his military accolades, has been notoriously arrogant in Taiping City, disregarding everyone. Should he become embroiled with the Lin family, it is certain that he would not let the matter rest. Huang Renzhong snorted dismissively. Wang Hai subordinates are nothing but ruffians. His return to the city is merely an exhibition of their might. The Fang and Sun families regard him with caution, let alone the Lin family. Although Lin Yuanshan is domineering, he remains wary of the imperial authority. A smile crept across Jiang Qing's face. That works in our favor. If the Lin family mistakenly believes that those 2 guards were slain by Wang Hai and Appos men, what do you think their reaction would be? Huang Renzhong's eyes glinted with mischief as he replied. They would most likely seek to confront Wang Hai, even if they do not dare to act openly. There will surely be clandestine conflicts. Exactly. Jiang Qing's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with coldness. A dog-eat-dog scenario, and I shall remain a mere spectator to their conflict. The 2 exchanged knowing glances and broke into laughter, the tension in the air dissipating somewhat. Once their laughter subsided, Huang Renzhong clapped Jiang Qing on the shoulder, praising him. A brilliant plan. This method is cunning and satisfying. However, he soon shifted his tone, expressing concern. But how do you intend to convince the Lin family that it was Wang Hai's doing? You cannot simply march up to Lin Feng and inform him, can you? I have my methods, Jiang Qing replied confidently. Wang Hai resides in the military quarters on East Street. I plan to create some evidence near that vicinity tonight. At that moment, Jiang Qing's companion, Jiang Qingwei, returned with tea. Observing the hushed exchange between the 2 men, she blinked with unease and inquired, Grandfather, Brother Jiang. What are you discussing? Jiang Qing quickly composed himself, offering a relaxed smile. Nothing of significance. I was merely consulting with Uncle Huang regarding some cultivation matters. Huang Renzhong smiled affectionately at his granddaughter. Though Jiang Qingwei sensed something amiss, she accepted their evasiveness with a nod, saying, All right, Brother Jiang, please don't rush off. Stay and chat with Grandfather for a while. I will prepare dinner. She turned and entered the house to prepare the meal, casting occasional worried glances back at the 2 men. Moments later, the aroma of food wafted through the air. The meal was relatively easygoing, with Jiang Qingwei frequently serving Jiang Qing and chattering on about the need for him to take care while on duty at the city wall, as the city had been rather tumultuous of late. After the meal, Jiang Qing declined Jiang Qingwei and Appos' offer to accompany him home and took his leave from the Huang residence. Exiting the secluded alley, he gazed up at the sky. The sun hung low, marking a time when few souls wandered the streets. Taking a deep breath, he pressed onward, heading straight for East Street in Qishir Lane. At the end of East Street stood a military compound encircled by high walls, serving as the garrison for the mainland soldiers stationed in Taiping City. From a distance, he could see numerous soldiers entering and exiting the premises. Jiang Qing did not approach the main entrance, but instead stealthily circled to the rear of the compound. He crouched low, taking swift strides, and with a powerful leap, he propelled himself off the wall, vaulting over the top. In the blink of an eye, he landed soundlessly in the shadow of a locust tree on the inside of the wall, his movements graceful and discreet. The courtyard was devoid of patrolling guards, and he held his breath, keenly observing the surroundings until he confirmed that he was undetected. Then he darted across the courtyard toward the barracks. Hiding in a dim corner beneath the eaves of a low building, Jiang Qing fixed his gaze on the main hall not far ahead, where the sound of boisterous laughter echoed. Wang Hai was likely within. Jiang Qing refrained from approaching recklessly and instead retrieved an item from his waist. It was a piece of pale golden silk embroidered with a qilin pattern, the corners stained with dark droplets of blood. This was the handkerchief belonging to the Lin family's guard, which he had deliberately kept. As thoughts raced through his mind, he pondered how to arrange the evidence. His eyes swept over the barracks courtyard, and he suddenly noticed a pot simmering with beast meat not far off to the side, where a soldier impatiently added firewood. Further ahead lay several heaps of disordered weaponry and wooden crates. Taking advantage of the moment when the soldier tending the fire turned away, Jiang Qing swiftly emerged. And in a few agile movements, he reached the piles of arms and boxes. He bent down and quickly rummaged through them, soon uncovering a standard long spear. The spear's tip gleamed ominously. He hastily wiped it with a blood-stained handkerchief, then carefully wrapped the bloodied silk cloth around the end of the spear's handle, leaving only a corner exposed. After completing these tasks, Jiang Qing grasped the spear with one hand and swiftly maneuvered along the edge of the courtyard, silently retreating towards the back wall. However, just as he was about to reach the spot beneath the locust tree where he had previously entered, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Who goes there?" A sharp shout rang out from nearby. It was the same soldier who had been tending the fire. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qing, the soldier had finished his task and coincidentally circled around to the backyard, just in time to catch a glimpse of a shadow darting past the corner of the wall. A chill ran down Jiang Qing's spine as he realized his cover was blown. He decided to act without hesitation. With a powerful push off the ground, he shot towards the courtyard wall like an arrow released from its bow. "There's an assassin," the soldier bellowed, drawing his sword and giving chase. Yet, Jiang Qing moved with astonishing speed, closing in on the courtyard wall in the blink of an eye. He leaped, using one hand to push off the wall, propelling himself high above the tall barrier. Almost simultaneously, the soldier's sword slashed from behind, narrowly missing Jiang Qing's ankle by mere inches, but ultimately falling short and striking nothing but air. In midair, Jiang Qing, caught by surprise, spun around and swung the spear. Whoosh, the spear sliced through the air, hurtling directly towards the soldier. Not good. The soldier's pupils dilated as he hurriedly swung his sword to block the attack. However, the spear's momentum was extraordinary, and all of Jiang Qing's formidable strength was channeled into it. With a thunderous clash, the blade and spear collided, sending sparks flying. The soldier felt an overwhelming force travel through his weapon, causing his grip to falter, and he stumbled back 3 steps before collapsing onto the ground. The spear was knocked several zhang away, rolling into the corner of the courtyard, and the faint golden silk cloth on its handle fluttered into view, particularly striking under the setting sun. 2 soldiers, drawn by the commotion, rushed into the courtyard just in time to witness their comrades sprawled on the ground and the scattered remnants of the spear's cloth, prompting them to draw their swords and scan their surroundings cautiously. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing had already vaulted over the wall and landed outside the courtyard, not daring to linger. He took a deep breath and swiftly vanished into the alleys. Only after distancing himself from the inner soldiers did Jiang Qing slow his pace, feeling his heart still racing against his chest. Although he had exposed his whereabouts, he had successfully left the spear and bloodied handkerchief behind in the courtyard. This ensured that Wang Hai and the Lin family would have an entertaining situation to contend with. Leaning against the wall of a shadowy alley, a cold smile crept across Jiang Qing's lips. He gazed up at the military flag of the inland troops fluttering above the small courtyard, silently reflecting, "Lin Feng, are you not arrogant? Now that you have provoked these gentlemen from the mainland, you shall have your share of troubles." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing turned and melted into the shadows of the alley, swiftly disappearing from sight. In the Qing Stone Alley of Taiping City, the atmosphere in the Lin family estate was tense. A cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the main hall, accompanied by the furious shouts of a young man. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even find 2 people." The steward and household servants knelt below, silent as mice, sweat beading on their foreheads. Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family, wore a dark expression, having kicked over a nearby rosewood armchair, gritting his teeth in anger. "I sent them to handle a trivial matter last night, and now they have vanished into thin air? I want to see them alive or dead. Is this how you conduct your affairs?" "Forgive me, young master," a steward stammered. "We have already dispatched people to search the city thoroughly, but as of now, there hasn't been a single lead. Do you not shed tears until you see the coffin?" Lin Feng roared, his eyes darkening further at the thought of his 2 trusted guards disappearing without a trace. Was it possible that they had been eliminated? Upon this thought, a heavy silence fell over the hall. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Yet they all understood who he referred to was Jiang Qing. Just yesterday, Lin Feng had dispatched 2 guards to assassinate Jiang Qing under the pretext of Jiang Qing and Appo's connection to Jiang Qing. Logically, given Jiang Qing and Appo's meager strength, he should not have been able to escape. Yet now, the assassins were missing, while Jiang Qing remained unscathed. Something was amiss. Lin Feng and Appo's expression fluctuated between rage and uncertainty. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. Humph. Even if he did not lay his hands directly, he is undoubtedly involved. Whoever dares to harm my Lin family must pay the price. The house servants remained silent, heads bowed, their backs already damp with cold sweat. No one dared to remind Lin Feng that this matter had no evidence, resting solely on suspicion. After a moment, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Forcing himself to suppress his anger, continue searching. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I want those people found. Yes, yes. The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, hastily bowed and retreated. However, just as Lin Feng was swearing his vengeance, at the other end of Qing Stone Alley, Wang Hai stood in the main hall of the barracks, his face contorted with rage as he listened to his subordinate's report. Who dares to trespass into the courtyard and injure our men? Wang Hai and Appo's burly frame trembled, his rugged face filled with disbelief. In the hall, 2 disheveled soldiers knelt on the ground, one nursing a bandaged hand, shamefully reporting, "It and amp, Appo's s. It and amp, Appo's s. True. That thief infiltrated the courtyard, sneaking about with ill intentions. Fortunately, we spotted him, but alas, he was too swift, at least possessing the prowess of a golden skin realm cultivator. In the end, we were unable to stop him, and he escaped. However, in his haste to flee, the rogue dropped a handkerchief, which I managed to recover." As he spoke, he presented a blood-stained light golden silk cloth with both hands. Wang Hai furrowed his brow and took the handkerchief, noticing the exquisite Qilin pattern embroidered on it, with several dark red stains. Another officer quickly chimed in. "Brother, we just dispatched someone to investigate. This handkerchief's insignia undoubtedly belongs to the Lin family of Qing Stone Alley. Moreover, only the 3 prominent families in Qing Stone Alley have the ability to command golden skin realm cultivators. Recently, these 3 families have expressed discontent towards us newcomers from the mainland. And now the Lin family has sent someone to infiltrate our courtyard. There can be no good intentions behind this. Indeed, if it weren't for our brother's vigilance in spotting that little thief, who knows what might have transpired. Right. It might very well be aimed directly at you, brother." Chapter 13. The tide of disaster leads east. Join the demon hunt. In recent days, the newcomers from the mainland have been rampaging through the Qingshu Square, committing all sorts of wrongdoings. They are acutely aware that their actions will surely incur the wrath of others. Now that the Lin family has taken notice of them, it is only natural for them to assume the worst. Upon hearing the mention of the Lin family, Wang Hai's face flushed with anger, and he slammed his palm on the table, sending the wine bowl crashing to the ground. With a thunderous voice, he cursed. "Those country bumpkins from the Lin family have the audacity to attack me?" His face reddened with rage, his beard quivering, as he drew his knife and prepared to storm out. "Follow me. We shall demand an explanation from the Lin family. If they do not give me a satisfactory answer today, I will tear their den apart." "Brother, hold on." A loyal subordinate quickly stepped in front of Wang Hai, urging him in a low voice, "Consider this carefully. The Lin family is merely a small clan in Qingshu Square, not worth our time. However, they are backed by the Fang and Sun families. The 3 major families of Qingshu Square are interconnected. If we engage in a direct confrontation, we will be at a disadvantage due to their numbers." Another subordinate hastily interjected, "Indeed, brother. Moreover, it was explicitly instructed from above that we must maintain a low profile in Taiping City and avoid conflicts. If you provoke the local families now, it would be difficult to explain if the higher-ups find out. It would be wiser to ascertain who was behind this before taking further action." Wang Hai's face darkened, his chest heaving with suppressed fury. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the wisdom in his subordinate's counsel. Having long been accustomed to bullying the weak, he had underestimated the Lin family and their alliances. Besides, as a member of the Xuanjia Guard stationed at the border, he was bound to follow orders. Any reckless actions could lead to dire consequences should the higher-ups hold him accountable. After considerable contemplation, Wang Hai finally subdued his anger and turned to his subordinates. "Very well. Let us suppress our grievances for now." He flicked his sleeve, his eyes glinting with cold determination. "You lot, investigate discreetly. Find out who from the Lin family has recently been active. We must identify those who trespassed into our courtyard today and ensure they meet a gruesome end. If we cannot deal with the Lin family, we can certainly deal with their lackeys." The assembled group wore expressions of indignation. "We shall handle it immediately." Several trusted aides hastily departed to carry out his orders. Wang Hai then surveyed the room, his voice rising with fervor. "Everyone, stay alert. A mere local tycoon from the Lin family dares to confront me? This is truly outrageous." That night, both the Lin family and Wang Hai seethed with rage, and the streets of Qingshu Square were rife with tension. Meanwhile, the instigator of this conflict, Jiang Qing, arrived at a gray brick structure adorned with the plaque of the Demon Hunting Office at the break of dawn. Having successfully instigated Wang Hai and Appo's animosity towards the Lin family, Jiang Qing understood he could not linger in the city. With 2 guards dead, both of whom died while searching for him, the Lin family would undoubtedly trace the incident back to him. Thus, the best course of action was to avoid the storm for a while. The Demon Hunting Office was the governing body responsible for hunting demonic beasts in Taiping City. Periodically, it issued hunting missions to eradicate the beasts that roamed outside the city and maintain border security. Jiang Qing resolved to sign up for a demon hunting mission, allowing him to leave Taiping City for a few days. With the proper travel permit, he would be able to exit the city unimpeded. And even if the Lin family sought revenge, they would find it impossible to locate him. As he scanned the area, Jiang Qing noticed a massive bounty board at the entrance, listing numerous ferocious beasts that had recently appeared around Taiping City, along with their corresponding rewards. These beasts were often cunning and difficult to deal with, making it necessary for the Demon Hunting Office to recruit skilled hunters. Jiang Qing glanced at the top of the board, where it boldly stated, "Minimum registration requirement, Iron Skin Stage." He felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to break through just in time, or he would not have qualified to participate in the demon hunt. "Are you here to sign up for the demon hunting mission?" A man resembling a clerk at the entrance scrutinized Jiang Qing for a moment before reminding him, "Only those at the Iron Skin Stage can participate. Are you qualified?" Jiang Qing smiled slightly and proclaimed, "I am Jiang Qing, a soldier of the city guard, and I have reached the Iron Skin Stage. I am here to register." As he spoke, he released a hint of inner strength, causing his blood to surge, and his clothes fluttered without wind. The clerk was taken aback and quickly clasped his hands together in respect. "Young brother, achieving the Iron Skin Stage at such a young age is impressive. Please, come in." He respectfully ushered Jiang Qing into the hall of the office and led him to a testing black stone monument. "Brother Jiang, place your hand upon it and channel your energy to test your cultivation level." Following the instructions, Jiang Qing placed his palm on the cold stone, unleashing his true energy. With a resonant hum, the stone emitted a dark red glow, shimmering along the engraved patterns, finally settling in the middle lower area, faintly revealing the words Iron Skin. Indeed, he was at the Iron Skin Stage. The clerk's attitude grew even more fervent as he hurried to take out a registration book. "Brother Jiang, achieving such a level at your age is remarkable. Please sign here." "Good, now press your handprint here." "Done." He efficiently completed Jiang Qing's registration and retrieved a yellow paper talisman from behind the counter, handing it to him. "This is your travel permit. Keep it safe. Once the demon hunting team is assembled, you'll be able to leave the city for the mission." Jiang Qing accepted the talisman, which bore his name and cultivation level, marked with the special approval of the Demon Hunting Office. With this, he would be able to pass through the city gates without hindrance. Feeling reassured, he carefully stored the talisman. At that moment, however, he heard a familiar chime in his mind. Ding, special location and amp. Amp, Oppos, Demon Hunting Office and amp. Amp, Oppos, detected. Guard system sign-in opportunity available. Would you like to sign in now? Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. He had forgotten to sign in at the Demon Hunting Office due to the previous night's excitement. The system had kindly preserved this sign-in opportunity for him. Without hesitation, he silently thought, "Sign in." Immediately, a golden light curtain appeared before him, visible only to him. Sign-in successful. Obtain skill book. Demon Hunting Bestiary. Jiang Qing's spirit soared. Typing Demon Hunting Bestiary? Just the name alone hinted that it was likely a comprehensive guide detailing the demonic beasts around Taiping City. Sure enough, the light curtain soon revealed the contents of the bestiary, displaying a multitude of beast names. Seeing Jiang Qing in a daze, the clerk pointed to a list displayed on the wall. "Young brother, according to the rules, all newcomers must join a demon hunting team for coordinated action to avoid unforeseen accidents. We currently have several teams in need of members. You can choose which team to join, and once selected, you can leave the city with them. The spoils captured will be split evenly between the Demon Hunting Office and the hunters." Following his guidance, Jiang Qing looked at the wall filled with team information. Some teams specialized in trap hunting, while others boasted strong members. Just then, a hearty voice boomed from behind. "Aha! No need to choose, young brother. If you do not mind, why not join us?" Jiang Qing turned to see a burly middle-aged man striding towards him. The man donned armor, wore a broad smile, and had a scar running across his rugged face, exuding an aura of ferocity. 3 team members followed behind him, all clad in the standard armor of the city guards. Upon seeing the newcomer, the constable promptly bowed and said, "Captain Zhao, you have arrived. I was just about to introduce you to Brother Jiang." The burly man waved his hand and laughed heartily. "No need for introductions. I've already heard about you, young brother. Your name is Jiang Qing, right?" To be at the iron skin level at such a young age is quite impressive. He approached Jiang Qing, scrutinizing him with eyes full of admiration and camaraderie. I am Zhao Liangping, a sergeant of the East City Gate Guards and the leader of a small demon hunting team. We happen to be one member short today. Would you be willing to join us? Seeing the sincerity in Zhao's demeanor, Jiang Qing clasped his fists and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain Zhao. As I am new here, I will follow your arrangements." He answered without pretense, eager to join the team. It was not the time for him to be picky about his companions. His primary goal was to leave the city as soon as possible, regardless of whom he teamed up with. "Excellent," Zhao Liangping exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Come, let me introduce you to the brothers in our team." He gestured towards his comrades. "This is Zhou Ping, also a member of the city guards, at the gold skin stage of the skin refinement realm. Don't let his slender figure fool you. He is quite clever." The one named Zhou Ping, a tall and lean young man, smiled broadly and cupped his hands, saying, "Brother Jiang, your talent is remarkable. I look forward to your guidance." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, displaying a friendly demeanor. Zhao Liangping chuckled again and pointed to a robust man with a simple expression. "This is Dazhuang, also at the gold skin stage. Though he is big in stature, he has the kindest heart." Dazhuang scratched his head sheepishly and stammered, Zhang, brother, hello." His voice was somewhat hesitant, yet his smile was genuine and warm. Zhao Liangping then turned to the last member, a lean young man. "This is Shi Chui, at the iron skin stage. He may be quiet, but he is very dependable." Shi Chui nodded slightly, acknowledging Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing returned the greetings, forming a general impression of the team. Zhou Ping was clever and sociable. Dazhuang was straightforward and kind. Shi Chui was taciturn yet reliable, and Zhao Liangping, as the captain, was open-hearted and bold. A harmonious team indeed. Zhao Liangping continued. "Our small team has undertaken 3 demon hunting missions outside the city, yielding modest results. Yet we returned safely each time. With Brother Jiang joining us, we can surely achieve great feats this time." Zhou Ping chimed in with a grin. "Indeed. I believe Brother Jiang's extraordinary demeanor might lead us to hunt a formidable demon beast." Jiang Qing humbly waved his hand. "You flatter me, brothers. This is my first time hunting outside the city. I still have much to learn." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Liangping nodded in satisfaction. "The demon hunting period is open for 7 days. Our team will set out tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, returning 3 days hence. Everyone should prepare early today." The group responded in unison and dispersed to gather their gear. Jiang Qing bid farewell and stepped out of the demon hunting office, feeling a sense of relief. With the guide in hand and a team assembled, he merely awaited the morning to depart, hoping to steer clear of any trouble. He gazed at the towering walls of Taiping City, took a deep breath, and set off towards his residence. Upon returning to his modest abode, the sun had already risen high. Jiang Qing secured the door, stowed away the newly acquired city exit permit and some essential items in his bag, then exhaled deeply. There was one last matter to attend to: enhancing his strength. The threat from the Lin family had not yet dissipated. No one knew what new dangers awaited him upon his return in a few days. Only by striving to grow stronger could he face any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, outside the city, various demon beasts posed their own challenges. Jiang Qing promptly unsheathed the newly acquired weapon from that morning, a long sword, entirely black. This was the divine weapon he had obtained from the system while signing in at a secluded spot along the city wall during the shift change. The abyssal sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, adorned with mysterious patterns that seemed to swirl along its surface. It emitted a subtle warmth, as if alive, when held in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing released a sigh and began to practice in the small courtyard. He integrated the wind thunder blade technique, which he had memorized the night before, into his swordplay. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with dancing sword light and whistling winds. Each slash of the abyssal sword resonated with the sound of wind and thunder, producing a faint buzzing noise and sending forth waves of subtle black sword energy. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as a streak of sword energy shot forth, striking the courtyard wall and sending fine dust flying. Jiang Qing stood still, astonished and delighted. He knew that in the past, even with all his might using a blunted old knife, he could not leave a mark on the stone wall. Yet with the abyssal sword, a mere casual swing had unleashed sword energy. He glanced at his waist, where a jet-black scabbard was attached to his belt, obtained during the signing process, perfectly concealing the sword's sharpness to avoid drawing attention. The night wind howled, rustling Jiang Qing's garments as he became engrossed in his practice, seemingly forgetting fatigue, unaware of how many sword strikes he had executed. Occasionally, a stray sword energy would graze the clutter in the courtyard, cleanly severing a piece of hanging jerky, demonstrating the extraordinary power of his sword. After sweating profusely for a considerable time, Jiang Qing finally sheathed his sword, panting heavily. He wiped the sweat from his brow and delved into his mind, accessing the system interface to check his status. Indeed, beneath the section for the abyssal sword, it read, Awakening Progress, 0.00012. Compared to the evening, a few barely noticeable increments had been added. Each hour of practice did indeed yield a slight increase in awakening progress. Jiang Qing exhaled softly, feeling both joyous at the progress and resigned to the painfully slow pace. After securing the abyssal sword, he quickly wiped himself down and donned a clean, dark blue uniform of the city guards. Though this attire was standard for ordinary soldiers, it was made of sturdy yet lightweight material, allowing for silent movement, ideal for outdoor hunting. He packed several provisions and a water skin into his bag, then double-checked his belongings, permit, token, map, and a few bottles of healing powder. Everything was set. After completing these tasks, the first light of dawn began to break in the east. Jiang Qing, far too energized to rest, suddenly recalled the hunting manual he had received from the demon hunting office yesterday. Chapter 14, a first display of skill, hunting the silver-toothed wolf. As he opened the cover, Jiang Qing's gaze swept over the title page, which was adorned with a few pages of thin illustrations alongside some regulations. To his delight, he discovered that the manual contained a guide to several common demon beasts, complete with concise descriptions. What thrilled him further was the specially drawn topographical map of the areas surrounding Taiping City on the last page, which highlighted several regions where demon beasts had recently been frequently sighted, marked with red circles. With his imminent departure from the city for a demon hunt, this manual would prove invaluable. Being well prepared is essential, and acquiring knowledge about these beasts would greatly benefit him as he ventured out for the first time. Silver-toothed wolf, first-order demon beast, known for its ferocity and cunning, typically hunts in packs, with silver incisors capable of easily shattering bones. Weakness, the third vertebra at the back of the neck is relatively fragile. Quillbird, first-order demon beast, a giant raptor with tail feathers as hard as spear tips that can be shot at a distance. It dives from great heights during hunts, moving at incredible speeds. Weakness, a vulnerable spot at the base of the wings makes it unable to fly if injured there. Ironmane badger, first-order demon beast, rare. Its body is covered with dark iron-hard fur, with claws like daggers and a keen sense of smell. It excels at digging and burrowing, capable of crushing fine iron with its bite. It becomes frenzied if exposed to extreme toxins. Weakness, it is fearful of sulfuric fumes. Crimson-scaled snake, second-order demon beast, resembling a giant python, its entire body covered in crimson scales as hard as iron, often found in warm and humid environments. It can exhale scorching toxic flames, and its shedding can rapidly heal wounds. Weakness, the scales at its 7 inches are less durable than elsewhere. A deluge of information flooded Jiang Qing's mind, and fearing a lack of time, he suppressed his excitement and diligently perused the manual's descriptions of the common demon beasts around Taiping City. His innate intelligence, coupled with the system's ability to impart knowledge directly into his mind, allowed him to memorize the characteristics of over 100 demon beasts in mere minutes. The most crucial information pertained to the weaknesses of various beasts, equipping him to handle the majority of demon attacks. As dawn broke, Jiang Qing slung his pack and stepped outside. The distant sound of a horn echoed from the city walls, the dawn of a new day. In the early morning, the glow of the rising sun bathed the ancient walls of Taiping City. The towering city gate stood wide open, with dozens of fully armed soldiers rigorously inspecting the influx of people. Hunters and soldiers gathered at the gate, preparing to venture out for demon hunting. Clad in sturdy attire and bearing a long sword, Jiang Qing stood out among the crowd. He was invigorated, having rested well overnight, and the badge and hunting permit he wore on his chest allowed him to pass through the guards without hindrance. Brother Jiang, over here, not far from the gate. Zhao Yangping waved from beside a cart drawn by an ox, designed for transporting their hunting spoils, provided for their convenience by the demon hunting office. Zhou Ping Dazhuang ensured you had been waiting beside the cart for some time. Jiang Qing hurried over to join them. Zhao Yangping beamed. Everyone's here. Let us set off. With a wave of his hand, the 5 of them made their way along the official road toward the wilderness, with Dazhuang leading the ox cart behind them. As Jiang Qing stepped through the shadowy city gate and into the open, a breathtaking landscape unfolded before him. The sprawling green plains shimmered with mist beneath the morning sun. and the distant mountains loomed like colossal beasts, sprawling against the horizon, creating a scene of vast grandeur. In stark contrast to the city's confines, the expanse of nature allowed his chest to swell with freedom. Surrounding farmland lay largely abandoned, with wild grasses sprouting amidst crumbling walls, evidence of a recent beast tide. A cold breeze swept through, faintly carrying the distinct, pungent scent of demon beasts. According to our usual practice for this demon hunt, each of us is tasked with hunting 10 beasts, including 6 first-order demon beasts. Zhao Liangping paused as they reached a rocky hill in the wilderness. Turning to address his companions, wild beasts refer to ordinary ferocious creatures that have yet to awaken intelligence, while demon beasts, on the other hand, are any creatures that have attained the strength equivalent to a skin refinement practitioner. First-order demon beasts are akin to humans at the copper skin to iron skin stages. They possess a degree of wisdom and innate abilities, making them far more formidable than ordinary wild beasts. Naturally, they are treasures in themselves, with their flesh and essence providing great nourishment to practitioners. Zhao Liangping spoke gravely to Jiang Qing. Silver-toothed wolves are the most common demon beasts outside the city. They are cunning and typically hunt in packs. During our hunt, everyone must remain vigilant and avoid underestimating them, especially you, Jiang. This is your first hunt outside the city. Your safety is paramount. If you manage to kill a few wild boars or similar beasts, that would be excellent. First-order demon beasts are incredibly dangerous. Do not overextend yourself. Leave them to us experienced hunters, Zhou Ping added with a grin. Indeed, Brother Jiang. Many newcomers return empty-handed or, worse, lose their lives during their first hunts. Please be cautious. We will look out for you. Da Zhuang nodded earnestly. Though silent, Shichu's eyes conveyed concern and a reminder to Jiang Qing. Feeling the warmth of his companion's good intentions, Jiang Qing replied solemnly, "Thank you all for your care. I will exercise caution and avoid recklessness." Zhao Liangping laughed heartily. Good. Let us prepare and get to work. He then gathered everyone together to briefly assign tasks and directions. Based on the recent intelligence from the demon hunting office, the areas outside Taiping City where demon beasts were most rampant were to the east, particularly infested with silver-toothed wolves. Hence, our primary hunting target would be the silver-toothed wolves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's mind instinctively recalled the description of silver-toothed wolves from the demon hunting guide. Additionally, he thought it wise not to overlook ordinary beasts like wild boars and deer, as hunting more would allow them to exchange for silver and replenish their provisions, especially considering the scarcity of meat within the city. Zhao Liangping paused for a moment, smiling. All right, let us disperse and begin our hunt. Remember, we will regroup at the large stone forest ahead by noon. Oh, and Jiang Qing, you'll stay with me so I can keep an eye on you. I brought you out, so I must ensure your safe return. For Jiang Qing, Zhao Liangping treated him like his own younger brother. Considering Jiang Qing's novice status, he intended to personally look after him. Jiang Qing readily agreed. Before long, the figures of Zhou Ping and the others vanished over the hill. Zhao Liangping patted Jiang Qing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us go, Brother Jiang. It's time to get to work. When we encounter a first-order demon beast, just observe how I handle it, but above all, prioritize your own safety." The two drew their weapons and ventured into the depths of the northeastern thicket. As they proceeded, Zhao Liangping slowed his pace, engaging Jiang Qing in hushed conversation. Being seasoned, he shared numerous outdoor survival and hunting tips with Jiang Qing, who listened attentively, nodding occasionally to commit the knowledge to memory, which would greatly benefit him. Just as they passed through a thicket of low bushes, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the underbrush. Zhao Liangping's eyes gleamed as he gestured for silence, pointing to a patch of wild grass between two rocks ahead. Jiang Qing followed his gaze and saw a pair of crimson eyes peering intently at them from behind the grass. An unpleasant, pungent odor hung in the air. 2 red-haired wild boars, positioned 30 paces away. A slight smirk curled Zhao Liangping's lips as he almost silently whispered, "Let us move in." With his right index and middle fingers together, he gestured for Jiang Qing to flank them. Understanding the signal, Jiang Qing nodded subtly, slowly drawing his sword while lowering his body to approach from the side. He tried to tread lightly, but the dead leaves and twigs inevitably crunched beneath his feet. The 2 wild boars perked their ears and bolted from the underbrush. A piercing howl erupted as 2 robust wild boars charged directly at Jiang Qing. Unfazed, Jiang Qing took a step forward, unleashing a gleaming arc from his longsword. With a swift thrust, the blade sliced through the boar's flank, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The boar let out a ferocious cry and stumbled away, while the other boar, wide-eyed in disbelief at the agility of the young man before it, hesitated for a brief moment. Yet, in the next instant, it snorted and turned tail, attempting to flee deeper into the woods. Not so fast. At this moment, Zhao Liangping sprang into action. With a thunderous shout, he leaped from behind a tree, wielding his great knife with the force of a gale. The blade cleaved through the boar's back, blood splattering everywhere. The creature let out a couple of agonized cries before collapsing lifelessly. Jiang Qing quickly followed up, delivering a decisive strike to end the suffering of the previously wounded boar. Splendid work. Zhao Liangping beamed at Jiang Qing and Appos, as composed and efficient performance in his first battle. Let us drag the spoils back to the cart. Wild boar meat is quite delectable, and we can sell some tusks in the city for a pretty penny. Jiang Qing nodded, hefting the other boar onto his shoulder. Sheathing his sword, he felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This was his inaugural encounter with wild beasts, though the quarry was not formidable. It had significantly bolstered his confidence. After securing both hefty red-haired boars to the cart at their rendezvous point, the duo took a moment to rest before pushing further into the wilderness. In less than an hour, they had successfully hunted 7 or 8 ordinary beasts. However, they had yet to encounter any first-tier demon beasts. As the sun climbed towards its zenith, Zhao Liangping wiped the sweat from his brow, frowning. Strange. There are usually plenty of silver-toothed wolves around here, yet today we haven't seen a single one. Jiang Qing scanned their surroundings. They found themselves in a sparse woodland, the eerie stillness only broken by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket, causing it to shake ominously. The two men fixed their gaze upon the bushes, where a pair of emerald eyes flickered in the shadows. In an instant, a gray-white figure leapt from the underbrush, hurtling towards them. Watch out! Zhao Liangping shouted as he brandished his knife to confront the threat. A piercing howl erupted from the air as the gray figure, a silver-toothed wolf, revealed its fearsome fangs. Jiang Qing immediately recognized it as a first-tier demon beast, its size surpassing that of an ordinary wolf. With sinewy muscles and movements as swift as lightning, its teeth glinted menacingly in the sunlight, evoking a sense of dread. Foolhardy beast, Zhao Liangping, an experienced warrior, remained unflinching as he engaged the creature. With a deft maneuver, he swung his blade towards the wolf. The silver-toothed wolf twisted midair, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow but still receiving a gash on its hind leg, blood gushing forth. In pain, the wolf howled and lunged at Zhao Liangping with renewed ferocity, its claws like iron hooks aimed at his throat. Zhao Liangping roared defiantly, clashing with the wolf in a fierce melee. The dance of steel and shadow unfolded rapidly, foliage and grass flying in their wake. In mere moments, they exchanged over a dozen blows, so fast that Jiang Qing could scarcely find an opening to assist. Yet, he remained vigilant, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike should the wolf reveal a weakness. The cunning beast, however, continually evaded Jiang Qing and Appos' approach, while Zhao Liangping, despite his prowess at the peak of the body refinement stage, found himself challenged by the wolf's ferocity and agility. Before long, a claw from the wolf raked across Zhao Liangping's arm, leaving a crimson mark on his sleeve. He grunted in pain, his movements momentarily faltering. Sensing the vulnerability, the wolf's eyes gleamed with malice as it launched another brutal assault, its jaws poised to bite into Zhao Liangping's shoulder. In that critical moment, a sharp clang resonated as a dark blade shot forth from the side. Jiang Qing seized the fleeting opportunity, launching his sword with precision. It struck the wolf's side, penetrating its thick hide and leaving a gaping wound. The silver-toothed wolf howled in agony, momentarily stunned, allowing Zhao Liangping to roar and deliver a powerful horizontal slash, the blade glinting coldly as it cleaved into the wolf's neck. With a sickening crack, bones splintered, and blood sprayed forth. The massive wolf's head was nearly severed, and its body collapsed with a thunderous thud, legs twitching before falling still. Panting heavily, Zhao Liangping took a couple of steps back, sweat pouring down his brow. Clearly exhausted from the encounter, Jiang Qing rushed to support him. Brother Zhao, are you all right? Zhao Liangping shrugged off Jiang Qing and Appos' assistance with a hearty laugh. I and Appos am fine. I'm fine. A mere flesh wound is nothing to worry about. Thanks to that timely strike of yours, I was spared a more grievous fate. Jiang Qing, nearly gasping for breath from the bear hug, forced a smile. Captain, I merely acted in desperation. Only then did Zhao Liangping release him. Regarding Jiang Qing with admiration. By the way, how did you know to target its neck? Jiang Qing could not reveal that he had perused the bestiary and instead replied. I had heard from some soldiers that wolves have relatively weak cervical vertebrae, so I took a gamble. Zhao Liangping nodded thoughtfully. This young man, despite his age, did not exhibit the panic of inexperienced recruits at the sight of blood. Instead, he remained calm and decisive, displaying both courage and cunning. His future is undoubtedly bright. Bending down, he began to process the silver-toothed wolf's carcass. Quickly, let's skin this wolf, and don't forget to retrieve its fangs and inner core. Jiang Qing hurried to assist, drawing his dagger to slice open the wolf's abdomen, clearing out the entrails, and then aiding Zhao Liangping in removing the entire pelt. This was valuable material. The hide of a silver-toothed wolf could fetch a handsome price in Taiping City. As they skinned the wolf, Zhao Liangping shared his expertise. When hunting demon beasts, be careful not to damage their inner cores. Some older beasts can condense a demon core, which is a treasure. Though this silver-toothed wolf is merely an ordinary beast and lacks a core, its claws and hide are still worth a good sum. With deft hands, he pried out the 4 main teeth of the silver-toothed wolf and cut off its claws, handing them to Jiang Qing to store in a pouch. You can take these. They can be exchanged for rewards or military merits at the Demon Hunter office. It was thanks to you that we managed to slay this silver-toothed wolf. You should keep these. Chapter 15. Rooting out the enemy, exceeding levels to slay the flesh refinement realm. Captain, Jiang Qing, over here. An hour later, Jiang Qing and Zhao Liangping returned to the rendezvous point previously agreed upon with the others. As they approached, Jiang Qing noticed Zhou Ping and Shi Chuyi were unscathed, while De Zhuang stood guard nearby, with an enormous gray giant bird at his feet. Zhao Liangping and Appos' eyes brightened. De Zhuang, did you hunt a spikefish bird? De Zhuang grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. Just luck. Good luck. The spikefish bird is a first-tier demon beast. He panted heavily, appearing somewhat fatigued, with a few scratches on his body, though not serious. Shi Chuyi remarked coolly. De Zhuang encountered this creature along the way, was chased for quite a while, and ultimately, despite his injuries, managed to break its wings and kill it. De Zhuang chuckled, scratching his head again. At this moment, Zhou Ping leaned forward, blinking his eyes and asking, Captain, how did it go this morning? Did you hunt anything? Zhao Liangping teased, smiling without answering, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing then set down the basket, unfurling the wolf skin he had brought, and laid out 4 wolf fangs and claws before the group. Instantly, everyone gasped in astonishment. This is the skin of a silver-toothed wolf, Zhou Ping exclaimed. Having been in the demon hunting scene for a while, he recognized the grayish-white fur. De Zhuang and Shi Chuyi also displayed expressions of shock. The silver-toothed wolf is no easy opponent. Their team had only managed to slay one after a fierce 4-person assault. Not just the skin, but wolf fangs as well. Shi Chuyi picked up one of the sharp fangs, feeling its substantial weight, astonished. Boss, what's in the other bag? In response, Zhao Liangping smiled and waved his hand. The contents of this bag are far more than just the silver-toothed wolf. Jiang Qing cooperatively retrieved a piece of dark, hard fur from the sack, which was the bristles of an iron-bristled badger. He then pulled out a heavy object wrapped in cloth, unwrapping it to reveal a half can of freshly refined fat. The fat was dark red, exuding a rich aroma. What is this? Everyone was filled with curiosity. Zhao Liangping laughed heartily. This is badger oil scraped from the skin of the iron-bristled badger, a truly nourishing substance. Iron-bristled badger. Zhou Ping and Shi Chuyi exchanged incredulous glances, clearly unable to believe their eyes. This was a second-tier demon beast. For cultivators in the flesh refinement stage like them, it was beyond imagination. De Zhuang's eyes widened. Captain, are you talking about that type of badger with spines all over? Did you really encounter it? Zhao Liangping stood proudly. Not only did we encounter it, but we dispatched it in less than an hour. Gasping collectively, the group gazed at Zhao Liangping and Jiang Qing with newfound reverence. Captain, you and Appos, incredible. To take down a second-tier demon beast so swiftly. Zhou Ping was the first to react, giving a thumbs up. In just one morning, to have slain both a silver-toothed wolf and an iron-bristled badger is more than we have accomplished in our last 3 outings combined. Shi Chuyi expressed genuine admiration. This time, the captain truly had exceptional luck. Zhao Liangping chuckled and waved his hand. No flattery, please. This time, our success in taking down this second-tier beast is largely thanks to Jiang Qing and Appos' assistance. I couldn't and Appos have done it alone. He then appreciatively patted Jiang Qing and Appos' shoulder. Had it not been for Jiang Qing's timely intervention, I may have truly found myself in dire straits. That iron-bristled badger gave me quite a fight. The wounds on my body are a testament to that. He lifted his clothing to reveal a cloth belt wrapped around his waist, stained with blood, indicating a serious injury. What? Jiang Qing was the one who killed the iron-bristled badger? Zhou Ping was left speechless. The iron-bristled badger, a second-tier demon beast, possesses tremendous strength. Even Zhao Liangping, a master in the flesh refinement realm, was injured. It was evident just how formidable it was. Jiang Qing, merely a newcomer in the iron skin stage, dared to engage in battle? Jiang Qing quickly responded humbly. The situation was urgent. Captain Zhao was unfortunately injured, and I had no choice but to assist without thinking too much. De Zhuang sighed repeatedly. Brother Jiang Qing is truly remarkable. On his first outing, he slayed such a formidable demon beast. Shichui and Appo's usually stern face softened with a hint of respect. He had previously doubted Jiang Qing and Appo's capabilities, believing him merely fortunate to have advanced past the iron skin stage early. In no time, the group and Appo's attitude towards Jiang Qing shifted significantly, filled with warmth and admiration. After all, strength is the universal language of respect, and Jiang Qing and Appo's willingness to risk his life to assist the captain earned him their esteem. The five of them gathered around a large stone, sharing their hunting experiences in a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Zhou Ping and Shichui were somewhat less fortunate, having only hunted a few small animals like wild rabbits and chickens that morning. However, with the impressive haul from Zhao Liangping, De Zhuang, and Jiang Qing, the team and Appo's total bounty was incredibly abundant. After a brief calculation, they realized that in just half a day, they had hunted a silver-toothed wolf, an iron-bristled badger, a spiked fishbird, 6 wild boars, and numerous ordinary birds and beasts. Such achievements were previously unimaginable. Let's have lunch here, Zhao Liangping said, pleased to see the team and Appo's spirited demeanor as he took out flint and drywood from his bag. We and Appo's will eat well and continue this afternoon. Just as everyone was finishing their meal and eagerly planning their next destination for the afternoon, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. Jiang Qing turned to look and saw another small team approaching. The leader walked with an air of arrogance, exuding an unmistakable aura of defiance from afar. This man was tall and robust, with a face full of brutish features, wielding a massive iron-bladed knife, its edge still stained with dark blood. The 3 or 4 team members following him were equally menacing, each adorned with several bloody demon beast tails, evidently returning from their own hunt. Upon noticing this, Zhao Liangping's smile faded somewhat. He whispered, "It's Qian'er's gang." Jiang Qing's eyes glimmered with insight. Prior to leaving the city, Zhou Ping had casually mentioned a team from the inland military, led by a formidable figure in the flesh refinement realm named Qian'er, who was known for his arrogance and penchant for stealing others and Appo's prey. At this moment, Zhou Ping quietly moved closer to Jiang Qing, lowering his voice. "Be cautious, Brother Jiang. These people are not to be trifled with. We have been at a disadvantage against them in previous outings." Jiang Qing nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. In this desolate wilderness, demon hunting teams are not allies. On the contrary, due to the challenges of slaying demon beasts, the strong often prey on the weak, stealing their quarry. It was clear that Qian'er and his group had spotted Zhao Liangping and Appo's impressive haul. They made their way directly towards them, wearing faint, mocking smiles. Zhao Liangping rose to his feet, signaling the team to be on guard. His expression was grave as he did not initiate greetings, merely locking eyes with Qian'er from a distance. "Well, Zhao Liangping." Qian'er was the first to speak, his tone laced with mockery. "Who would have thought that today you would have such good fortune and manage to hunt an iron-bristled badger? Quite impressive." A cold smirk played on his lips as he stepped closer to the iron-bristled badger and Appo's skin, surveying it from a superior position. Zhao Liangping maintained a stoic expression, refraining from engaging. He understood that Qian'er's words were laced with malice, suggesting an intention to claim the iron-bristled badger for himself. He suppressed the fury boiling within him and cast a meaningful glance at his companions behind, signaling them to refrain from rash actions. However, Qian'er would not relent so easily. A burly man with a fierce countenance behind him chuckled. "Haha, Zhao, that second-tier demon beast, the iron-maned badger, has quite a plump hide. Your luck is truly extraordinary. We are merely short of this item to complete our collection. What do you say? Might we borrow it for a moment?" His words were a blatant provocation and threat. Upon hearing this, De Zhuang clenched his fists in anger, ready to confront them, but was swiftly restrained by Shichui. Zhou Ping also quietly tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Qing stood calmly beside Zhao Liangping, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the opposing group. He noted that besides Qian'er, there were 4 others. Qian possessed the highest cultivation at the minor completion stage of the flesh refinement realm, while the others likely remained within the skin refinement realm, though their exact levels were indeterminate. Judging by their aura, 2 among them exuded a formidable strength, potentially being experts at the golden skin or even the returning to simplicity stage. In a direct confrontation, their side, aside from Jiang Qing, faced a disadvantage. Although Zhao Liangping was valiant, he was wounded. Zhou Ping and De Zhuang were at the golden skin stage, and Shi Chui was at the iron skin stage. They might possess some fighting chance, yet their odds of victory seemed bleak. Moreover, the clear provocation from the opposing side indicated their confidence, suggesting they dismissed Zhao Liangping and Oppo's group entirely. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the air itself had solidified. When Qian noticed Zhao Liangping's silence, he shifted his gaze to the youngest member of their team, Jiang Qing. He scrutinized Jiang Qing, seeing a stranger with youthfulness, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. Zhao Liangping, when did you start bringing children along? Has the city run out of people that even infants must take to the field? His crude and sharp remarks treated Jiang Qing as an easy target. Jiang Qing felt a flicker of anger but refrained from impulsive retaliation, merely regarding Qian with icy indifference. Seeing Jiang Qing's silence, Qian assumed the young man was intimidated and laughed mockingly. "Huh, little brat, are you scared? Come out here to hunt demon beasts and wet your pants?" A snicker escaped one of Qian henchmen, and others joined in, their expressions mocking as they turned their attention to Jiang Qing, relishing the spectacle. Zhao Liangping's face turned ashen, and he admonished sternly, "Qian, watch your tongue. He is one of us, not someone you can humiliate." "Oh ho, protecting your own?" Qian sneered. "You, Zhao Liangping, still have the gall to defend others? Back in the mainland, you were merely fit to carry my shoes. Now you've come to this borderland to play at being a city guard, thinking yourself important?" Zhao Liangping's past was laid bare, and his expression darkened further, leaving him speechless. As Qian's taunts grew harsher, the tension among the team members escalated. Just as they fell silent, Qian abruptly changed his tone, eyeing Jiang Qing with a twisted grin. "Kid, what's your name?" "This is the first time I've seen such a fresh face." "Jiang Qing," came the cold response. "Jiang Qing?" Qian licked his thick lips. For such a young lad, to not even greet your elders is one thing, but to maintain such a stern face? In the city, no one would bother with you, but out here, what should you call me? His words were an unmistakable provocation. At this, everyone's expression shifted. Zhao Liangping stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Jiang Qing, his voice booming. "Qian, do not go too far." Qian grinned maliciously. "Oh, are you trying to scare me?" He swung his crude blade, stained with blood, reflecting a menacing aura under the sunlight. "Enough chatter. I'll take the first cut from you, little brat." Qian's intention was simple, to intimidate Zhao Liangping and his companions into surrendering the second-tier Iron Mane Badger. Jiang Qing, being the youngest and seemingly the weakest, became his primary target. Thus, Qian launched his assault against Jiang Qing. However, Jiang Qing had already been on guard against Qian. Seeing his aggressive advance, he did not retreat but instead moved forward. He crouched low, narrowly evading the blade's edge. Qian was taken aback by Jiang Qing and Oppo's agility, momentarily hesitating. Yet before he could adjust his attack, Jiang Qing surged forward. With a fierce shout, he swiftly closed the distance to Qian and Oppo's side, the abyssal prison sword slicing through the air towards Qian and Oppo's side. Qian, seasoned in combat, quickly reacted, attempting to evade the sword while reaching out with his left hand to grasp the blade. However, he severely underestimated the sharpness of the abyssal prison sword. With a swift cut, the blade pierced his palm, blood spurting forth as he let out a muffled grunt, rapidly retracting his hand in retreat. Clang! In an instant, Jiang Qing unleashed 3 successive strikes, each targeting Qian's vulnerabilities. With a wounded left hand and a long blade that restricted his movements, Qian found himself on the defensive against Jiang Qing and Oppo's relentless assault, forced to retreat in a frenzy. Onlookers, engaged in their own battles nearby, were left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Qian, at the flesh refinement realm, would be forced back by this rookie, Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing remained focused, his swordplay intensifying, transforming into a flurry of sword shadows enveloping Qian. Qian, consumed by rage and humiliation, had not expected Jiang Qing to possess such speed and strength, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Yet, the difference in cultivation remained evident, and he quickly regained his composure. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his inner energy. swirling his crude blade to create a storm of lethal strikes. "You little brat, I will tear you apart." Regaining his footing, he lunged at Jiang Qing once more, delivering a fierce slash. Jiang Qing's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Suppressing the tumult within, he retreated while noticing a gnarled tree trunk nearby, thick as a bowl. In a heartbeat, Jiang Qing dodged behind the withered tree. Crack! Qian and Amp, Oppo's blade cleaved into the trunk, splintering it. As wood chips flew, Qian was momentarily blinded by the dust. At that moment, a fierce clarity struck Jiang Qing. Since he had already engaged, he could not allow Qian and his companions to leave alive. Otherwise, they would surely regroup for revenge, and coupled with the Lin family's involvement, chaos would ensue. It was imperative to eradicate them completely, even at the cost of his own life. With this resolve, Jiang Qing's spirit surged with a newfound fervor. Casting aside the need for concealment, he inhaled deeply, activating the thunderous breathing technique to its utmost limit, his inner energy roiling like thunder. Simultaneously, a subtle shift occurred within him, as if unseen shackles had loosened, and the sword's essence within the abyssal prison sword began to warm, infusing him with latent power. In an instant, Jiang Qing and Amp, Oppo's aura surged by a third. Gripping the abyssal prison sword tightly, he charged toward Qian. This strike was as swift as a thunderclap. Accompanied by Jiang Qing's thunderous shout, thunderous style, shatter the sky. With a flash of blood, the abyssal prison sword cleaved through Qian's left arm, severing it at the shoulder. Pain surged through him, and he emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, staggering to one knee. However, the battle was not yet over. Upon landing, Jiang Qing executed a horizontal slash. The chilling gleam swept past, and Qian's horrified gaze widened as his head, filled with terror, soared into the air. Blood gushing forth like a fountain from his neck. In the blink of an eye, the formidable Qian, at the flesh refinement realm, was felled by Jiang Qing in 2 swift strokes, his body collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. All present were left in stunned silence. The conflict ceased, both sides frozen, unable to believe their own eyes. Chapter 16. Slaying the second-order demonic beast, breaking through to the golden skin stage. In a stunning turn of events, Qian, a practitioner of the meat refinement realm, was unexpectedly slain by Jiang Qing of the iron skin stage. Shock, disbelief, and terror flickered across the faces of Qian and Oppo's remaining subordinates. Momentarily stunned, they quickly regained their senses and erupted into frantic cries. "Boss, what are you standing there for? Kill this kid and avenge second brother." With eyes aflame with rage, several henchmen lunged toward Jiang Qing without a second thought. "Quick! Help Jiang!" Zhao Yangping, witnessing Jiang Qing's retaliatory strike against Qian, was elated but also realized the gravity of their situation. Their faces had been completely torn. A deadly confrontation was now inevitable. Acting decisively, he swung his blade to intercept 2 attackers charging at Jiang Qing, shouting, "Leave none alive. Kill!" Zhou Ping de Zhuang and Shi also snapped out of their shock, roaring as they summoned all their strength to engage the remaining foes in a ferocious battle. Jiang Qing drew the abyssal sword, shaking off the blood droplets from its blade, his eyes still gleaming with murderous intent. He understood that all of these adversaries must perish today, otherwise they would be a lingering threat. Without hesitation, he joined his comrades in the fray. With Qian no longer leading them, the 4 enemies, though fierce, found their morale shattered and succumbed to a state of enraged madness. Zhao Yangping and his companions, already formidable, now had the upper hand, turning the tide of battle. In a flurry of flashing blades and anguished cries, the conflict reached its conclusion. As silence reclaimed the surroundings, the air hung heavy with the scent of blood. Zhao Yangping leaned heavily on his sword, his chest heaving with exertion. Blood from the defeated foes splattered across his face, yet he could not suppress his triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Truly exhilarating." Zhou Ping wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the blood dripping from his sword's tip, still in disbelief. "They're all dead. We actually killed Qian and his gang?" De Zhuang, equally bewildered, gasped for breath, his face lighting up with joy. "Did we really take down that bunch of beasts led by Qian?" Jiang Qing bent down to retrieve the abyssal sword from the last enemy's corpse. Despite the brutality of the fight, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Meanwhile, Zhao Liangping approached with laughter, seizing Jiang Qing by the shoulders and shaking him. "Jiang, you've truly opened my eyes today. I knew I didn't misjudge you." Zhou Ping nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Brother Jiang, your valor in this battle is legendary. You actually killed Qian of the meat refinement realm. It's simply unbelievable." Shi, rarely one to agree, chimed in. Had you not taken down Qian in one fell swoop, we would never have dared to fight them to the death. De Zhuang gave Jiang Qing a thumbs up, stammering in excitement. Brother Jiang, I'm in awe. Truly I'm awed. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could only smile through tears. Seeing this, Jiang Qing felt a warmth swell within him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil and faint pain within, and managed to smile. We all fought together to achieve this victory. My killing of Qian was merely a stroke of luck. Nothing worth mentioning. Zhao Liangping then surveyed the group, his face radiant with pride and excitement. Brothers, we've eliminated a significant threat. However, his tone shifted, and his expression grew grave. This Qian and his crew hail from the mainland and have military backgrounds. Henceforth, we must treat today's events as if they never occurred. We must not divulge a single word. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned solemn as they nodded in agreement. Indeed, though conflicts among hunting teams are not uncommon, they all belong to the city defense forces. If word got out about their private battle, they would face severe repercussions, especially considering Qian's connections. If the higher-ups learned the truth, Zhao Liangping and his companions would undoubtedly attract trouble. I think this place is secluded. We should dig a pit and bury these bodies, Zhou Ping suggested, glancing around. They were currently in a quiet stone forest area, devoid of passers-by. Yes, bury them. Zhao Liangping promptly ordered De Zhuang and Shi Chuyi to take action. Before long, the 5 corpses were buried beneath a thick layer of soil, and the surface was covered with scattered stones to conceal the fresh earth. After completing this task, a collective sigh of relief escaped from the group. Zhou Ping looked at the now empty ground and then at the pile of prey nearby, chuckling, Captain, without those nuisances in our way, we're going to strike it rich this time. All eyes turned to the nearby spoils. Aside from their own hard-won gains, there was a heap of loot belonging to Qian's team. Several heavy bags contained sharp beast claws, horns, and pelts, exuding a potent aura of demonic energy and blood. Zhao Liangping's eyes sparkled with excitement. He suppressed his exhilaration and hurried to inspect the haul, gasping in astonishment. Goodness! They must have hunted at least 3 first-order demonic beasts this morning. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qian's crew's prowess in acquiring 6 beast materials in just half a day. Clearly, they had relied on their superior cultivation to venture into perilous zones and seize numerous spoils, potentially even pilfering from other teams. Shi Chuyi chimed in joyfully. We're reaping the benefits of their reckless gamble. Zhou Ping rubbed his hands together, grinning. Now, all of this is ours. Zhao Liangping gathered all the bags of loot, his heart soaring with joy. Once everything was sorted, the group began packing up the spoils. Initially, they had prepared only a limited number of bags, but with the influx of materials, they could only bundle them tightly. Fortunately, with their combined strength, they managed to carry the load. As they busied themselves with the various demonic beast corpses, the heavy scent of blood wafted into the air. Just as they planned to move to a different location to rest, a long, blood-red figure stealthily emerged from the underbrush. Zhao Liangping, sharp-eyed, was the first to sense the danger. Something's wrong. The others immediately halted their activities, and they beheld a colossal crimson python coiled among the rocks by the stream. 100 meters ahead, the setting sun cast a warm glow on its shimmering red scales, reflecting an otherworldly sheen. The python's triangular head was held high, its crimson tongue flicking in and out. Jiang Qing's heart raced. A description from the demonic beast compendium flashed through his mind. The scarlet scale serpent. A second-order demonic beast. Zhao Liangping's complexion paled instantly, and he urgently whispered, slowly back away. Do not provoke it. They all understood that a second-order demonic beast was far beyond their current capabilities. The difference between first and second order was not merely numerical but a qualitative leap. Furthermore, this venomous scarlet scale serpent was said to endanger even seasoned practitioners of the meat refinement realm. Zhou Ping and Shi Chuyi's foreheads glistened with cold sweat as they tried to steady their breathing, retreating cautiously. Jiang Qing too held his breath, carefully backing away. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming scent of blood or the serpent's naturally heightened vigilance, the massive creature turned its gaze toward them. Its neck adorned with vibrant red scales erecting in warning, hissing menacingly. In an instant, the serpent's massive body began to slither toward them. Run! Zhao Liangping suddenly shouted. Scatter and flee. Without hesitation, he discarded the weight of his captured prey and darted into the thickets. The others followed suit, racing in different directions to divert the scarlet scale serpent's attention. However, the cunning serpent possessed considerable intelligence. Its low-set head swiftly scanned the surroundings, quickly locking onto the slowest among them, the burly Zhuang. With a sudden flick, the crimson-scaled serpent's tail shot forth like a scarlet arrow aimed directly at Zhuang. Poor Zhuang, burdened by a heavy pack, could not run fast, and now found himself with no avenue for escape, forced to turn back in despair, brandishing his sword in defense. The clash of metal resounded. Although Zhuang managed to block the serpent's tail, he was struck with such force that he was flung away, crashing against a rock. Blood spurting from his mouth. Zhuang. Zhao Liangping's eyes widened in fury, and he turned to rush back for rescue. Yet, the red-scaled serpent had already closed in on the injured Zhuang, its massive jaws gaping wide, ready to strike. At that critical moment, a flash of azure light sliced through the air, striking the serpent's head with a resounding clang, igniting a flurry of sparks as the serpent's head was deflected slightly. Zhao Liangping and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized that the strike had come from Jiang Qing. After delivering the blow, Jiang Qing did not linger. He quickly sidestepped to redirect the serpent and Apos' attention. Hurry, save Zhuang. Jiang Qing shouted to Zhao Liangping before sprinting into the depths of the forest. Zhao Liangping dashed forward, seizing Zhuang and dragging him to safety. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and Shi Chui, armed and cautious, peered from behind the bushes, searching for an opportunity to assist. Yet wary of exposing themselves, Jiang Qing raced ahead, only to find a massive boulder blocking his path. With no means of evasion, he gritted his teeth and pivoted to face the oncoming serpent, gripping his sword tightly against his chest. Come at me. The serpent's emerald vertical pupils reflected the minuscule figure of the daring human, its fury palpable as it unleashed a noxious yellow smoke. As the vile smoke met the ground, it ignited into roaring flames, scorching the rock into a charred blackness, and releasing a pungent sulfuric stench. Jiang Qing narrowly dodged the attack. As the serpent missed its mark, its long tail swept horizontally, striking Jiang Qing in the waist. He was sent hurtling like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the boulder. The force was staggering. Darkness clouded his vision. His insides felt dislocated, and he coughed up blood. Jiang Qing, Zhao Liangping, his eyes blazing with fury, rushed forward without hesitation. Zhou Ping and Shi Chui, equally incensed, roared as they charged from either side. The serpent, angered by the emergence of more humans, swiped its tail, forcing Zhao Liangping back several steps. A fresh wound appeared on Zhao Liangping and Apos' shoulder, yet he paid it no heed, swinging his sword madly at the serpent and Apos' tail, only managing to chip off a few scales. Shi Chui thrust his spear at the serpent and Apos' body, but the scales were as tough as iron, leaving only a white mark. The serpent retaliated, sweeping its tail and knocking him back several steps, causing his hands to bleed. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ping darted to the serpent's side and struck fiercely at its neck, aiming for a vital spot. However, the serpent twisted its body with agility, evading the critical blow. And Zhou Ping and Apos' knife was deflected, nearly slipping from his grasp. The trio and Apos' assault proved ineffective against the serpent. Jiang Qing, struggling to rise from the ground, felt as if his ribs had broken, but in this life and death moment, he disregarded the pain. The wind roared past as the serpent's massive tail swept towards Zhao Liangping and the others. Jiang Qing's eyes narrowed in determination. Gripping his sword tightly, he inhaled deeply, channeling all his remaining energy into his legs, and shouted, "Beast, behold my blade." All of his energy surged into the sword, which glimmered with an unprecedented brilliance. As if enveloped in lightning, his figure approached the serpent with astonishing speed, targeting the vital junction where the body met the head, known colloquially as the 7 inches. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the serpent's body, accurately striking the vulnerable spot. With a furious roar, Jiang Qing twisted the sword, causing blood and venom to erupt violently. The serpent and Apos' colossal form thrashing madly, shaking the ground beneath. Jiang Qing leaped again, raising his sword high for a decisive strike. This blow plunged deep into the serpent's critical spot, piercing all the way to the hilt. The serpent's hiss transformed into a wail, its massive body convulsing violently before its enormous head crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally lying still. The surroundings fell into silence, save for the faint sound of labored breathing. After a long pause, Zhao Liangping struggled to his feet, clutching his side as he approached Jiang Qing. His expression was one of complexity as he gazed at the nearly exhausted young man, his voice trembling with emotion. "Brother, did you kill it?" Jiang Qing turned to him, offering a pale smile. "Just good fortune." Having uttered this, he suddenly felt his strength wane, darkness encroaching on his vision as he swayed dangerously. Zhao Liangping gasped, quickly steadying him. Jiang Qing, are you all right? Jiang Qing felt an overwhelming emptiness within. Pain coursing through his body, yet at that moment, a surge of warmth radiated from his dantian, spreading rapidly throughout him. It was a sign of breakthrough. With a sudden clarity of mind, he sat down, waving his hand. Brother Zhao, do not worry, I am fine. I am just about to break through. What? What did you say? Zhao Liangping, bewildered, thought Jiang Qing had suffered a blow to the head. But Jiang Qing had already closed his eyes, focusing intently as he began to assault the last barrier of the skin refinement stage. He felt his flesh and bones vibrating slightly, as if a new force was ready to emerge, delving into his internal vision. He saw the accumulated energy in his meridians surging like a tide, crashing against the long-standing barrier. Break for me! Jiang Qing and Appos, spirit roared within. And a faint golden light enveloped his skin. With a soft crack, it was as if a shackle had been torn apart. The energy within him surged freely, flowing without restraint. He felt an exhilarating sense of liberation coursing through every inch of his body, each pore breathing in the essence of vitality. The once solid barrier now shimmered with a metallic luster. Skin refinement stage, golden skin phase, he had succeeded. Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes, golden light flickering in his pupils. He exhaled deeply, reveling in the remarkable surge of power and vitality that filled him, a sense of elation flooding his heart. Zhao Liangping and the others stared at him, astonished as if witnessing a marvel. After a moment, Zhou Ping stammered, Jiang Qing, did you just break through to the golden skin phase? Jiang Qing stood, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing around him. He smiled and nodded at the group. Thanks to the battle just now, the energy in my dantian was stirred, allowing me to successfully break through to the golden skin phase. Instantly, Zhao Liangping and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from shock to sheer joy. Ha ha ha, breakthrough. Congratulations, Zhao Liangping exclaimed, excitedly patting Jiang Qing on the shoulder. Heroes emerge from youth. Jiang Qing, you truly put me to shame. Zhuang, cradling his injured arm, grinned widely. Brother Jiang Qing, your talent is extraordinary. Zhou Ping sighed with relief. That was truly terrifying. But thankfully it ended without tragedy. This time, it seems we have turned misfortune into fortune. Young brother Jiang has broken through to the golden skin phase, and we collectively slayed a second-tier red-scaled serpent. Zhou Ping joyfully kicked the serpent and Appos' tail. Heaven has blessed us. Not only did we escape unscathed, but we also gained a significant prize. Zhao Liangping also revealed a smile. Among the second-tier demon beasts, the materials derived from the crimson-scaled serpent are exceedingly precious. They may well surpass the combined value of all our hunted trophies. Chapter 17. Elevation of Comprehension, Inquiring into the Heart and Appos' realm. As twilight deepened, the five companions sought refuge in a sheltered cave nestled within the mountains to spend the night. The cave was dry and secure, and having narrowly escaped calamity and returned laden with spoils, they kindled a fire, preparing to feast upon their provisions and the roasted beast meat they had brought along. The flickering flames at the cave and Appos' entrance cast alternating shadows and light upon each face. De Zhuang unscrewed a gourd of wine from his waist, exclaiming, Hey, come. Let us take a sip to warm ourselves. This is my secret stash. Laughter erupted among them as the water pouch and wine gourd were passed around, gradually lifting the atmosphere. Brother Jiang, Zhou Ping took a swig of wine and laughed. We owe you our gratitude. If it weren't for you today, we would have been in dire straits. Shi Chu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are our savior. To achieve such bounty on the very first day out of the city. This cup is for you. He raised the gourd in salute and took a hearty gulp, wiping his mouth with a flourish. Jiang Qing quickly waved his hand. Brother Zhou. Brother Shi, you flatter me. We share life and death together. It is only right that we support each other. Besides, if it weren't for Captain Zhao and everyone's vigilance, I, a mere rookie, might not have survived this far. Zhao Liangping chuckled heartily, clapping Jiang Qing on the shoulder. No, you are not just an ordinary rookie. Today, you displayed courage and skill that even I find commendable. His expression turned solemn as he lowered his voice. However, regarding today's events, alas, we have taken the lives of soldiers. We must keep this under wraps. These tiger yoke guards are not to be trifled with, understand? Rest assured, Captain Zhao, our lips are sealed, Zhou Ping declared, thumping his chest. The others nodded solemnly in agreement, vowing to disclose not a word. After a moment of silence, Zhao Liangping sighed. Speaking of which, these soldiers from the inland are exceedingly arrogant. The townsfolk have long expressed their grievances. How absurd it is for our grand Qin dynasty to send such a ragtag bunch to guard the borders. Jiang Qing's eyes flickered with curiosity. Seizing the opportunity to inquire, Brother Zhao, I heard you refer to them as the Tiger Yoke Guards. What is their background? And why has His Majesty dispatched them to Taiping City? Zhao Liangping set down his water pouch and replied gravely, as far as I know. The Tiger Yoke Guards are a marginal military force of the Qin dynasty, known for their lackluster combat prowess. Initially, they were meant to maintain order in the inland, often bullying the good-hearted. When the first batch of them arrived in Taiping City 6 months ago, I sensed something amiss. He paused, scanning the group before lowering his voice. Consider this. These men have scarcely encountered any beasts. Their arrival is akin to a death sentence for them. How can they possibly contend with a beast wave? To put it plainly, they are merely here as a fade to placate the populace. The others nodded thoughtfully at his words. However, Jiang Qing furrowed his brow. Pressing further, if they are merely a fade, why are they behaving so brazenly in the city, even daring to offend the 3 prominent families? I have heard they have caused quite a stir in Qingstone Square these past few days. Zhao Liaoping's expression darkened as he scoffed, of course. They have grown accustomed to their tyrannical ways, relying on the city lord's trepidation, leaving no one willing to confront them. In my view, they are not here to defend against the beast wave. Then, what are they here for? De Zhuang stammered. In the dim light of the fire, Zhao Liaoping and Appo's countenance shifted as he slowly uttered, to deal with the common folk. Those 4 words struck like thunder in the ears of the group. Jiang Qing shuddered, a chill racing up his spine as he incredulously asked, to deal with the common folk? Brother Zhao, are you suggesting that the court has dispatched these men to confront the people of Taiping City? Zhao Liangping offered a wry smile. What other explanation could there be? The beast waves occur once every 6 months, and the next one is imminent, arriving in less than a month. If they were truly sent to combat the beast wave, they wouldn't dispatch a band of inept soldiers to their doom. I suspect that someone in the court fears that the border populace might rebel under the pressure of the beast wave, hence sending troops to monitor and intimidate us. I've heard that many in the Tiger Yoke Guards have experience in quelling riots among the displaced. They excel in dealing with unarmed civilians. As his words faded, the cave fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the crackling of the fire, illuminating the grim expressions on each face. Jiang Qing's heart raced, turmoil churning within him. If Zhao Liangping and Appo's suspicions were accurate, then the Tiger Yoke Guards were not merely incompetent and corrupt. They were a latent blade poised against the very citizens of the city. With this realization, he clenched his fists. As a child of the displaced, he had long harbored disillusionment toward the court, and now the prospect filled him with dread. Noticing Jiang Qing's altered demeanor, Zhou Ping hastily changed the subject. By the way, Brother Jiang, how did you hone your skills? Achieving such prowess in the body refinement stage to slay at the flesh refinement level is quite impressive. We are all quite enlightened here. Shichu echoed his curiosity. Indeed, your swordsmanship is so refined and composed, you hardly seem like a novice on the battlefield. Jiang Qing came to himself and offered a faint smile. To be honest, I feel quite embarrassed. I merely practice my swordplay and knife techniques diligently each day, never daring to slack off. I have survived the beast wave in the past, so I have seen blood and am thus less prone to panic today. This statement was half-truth. Both the Thunderblade technique and Thunder-breathing technique were martial arts he had acquired through a signing-in system. He could not disclose this, so he attributed his skill to diligent practice and past experiences. I see. The others nodded in understanding. Zhao Liangping patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder, a look of approval on his face. You're a gifted lad willing to work hard. It's no wonder you've achieved such results. By the way, I've been puzzled about something for quite a while. Zhou Ping interjected cheerfully. Why did you go for the kill against those brutes? Were you afraid they would retaliate? Jiang Qing nodded. I fear you might find this amusing, but I, Jiang Qing, am alone, devoid of kin, scraping by in Taiping City. If I were to let them go today, they might return to exact vengeance, and I, a solitary man, would be left at their mercy. It is better to take the risk now and eliminate the threat entirely, rather than prolonging the danger. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liangping and the others looked at him with admiration. Shichu gave a thumbs up. Brother Jiang thinks ahead and is quite decisive. We initially thought you were young and inexperienced, but now we realize one should not judge by appearances. Indeed. Zhou Ping lifted his wine gourd. Come. Let me toast to Brother Jiang once more. Amidst jovial banter and laughter, the camaraderie among the group grew significantly, their laughter echoing within the cave. As the moon ascended to its zenith and they had feasted heartily, They extinguished the fire and took turns resting. Zhao Liangping gave Jiang Qing's shoulder a reassuring pat. Brother, make sure to rest well tonight. You only slept a few hours in the city last night, right? I'll take the first watch. Jiang Qing nodded in agreement. But as the others gradually succumbed to sleep, he did not immediately follow suit. Instead, he quietly rose and approached the cave entrance. The night breeze was gentle, accompanied by the symphony of insects. The stars twinkled like scattered gems, adding a touch of tranquility to the wilderness. Jiang Qing sat cross-legged, silently circulating the thunder-breathing technique, allowing his true energy to flow within his body, aiding his recovery. Though fatigued from the fierce battle, it also served as a significant trial. He could feel the acupoints within him beginning to warm, as if a thin membrane was loosening, a sign that he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level of cultivation. Seizing the opportunity from today's battle insights, he resolved to forge ahead. With a thought, he summoned the guardian system within his mind. In the next moment, a faint light curtain materialized before him, displaying the progress of his signing in for the day. I haven't signed in yet today, Jiang Qing mused. He had already signed in last night in the city, and today had been consumed with various activities outside the city, causing him to overlook this matter. At this moment, away from the prying eyes of others, he silently intoned, "Sign in." Ding. The familiar, crisp notification echoed in his mind. Detected host stationed at level 1. Sign in successful. Comprehension elevated to the level of introspection. A refreshing and warm current surged into Jiang Qing's consciousness, illuminating his thoughts and clearing his mind. Comprehension level, from initiation to introspection. In an imperceptible way, many subtle nuances that had eluded him during the day now unraveled effortlessly. Jiang Qing could hardly contain his joy. The enhancement of his comprehension meant an amplified ability to perceive his cultivation, which was precisely what he needed at this moment. Even more exhilarating was that, with the support of continuous battles and the system and Oppos, as generous gifts, Jiang Qing had gained a profound understanding of the wind and thunder breathing technique and the wind and thunder sword technique. Time seemed to blur. Buzz. A tremor resonated in Jiang Qing's mind as the flow of vital energy coursed through the meridians. His understanding of the wind and thunder breathing technique and the wind and thunder sword technique surged to new heights. He sensed attentively, discovering that both martial arts had transcended their previous limitations, advancing from the introductory phase to a minor accomplishment. Remarkably, he had directly bypassed the intermediate realm. Splendid. Jiang Qing and Oppos' heart swelled with excitement as he suppressed his exhilaration, exhaling a long breath of stale air. The night breeze swept in, and the impurities from his practice had dried and turned foul, prompting him to quietly leave the cave and wash himself by a nearby stream, changing into a fresh set of clothes. Upon returning to the cave and observing his teammates snoring peacefully, Jiang Qing felt a profound sense of tranquility and satisfaction. Before he lay down, he couldn't help but contemplate the future. Breaking through to the pinnacle of skin refinement, he was not far from achieving perfection. Once he found an opportunity, he could strive for the flesh refinement realm. At that time, his self-defense capabilities would be greatly enhanced, and perhaps he could soon extricate himself from this turbulent predicament. After much contemplation, he gradually sank into slumber. The following morning, with the sun rising and rays of golden light filtering through the forest, Jiang Qing and his teammates emerged from the cave, invigorated and ready to embrace a new day of hunting. After a night of rest, everyone had regained their strength and morale was high. Their spirits were buoyed not only by the bountiful harvest of the previous day, but also by the thrilling experience of slaying the Tiger Axe Guard, which had fostered greater unity and trust among them. Zhao Liangping led a brief discussion regarding the day and Oppos' actions. With nearly half of their task objectives already accomplished, and even exceeded, the group felt considerably more relaxed, deciding to proceed cautiously and avoid unnecessary risks. However, Jiang Qing harbored different intentions, having achieved a breakthrough in skin refinement. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, and he felt a burgeoning ambition within him. The tasks assigned to newcomers by the demon hunting department were merely the minimum standards, and he was not content with that. Throughout the journey, his brow furrowed, occasionally gazing towards the distant, dense forest, his thoughts swirling in his mind. "Brother Jiang, what are you pondering? You look troubled." Early in the morning, Zhou Ping, walking beside him, inquired curiously upon noticing his serious expression. Jiang Qing snapped back to reality and offered a slight smile. "It and Oppos. Nothing. Just contemplating whether we can hunt a more formidable demon beast this time." "Haha, Brother Jiang. Are you still dissatisfied with yesterday and Oppos' haul? Zhou Ping laughed heartily. We even managed to take down the crimson-scaled snake, which is a tremendous catch. Hearing this, Zhao Liangping turned to Jiang Qing. Oh, what do you wish to hunt? Without hesitation, Jiang Qing replied, if the opportunity arises, I would like to attempt hunting a second-tier demon beast. At this declaration, everyone paused in their tracks. Big brother, do you truly wish to actively seek out second-tier demon beasts? Zhuang stammered, scratching his head with an anxious expression. Second-tier demon beasts are not easy to deal with. Zhou Ping chimed in, urging, indeed, brother Jiang, let us not be overly greedy. It was already a stroke of luck to slay that crimson-scaled snake. Provoking another second-tier beast could be genuinely perilous. Shi Chui frowned, adding, second-tier demon beasts are opponents that can only be faced by practitioners at the flesh refinement realm and above. We have not yet achieved perfection in skin refinement. It is indeed a stretch. Zhao Liangping nodded slowly. Little Jiang, what has inspired this sudden desire? Is there a particular reason? Their concerns were not unfounded. Under normal circumstances, practitioners at the skin refinement stage rarely took the initiative to hunt second-tier demon beasts due to the vast disparity in strength, as even the slightest misstep could lead to a fatal encounter. Jiang Qing halted his steps, speaking candidly. Brothers, I understand that recklessly challenging second-tier beasts is fraught with risk. However, the series of fierce battles yesterday left a profound impact on me. I can sense that I have reached a bottleneck in skin refinement. To advance further, I must seek stronger challenges. Engaging in combat with truly powerful demon beasts is the fastest path to honing my skills. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue flashed in Zhao Liangping and Appo's eyes. As someone with experience, he understood that exceptionally gifted warriors often dared to take risks and break through their limitations on the brink of life and death. Jiang Qing before him might well be one such individual. Nevertheless, Zhuang interjected, even if you wish to hone your skills, isn't it better to wait a bit longer? You could train for a while, break through to the perfection of skin refinement, and then seek out second-tier demon beasts. Moreover, Zhou Ping added, we've already made a handsome profit. The carcass of the crimson-scaled snake, once sold to the demon hunting department, would allow us to live quite comfortably for the next 6 months. There's no need to push ourselves. Shi Chui also solemnly remarked, indeed, the most crucial aspect of hunting is to preserve one's life. Brother Jiang, we understand your ambitions, but prudence is key. Faced with the good intentions of everyone, Jiang Qing felt a warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your concern. Perhaps I have been too hasty. Noticing Jiang Qing and Appo's tone softening, Zhao Liangping patted him on the shoulder, smiling. It is commendable for the youth to have such vigor. However, Zhou Ping and the others are correct. Until you have absolute certainty, do not rashly provoke overly powerful demon beasts. You possess exceptional talent, and in the future, when you break through to the flesh refinement realm, you will undoubtedly have ample opportunities to hunt high-tier demon beasts. There is no need to rush. Jiang Qing nodded. I will heed everyone's advice. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the group, and Zhao Liangping promptly announced that they would continue with their original plan. The primary targets were first-tier demon beasts and ordinary ferocious beasts, aiming to hunt as many as possible for monetary rewards. Thus, the 5 resumed their journey. Throughout the morning, they successfully hunted over 10 wild beasts and 2 first-tier demon beasts, yielding substantial gains. To the surprise of his teammates, Jiang Qing displayed extraordinary prowess that day. With his swordsmanship, he consistently identified the weaknesses of targets before anyone else, swiftly dispatching them with unparalleled speed. On several occasions, he resolved battles single-handedly before his companions could provide support. Brother Jiang and Appo's swordsmanship is remarkable. Zhou Ping exclaimed in admiration. Yesterday, I thought you were slightly lacking. Today, you seem like a completely different person. Chapter 18. One-on-one with the second-order monster, the thunder-patterned ape. Jiang Qing smiled silently, merely stating that he had diligently practiced sword techniques the previous night, which he considered a modest breakthrough. Zhao Liang was well aware of this, but chose not to voice it, instead silently admiring Jiang Qing's remarkable progress at such a young age, foreseeing boundless potential in his future. At midday, the group paused by a stream to rest, quench their thirst, and share their provisions. After a fruitful morning of hunting, their spirits soared as laughter and chatter filled the air, causing them to momentarily forget Jiang Qing and Appo's earlier assertion about hunting a second-order beast. Once they were sufficiently nourished, the 5 resumed their journey. However, Jiang Qing intentionally slowed his pace, gradually distancing himself from the others. He watched as his teammates ventured deeper into the forest, waiting until he was confident they would not return before swiftly slipping into the denser underbrush nearby. The following morning, as the sun rose, casting golden rays through the trees, Jiang Qing and his companions emerged from their cave, invigorated and ready to embrace a new day of hunting. After a night of rest, everyone felt rejuvenated, their morale elevated. The previous day's bounty and the shared victory strengthened their bond and trust in one another. Zhao Liang led a brief discussion regarding their plans for the day. With nearly half of their initial objective already accomplished, and even exceeded, the group and Oppos's mood was considerably lighter. They decided to proceed cautiously, avoiding unnecessary risks. Yet, Jiang Qing harbored different intentions. Having achieved a significant breakthrough in his skin-refining realm, he felt an urge to pursue loftier goals. The tasks assigned to newcomers by the beast hunting division were merely the minimum standards, and he was not content with that. Throughout the journey, his brow furrowed as he occasionally glanced toward the distant woods, his mind racing with thoughts. "Brother Jiang, what weighs on your mind?" Zhou Ping, walking beside him, noticed his serious expression and curiously inquired. Jiang Qing snapped back to reality, offering a slight smile as he replied, "Nothing much. Merely pondering whether we might hunt a more formidable beast this time." "Haha, are you still dissatisfied with yesterday's haul?" Zhou Ping chuckled. "We even took down a red scale snake. That's a tremendous achievement." Zhao Liang turned to Jiang Qing, intrigued. "Oh, what do you wish to hunt?" Jiang Qing candidly expressed, "If the opportunity arises, I wish to attempt hunting a second-order monster." At this, everyone halted in surprise. "Brother, do you truly wish to seek out a second-order beast?" Zhuang stuttered, scratching his head in unease. "That a second-order monster is no easy foe." Zhou Ping quickly urged, "Indeed, Brother Jiang, let us not be too greedy. It was sure luck that we managed to kill that red scale snake. Provoking another second-order beast would be truly perilous." Shi Chui frowned. "Second-order monsters are adversaries that require warriors at the flesh-refining realm and above to confront. We have yet to fully master the skin-refining realm. It would be exceedingly strenuous." Zhao Liang nodded slowly. "Young Jiang, why this sudden desire? Is there a specific reason?" Their concerns were not unfounded. Typically, skin-refining warriors seldom sought to hunt second-order monsters due to the vast disparity in strength. A moment and Oppos's carelessness could lead to death at the jaws of the beasts. Jiang Qing halted, speaking earnestly. "Brothers, I understand the risks of recklessly challenging second-order monsters. Yet, the fierce battles we faced yesterday have deeply impacted me. I sense I have reached a bottleneck in the skin-refining realm. To progress further, I must seek stronger trials. Engaging in combat with truly powerful beasts is the fastest path to honing my skills." Hearing this, Zhao Liang's eyes flickered with intrigue. He recognized that some exceptionally gifted warriors often dared to challenge their limits, breaking through boundaries at the precipice of life and death. Jiang Qing before him might very well be such a person. However, Zhuang interjected, "Even so, if you seek to hone your skills, wouldn't it be wise to wait a little longer? You could train for a while, achieve full mastery of the skin-refining realm, and then seek out a second-order beast. Moreover," Zhou Ping added, "we have already made a significant profit. The carcass of the red scale snake is enough to sustain us well for the next several months. There and Oppos's no need to push ourselves further." Shi Chui solemnly remarked, "Indeed, the most important aspect of hunting is to preserve one's life. While we understand your ambitions, Brother Jiang, you must also act within your means." Faced with the well-meaning counsel of his companions, Jiang Qing hesitated to argue further, noticing a slight softening in his tone. Zhao Liang patted his shoulder. "It is commendable for youth to possess vigor. However, what Zhou Ping and the others say holds merit, unless you are entirely certain. Refrain from provoking overly powerful monsters. Your talent is exceptional, and in due time, once you break through to the flesh-refining realm, there will be ample opportunities to hunt high-tier beasts. There is no need to rush." With that, Zhao Liang declared they would proceed according to their original plan. Today's primary targets would be first-order beasts and ordinary wild animals, aiming to secure more bounties for reward. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, they agreed to remain together. Thus, the five resumed their journey. Throughout the entire morning, they hunted and collected over a dozen wild animals and 2 first-order beasts, each reaping considerable rewards. To the surprise of his teammates, Jiang Qing exhibited remarkable prowess today. His swordplay was transcendent, consistently allowing him to discern the weaknesses of his targets with extraordinary swiftness, dispatching his prey with unparalleled agility. Several times, He resolved battles even before his companions could offer assistance. "Brother Jiang, your swordsmanship is extraordinary," Zhou Ping exclaimed. "You seemed to be lacking yesterday, yet today you appear transformed." Jiang Qing smiled and remained silent, merely attributing his improvement to practicing sword techniques repeatedly the previous night. Zhao Liang, aware of the truth, chose not to reveal it. Silently commending Jiang Qing's rapid advancement at such a young age, foreseeing limitless achievements in his future. At midday, the group paused by a stream to rest, quench their thirst, and share provisions. After a fruitful morning of hunting, they were quite satisfied. In the afternoon, Zhao Liang instructed everyone to split up for their activities. Jiang Qing, however, took out his illustrated guide and, based on the map, continued his search for second-order monsters. To his delight, the map indicated that not far from their current location, a particular grove was often frequented by second-order beasts. Jiang Qing made his way toward the direction marked on the map. Navigating through the dense foliage, he soon discovered several broken trees. The stumps were charred, as if struck by lightning, and the surrounding earth bore signs of scorching. As he approached to investigate, he could still feel the residual heat of the burnt wood. His eyes brightened. Traces of lightning? Could it be the thunder-patterned ape? The thunder-patterned ape, a second-order beast, was characterized by its fur adorned with lightning-like patterns. Excelling in rapid movement through the woods, possessing immense strength in its arms, and delivering attacks infused with a faint electrical charge that could paralyze its prey. According to the Beast Hunting Illustrated Guide, this creature was inherently curious and often collected peculiar items, which constituted its greatest weakness. Jiang Qing held his breath and focused intently, following the disordered giant footprints along the ground. Every clue was meticulously examined: broken branches, erratic claw marks, and the occasional grayish-white hair caught in the underbrush. His pulse quickened with every step. These were unmistakably the signs of a large beast's activity, leading directly into the heart of the grove. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. The sunlight was obscured by the lush foliage, rendering the daytime forest dim as twilight. Jiang Qing tread lightly, cautiously parting a thicket of thorns, and was suddenly met with a clear sight. He found himself in a clearing within a thicket of low trees, the terrain slightly depressed, resembling a shallow valley basin. Here, the ground was overgrown with grass, and amidst it, he could discern numerous remnants of animal bones, exuding a foul stench. Clearly, this was the territory of a fierce beast. Suddenly, a deep and furious roar erupted from the side. Jiang Qing and Appo's pupils contracted. Without a moment, and Appo's thought, he instinctively rolled forward. Thud! Just as he left his original position, a massive boulder plummeted from above, crashing fiercely behind him. Debris flew in all directions as the enormous stone created a pit nearly 10 feet wide in the ground. Had Jiang Qing not reacted with such swiftness, he would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp. He sprang to his feet and looked up to see a gigantic grayish figure crouched on a branch of a towering ancient tree not far away. It was a monkey-like demon beast, standing about 10 feet tall, its muscles bulging, with arms so thick they nearly touched the ground. Its entire body was cloaked in grayish-white fur, adorned with faint, lightning-shaped dark patterns. In the shadows of the branches, a pair of crimson beastly eyes fixed intently on Jiang Qing, who had intruded upon its domain. The thunder-patterned ape, Jiang Qing and Appo's heart raced, filled with both excitement and trepidation. He dared not make a rash move and slowly drew his abyssal sword, preparing for the impending confrontation. The thunder-patterned ape emitted heavy, labored breaths, clearly perceiving Jiang Qing as an intruder. In the next instant, it bared its sharp fangs and let out a wild roar before leaping from the tree, charging directly at Jiang Qing. The enormous figure bore down on him like a storm, but Jiang Qing was well prepared. He deftly retreated, his toes barely touching the ground. And thud! The thunder-patterned ape and Appo's fists crashed down where he had just stood, sending dirt and rocks flying, shaking the ground violently. The tremendous shockwave forced Jiang Qing back several steps before he could regain his balance. What an incredible force! Jiang Qing thought to himself in astonishment. This thunder-patterned ape's strength and speed far surpassed that of the silver-toothed wolf he encountered yesterday, rivaling even that of a martial artist at the flesh refinement stage, perhaps even exceeding it by a fraction. Although he had just broken through to the golden skin stage, engaging in a direct confrontation would not bode well for him. Before he could contemplate further, the thunder-patterned ape let out a menacing laugh, swung its arm, and hurled a massive rock at Jiang Qing. A perfect opportunity. Jiang Qing did not retreat but instead advanced, his figure darting sideways to narrowly evade the flying stone while simultaneously channeling his energy and launching himself toward the side of the thunder pattern ape. His sword shimmered with a chilling light as it aimed directly for the vital point beneath the beast and Apos' ribcage. The thunder pattern ape, swift as lightning, howled and discarded the boulder, rolling to avoid the attack. The tip of Jiang Qing's sword barely grazed its flank, severing a few tufts of fur. Roar. The thunder pattern ape was thoroughly enraged, its eyes glowing crimson, and it charged at Jiang Qing with wild ferocity. In an instant, its massive fists descended upon Jiang Qing like a storm, each strike slicing through the air with a hissing sound, accompanied by arcs of blue electricity erupting in every direction. Jiang Qing felt a tingling sensation wash over him, as if the very air was charged with electricity. His heart tightened, and he became even more cautious, wielding his sword to create layers of defense as he engaged in fierce combat with the thunder pattern ape. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of fists and sword ignited sparks around them. Jiang Qing moved with agility, attempting several times to circle around to the beast and Apos' back for a surprise attack. But each time, he was thwarted by the creature's lightning-fast reflexes. The thunder pattern ape's long arms allowed it to strike from virtually any angle, compounded by the bizarre paralysis effect of its electrical attacks, which caused Jiang Qing's movements to falter slightly. Nevertheless, through his exquisite swordsmanship, Jiang Qing managed to inflict a few wounds upon the thunder pattern ape. Yet, those injuries were merely superficial to the enormous demon, only serving to incite its ferocity further. Moments ticked by, and after a prolonged struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. Jiang Qing silently lamented. He had originally believed that with his newfound strength, he could easily hunt a second-tier demon beast, but facing the thunder pattern ape proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. This beast's strength was formidable, and he could not hope to win in a head-on clash. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. Two figures leaped and crashed through the clearing of the forest, their battle intensifying. Suddenly, the thunder pattern ape let out a roar and leaped high into the air, preparing to smash down upon Jiang Qing from above. Realizing he could not evade in time, Jiang Qing instinctively raised his sword above his head, bracing himself for the impact. Clang! The giant fist struck the blade, sending sparks flying. Jiang Qing felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, causing his hands to tremble and his knees to buckle as he sank to the ground, half buried in mud. The abyssal sword nearly slipped from his grasp, and he tasted blood in his throat, coughing it out. The thunder pattern ape, emboldened by its advantage, let out a chilling, mocking laugh and swung its massive arm to sweep Jiang Qing away. If this blow landed, Jiang Qing would surely be sent flying like a rag doll, with his life hanging in the balance. At this critical juncture, Jiang Qing forced himself to remain calm. He stifled the surging blood within him, rolled to dissipate the force, and feigned defeat, curling his body into a motionless ball as if rendered unconscious from a grievous blow. The thunder pattern ape paused, its iron arm halting mid-swing, as it regarded the suddenly incapacitated human with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Its heavy breathing gradually subsided. It crouched down, cautiously prodding Jiang Qing's shoulder with its claws, seemingly to confirm the state of its prey. The thunder pattern ape emitted a low growl and leaned in to sniff Jiang Qing before tilting its head, fixated on the seemingly unresponsive human, its crimson eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Aside from the beast's heavy breaths, not a sound could be heard from Jiang Qing. Thus, an eerie scene unfolded in the clearing where man and beast stood off. One lay motionless on the ground, the other cautiously observing, as dusk descended, enveloping them in silence. Cackling, the thunder pattern ape let out a low, strange laugh, its calloused paws tentatively pushing against Jiang Qing and Apos' shoulder. Seeing the prey on the ground unresponsive, the beast and Apos' violent demeanor softened slightly, replaced by intense curiosity. Jiang Qing and Apos' forehead was slick with cold sweat, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Fortunately, he had previously studied the thunder pattern ape in his bestiary. This creature's greatest weakness was its insatiable curiosity. However, he was acutely aware that his life hung by a thread. Any hint of vulnerability could lead to him being torn to shreds by the thunder pattern ape. After a moment, perhaps convinced that Jiang Qing was indeed unconscious, the thunder pattern ape gradually relaxed. It stood, surveying its surroundings, then glanced back at the young man on the ground, seemingly perplexed. How had the previously defiant human suddenly collapsed? The demon scratched its head, a look of bewilderment flashing in its eyes. The opportunity. At this critical moment, Jiang Qing's heart roared, and his right hand, which had been tightly gripping the sword hilt. Surged with power, erupting unexpectedly. Chapter 19. Outwitting the Thunderstripe Ape to obtain the demon core. Die. Jiang Qing roared like thunder, his long sword glinting with a chilling light as he struck swiftly at the throat of the Thunderstripe Ape. The proximity and the suddenness of his assault rendered the attack as swift as lightning. The ape's pupils contracted in shock, instinctively attempting to retreat. But Jiang Qing had anticipated this. He propelled himself forward as if transformed into a sharp arrow, plunging the sword deep into its flesh. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the creature and Apos' throat. The Thunderstripe Ape emitted a ghastly howl, choked by the blood that filled its throat. Its crimson eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of disbelief and fury. It thrashed violently, its powerful arms sweeping through the air in a frenzied attempt to seize Jiang Qing and tear him apart. Yet, Jiang Qing was unwavering. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, refusing to yield, pressing against the side of the beast like a parasite, even as it flailed wildly. In that moment, he struck with his left palm against the sword and Apos' hilt, channeling his inner strength, driving the blade further into the creature. The Thunderstripe Ape let out a prolonged cry of agony, its massive limbs flailing more erratically. The sheer force of its struggle sent jolts of pain through Jiang Qing's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. However, the blow had severely wounded the ape, its once vigorous body beginning to sway and slow. With a final surge of effort, Jiang Qing withdrew the sword and swiftly maneuvered around to the beast's rear, wielding the blade with both hands to deliver a powerful strike. The sword descended with the force of a falling tiger, cleaving down upon the back of the ape's neck. With a resounding crack, the ape and Apos' thick skull fractured, blood and brain matter erupting forth. Its enormous body staggered before collapsing onto the ground with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battle had finally concluded. Jiang Qing maintained his stance, breathing heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His arms ached with fatigue and his chest burned with pain from the earlier assault. He suspected several ribs were fractured. Yet, a smile of survival and triumph spread across his face, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement and joy. I did it, Jiang Qing murmured, gazing at the lifeless form of the Thunderstripe Ape, a surreal sense of disbelief washing over him. Alone, he had successfully hunted a second-tier demon beast. Such an achievement was exceedingly rare, even among the formal demon hunters of the demon hunting division, especially for a mere novice in the skin refinement stage. Gradually regaining his breath, Jiang Qing approached the fallen beast. He extracted the sword still embedded in the ape and Apos' throat, blood running down the blade. He wiped it clean against the grass nearby. The abyssal sword had accompanied him through countless battles, from military camps to demon mountain hunts, remaining sharp. Though now it bore fine cracks from the recent fierce confrontation, he recognized the sword's exceptional quality, yet the violent clash had almost rendered it unusable, highlighting his own inadequacies. Had he not relied on cunning, he would have stood no chance against the beast in a direct confrontation. After a brief respite, Jiang Qing began to examine the Thunderstripe Ape's corpse. The creature was imposing, standing nearly 10 feet tall, with arms as thick as stone pillars. Its grayish-white fur adorned with lightning-like black stripes. Lying on its back, its fierce visage bore the remnants of shock and rage from its final moments. Its bared fangs frightful to behold. As Jiang Qing circled to the front of the corpse, his gaze fell upon the bulging chest of the ape. Taking a deep breath, he drew his dagger and carefully opened the beast and Apos' robust chest. A wave of metallic scent filled the air as he revealed a crystal-like orb, roughly the size of a fist, pulsating with faint lightning, the demon core of the Thunderstripe Ape. The core shimmered in deep azure, arcs of electricity dancing within, indicating immense energy contained within. Jiang Qing delicately extracted the core, wiping the blood from its surface, feeling a tingling sensation in his palm, as if holding a charged object. This was it. Jiang Qing struggled to contain his overwhelming joy, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The demon core represented the very essence of the beast, a priceless treasure for any warrior. Typically, a practitioner in the flesh refinement stage would seek to absorb a second-tier demon core with great effort, for someone at his level. The pure energy contained within was monumental. If he could refine this core, his cultivation would surely see a significant leap. However, consuming the core directly posed immense risks. Failure to digest it could lead to severe injuries or even death. Thus, it was customary for individuals to combine the core with medicinal herbs for gradual absorption or to seek a master to refine it into a pill. Yet, Jiang Qing possessed an extraordinary advantage, the mysterious sign-in system residing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the second-tier demon beast, Thunderstripe Ape. Special sign-in conditions triggered. Would you like to sign in immediately? Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Qing and Appo's ears. His heart leaped with joy as he quickly focused his mind. Sign in. Detected host is occupying the territory of a second-tier demon beast. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. For obtaining a cultivation experience package 1, 365 days. A year of cultivation experience. Jiang Qing stared incredulously at the system notification. This was akin to bypassing an entire year of arduous training. Not daring to delay, Jiang Qing immediately sat cross-legged, placing the abyssal sword across his knees. Extending his hands to hold each half of the demon core, and slowly closed his eyes. He decided to seize the moment and refine the Thunderstripe Ape's core right here and now. Typically, second-tier demon beasts possess inner cores. Yet not all of them yield such treasures. Moreover, demon cores were not meant for practitioners at the skin refinement stage. According to the rules of the Demon Hunting Division, the one who slays the beast is entitled to the spoils, serving as motivation for hunters. For a practitioner in the skin refinement stage, to claim the core they personally extracted was truly exceptional. The vast energy within the core began to flow as he activated the thunderstorm breathing technique, a surge of vital demon essence coursing through his palms and into his body, gradually merging with his meridians and transforming into his own true energy. This process was fraught with peril. The power of the demon core was exceedingly domineering. Had Jiang Qing not experienced a significant boost in his inner strength at this moment, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. Even so, he felt his meridians strain painfully, his true energy occasionally surging uncontrollably through his limbs. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth against the pain, maintaining his focus as he guided the surging energy into his being. Time became nebulous. It could have been a mere incense stick's worth, or perhaps an hour suddenly. A series of faint explosions erupted around him, resembling the sound of popping beans. A delicate metallic sheen enveloped his skin, his muscles subtly reshaping, becoming more taut and resilient. At that moment, the last vestige of chaotic demon energy within his meridians was fully refined. He expelled a breath of turbid air, his eyes snapping open. Two beams of brilliance shooting forth like lightning across the night sky. He could faintly sense the signs of yet another breakthrough. An unmistakable excitement illuminated Jiang Qing's face. He discerned that he was on the verge of perfecting his skin refinement stage. The process of refining the skin was akin to forging iron. Once he achieved perfection, he would have tempered his entire body to the hardness of gold and iron, impervious to blades. This represented the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage. Beyond this lay the path of refining bones and organs, ascending to the higher realm of flesh refinement. However, to avoid drawing attention, Jiang Qing suppressed his cultivation once more. He is filled with confidence, knowing that even if he were to encounter a thunderstruck ape again, he would not find himself in the same predicament as before. However, after the initial joy, Jiang Qing quickly regained his composure. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. Under the moonlight, the clearing was stained with blood, and debris was strewn about. Numerous towering trees leaned precariously, some snapped in half, while others emitted wisps of smoke, remnants of the fierce battle that had just transpired. He feared that such a commotion might attract other perilous beasts. Without hesitation, Jiang Qing rose and began to tend to the carcass of the thunderstruck ape. The forest at night was fraught with danger, yet he needed to swiftly gather the valuable materials from the beast's body. The thunderstruck ape was a treasure trove. Its hide, impervious to blades, could be fashioned into exquisite leather armor. Its fangs and claws, as hard as iron, could be forged into weapons and concealed projectiles. Even its bones and organs could be used for medicinal purposes or sold to the Beast Hunters Guild for a handsome reward. Time was of the essence. So Jiang Qing selected only the most vital and portable materials. He deftly used his dagger to sever a pair of sharp fangs and claws, each as long as a child and Appo's arm, glinting coldly. He also skinned the entire thick hide adorned with lightning patterns. With prior experience in handling beast materials, his movements were swift and precise. Moments later, he had neatly organized several trophies, securing them with hemp rope to carry on his back. Before departing, Jiang Qing took one last look at the corpse of the ape. This colossal creature was clearly too massive to transport in full. But considering he would return tomorrow, and that the location was not far from the main camp, perhaps he could bring a cart and some help in the morning. He snapped off a leafy branch nearby and planted it in the ground as a marker, carefully noting the surrounding terrain to ensure he could find this spot again. Once everything was in order, Jiang Qing grasped his long sword and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the forest, heading back the way he came. Simultaneously, on the other side of the forest, the sun had long set, and the night enveloped the woods in darkness. A group of 5 was navigating through the dense underbrush, their faces etched with urgency. The burly youth at the front intermittently called out, "Jiang Qing. Brother Jiang, can you hear me? Respond." This was Zhao Liangping and his companions. They had been hunting until dusk when they suddenly realized Jiang Qing had gone missing. Initially, they thought he had merely strayed or was pursuing some prey and would soon rejoin them. However, as darkness fell and he remained absent, Zhao Liangping began to sense that something was amiss. Could it be that he had gone to confront a second-tier beast? Zhou Ping recalled Jiang Qing's earlier declaration of intent to hunt a second-tier beast and paled as he spoke. That fool. Could he really have run off to his doom alone? The urgency in De Zhuang's voice was palpable as he stomped his foot in frustration, his words laced with annoyance and concern. Zhao Liangping and Apos' expression shifted between hope and dread. Recalling Jiang Qing and Apos' determined demeanor, he felt a sense of foreboding. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "This is bad. Jiang Qing most likely went off to face a second-tier beast. It and Apos' my fault for not stopping him in time. What do we do now, Brother Zhao?" Zhou asked anxiously. Though it was one thing to be lost in this treacherous, beast-infested mountain, if Jiang Qing had indeed encountered the thunderstruck ape, his life would be in grave danger. "What can we do? Split up and search," Zhao Liangping decided resolutely. The group steeled themselves and ventured deeper into the forest. They were determined to find Jiang Qing, even if it meant only recovering his remains. They could not allow him to be devoured by a beast. This sentiment undeniably ignited a wave of fear among them. The companions exchanged glances, their hearts heavy. Yet, they had no choice but to press on, fanning out into a search pattern, brandishing torches and calling out into the darkness. Time slipped away, and eventually, Zhao Liangping heard a distant, muffled roar, followed by a deep, resounding thud from deep within the thicket, causing the ground to tremble slightly. His heart sank. "That way. Let us go check it out." The others quickly gathered, racing toward the source of the sound. Climbing over a small mound of earth, they suddenly found themselves in a clearing surrounded by low trees. In the dim moonlight, they saw several massive logs scattered about, and a gigantic, grayish-white beast lay motionless in the center, its immense form unmistakably that of the thunderstruck ape. "Brother, look." De Zhuang raised his torch, his voice trembling. "Isn't that the thunderstruck ape?" Beneath the feeble glow of the torch, the lightning patterns on the beast and Apos' hide were strikingly vivid. This was the nightmare they had discussed earlier. Yet now, the fearsome creature lay lifeless in a pool of blood. "My heavens, it and Apos' dead? Who did this?" Zhou Ping exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy flooding his words. Zhao Liangping and Apos' mind raced as a possibility struck him. His voice quivering. Could it be Jiang Qing? The moment those words left his mouth, a chill swept through the group, and disbelief washed over their faces. Yet, aside from Jiang Qing, they could think of no one else who could have accomplished such a feat, especially since only their small party had ventured this deep into the woods. "Quick, let us find Brother Jiang." Zhao Liangping snapped back to reality and charged into the clearing. He remained vigilant, torch in hand, illuminating the area as he swiftly discovered pools of blood and signs of a struggle near the beast and Apos' carcass. Zhou pointed to a large spatter of blood on the ground, his voice trembling. "So much blood. Brother Jiang," he wouldn't. Before he could finish, Zhou Ping suddenly pointed ahead. "Look, there is someone over there." Following his gaze, they spotted a figure emerging from the thicket on the opposite side of the clearing. In the darkness, the individual carried a large bundle and wielded a long sword. Gazing back at them, "Who goes there?" Zhao Liangping called out, but as he drew closer and recognized the face, astonishment and joy washed over him. "Jiang Qing, is that really you?" Under the moonlight, Jiang Qing and Apos' face appeared somewhat pale, his clothes tattered and stained with blood, yet he was indeed their longed-for companion. Zhao Liangping and the others rushed forward in exhilaration. Zhou Ping sprinted ahead, grabbing Jiang Qing's shoulder and inspecting him from head to toe. You're alive. This is wonderful. We thought." Jiang Qing winced as the movement aggravated his wounds, letting out a muffled groan. "Brother Zhou." "I'm fine. Just a bit injured." Chapter 20. The Lin Manor is besieged. Lin Feng strikes against the Huang family. Zhao Liangping hurriedly stepped forward to support Jiang Qing, his voice laced with concern. "How are you? Are your injuries severe? We thought you had fallen prey to that beast." "Thankfully, what a stroke of luck." The others gathered around, each expressing their relief and disbelief. One person, with reddened eyes, murmured, "At last, we found you." We were nearly driven to madness with worry. Feeling the genuine concern of his companions, Jiang Qing and Apos' heart warmed, and he offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for causing you all this worry. It was my fault for acting recklessly and making you anxious. You rascal." De Zhuang thumped Jiang Qing on the chest, glaring as he admonished, "You must not act so recklessly again. If anything were to happen to you, how would we face Uncle Huang?" "Exactly," Zhou Hu chimed in. "We're a team. If we lose even one of us, we would all be unsettled." Moved by the heartfelt camaraderie, Jiang Qing nodded repeatedly, his eyes slightly misty. "All right, I will remember." Only then did the group begin to relax. Soon, curiosity and excitement surged as they recalled the massive corpse of the thunder-pattern ape lying on the ground. "By the way, Brother Jiang," Zhou Ping exclaimed with disbelief. "Did you really slay this thunder-pattern ape?" The others stared wide-eyed at Jiang Qing, astounded at the thought that a rookie at the refining stage could single-handedly vanquish a second-tier beast. Had they not seen the corpse with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Jiang Qing offered a wry smile and nodded. "It was merely luck. Had fortune not favored me, I might not have returned." As he spoke, he pressed a hand at his side, where a bone injury throbbed painfully. Zhao Yangping took a deep breath, patting Jiang Qing and Apos' shoulder with admiration. "Jiang Qing, you have earned my utmost respect. Just moments ago, we were consumed with worry, yet here you stand alive and have even dealt with this monstrous beast." De Zhuang scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I really don't and Apos to know whether to call you audacious or exceptionally skilled. Brother Jiang, you have given us an incredible surprise." Jiang Qing, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, waved his hands. At that moment, the situation was dire. The beast was immensely powerful, and I was no match for it. I feigned exhaustion and collapsed. Sure enough, the creature hesitated to strike as I lay there. I took advantage of its carelessness and, with a swift thrust of my sword, pierced its throat. As Jiang Qing recounted the tale, his vivid description left no room for doubt. The group gasped in awe. This thunder-pattern ape could fetch a good price at the Demon Hunting Bureau. A good price? The market for thunder-pattern apes has significantly improved. The marrow is considered a great tonic, and people in the inner city are eager to acquire it. I recall several days ago, we captured a thunder-pattern ape and exchanged it for a mere 3 or 2 silver coins. As they engaged in animated discussion, their admiration for Jiang Qing deepened. Under the flickering torchlight, Zhao Yangping glanced at the sky and spoke solemnly. "It's getting late. We should find a place to start a fire and eat. Staying here too long may attract even more formidable beasts." Everyone nodded in agreement, and they began to process the thunder-pattern ape's corpse. Jiang Qing had already collected the beast's teeth, claws, and hide, and with the help of his companions, they removed other valuable parts, such as organs rich in essence, which could also be sold for a good price. The massive bones and flesh would have to be left for later retrieval. After a brief flurry of activity, they divided their spoils into several large bundles and used 2 sturdy wooden poles to carry them. They returned to the cave camp where they had rested earlier that day, depositing their bounty before lighting a bonfire and taking turns keeping watch while resting. Meanwhile, at the Qing Stone Workshop in Taiping City, the imposing vermilion gates of the Lin Manor loomed, yet tension hung thick in the air, as if a conflict were about to erupt. Outside the manor, Haizhang, the captain of the Tiger Halberd Guard, stood resolutely at the entrance with a dozen men clad in dark armor. Wang Hai, a burly man with a grim expression, stood among them, his subordinates gripping their swords tightly, resembling tigers poised to pounce, their blades gleaming ominously in the setting sun. Not far away, some local citizens watched from a distance, too fearful to approach, sensing that a clash between the Lin family and the Tiger Halberd Guard could lead to dire consequences. Wang Hai was seething with rage. How dare a mere Lin family allow their servants to behave so audaciously in his presence? As a captain of the Tiger Halberd Guard, he had never faced such provocation. What further fueled his ire was the fact that the night prior, he had dispatched 2 trusted aides to investigate the Lin family, only for them to be found dead in the streets, their wounds inflicted by swords, an utterly gruesome sight. Wang Hai was convinced that the Lin family had orchestrated this attack against his men. Thus, at dawn, he marched directly to the Lin Manor, demanding an explanation. "Listen up, Lin family." Wang Hai's voice boomed like thunder. "Hand over the culprits who infiltrated the military camp last night and attacked my subordinate. Otherwise, do not blame me, Wang Hai, for being ruthless and entering your manor to seize them." His declaration reverberated outside the Lin Manor, instilling fear in the onlookers who dared to observe from a distance. Beside Wang Hai, a capable-looking deputy stepped forward and echoed, "The Lin family and Appos. As private henchmen attacking the Tiger Halberd Guard is a treasonous offense. Hand them over at once, or the entire Lin family will face the wrath of the court." Yet the heavy doors of the Lin manor remained firmly shut, the brass door knocker unmoved. Wang Hai and Appos' brows knitted together, his anger intensifying. Already arrogant and domineering, he felt his pride wounded and raised his hand, commanding, "Knock on the door. I refuse to believe the Lin family can feign ignorance forever." Bang, bang, bang. The resounding knocks reverberated, making the doorframe tremble. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he awaited a response from the Lin family. However, within the depths of the Lin manor, chaos reigned in the main hall. The air was thick with sandalwood as the intricately carved redwood pillars flickered in the dim light. What should have been a serene and opulent scene was now disrupted. The redwood tea table lay overturned, exquisite porcelain teacups shattered, and fragrant tea spilled across the floor. Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family, paced the hall. His face a stormy shade of anger, the fury within him threatening to erupt. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." He slammed his fist against a nearby pillar, the carved dragon motif vibrating ominously. With furrowed brows and clenched teeth, he growled, "This outsider, Wang Hai, dares to bully us in our own territory. Demanding people from my Lin family? Does he truly believe we are without defenders?" As the thought consumed him, Lin Feng, unable to contain his rage, struck the table with his palm, shattering it with a resounding crack, cups and dishes clattering to the ground. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury. "Wang Hai, you go too far. 2 of my family's guardians were murdered in the streets, and before I could avenge them, he dares to hold us accountable. How absurd is it that he now demands our people? He is the one responsible for their deaths, and now he turns the tables on us." Lin Feng's chest heaved violently, his agitation akin to a wild beast trapped and restless. At that moment, a flustered guard of the Lin family rushed into the main hall. Kneeling as he reported, "Young master, it is dire. Wang Hai has surrounded our Lin family's entrance with his men, demanding that we hand over the servant who injured his men last night, or else he will force his way in." Lin Feng abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with fury. "That Wang Hai has killed 2 of our guards and tarnished our Lin family and Appos' reputation. And now he dares to turn the tables and come to demand someone?" Lin Feng's rage twisted into a chilling smile as he declared, "This is clearly an attempt to murder and destroy our spirit, offering us no way out. If we do not teach him a lesson today, he will truly believe my Lin family to be an easy target." With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. The cold glint of the blade reflected on his face, enhancing his fierce countenance. "I shall see how many lives Wang Hai possesses." "Young master, wait." The family steward, who had always accompanied Lin Feng, hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, whispering urgently, "We must not charge in recklessly. Although Wang Hai is merely a 100-man officer, he has the backing of the Tiger Guard, which is formidable. His subordinates are well-trained soldiers. If we engage him directly, we will only suffer." Lin Feng, filled with rage, nearly shook off the steward and Appos' grip. His eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed, "Am I to stand by and watch him wreak havoc at our doorstep? Shall we allow him to be so arrogant?" Cold sweat dripped from the steward's forehead as he persisted, "Young master, our Lin family has always been unassailable in Qingshi Lane, but the Tiger Guard is exceptional. A direct confrontation is not a wise strategy. Let us swiftly consult the master. We must not act out of impulse." Lin Feng and Appos' chest heaved violently, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking. Reason told him that the steward's words were not without merit. "Young master, please summon the master." Seeing Lin Feng's expression waver, the steward proposed urgently. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, forcefully sheathing his sword, and with a flick of his sleeve commanded, "Go, bring my father here." His voice still seethed with anger, yet he restrained himself from acting rashly. Before long, Lin Yuanshan, the head of the Lin family, hurried into the main hall. He appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a deep blue satin robe, exuding an air of solemn authority. Upon entering the hall, he surveyed the disarray and Lin Feng's stormy expression, already sensing the gravity of the situation. "Fenger, what has happened?" Lin Yuanshan inquired in a deep voice, though his tone was not harsh. It bore an undeniable weight that slightly quelled Lin Feng's agitation. "Father, it is grave. Wang Hai has blocked our entrance, threatening to demand the servant who intruded upon his military camp last night, or else he will force his way in." Lin Feng spoke through clenched teeth. still seething with anger. Just days prior, 2 of our guards, Lu San and Hu Zi, were murdered on the streets, and I suspected Wang Hai and Amp, Apos, involvement. Now he dares to accuse us first and come to our door. Wang Hai has long terrorized Qingshi Lane, seizing shops, extorting merchants, and even abducting maidens. His misdeeds are countless. Now he has the audacity to bully our Lin family. This is utterly intolerable. I implore you, let me lead a force against him to show him that we are not to be trifled with. Lin Yuanshan and Apos' expression darkened at Lin Feng and Apos' words, his eyes glinting with coldness. He clenched his fist slightly, snorting disdainfully. A mere 100-man officer from elsewhere dares to act so brazenly in Taiping City. Assuming my Lin family is easy prey. Seeing his father and Apos' anger, Lin Feng became even more agitated. Father, why don't we take the initiative and teach Wang Hai and his band of ruffians a lesson right away? He grasped the hilt of his sword again, clearly eager to charge out. Do not act impulsively, Lin Yuanshan commanded, raising a hand to signal Lin Feng to calm down. He paced slowly, suppressing his rising fury, and quietly analyzed. The connections behind the Tiger Guard are intricate. We must not underestimate them. Wang Hai and Apos' bluster is likely a trap to provoke us into action, providing him with a pretext to take us down. If we rashly engage, we will only fall into his snare. Lin Feng paused at his father's words, gradually regaining some composure. As the young master of the Lin family, he was somewhat familiar with the intricacies of political maneuvering. Lin Yuanshan and Apos' gaze deepened, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Wang Hai is scheming. He aims to force us into error. We must not fall for his ploy. Feng, you must endure and refrain from direct confrontation for now. Lin Yuanshan and Apos' eyes sharpened. I will now contact the Sun and Feng families to discuss strategies with them. If all else fails, we shall jointly approach the city lord and Apos' residence tomorrow and request the lord and Apos' intervention in this matter. I refuse to believe that the prominent families of Taiping City cannot deal with an outsider like Wang Hai. Yes, father. Lin Feng, hearing this, suppressed his anger and nodded firmly. Seeing Lin Feng regain his composure, Lin Yuanshan's expression softened slightly. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering for a moment before shifting the topic coldly. However, I and Apos' heard that the deaths of our 2 guards occurred while they were searching for that fellow named Jiang Qing. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded resentfully. The mention of Jiang Qing felt like a burning iron pressing against his insides. Lin Yuanshan and Apos' eyes flickered with a glint of ferocity as he continued, and what of Jiang Qing? You have made several attempts to propose to her. Yet she has not only rebuffed you each time but has also disrespected our family. That old Huang Renzhong has repeatedly obstructed us, proclaiming that he would not grant us face. If we allow this to continue, what will outsiders think of the Lin family? Father and Apos' meaning is. A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Feng and Apos' eyes. Lin Yuanshan stroked his long beard, chuckling coldly. We shall remain patient with Wang Hai for now. But certain individuals deserve a lesson. We must demonstrate to everyone the consequences of offending the Lin family. Go to the Huang family and apply some pressure. Let Wang Hai see. Consider it a warning to others. Father is wise. Lin Feng felt as though the pent-up frustration within him had found an outlet, a sinister smile gracing his features. Lin Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. Go. Exercise caution. Do not kill them all. Leave some alive for future use. Lin Feng bowed respectfully to his father. I shall take my leave. He then hurriedly exited the hall, calling out, Bring me news at once. Where is that scoundrel Jiang Qing now? With Lin Feng's command, his trusted subordinate quickly departed. Lin Feng stood on the steps, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, his subordinate returned in haste, kneeling to report, Young master, Jiang Qing is not currently in the city. However, we have learned that he has recently enlisted in the demon hunting division and has already left the city to hunt demons. What? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Qing has joined the demon hunting division? Yes, young master. And it is said that the demon hunting division has accepted him into their ranks, the subordinate added in a hushed voice. Lin Feng felt a buzzing in his head. Jiang Qing has actually reached the iron skin stage? Lin Feng and Apos' lips twitched involuntarily as tumultuous waves surged within him. That Jiang Qing, a mere beacon soldier, has managed to attain iron skin and qualifies for demon hunting. Very well indeed. Yet no matter how far you venture, how can you protect your dear ones and old acquaintances in the stone alley? Lin Feng strode down the steps, his voice resonating with authority. Since Jiang Qing is absent, let us first vent our frustrations on Huang Rinzhong and Jiang Qing. Convey my orders. Tonight, we shall pay a visit to the Huang residence. Before his words had fully settled in the air, he could no longer contain the tumult within and drew his sword with a swift motion. The mere feel of the blade in his grasp provided a much-needed outlet for the pent-up frustration in his heart. Over a dozen robust guards from the Lin family had already assembled in the courtyard, and upon hearing his command, they responded in unison, each eager and ready for action. Chapter 21. Returning with abundance. Earning renown in the demon hunting division. Within the Huang residence, the night has deepened, and tranquility envelopes the house. Inside, Huang Rinzhong has just settled his granddaughter, Jiang Qing, for the night and now paces restlessly, burdened with thoughts. Earlier in the day, he had heard of a conflict between the Lin family and the Highway, which stirred unease within him. Particularly alarming was the urgent news that had arrived in the evening, reporting that Lin Feng, the young master of the Lin family, had departed with a large entourage, their demeanor menacing and unclear in purpose. Huang Rinzhong and Apos' immediate instinct was to secure the courtyard door and instruct Qing not to venture out that night. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Lin Feng harbored ill intentions, likely planning to sow discord under the cover of darkness. The Lin family, Huang Rinzhong, hands clasped behind his back, paced the room, his gaze drawn to a portrait of a soldier in battle attire on the ancestral altar, the likeness of his son who had perished on the battlefield. A shadow crossed his face, and he sighed heavily. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the violent banging of the door latch. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy wooden door of the Huang residence was struck with such force that the latch rattled ominously. In the stillness of the night, the sound was particularly jarring. Huang Rinzhong's expression shifted, and his heart raced. Who would dare to pound on his door at such an hour? Without a doubt, the image of the arrogant Lin Feng flashed through his mind. Lin Feng. Moments later, a brash and audacious voice rang out from outside. Huang Rinzhong, get out here. With that command, a powerful gust of wind surged, and the heavy wooden door of the Huang residence was kicked open, the latch splintering with a resounding crack. The door crashed against the inner courtyard wall, shaking the entire yard. Huang Rinzhong heard the commotion and rushed out, his eyes meeting a group of intruders storming into the courtyard. At the forefront stood a young man in his early 20s, clad in a brocade robe, his flamboyance undiminished by the dim light of night. It was none other than Lin Feng, the young master of the Lin family. The serenity of the courtyard was abruptly shattered. Jiang Qing, startled by the noise, hurriedly emerged from the back room. From a distance, she witnessed the door of her home being breached and a dozen shadowy figures rushing in, causing her to gasp in alarm and retreat into the shadows of the porch to observe. By the flickering light of the flames, Jiang Qing discerned the identities of the intruders, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Indeed, it was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do you intend by leading such a multitude into my courtyard? Huang Rinzhong demanded, refusing to back down. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Huang Rinzhong, a contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Old man, you possess quite the audacity to face me. You, who have repeatedly spurned my offers of marriage. Do you truly believe that the Lin family would hesitate to deal with you? Lin Feng and Apos' words dripped with scorn, his voice venomous, silencing the surrounding guards. Everyone knew of Lin Feng's deep-seated resentment regarding this matter. The mask of civility had been discarded. Huang Rinzhong's chest heaved with indignation. We of the Huang family have never consented to a forced marriage. Your Lin family bullies us with your power, sending individuals to coerce us time and again. I have made it clear that even if our fortunes dwindle, I shall never sell my granddaughter for prestige. Lin Feng erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Huang Rinzhong, you should feel honored that I, Lin Feng, have set my sights on your girl. It's a blessing for your family. How many would claw their way to elevate themselves to the Lin family? And yet, here you are, feigning nobility? Your family of loyalists? If it weren't and amp, Apos, T for Jiang Qing and amp, Apos, S parents dying in battle, would your Huang family have fallen to such depths? Lin Feng and amp, Apos, S tone was laced with mockery. Now that the Huang family is in decline, you, an aging relic, cling to a dying legacy and still dare to refuse the Lin family. You truly do not regard us with any seriousness. Enough. Huang Rinzhong and amp, Apos' face darkened, and he stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Do you not realize that there exists a law in this world? Law? Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos, lips curled in a sneer. In this Qingshi square, my Lin family is the law. Anyone who dares interfere tonight will share the same fate as this old fool. With that, Lin Feng became increasingly brazen. His gaze shifting to Huang Renzheng and the now visible Jiang Qing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ah, Miss Jiang Qing is also present. What a fortuitous coincidence. Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos, eyes roamed over Jiang Qing, his appraisal lewd and unabashed. Jiang Qing, armed with a dagger, her face pale yet striving to maintain her composure, glared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, cease your nonsense. Your so-called proposal from the Lin family was merely an offer for me to be a concubine or a servant. I am fully aware of your vile intentions. I would rather die than marry a scoundrel like you. You. Lin Feng was taken aback by her boldness, his face shifting between shades of anger and disbelief. Jiang Qing, don't be hasty. After tonight, you will understand whether it is better to marry into the Lin family and enjoy a life of luxury or to endure a wretched existence with your decrepit grandfather. I lay this before you, Huang Renzheng. If you are wise, let Jiang Qing come with me to the Lin family, where she will live a life of endless opulence. I might even spare your life, allowing you to enjoy your remaining days in peace. What say you? Huang Renzheng, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. You are delusional. You think you can take Qing away? You shall have to step over my dead body first. At these words, Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos, eyes turned icy, a murderous intent flaring within. Stubborn old fool. You invite your own demise. I shall grant you your wish. Kill them. With a fierce wave of his hand, Lin Feng commanded. And a dozen guards from the Lin family surged forward, lunging at Huang Renzheng. Bold. Huang Renzheng's brows furrowed, and he roared like thunder. Though he was past 50. Having served in the military, he was still a formidable warrior of the Xuanjia Guard. He quickly stepped back, seizing a spear from beside the door and brandishing it before him. In an instant, the small courtyard of the Huang residence was transformed into a battleground. With glinting blades and darting figures, Huang Renzheng wielded his spear with deadly precision, repelling the advancing guards with a ferocity that belied his age. Fearing that the situation might spiral out of control, Lin Feng's eyes glinted with cold light as he resolved to end this matter himself. He stepped forward, bellowing, "Everyone, stand aside." With that, Lin Feng launched himself into the fray like a drawn sword. As a practitioner of the refinement of flesh stage, and in the prime of his youth, he possessed ample strength. Gradually, Huang Renzheng found himself unable to hold his ground. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, exploiting a flaw in Huang Renzheng and Amp, Oppos, defenses, and unleashed a swift strike. The blow was as quick as lightning, infused with Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos, pent-up fury and murderous intent, leaving Huang Renzheng with no room to evade. Old fool, meet your end. Lin Feng and Oppos' strike found its mark, and without yielding ground, he pressed his advantage, relentlessly attacking Huang Renzheng's neck. With a sickening sound, the blade sliced through the air, crimson splattering forth. Huang Renzheng stumbled, one knee collapsing to the ground, his forehead slick with cold sweat, gasping for breath. Old fool, Warren and Oppos, to you quite defiant? Lin Feng sneered coldly, delivering a brutal kick to Huang Renzheng and Oppos' chest. Grandfather. Jiang Qing could no longer contain herself. Her face turned as pale as death, and her dagger clattered to the ground. Huang Renzheng, barely clinging to consciousness, furrowed his brow and looked at Jiang Qing. Foolish girl. Run. Ignoring Huang Renzheng, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Jiang Qing. Have you finished your crying? Huang Renzheng has already passed away. Shouting will not alter this reality. It would be far better for you to obediently accompany me and become a member of the Lin family. Naturally, someone will take care of your grandfather's remains. Jiang Qing scoffed derisively, declaring, even if I were to marry a mere beacon soldier, I would never wed this beast of yours. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened ominously, followed by a sinister grin as he retorted, the beacon soldier you speak of, is it that lad named Jiang Qing? A mere waste of the refining skin stage, someone I wooed and Oppos to even glance at, and yet you, Jiang Qing, treasure him? Just as Lin Feng intended to launch an attack on Jiang Qing, the previously nearly lifeless Huang Renzheng summoned his strength, grasped Jiang Qing, and swiftly retreated to the back door of the courtyard. After pushing Jiang Qing through the door, Huang Renzheng resolutely blocked the entrance, awaiting his fate with unwavering resolve. A quarter of an hour later, Huang Renzheng, with a dagger embedded in his heart, collapsed, his eyes filled with rage. The following noon, the east gate of Taiping City slowly swung open. Jiang Qing and Zhao Yangping, along with others, mounted their steeds, escorting a cart laden with the spoils of their beast hunt as they entered the city through the gate. Along the way, several soldiers stationed at the city wall were left dumbfounded at the sight of the mountain of beast corpses stacked on the cart. One of the officers could not help but step forward for a closer look, his mouth agape upon seeing two particularly massive beast carcasses. "This is a second-tier beast?" Zhao Liangping laughed heartily and replied, "3 second-tier beasts, along with dozens of first-tier small ones, all harvested by us during these past few days outside the city." At this proclamation, the surrounding soldiers erupted in astonishment. "Incredible! Aren't and Oppos, to you all just newcomers? How is it that you've hunted so many beasts, including second-tier ones? Many capable individuals have slain second-tier beasts at the refining skin stage in the past. What's so rare about it?" Jiang Qing and his companions could not help but beam with pride. They escorted their cart, filled to the brim with beast materials, towards the southern office of the Beast Hunting Division. The Beast Hunting Division, situated in the southern section of Taiping City, occupied an expansive area, resembling a combination of a military camp and an administrative complex. As the sun rose, a new wave of teams that had completed their hunting missions began to return to the city. The entrance of the Beast Hunting Division buzzed with activity, with teams of warriors clad in leather armor and wielding weapons pushing or carrying their catches inside. Among them were those with haggard faces and empty hands, as well as groups brimming with joy from their bountiful hunts. However, when Zhao Liangping and Oppos' team arrived with their cart overflowing with spoils, the atmosphere at the entrance momentarily stilled. A dozen warriors awaiting registration turned their gazes towards the cart, their eyes widening in disbelief. "My goodness, are those red-scaled serpents and thunder-patterned apes?" someone exclaimed. "Who among you is so formidable as to hunt 2 second-tier beasts in one outing?" A chorus of incredulous voices arose, their astonishment palpable. Soon, all eyes were drawn to the scene, and a small crowd gathered before the entrance of the Beast Hunting Division, surrounding Jiang Qing and his companions, their murmurs filling the air. Amidst the throngs of admirers, Zhou Ping and De Zhuang felt both exhilarated and slightly anxious. Zhao Liangping, however, remained composed, clasping his hands in greeting and smiling. "Thank you for the compliments, brothers. We were merely fortunate, and hope you will not mock us." "Brother Zhao, such remarkable prowess cannot be attributed solely to luck," remarked a seemingly seasoned hunting team leader, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Pray tell, which team do you hail from? Your valor deserves recognition, so that others may learn from your example." Just as Zhao Liangping was about to respond, a surprised voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "Is that not Zhao Liangping? How did you manage to hunt so many beasts?" As the words fell, a lean young man squeezed his way through the throng. It was Lu Shang, a record keeper from the Beast Hunting Division, clutching a ledger. He had been responsible for tallying the spoils of each team and happened upon this astonishing scene. Recognizing Lu Shang, Zhao Liangping greeted him with a smile. "Lu brother, we were just looking for you. We returned to the city early today and would appreciate your help in registering our harvest." Lu Shang gazed at the mountain of beast materials piled on the cart, momentarily taken aback. Having worked at the Beast Hunting Division for several years, he had never seen a newcomer team achieve such astonishing results. "Very well, I shall register this immediately." Lu Shang quickly unfurled the ledger and inquired, "How many members does your team comprise? What are your names?" Zhao Liangping promptly responded, "Jiang Qing, Zhou Ping, De Zhuang, and Sher Chudi. We set out together 3 days ago to participate in the beast hunt." Upon hearing these names, several onlookers gasped in hushed awe. "Jiang Qing? Is he not the one who recently slew a Lin family guard at Qishu Square?" "Indeed. I heard he was merely at the refining skin stage, and yet managed to dispatch a refining flesh stage opponent." Realizing that this young man had also participated in the beast hunt, many could not help but admire him. Amidst the whispers of admiration, numerous gazes turned towards Jiang Qing with reverence. The tale of his actions at Qishu Square had spread widely throughout Taiping City, and now, witnessing his remarkable achievements in the hunt, many believed that he was a force to be reckoned with, destined for greatness. Jiang Qing maintained his composure under the scrutiny of the crowd. While others extolled his virtues, he opted for silence, carefully guiding the cart into the courtyard of the Beast Hunting Division alongside his teammates. Upon reaching the open space in front of the main hall, several officers were already prepared to receive the hunt and Oppos' bounty. Lu Shang led Jiang Qing and his companions to a large scale nearby. "Thank you all for your hard work." An elderly officer with graying hair approached, clasping his hands and smiling. "I shall meticulously count and register everything, and I hope you will assist in verifying the haul. We appreciate your efforts, Zhao Liangping replied courteously. Thus, the group began to cooperate with the officers, unloading the spoils from the cart one by one. The officer counted as he went, marveling aloud. 2 second-tier beasts, namely a red-scaled serpent and a thunder-patterned ape? Remarkable. And 52 first-tier beast fragments. Splendid. Splendid. Stroking his white beard, he mused, after many years of overseeing this process, this is the first time I have seen newcomers achieve such bountiful results. Truly, young heroes are emerging. At this, the officer nodded approvingly at Jiang Qing. As the officer completed his tally, the recording clerk hastily wrote down the details. Before long, all the spoils were registered, and the officer smiled. You have all performed exceptionally well in this mission. Based on the value of the spoils, the total reward amounts to 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing the figure of 10 taels, Zhao Liangping and the others and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 taels of silver was a significant sum for an ordinary citizen, and for these lower-tier warriors, it represented a substantial reward. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the silver reward, the recording clerk said, gesturing for everyone to stand by briefly. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, clasping his hands and exclaiming, Brothers, your skills are truly commendable. Might I inquire how you managed to take down that thunder-patterned ape? Would you be so kind as to share your experience with us? Zhou Ping, seizing the opportunity, patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder and eagerly said, When it comes to the thunder-patterned ape, we owe it all to our brother Jiang. You may find it hard to believe, but he single-handedly devised the strategy to bring it down. He continued, and he did so while still at the Iron Skin stage. Oh, is that truly the case? The crowd grew more intrigued, drawing closer. Zhou Ping cleared his throat, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, It was just yesterday at dusk when a few of us were scouring the forest for game, when suddenly we heard the distant roar of a demon ape. Rushing over, we were astonished to find the thunder-patterned ape lying dead on the ground, while Brother Jiang stood nearby, bearing wounds of his own. It turns out he had stealthily tracked the beast back to its lair and confronted it single-handedly. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Zhou Ping continued, As you all know, the thunder-patterned ape possesses strength akin to that of a bull and moves with the swiftness of lightning. Even collectively, we might not have been able to defeat it. Yet Brother Jiang managed to vanquish it alone. How so? It was due to his courage and cunning. He battled the creature for an extended period, and at the critical moment, feigned defeat and collapsed to the ground, luring the beast to approach carelessly. It was then that he struck with a swift thrust to its throat. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, soon followed by a thunderous eruption of applause. At that moment, the onlookers had already elevated Jiang Qing to the status of a legendary figure, disregarding any modesty, and he was showered with unending praise. Many young martial artists gazed at Jiang Qing with eyes full of admiration, yearning to immediately pledge themselves as his disciples. After a brief interlude, a scribe approached, carrying a bundle of silver ingots tied with red string, and said with a smile, Esteemed guests, please accept these 10 taels of silver. Zhao Liangping nodded in gratitude and solemnly accepted the reward. According to their prior agreement, he divided the 10 taels into 5 equal portions of 2 taels each, distributing them to everyone present. Naturally, Jiang Qing accepted his share with delight, taking no more than his due. This scene was not lost on the spectators, one of whom remarked, To share even the spoils from a second-tier demon beast. Now that's commendable. Chapter 22. Promotion to Demon Hunter Commander. After receiving their rewards, it was customary to submit the materials obtained from the beasts to the Demon Hunting Department for unified acquisition. Many small teams dispersed after pocketing their silver. Yet the legendary achievements of Jiang Qing and his companions spread throughout the Demon Hunting Department within mere minutes. Have you heard? A few newcomers managed to hunt down 2 second-tier beasts in one go. Is that true? Second-tier beasts killed by novices? Surely that's absurd. Absolutely true. They even carried the corpses back. Apparently, one of them, Jiang Qing, single-handedly took down a thunder-pattern ape. Incredulous whispers and exaggerated tales erupted within the department, drawing more and more spectators. As the crowd swelled, even some seasoned demon hunters and captains were stirred, and nearby officials hurried to report to their superiors. Half an hour later, the crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged man in a flying fish robe, adorned with a jade belt, striding purposefully forward. His countenance was imposing, and his gaze piercing. He was none other than the esteemed head of the Demon Hunting Department, Gu Dahai of Taiping City. Lord Gu. The crowd bowed in unison. Gu Dahai nodded slightly and approached Jiang Qing and his group directly, stating plainly, Is it true that you hunted down 2 second-tier beasts? Indeed, it was us 5. Zhao Liangping replied promptly, his tone respectful, though a hint of pride shone through. Gu Dahai's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on the youngest among them, Jiang Qing. After a moment of appraisal, he inquired, "Which one of you is Jiang Qing?" Jiang Qing clasped his hands together and replied, "I am Jiang Qing, at your service." "Demon Hunter, sir." A glimmer of approval flickered in Gu Dahai's eyes. "No need for excessive formalities. I have heard that one of the Thunder Pattern apes was slain by you alone. Is that correct?" After a brief pause, Jiang Qing affirmed, "Indeed." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Gu Dahai smiled broadly. "Well done. You young man have exceeded expectations. Your triumph in slaying 2 second-tier beasts brings great honor to our demon hunting department. On behalf of the court, I express my gratitude for your efforts." With that, Gu Dahai personally cupped his hands in salute to Jiang Qing and his companions. The group, astonished by such honor from the esteemed demon hunter, hurriedly returned the gesture. Gu Dahai turned to his secretary nearby and instructed, "Submit the names of these 5 to the court. This is a significant achievement. Each shall receive a reward of 20 taels of silver, and the documentation should be prepared immediately." Joy erupted among Zhao Liangping and the others as they thanked him in unison. They had anticipated only a modest reward of 10 taels from the department. But with Gu Dahai and Appos' intervention, they were to receive an additional 4 taels each. How could they not be elated? Having arranged the rewards, Gu Dahai's gaze returned to Jiang Qing, his eyes brimming with expectation. "Would you wish to formally join the demon hunting department and become one of our official hunters?" The question sent a ripple of shock through Zhao Liangping and his companions. They had initially participated as temporary guards or militia, and upon completing their tasks, they were expected to return to their previous roles. To be formally inducted into the demon hunting department represented an extraordinary opportunity. Without hesitation, Jiang Qing stepped forward and declared, "It would be my honor to serve the demon hunting department." "Excellent." Gu Dahai laughed heartily. "From this day forth, you 5 are officially recognized as demon hunters of Taiping City. You will be registered and issued identification tokens with monthly salaries." Delight lit up their faces, and they quickly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Gu, for your kindness. Rise, all of you." Gu Dahai chuckled, helping them to their feet with a warm demeanor. Recognizing the potential in this promising new team, he was eager to foster goodwill. The surrounding members of the demon hunting department cast envious glances at the newly promoted hunters. Becoming a demon hunter was typically no easy feat. Most had to endure multiple hunting trials over the years. Yet, Jiang Qing and his companions were immediately granted special status due to their extraordinary accomplishments, a remarkable turn of fate. As whispers of envy circulated, Gu Dahai suddenly beckoned Jiang Qing over. "Jiang Qing, come with me for a moment." Surprised, Jiang Qing quickly complied. Gu Dahai led him to a secluded area and lowered his voice. "At such a young age, your skill and courage are truly remarkable. I must confess that I am quite intrigued by you. May I inquire about your true cultivation level?" Realizing he could not conceal the truth, Jiang Qing responded honestly. "Reporting to you, my current realm is at the golden skin stage of the skin refinement level." "Golden skin stage?" Gu Dahai and Appos' eyes sparkled with astonishment. "Is that truly the case?" Jiang Qing nodded solemnly. "I would not dare to utter a falsehood." Gu Dahai scrutinized him for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha. A golden skin stage demon hunter is indeed a rarity." Recalling something, he summoned the recording officer, Lu Shang, and asked sternly, "When Jiang Qing entered the department 3 days ago, was his cultivation tested?" Lu Shang quickly replied, "Yes, my lord. 3 days ago, Jiang Qing was at the iron skin stage, minor completion." "Oh." Gu Dahai raised an eyebrow, both surprised and delighted. He regarded the young man anew, as if he were a precious gem. "In just 3 days, from iron skin to golden skin, your talent is indeed unparalleled across all of Taiping City," Jiang Qing humbly remarked. "It was merely a stroke of luck that led to my breakthrough. I hope it does not amuse you." "Modesty. Excellent." Gu Dahai laughed heartily, his mind already set on ensuring he kept this gem close. He then raised his voice to announce to the gathered crowd, "I have another decree due to Jiang Qing and Appos' outstanding abilities and immense potential. I hereby appoint him as one of the commanders of the demon hunting department, directly under my supervision, overseeing 20 demon hunters. His rank shall be 7th grade, with a monthly salary of 1 tael." The announcement caused an uproar. Even Jiang Qing himself widened his eyes in disbelief. A commander? That was akin to a minor officer's position within the city, a role that, while not high in rank, carried considerable prestige. Given the rampant demon threats, the court had established the demon hunting department to combat such disasters, thus placing its authority above local military and political powers. Though the commander's rank was modest, the responsibilities of overseeing hunts conferred significant power, allowing one to stand shoulder to shoulder with the city's defense commanders. The mere thought of someone so young attaining such a position left the crowd in shock. Many veteran demon hunters, having served for years, had only managed to become captains. While Jiang Qing had been promoted to commander upon his arrival, this honor was nothing short of astonishing. After a brief silence, murmurs of admiration surged forth. Good heavens! This young man is to be a commander? I must have misheard. How can someone at the skin refinement level be appointed commander? This is beyond belief. There and amp. Oppos. S no denying it. He possesses extraordinary talent. Lord Yu has taken notice and promoted him. Alas, his future is boundless. The gazes directed at Jiang Qing transformed entirely, now filled with awe, envy, and a tinge of jealousy. Yet, no one dared voice dissent, after all. It was Gu Dahai's decree. Who would dare challenge it? Zhao Liangping and his companions were equally astounded and delighted, rushing forward to congratulate Jiang Qing. Brother Jiang, well done. Haha, congratulations, Commander Jiang. Jiang Qing, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and solemnly replied, I am deeply grateful for your esteemed favor, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill my duties. Gu Dahai nodded in satisfaction. He retrieved a delicate copper seal and a gilded insignia, solemnly handing them to Jiang Qing, smiling as he said, This is the seal of the Demon Hunter Commander and the insignia. You shall keep it well. From this day forth, you may carry the insignia to enter and exit the inner city's court, mobilizing the demon hunting personnel under your command. I hope you familiarize yourself with your duties swiftly and become my right-hand man. Jiang Qing accepted the seal and insignia with both hands, feeling the heavy weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. I understand, sir, he replied, standing tall with resolute eyes. The numerous demon hunting officers around them watched this scene with mixed emotions. No one anticipated that a nameless newcomer would, in less than half a day, leap from a mere temporary hunter to a formally appointed demon hunter commander. Such an opportunity could only be described as a meteoric rise. Gu Dahai engaged in a few more intimate conversations with Jiang Qing, inquiring about his background. Upon learning that Jiang Qing was originally a low-ranking soldier in the city defense with no family foundation, currently renting in a poor district of the outer city, Gu Dahai pondered for a moment before saying, Your humble dwelling is unsuitable for your new position. I have a vacant residence at the foot of the inner city wall, remote yet peaceful. I shall gift it to you as a place to settle. Jiang Qing was taken aback and hurriedly declined. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, but how could I accept such a generous gift? Gu Dahai laughed heartily. What is a mere house to me? I value your future far more. I hope you dedicate yourself to your training, slaying demons for the court and earning merit. This small investment is inconsequential. Hearing this, Jiang Qing no longer hesitated, respectfully bowing. I shall not disappoint your expectations, sir. Thank you for your generosity. Gu Dahai nodded with pleasure, wrote down the address of the residence, and prepared the transfer documents. Then, he returned to his official duties amidst the crowd. Once Gu Dahai and Amp, Oppos, S figure disappeared, Jiang Qing slowly rose. His friends, Zhao Liangping and others, immediately surrounded him, excitedly exclaiming, Commander Jiang, haha. Don't forget us brothers. Indeed. Brother Jiang is truly a dragon among men. We'll be following you from now on. Jiang Qing felt comforted that his companions treated him with the same camaraderie. Unperturbed by his promotion, he chuckled and chided. All right, no need to tease me. Who do you think I am? I will always recognize my brothers. We will continue to work together in the future. Zhao Liangping slapped him on the shoulder, filled with emotion. I never expected that the young brother we met on the city wall would surpass us so quickly. Zhou Ping grinned broadly, right? From now on, we'll be relying on Commander Jiang to enjoy the finer things in life. Laughter echoed among them, the atmosphere harmonious and warm. Meanwhile, Lu Shang had completed the formalities for transferring the demon hunting insignia and command documents. Jiang Qing officially became a commissioned officer of the Demon Hunting Bureau, a notable figure in Taiping City. After a flurry of activity as the sun ascended high, Jiang Qing gazed at the weighty seal and insignia in his hands, his heart swelling with pride. He suppressed his excitement and turned to Zhao Liangping and the others, saying, Brothers, I must return to pack my belongings and prepare to move into the inner city residence. Uncle Huang and the others are still unaware of my current situation, and I wish to inform them and reassure them. Zhao Yangping nodded vigorously. Of course. Uncle Huang will be overjoyed to hear of your great accomplishment and promotion. Zhou Hu nudged playfully. And what about Miss Jiang? Brother Jiang, you are returning in style. She will surely look at you in a new light. Enough of that. Don't speak nonsense. Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh, giving Zhou Hu a playful glare. The mention of Jiang Qing stirred a deeper urgency within him. He longed to rush back to Huang's residence to share the joyful news with his beloved elders and friends. Thus, Jiang Qing bid farewell to his companions. You brothers should return to the city defense to report. I will finish packing today and move into the inner city first thing tomorrow. Should anything arise, I will find you for a drink. All right, we'll wait for you. Zhou Ping laughed heartily. With that, Jiang Qing departed, filled with honor and abundant rewards. Brimming with joy as he headed towards Huang's residence, stopping by the inner city market to purchase a few gifts. As he passed through the inner city walls, 2 guards noticed the insignia hanging from his waist and immediately stood at attention, offering respectful salutes, allowing Jiang Qing to experience the convenience and honor of his new status. Soon, amidst the light morning mist, he walked briskly through familiar streets, memories of Uncle Huang's astonishment and Qing Wei's joyful smile flooding his mind. Jiang Qing could not help but quicken his pace. Uncle Huang, Sister Qing Wei, I have returned. Moreover, I have so much good news to share with you. A smile graced his lips as he approached the courtyard of his memories. As he neared, he noticed groups of neighbors whispering among themselves. Falling silent and stepping aside with peculiar and sympathetic expressions upon seeing him stride forward with enthusiasm, Jiang Qing thought they were discussing his glorious return from the hunt. Dismissing their reactions with a smile as he reached the entrance of Huang and Appo's residence. However, upon seeing the door, he was taken aback. The door hung askew, battered and broken, with only one ring remaining, and the wooden panels bore evident scars from blades and axes. The wine jar in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp as an ominous premonition surged within him. The smile faded from Jiang Qing's face as he hurried up the steps, pushing open the half-closed door, calling out urgently, Uncle Huang. Sister Qing Wei, I'm back. The expansive courtyard was eerily silent, devoid of familiar responses. Jiang Qing and Appo's pupils constricted, a chill rising from his feet to his head. He forced himself to suppress the rising panic, hastening into the yard and scanning his surroundings. Bloodstains marred the ground, and the stone table where they often gathered had been shattered, fragments splattered with crimson. His gaze quickly landed on a figure wrapped in a straw mat at the center of the courtyard. Jiang Qing rushed forward in a frenzy, pulling back the white cloth covering the mat. There lay Huang Rinzhong, motionless, his face pallid, a horrendous wound in his chest that nearly pierced through his body. The edges already dried and blackened. His eyes were closed, the expression frozen in pain and rigidity, the ground beneath him stained with dark brown splotches of coagulated blood. In that moment, memories of Huang Rinzhong flooded Jiang Qing's mind. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly turned his head, noticing a group of Huang Rinzhong's former subordinates gathered outside the door. Jiang Qing's voice came out hoarse and low, each word squeezed from his throat. Who did this? The closest to Huang Rinzhong, old Zhang, quickly wiped his tear-streaked face and replied, It was the Lin family. Last night, young Master Lin Feng led a dozen men in here, killed Brother Huang, and Zhang girl is also missing. The Lin family. Jiang Qing spat out the name through gritted teeth, the flames of fury surging within him, nearly overwhelming. Chapter 23. The completion of skin refinement, blood for blood. As calmness enveloped him, Jiang Qing realized that the most pressing matter at hand was to locate Jiang Qing. Upon leaving the Huang residence, he immediately noticed that the Lin family was fervently searching for Jiang Qing throughout the streets. It was nearing noon, yet a palpable tension hung in the air of Qingshi Lane, as if a storm was imminent. The Lin family servants scoured every household like bandits, shouting Jiang Qing and Jiang Qingyue's names, instilling fear in everyone they questioned. Several main streets were crowded with armed local thugs, creating chaos throughout the district. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Jiang Qing found himself still empty-handed. In desperation, he returned to the small courtyard he rented. Just as he entered the alley, he spotted a familiar silhouette standing by his courtyard door, Jiang Qing. Elated, Jiang Qing rushed forward. Jiang Qing had evidently been waiting for some time, and upon seeing him, her facade of composure shattered. She flung herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Jiang. Grandfather. He was killed by those beasts from the Lin family. The young girl trembled in his embrace, her tears soon soaking his clothes. She sobbed, last night, that villain Lin Feng broke into the residence. claiming grandfather was colluding with outsiders and had sinister intentions. He stabbed grandfather through the chest. Grandfather died on the spot. Jiang Qing's expression hardened as he wiped the tears from her face and resolutely declared, "Qingwei. If it were not for Uncle Huang rescuing me beneath the city walls and teaching me the wind and thunder breathing technique and wind and thunder blade technique, I would have perished in the streets long ago. Uncle Huang has shown me kindness, and I will not allow our enemies to roam free." Jiang Qing, in her desperation, cried, but the Lin family is numerous and powerful, with the Sun and Fong families backing them. Seeking revenge now is like striking a rock with an egg. It amounts to throwing ourselves into the net. Seeing the fear and sincerity in her eyes, Jiang Qing's heart softened. He sighed and spoke gently, "Do not worry. I will not be foolish enough to throw my life away. Moreover, during my time away, I have reached the pinnacle of skin refinement." He then recounted his recent experiences hunting demons outside the city. "Brother Jiang, is everything you say true?" Jiang Qing was momentarily stunned, her lips parting in disbelief as she gazed at him. "Just days ago, you barely entered the skin refinement stage, and now you've achieved its completion? You've even become the commander of the demon hunting division?" Jiang Qing smiled faintly and produced the golden insignia of the demon hunting commander from his pocket, waving it before her. "Here is the proof. It cannot be false." Jiang Qing took the insignia, her eyes widening as she noticed the unique symbols and official seal engraved upon it, radiating an air of authority. She looked up at Jiang Qing, her face a mixture of excitement and joy. Jiang Qing continued, "Lord Gu has granted me entry into the inner city and awarded me a residence there. If we move into the inner city, no matter how powerful the Lin family is, they shall never find us again." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qing agreed, "Yes. We shall first relocate to the inner city to evade the Lin family's pursuit." Jiang Qing smiled. "It is settled then. We will move to the inner city tomorrow. And from now on, you will accompany me. Once we are in the inner city, the Lin family will not be able to find us, no matter how thoroughly they search Qingshi. With a long sigh of relief, Jiang Qing wiped away her tears, revealing a hint of a long-lost smile. "Brother Jiang, you must be exhausted from your travels. I will prepare something to eat for you." Only then did Jiang Qing realize that since returning from hunting the previous day, he had not eaten or drunk anything. In truth, Jiang Qing had also gone a day and night without proper food or rest. Yet she still forced herself to enter the modest kitchen and began to prepare a meal. Before long, 2 bowls of plain porridge were placed on the table. Jiang Qing apologetically said, "This is all that is left at home." Jiang Qing picked up the bowl, shaking his head with a smile. "What you made with your own hands is a feast fit for royalty. How could I possibly complain?" With that, he swiftly consumed the cold porridge. Seeing him eat so ravenously, Jiang Qing couldn't help but smile gently. "Take your time. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot." Setting down the bowl, Jiang Qing gazed at the delicate yet resilient girl before him, silently vowing to avenge Huang Renzhong and take good care of Jiang Qing. He recalled Huang Uncle's words during his lifetime. Although Jiang Qing bore her mother's surname, she was a daughter of the noble Jiang family from the inland county, possessing esteemed lineage. It was no wonder Lin Yuanshan harbored such trepidation and was determined to eradicate any potential threats. With that thought, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Qing's eyes, and his murderous intent intensified. After the meal, Jiang Qing's accumulated sorrow lessened. Yet the memory of grandfather Huang's tragic death still cast a shadow over her expression. As night deepened, the faint moonlight seeped through the window, illuminating the room. Jiang Qing's sleeping face was pale, with lingering worry etched across her brow. Jiang Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, observing her serene visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within as his killing intent surged. "Lin Feng, this villain, deserves to die 1,000 deaths. I shall not rest until this vengeance is fulfilled. Besides, after tonight, I will move into the inner city and become the commander of the demon hunting division. Any future attempts to strike against the Lin family will be fraught with complications. Lin Feng must be eliminated before dawn." Stepping outside, he settled in the courtyard. Jiang Qing retrieved a bead the size of a longan, intricately patterned with crimson lines, the demon core of a second-tier demon beast, the thunder-patterned monkey, which he had obtained during the day's hunt, but had yet to refine. The demon core emitted a faint red glow under the moonlight, with flashes of lightning dancing within. Days prior, he had attempted to refine this core, but due to insufficient cultivation, he had been violently repelled by the chaotic energy, forcing him to cease his efforts. But now, he had to slay Lin Feng. With that thought, Jiang Qing felt no hesitation, raising his head and swallowing the demon core whole. The violent and scorching energy erupted within his dantian, igniting like a fierce fire that coursed through his limbs. Jiang Qing let out a muffled groan and quickly activated the Endopos, wind and thunder breathing technique, Endopos, guiding the pure demonic energy through his meridians as he sat cross-legged to begin the refining process. The night breeze rustled, and faint thunderous sounds resonated within the small courtyard. Jiang Qing and Opos' skin bulged with veins, arcs of electricity and azure energy swirling around his surface. Under the full force of the wind and thunder breathing technique, his body echoed with the sounds of wind and thunder, clashing violently with the energy of the demon core. Refining a second-tier demon core was no simple task. Even though Jiang Qing had reached the golden skin stage of skin refinement, after half an hour, he was drenched in sweat, his complexion fluctuating between red and pale. Yet he remembered to keep quiet, lest he awaken the slumbering Jiang Qing way inside, and despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and bore it silently. Time passed, and when the last trace of the demon core's essence was absorbed into his bone and blood, the turbulent energy within Jiang Qing gradually calmed. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling as if he were drenched in sweat yet brimming with unprecedented power. Completion of skin refinement. Jiang Qing reveled in the invigorating vitality coursing through his skin and bones, his heart swelling with joy. After the refining process, he had finally breached the ultimate barrier of skin refinement, achieving the legendary return to simplicity stage. His skin seemed restored to its original state, yet was now impervious to blades and fire, far surpassing the ordinary skin refinement warriors. Jiang Qing did not cease his efforts. With a thought, he summoned the virtual interface of the guard sign-in system, locating the 365-day training experience package he had previously received as a reward and unhesitatingly selected it for use. Ding! Experience package used successfully. The familiar system prompt echoed in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the profound insights gained from a year of arduous cultivation surged into Jiang Qing's mind like a tidal wave. He felt a gentle, tingling pain coursing through his body, far milder than before. His bones, organs, and flesh were rapidly undergoing a process of refinement and enhancement. Every inch of his skin glimmered briefly with a faint golden light before returning to its ordinary, unremarkable state. After a considerable time, Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes. Two bright beams of light slicing through the night sky. His fists clenched tightly. An overwhelming surge of true energy roared within him like a tempest, subtly exuding a mysterious aura that harmonized with the very essence of the universe. Upon achieving the pinnacle of skin refinement, he appeared outwardly no different from an ordinary person. Yet within his sinews and flesh lay an explosive force waiting to be unleashed. Jiang Qing could distinctly sense that his strength had transcended all previous limits. Although he had previously reached the golden skin stage of skin refinement and could easily engage in battles beyond his rank, he was still leagues away from true flesh refinement warriors. However, at this moment, despite not having stepped into the realm of flesh refinement, he was already on the threshold. His power, speed, and total true energy had all seen remarkable enhancements, making him incomparable to any ordinary skin refinement martial artist. With a slight smile, Jiang Qing drew the abyssal sword from his back. The sword, entirely black and adorned with ancient patterns, trembled under the moonlight, producing a melodious sound. A faint crimson glow flickered at the edge of the blade before swiftly fading away. Jiang Qing and Opos' spirits soared with delight. The abyssal sword was a reward bestowed by the system, capable of refining and evolving alongside its bearer's cultivation. With his breakthrough to the pinnacle of skin refinement, the sword too had ascended to the rank of a common artifact, its sharpness surpassing that of the past. As he gently brushed the blade, a chilling and fierce sword intent surged forth, as if he were wielding not mere iron, but an ancient ferocious sword lying in slumber. Jiang Qing sheathed the long sword in its black scabbard and slung it across his back. After discerning the direction, he leapt onto the rooftops, disappearing into the vastness of the night sky with a few agile movements. Meanwhile, within the expansive Lin Manor on the western side of Qingstone Square, a vibrant scene unfolded, illuminated by bright lights and filled with the sounds of merriment. The main hall of Lin Manor was adorned festively with lanterns, and cups clinked as guests mingled. The head of the Lin family, Lin Yuanshan, along with his son, hosted a banquet in honor of their guests from the Fong and Sun families. Lin Yuanshan, clad in a purple robe embroidered with gold threads, possessed a stout stature that exuded an air of authority. His narrow eyes sparkled with uncontainable pride. With a flushed face, he raised his wine cup and boisterously declared, "Brother Fong, brother Sun, I am deeply grateful for your assistance tonight in alleviating the great troubles of my Lin family. In recognition of your camaraderie, I raise a toast to both of you." Fong Wenxiang, the head of the Fong family, stroked his beard and chuckled, "Lin brother, you are too courteous. That scoundrel Wang Hai has looked down upon our families in Qingstone Square due to his military achievements. This time, we have given him a lesson." Sun Ping, the head of the Sun family, also raised his cup and laughed. "Indeed, our three families are united, and Wang Hai ultimately dares not cause a ruckus. Now that he has suffered a setback, he will think twice before acting recklessly in the future." Lin Yuanshan laughed heartily, downing his drink. "Well said. Though our Qingstone Square may be a humble market, the unity of our three families holds power no less than that of the city's aristocrats." As he spoke, he turned to the spirited young man beside him. "Fonger, you have achieved great merit tonight. I also raise a toast to you." Lin Feng's face lit up with pride as he clinked glasses with his father. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "Father, tonight was truly exhilarating. That old Huang fellow repeatedly rejected my marriage proposal, but this time he finally met his end at my sword. Haha. He shall no longer be arrogant." Lin Yuanshan nodded slightly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Well done." But regrettably, that old fool and Appo's granddaughter, Jiang Qing, managed to escape. Upon hearing Jiang Qing's name, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a strange light as he licked his lips. "That woman is indeed beautiful. I had intended to enjoy her before ending her life, but who would have thought she would slip away?" Lin Yuanshan's expression darkened as he sternly replied, "Huang Renzhong is dead, but the Lin family must not leave behind any future troubles. Jiang Qing and that little wretch Jiang Qing must be eliminated without fail. Not a single one shall remain." Lin Feng scoffed, dismissively saying, "Father, they are merely a lowly soldier and a little girl. What is there to be concerned about? If they dare to show their faces again, we shall simply kill them." Lin Yuanshan snorted coldly, "Fonger, you are still young and unaware of the complexities involved. That Jiang Qing is not to be underestimated." He lowered his voice. "Huang Renzhong and Appo's granddaughter is merely 16 or 17 years old, that she bears her mother and Appo's surname, Jiang. As far as I know, her mother is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family from the inner regions. Do you understand the significance of the Jiang family? They are a genuine aristocratic family in the county town. Very few knew of this matter back then, but I have heard whispers." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Father, are you saying that Jiang Qing and Appo's maternal family background is quite substantial?" Lin Yuanshan nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. "Indeed, although the Jiang family is far inland. If pursued, our Lin family would not be able to bear the consequences. Fortunately, Jiang Qing grew up here and has no connections to them. Her parents passed away long ago, and with Huang Renzhong and Appo's death, she is now all alone. As long as our Lin family discreetly eliminates her, the Jiang family will never know." Lin Feng and Appo's expression turned vicious. "In that case, keeping that wretched girl alive is a potential disaster. Once I capture her, I will." He made a slashing motion across his throat, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Just then, a Lin family servant rushed into the hall in a flurry, disregarding all formalities, and whispered urgently into Lin Feng's ear, "Young master, scouts report that Jiang Qing has returned to the city today. He has gone to the Huang family and is currently visible at his home outside the city." "Oh?" Lin Feng and Appo's previously drunken demeanor instantly darkened. Lin Yuanshan also cast a questioning glance. "Feng and Appo's, what has happened?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Father, it seems we need not exert ourselves to search. That little wretch has come to us willingly. According to the scouts, Jiang Qing has returned to the city and is at his home outside the city. Is this true?" Lin Yuanshan's gaze sharpened. "Absolutely true." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, excitement and malice intertwining in his eyes. "I was worried that little wretch would be hiding away. Yet he dares to return. He truly is a fool, choosing to walk into hell when there is a path to heaven." Chapter 24. A Murder Beyond the Threshold. Blood splattered at the Lin residence. Lin Feng sprang to his feet, his voice a fierce declaration. "Father, I shall go and slay him this very instant. How dare a mere city guard compete with me for a woman? He is truly tired of living." Lin Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively, replying coolly, "In public. Such behavior is utterly unbecoming. My son, why not wait until the banquet concludes? You may discreetly take a few men and eliminate that Jiang Qing. Do so in a secluded spot, lest we tarnish the Lin residence with blood and disrupt our guests and Apos, merriment. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. Lin Feng nodded with a wicked grin. I understand, father. However, neither Lin father nor son could fathom that while they plotted Jiang Qing and Apos' demise, a shadow had already stealthily taken position in the shadows outside the Lin residence. Utilizing the cover of night, Jiang Qing crouched in a corner, observing the activities within the Lin estate from afar. The banquet was drawing to a close, and a throng of guests began to exit the front courtyard in pairs, as carriages whinnied and voices clattered in a cacophony. The Lin family's servants were preoccupied with escorting the departing guests, creating a chaotic scene near the entrance. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Qing and Apos' mouth. He patted the abyssal sword at his back, adjusted his attire, and boldly strode towards the entrance of the Lin residence. Several Lin family guards were maintaining order at the gate when, from the corner of their eyes, they caught sight of a youth in black slipping through the crowd, brazenly stepping into the Lin estate. Who goes there? The guards, alarmed at the sight of an intruder, drew their weapons and closed in. Lin Yuanshan, engaged in bidding farewell to guests from the Fong and Sun families, furrowed his brow and shouted, "What is happening?" Before his words could fade, a young man had already crossed the courtyard, making his way directly towards them. Illuminated by the flickering lights, Jiang Qing's expression was grim as he cast a slow, sweeping gaze over the Lin father and son and the gathered guests, intoning solemnly, "Lin Yuanshan, Lin Feng, come forth to meet your end." At this proclamation, the venue fell into a deathly silence. The previously jovial guests from the Sun and Fong families stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the audacious intruder. Jiang Qing? The very same city guard? Indeed, it was rumored that the Lin family had been searching for him, yet here he was, daring to come to their doorstep. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many guests gaping in shock, while others wore expressions of morbid curiosity. Surely he has lost his wits to confront the Lin family alone? He must seek vengeance for Huang Renzhou. Vengeance? With a mere lowly soldier of the skin refinement stage? How dare he? The whispers were laced with scorn and a sense of schadenfreude. No one held any hope for Jiang Qing and Apos' actions. He was seen as a moth drawn to the flame, courting his own demise. A rotund guest scoffed, "Jiang Qing, you, a mere sentinel, dare to run amok in the Lin household? My advice is to kneel and apologize to the Lin patriarch. Perhaps they will show mercy." Indeed, it's not too late to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, soon you won't even have the chance to kneel. Amidst the laughter, Lin Feng threw his head back in mirth, mockingly gazing at Jiang Qing. "You little bastard, of all people to provoke, you chose the Lin family? You dare to compete with me for a woman?" His eyes narrowed coldly. "I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and confess your mistakes, sever one of your own arms, and cripple your cultivation. Perhaps I may spare your wretched life." At these words, the courtyard erupted in uproarious laughter. The guests regarded Jiang Qing with derision, as if he were a mere jester awaiting slaughter. Several of Lin's guards, unable to contain themselves, advanced with malicious grins. "You insolent brat. Did you not hear young Master Lin and Apos' command? Kneel. Dare to create chaos in the Lin residence? You must be courting death." These guards, accustomed to their arrogance, believed they could easily subdue Jiang Qing and charged at him with drawn weapons. The guests, witnessing this, were expressions of contempt, eagerly awaiting Jiang Qing's imminent demise. However, just as the blades were poised to fall, Jiang Qing moved. His figure flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant. The guards perceived only a glimmer of cold light before losing consciousness. When the crowd regained focus, they were stunned to find Jiang Qing standing several paces away, his back turned to the fallen guards. Yet the Lin family and Apos' enforcers remained frozen in their assault, blades poised mid-strike. Lin Feng was about to reprimand when a series of muffled thuds echoed through the air. The guards' necks suddenly erupted with sprays of blood. In rapid succession, severed heads tumbled to the ground. The headless corpses swayed for a moment before collapsing, blood gushing forth and staining the once pristine stone floor of vivid crimson. Silence enveloped the Lin estate. The guests stood in shock, staring blankly at the lifeless bodies, their minds a void. After a lengthy pause, someone finally exclaimed, He has achieved the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage. He is a master of the return to simplicity realm." This declaration struck like thunder, sending a wave of commotion through the crowd. What? That lad is at the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage? How can this be? But he is just a lowly soldier. It was rumored that he possessed only the iron skin level of cultivation. Nay, such speed, such fierce swordsmanship, it cannot be the work of one at the iron skin level. The guests' gazes towards Jiang Qing shifted dramatically, transforming from disdain to shock and disbelief. A nameless soldier possessed the prowess of the pinnacle of skin refinement? Such talent was utterly extraordinary. Lin Yuanshan and Lin Feng's expressions darkened considerably. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. This wretch was a beggar last year, not even a true martial artist. How can he be?" Lin Yuanshan and Apos' heart sank. He had never anticipated that Jiang Qing, whom he deemed a mere clown, harbored such terrifying strength. Among the crowd stood those well-versed in the martial world, who murmured in astonishment, "The pinnacle of skin refinement? One typically reaches this at 30 or 40. He looks barely past 20. How could this be? He must have encountered a fortuitous event, or else such advancement is unfathomable." A collective gasp filled the air, and a chill ran down spines. No one dared to regard Jiang Qing as an insignificant insect any longer, having witnessed his ruthless prowess in dispatching several formidable guards. The assembly was left with only awe and trepidation. Lin Feng suppressed the terror rising within him and called out in a voice strained with bravado, "Jiang Qing, do you truly believe being at the pinnacle of skin refinement is impressive? You dare to cause chaos in the Lin residence with such trivial strength." He drew his sword, pointing its blade directly at Jiang Qing, sneering, "Listen well, I have already entered the realm of flesh refinement. Killing you is no more than a breeze. Indeed, young Master Feng is exceptionally gifted and has already stepped into the realm of flesh refinement. You may be formidable, but you are still merely at the skin refinement stage." A few remaining Lin family servants, emboldened, shouted in support of their master. Lin Yuanshan, reassured by his son's bravado, hissed coldly, "You wretch, having slain my Lin family's guards, do not expect to leave this courtyard alive today." In the face of their threats, Jiang Qing remained silent, his foot striking the ground as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, lunging directly at Lin Feng. His movements were as swift as lightning, the abyssal sword slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it descended upon Lin Feng. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated through the courtyard as the two figures collided. In an instant, they were locked in combat, sword and blade intertwining in a fierce flurry. Lin Feng roared in rage, delivering rapid and vicious strikes aimed at Jiang Qing and Apos' vitals. Jiang Qing lowered his stance, skillfully parrying with his abyssal sword, blocking each of Lin Feng and Apos' attacks with a cacophony of ringing metal. His movements were agile, like a dragon weaving through the sky, deftly evading Lin Feng and Apos' fierce onslaught. In that moment, the courtyard was filled with the blurred silhouettes of two combatants clashing at tremendous speed, their energies colliding, sending debris flying in all directions. As the battle raged on fiercely, the two individuals retreated several steps from one another. Lin Feng, as a practitioner of the body refinement realm, possessed formidable strength, and yet, with a single strike, he found himself at a disadvantage, causing a shiver to run through his heart. Jiang Qing and Apos' demeanor remained composed, as the alternating currents of wind and thunder within him flowed seamlessly, devoid of disorder. Standing firmly with his sword, he contemplated, "Although I may not match Lin Feng in terms of realm, my Wind Thunder breathing technique and Wind Thunder sword technique have both reached a minor consummation, rendering my strikes far superior to those of an ordinary body refinement warrior. Coupled with the formidable physique granted by the abyssal sword body and the unparalleled abyssal divine sword in my grasp, Lin Feng has no valid reason to triumph over me." With this thought, Jiang Qing's fighting spirit surged. He inhaled deeply, and it felt as if the sounds of raging winds and thunder echoed within him. Lin Feng sensed a sudden surge in the young man's aura before he could contemplate further. Jiang Qing sprang forward, closing the distance once more, with the abyssal sword slicing through the air with a howling wind, descending upon Lin Feng. In an instant, the sword light crisscrossed, and the blade's aura intertwined. A tempest seemed to swirl around Jiang Qing, sweeping debris and withered leaves into a chaotic dance. Lin Feng exerted all his strength to defend himself, the clanging of their weapons resonating continuously, and after exchanging over 10 blows, neither could claim victory. The more they fought, the more Lin Feng's astonishment grew. This boy's swordplay was both intricate and fierce, his momentum akin to a thunderous storm, forcing Lin Feng to retreat step by step. After a brief moment, Lin Feng began to feel the strain. Jiang Qing and Apos' blade struck like a torrential storm, showing no signs of relent, while Lin Feng, though superior in realm, found his martial skills significantly lacking. After barely holding on for some time, his true energy began to wane, revealing cracks in his sword's momentum. With a sharp clang, Jiang Qing's strike sent Lin Feng's long sword flying several feet away. Lin Feng felt numbness in his hands and stumbled, a flicker of panic finally appearing in his eyes. Feng and Amp, Oppos. Lin Yuanshan exclaimed in shock, his previously confident expression now filled with urgency. The surrounding guests were left agape, gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, young Master Lin is actually at a disadvantage. A practitioner of the body refinement realm was being forced to retreat by Jiang Qing, who was merely at the skin refinement realm. Such a spectacle was utterly inconceivable. Hearts raced among the onlookers, nearly unable to believe their own eyes. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with dread. If this continues, I shall surely perish today. In a moment of desperation, Lin Feng abruptly turned and fled towards the courtyard wall, a surge of panic overtaking him. Thinking of escaping? Jiang Qing scoffed coldly, his foot striking the ground as he shot forward like lightning, swiftly closing the gap with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, surrender your life. Jiang Qing and Oppos' eyes widened as the horrific memory of Huang Rinzhong's death surged in his mind, the echoes of Jiang Qingwei and Oppos' anguished cries reverberating in his ears. A tidal wave of fury surged within him, intertwining Huang Shu's loving visage with Jiang Qingwei's heart-wrenching wails. Consumed by rage, Jiang Qing summoned the last of his strength, channeling all his wrath into this single strike. He leaped high, the abyssal sword descending from above. Infused with the force of wind and thunder, aimed directly at Lin Feng's back. No. Lin Feng could only emit a desperate scream. As the sword light passed, blood erupted. Lin Feng was cleaved in two from shoulder to waist, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, utterly deceased. Lin Yuanshan's eyes bulged with fury as he watched his beloved son perish before him, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Feng and Oppos. He rushed forward, cradling Lin Feng and Oppos' blood-soaked remains. His visage contorted in extreme grief and rage. The remaining guards of the Lin family, paralyzed with terror, retreated in fright, fearing that Jiang Qing, in his bloodlust, would turn upon them as well. Their gazes towards Jiang Qing were filled with dread, as if they beheld a fearsome, demonic entity. Those who had previously mocked Jiang Qing were now weak-kneed, rendered speechless by horror. A skin refinement warrior slaying a body refinement warrior. How is this possible? This is beyond comprehension. In that moment, gasps filled the air. The crowd gazed at Jiang Qing, standing defiantly with his blood-stained sword, their hearts pounding in fear, as if they were witnessing a primordial beast clad in human skin. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qing approached Lin Feng and Oppos' corpse, placing his foot upon the contorted, grotesque face. His voice icy as he declared, Lin Feng killed Huang Rinzhong. I kill Lin Feng. An eye for an eye. He surveyed the surrounding crowd, who were rendered mute with fear, and spoke in a low voice. Lin Feng's fate is the retribution deserved by evildoers. The onlookers shivered under his frigid gaze, none daring to utter a word. After a moment, one guest stammered, but Huang Rinzhong was a traitor, conspiring against the state? Nonsense. Jiang Qing and Oppos' voice boomed like thunder. Huang Shu was a man of the people, while the Lin family slandered the loyal, committing murder for profit. Such crimes must be punished. His words rang with conviction, silencing any further dissent. Many guests, having witnessed Lin Feng and Oppos' arrogant behavior, began to reflect and question the Lin family and Oppos' narrative, falling silent one by one. Jiang Qing, you have killed my son, and I demand your life in return. Lin Yuanshan suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes betraying a semblance of madness. Gently placing Lin Feng and Oppos' mangled corpse down, he slowly rose, raising his hand and bellowing, everyone, attack. Dismember this scoundrel and avenge the young master. The remaining 10 or so guards of the Lin family, though filled with trepidation, dared not defy their master, brandishing their weapons as they advanced towards Jiang Qing, encircling him. Lin Yuanshan, with a flourish of his robe, unleashed a tremendous wave of true energy that swept over the arena like a monstrous tide. A consummate body refinement warrior. Someone exclaimed. The guests felt as though their chests were constricted, as if an invisible boulder weighed heavily upon them, and they hurriedly retreated. Jiang Qing, facing the brunt of this oppressive force, stood resolute, channeling all his true energy to withstand Lin Yuanshan and Oppos' overwhelming pressure, locking eyes with the latter and Oppos' wild fury. Lin Yuanshan's voice dripped with venom. You little wretch. Do you think you can walk away after killing my son? He laughed maniacally. Humph, merely a stroke of luck. I am at the pinnacle of body refinement. Crushing you would be akin to squashing an ant. Today, regardless of your background or talent, do not think you can leave Qishir Square alive. Lin Yuanshan advanced step by step, his true energy surging like a furious tide, bearing down upon the arena. The remaining servants, emboldened by Lin Yuanshan and Amp Appo's formidable presence, brandished their weapons and closed in on Jiang Qing, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending violence. Chapter 25. Departing from the Qingshi alley and moving to the inner city. At this moment, Lin Yuanshan appeared almost frenzied as he took a bold step forward. His long robe billowed dramatically, and an explosive surge of true energy erupted from within him, creating an overwhelming aura that swept across the scene. Jiang Qing's garments rustled in response, and the stone slabs beneath his feet cracked under the immense pressure. According to reason, an ordinary practitioner at the skin refinement stage would have succumbed to the oppressive force of a master at the flesh refinement completion stage, collapsing to their knees. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Qing not only remained standing but did so with the poise of a spear, grinding his teeth. Jiang Qing channeled all his true energy to resist the crushing pressure that bore down from all directions, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the frenzied Lin Yuanshan. "You little wretch." Lin Yuanshan, seeing that Jiang Qing had not been overwhelmed by his aura, felt his fury escalate and spat out, "Today, if you dare to kill my son, I shall ensure you accompany Feng to the underworld." With that, Lin Yuanshan and Appo's eyes turned malicious as he advanced step by step towards Jiang Qing, his true energy becoming increasingly turbulent, akin to a raging torrent, pressing down relentlessly. Behind him, the Lin family guards, bolstered by their master and Amp Appo's formidable presence, regained their courage, brandishing their weapons menacingly and shouting as they closed in on Jiang Qing, eager to rend him to pieces. The atmosphere was tense, rife with murderous intent. As the air seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, many guests felt their hearts rise to their throats. Despite Jiang Qing and Amp Appo's extraordinary abilities, he was ultimately just at the skin refinement level. How could he possibly stand against the Lin family patriarch, who had attained the peak of flesh refinement? It seemed inevitable that blood would spill on the ground. As the glint of numerous blades approached Jiang Qing, some of the more timid guests could no longer bear to watch and turned their heads away, unable to witness the impending bloodshed. However, in that fleeting moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out amidst the clashing steel. "With Lin Yuanshan and Appo's power, do you truly think you can take my life? I fear you are gravely mistaken." Immediately following, Jiang Qing, surrounded by adversaries, not only stood his ground but slowly reached into his robes to produce an object. He then raised it high, declaring in a deep voice, "Everyone, halt. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. What is this?" Jiang Qing and Amp Appo's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, causing the ears of those present to ring painfully. Lin Yuanshan and the dozen guards involuntarily halted, turning towards the source of the sound. In Jiang Qing and Amp Appo's hand was a bronze-colored token that gleamed faintly in the morning light, its edges reflecting a subtle metallic sheen. The front of the token was intricately engraved with the image of a golden giant python soaring and roaring, while the back bore the ancient characters "Monster Hunting Commander." "Is that the token of the Monster Hunting Directorate?" Someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment. The proclamation struck like a thunderbolt, drawing all eyes to the token that Jiang Qing held aloft. The Monster Hunting Commander's token? Sun Ping, the head of the Sun family, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "This little wretch is actually the Monster Hunting Directorate and Amp Appo's commander? How is that possible?" Feng Wenxiang, head of the Feng family, was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the sight before him. He had thought Jiang Qing merely a lowly city guard, never anticipating that he would reveal the token of the Monster Hunting Directorate. Such a status was not one to be taken lightly, even by the esteemed head of the Feng family. The Monster Hunting Directorate's commander? How could a mere practitioner at the skin refinement stage join the ranks of the Directorate? No wonder he dared to take such risks. He possessed an astonishing background. The guests surrounding them buzzed with shock, disbelief, and confusion, their murmurs rising in a cacophony of reactions. Lin Yuanshan, too, was shaken, his gaze fixed intently on the token, his face shifting from pale to white, his emotions flickering between anger and disbelief. The wrath that had once surged within him now gave way to profound astonishment, though he was loath to accept it. He understood the implications of the Monster Hunting Directorate. The Directorate, directly under the royal family, held a status beyond reproach. Even as a powerful figure in Taiping City, he would never dare to provoke someone associated with the Directorate. Otherwise, not only would he, Lin Yuanshan, be at risk, but even the city lord of Taiping would be unable to protect him. In that instant, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Lin Yuanshan's forehead. The curses that had been on the tip of his tongue turned to ash, replaced by an icy dread that enveloped his heart. How could this little wretch, Jiang Qing, have transformed into the commander of the monster hunting directorate? The Lin family guards exchanged glances, equally stunned by this dramatic reversal. With their master at a loss, they hesitated, no longer daring to act rashly. The crowd that had encircled Jiang Qing now stalled, no one daring to take another step forward. After a prolonged silence, only Jiang Qing's voice broke the stillness as he surveyed the onlookers, stating slowly, "Now, if any of you wish to hold me accountable, know that even the city lord's office lacks the authority to do so." His gaze, sharp and unwavering, swept over Lin Yuanshan and the others from the Sun and Fong families as he continued, "As for any attempts on my life, it is not your place to act. I am the commander of the Monster Hunting Directorate, and if there is any wrongdoing, it is for the Directorate to handle." At that moment, Lin Yuanshan opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words, his expression as grim as a pot and Apos' bottom. Sun Peng and Fong Wenxiang exchanged glances, equally speechless, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Who could have anticipated this twist of fate? Jiang Qing was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. He harbored a formidable identity. The guests in the courtyard exchanged looks of disbelief, their hearts racing as they absorbed the shocking turn of events. This confrontation had morphed into something perilous and unpredictable, as no one had expected that a humble city guard could suddenly become a commander of the Royal Monster Hunting Directorate. Amidst the myriad of astonished expressions, Jiang Qing maintained his composure, slowly stowing the token away while casting a cold glance at the Lin family guards who had once been so aggressive. Now, faced with Jiang Qing's indifferent gaze, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively lowering their heads and parting to create a path for him. Jiang Qing then proceeded towards the courtyard's exit. As he walked, the crowd parted like the tide, none daring to impede his passage. "Stop!" Lin Yuanshan seethed inwardly, his rage and resentment boiling within him, wishing he could tear Jiang Qing apart on the spot. Yet rationality held him back, his fists clenched tightly. Nails digging into his flesh, his eyes aflame with fury, he could only glare at Jiang Qing and Apos' retreating figure. Upon hearing a sound, Jiang Qing paused momentarily, turning back to cast a cold glance at Lin Yuanshan. That single look sent a chill down Lin Yuanshan's spine, as if he had stumbled into a frozen abyss. "Lin Yuanshan," Jiang Qing spoke coolly, "taking a life must be met with retribution. It is only just. Huang Renzhong was a man of integrity, yet he was cruelly slain by your Lin family. My killing of Lin Feng is merely an eye for an eye. It is entirely fair." With those words, Jiang Qing turned and strode away, leaving the gathered crowd in a state of stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and turmoil. As the morning light broke, Jiang Qing and Apos' figure faded from sight at the street corner outside the Lin residence, leaving behind a scene of disarray and a multitude of astonished onlookers. Lin Yuanshan's tightly wound nerves finally slackened, and the fury that had been building within him erupted as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Staggering towards Lin Feng's lifeless body, "Feng and Apos, my dear Feng and Apos, Lin Yuanshan clutched the cold corpse, tears streaming down his face as he wailed in grief. The rest of the Lin family, witnessing their patriarch's sorrow, bowed their heads in silence, too afraid to utter a word. Sun Peng and Fong Wenxiang exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with complex emotions. They had come to celebrate with the Lin family, only to witness the tragic demise of the Lin family and Apos' heir. The guests, now burdened with an air of misfortune, found no joy left in the occasion. "Alas, Lin Yuanshan, may you find peace in your grief. We shall return to visit another day." Sun Ping stepped forward, forcing a faint smile as he clasped his hands and spoke. Fong Wenxiang nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed. Brother Lin, it is imperative to attend to the aftermath of young Master Feng. We shall not impose any further." At that moment, the two family heads shed their earlier airs of arrogance, for the demon hunting division was a realm beyond their reach. The remaining guests from various families, witnessing the scene, bowed and hastily departed from the Lin residence. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling banquet had been reduced to a desolate tableau, with only the Lin father and daughter left, weeping over the corpse. After leaving the Lin estate, Jiang Qing hurried back to his residence in the outer city. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, he caught sight of a slender figure emerging from within. Jiang Qing approached him, her face etched with anxiety. Her lips parted as if a flood of words were caught in her throat. "Brother Jiang Qing, Where? Where have you been? Her eyes were slightly red, clearly a mix of worry and fear. She scrutinized Jiang Qing closely, as if seeking evidence of his safety. Upon closer inspection, she gasped. Why are you covered in so much blood? In the soft morning light, bloodstains on Jiang Qing and Appo's collar and cuffs were distressingly vivid. The earlier bloodshed at the Lin estate, where he had slain Lin Feng and several guards, had left him stained, and amidst the chaos, he had neglected to clean himself. Jiang Qing glanced down at the dried, darkened stains, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He raised his gaze to meet Jiang Qingyue's worried expression and managed a reassuring smile. This is not my blood. Taken aback by his words, Jiang Qingyue's eyes flickered with varying emotions before she softly asked, Brother Jiang Qing, did you go to the Lin family last night? She hesitated, yet intuitively grasped the gravity of his actions. The only reason for his midnight excursion would be to avenge her grandfather, Huang Rinzhong. Jiang Qing paused briefly, then nodded gently. Lin Feng is dead. Those few words bore the weight of peril and hardship. Jiang Qingwei trembled slightly, her eyes welling with tears. She clutched the hem of her garment, struggling to contain her emotions. Jiang Qing shook his head and lightly patted her shoulder, soothingly saying, It is all over. Lin Feng is dead, and I am now in the demon hunting division. The Lin family cannot stir up any trouble for the time being. Jiang Qingwei scrutinized him closely, and seeing his calm demeanor and lack of visible injuries, she exhaled softly, feeling somewhat relieved. After a moment, she noticed the blood on his clothes had yet to dry and quickly urged him inside. Take off your clothes. I will clean them for you. She fetched a cloth and some clean water, carefully wiping the blood from Jiang Qing and Appo's face. Jiang Qing, it is getting late. We should pack our things and prepare to move into the inner city. Jiang Qing allowed the girl to meticulously wash his face as he spoke softly. Jiang Qingwei paused, looking up in surprise. Are we leaving so soon? He nodded. Lord Yu has arranged for me to stay in the inner city, and I promised to report to the demon hunting division today. Settling in early will help us avoid any retaliation from the Lin family. That makes sense. Jiang Qingwen nodded gently. With Lin Feng's death, the Lin family would certainly not let matters rest. Entering the inner city now would undoubtedly provide them with greater safety. She took a deep breath, rinsed the embroidered handkerchief in the clean water, and continued to wipe away the bloodstains, saying softly, Then, once we are packed, we shall set off. Half an hour later, they had gathered the few belongings they possessed. Jiang Qingwei had relied solely on her grandfather since childhood, her luggage consisting of merely a few changes of clothes and some keepsakes. Jiang Qing, having little to his name, carried only his weapon, the abyssal sword, and a few letters left to him by Huang Rinzhong. With their bags slung over their shoulders, Jiang Qing and Jiang Qingwei stepped out of the courtyard together. They emerged onto the broad streets of the outer city. The sky was brightening, and the marketplace was gradually coming to life, bustling with activity. However, as Jiang Qing and Jiang Qingwei appeared, the surrounding clamor abruptly stilled. Many passers-by cast them curious glances, whispering among themselves. Hey, ISN and Appo's, see that Jiang Qing? Which Jiang Qing? Who else could it be? The one who stormed the Lin estate last night and killed the Lin family's young master. Isn't that him? And isn't that Huang Rinzhong's granddaughter? Jiang Qingwei? It really is. No wonder he avenged Huang Rinzhong. He even brought a lady with him. Who would have thought Lin Feng would meet such an end? I heard his head was severed, with the young master of the Lin family dead. It seems the Qing stone block is about to witness a change. This Jiang Qing certainly has audacity. In no time, whispers filled the streets, and many gazes directed at Jiang Qing were laced with fear and reverence. People instinctively stepped back, clearing a path, wary of this cold-blooded figure. Yet, others concealed their glee, unable to hide their excitement. After all, the Lin family had long dominated the Qing stone block, and now with their young master's demise, many were rejoicing. Navigating through the bustling outer city, the duo soon arrived at the foot of the inner city's towering walls. The inner city walls, built from massive stones of dark blue and black, rose majestically, thick and sturdy, towering more than twice the height of the outer city walls. Every tinjong atop the walls stood a vigilant guard, armed and armored, ensuring the soul-arched city gate was impervious to intrusion. Jiang Qingwei had never entered the inner city before. Gazing up at the formidable walls, she could not help but feel a mix of curiosity and awe. She noticed a faint golden glow shimmering within the archway, as if alive, enveloping the gate completely. That is the protective array of the inner city, Jiang Qing explained quietly. Noticing her bewilderment, the walls are inscribed with high-level formations, without a pass, Attempting to breach the array would be perilous, even for those at the bone refining stage. Those demonic beasts would find it impossible to breach this defense. Jiang Qing gasped in astonishment. So powerful. No wonder I heard that despite the ferocity of the beast tide back then, the inner city remained unharmed. It turns out it was protected by formations. Chapter 26. The completion of skin refinement. Gu Dahai's astonishment. As they spoke, the two had already reached the city gates. A group of city guards immediately approached. Their expressions stern as they blocked the way. Halt. This is a heavily guarded area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Jiang Qing took a step forward, unhurried, and retrieved a token from within his robe. The guard officer, initially displaying impatience, instantly paled upon catching sight of the soaring serpent emblem on the token. His tone shifted abruptly. This is the demon hunting commander's token? Jiang Qing nodded. I come on the orders of Commander Gu of the Demon Hunting Command. I am here to take up my post in the inner city. This is Jiang Qing, the daughter of an old friend, accompanying me to reside in the inner city. I kindly ask for your assistance. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on the officer's forehead as he hastily retracted his earlier arrogance, bowing respectfully. Forgive my rudeness. Esteemed officer of the Demon Hunting Command. If so, you may enter. As he spoke, he gestured to the guards beside him. In the next moment, with a gentle hum, the faint golden light veil enveloping the city gate trembled slightly, parting in the center to reveal an entrance wide enough for both to pass through. Jiang Qing grasped Jiang Qing and Appo's hand and stepped inside. Once they had fully crossed through, the light gate swiftly closed behind them, returning to its original state. Upon entering the inner city, Jiang Qing immediately felt as though she had stepped into another realm. The broad and pristine bluestone streets extended straight ahead, flanked by elegantly arranged buildings with sweeping eaves, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. The street was not crowded, yet the few passers-by were well-dressed, their demeanor radiating a certain nobility, starkly contrasting with the bustling commoners of the outer city. What was even more refreshing was the subtle aura of spiritual energy permeating the air, invigorating her with each breath. In stark contrast, the outer city was filled with a chaotic and polluted atmosphere, the spiritual energy almost imperceptible, as if belonging to two entirely different worlds. So this is the inner city of Taiping City. Jiang Qing could not help but exclaim softly, her eyes filled with wonder. Once, this opulent place, with its high walls and deep courtyards, existed only in her distant imagination, yet now she found herself stepping into it, overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Qing smiled slightly. Let us go. Commander Gu has arranged a residence for us near the Demon Hunting Command. Following the address provided by Gu Dahai, they navigated through winding paths, soon arriving at a tranquil and elegant small courtyard. Surrounded by fragrant osmanthus trees, the environment was serene, a stark contrast to the clamor of the outer city. Pushing open the slightly ajar courtyard door, a row of brand-new blue brick and tile houses came into view. The courtyard impeccably tidy, with a complete and pristine tea set placed on the table, clearly prepared in advance for the arrival of the master. What a beautiful courtyard. Jiang Qing smiled, her eyebrows revealing a long-lost sense of ease. Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Commander Gu is thoughtful. This place is far superior to the outer city. Qing, you may reside here peacefully from now on, free from worry. Jiang Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently replied, All right, then I shall do the laundry and cook for you in the future. After settling their luggage, Jiang Qing took a brief rest before glancing at the sky and saying to Jiang Qing, It is getting late. I must report to the Demon Hunting Command. Go ahead. Jiang Qing adjusted his collar, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth akin to a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Jiang Qing smiled brightly and turned to leave the courtyard, making his way towards the location of the Taiping City Demon Hunting Command. Gu Dahai had mentioned that the Demon Hunting Command was situated at the southeastern corner of the inner city, less than a mile from their residence. Jiang Qing walked briskly along the bluestone street, and soon a grand and magnificent governmental building came into view. The command building occupied a vast area, with vermilion walls and azure tiles, its high gate standing tall. Above the entrance hung a large plaque with golden characters on a black background, boldly inscribed with the words Demon Hunting Command of Taiping City. At the foot of the stone steps on either side crouched a pair of vividly carved auspicious beast sculptures, exuding an air of dignity and solemnity. Within the depths of the estate, pavilions emerged, their imposing presence rivaling that of the city lord and Appo's residence. The main gate of the command was wide open, and instead of city guards, there stood 2 rows of soldiers clad in dark uniforms adorned with golden trim, belonging to the Demon Hunting Command. Each soldier wore a long knife at their waist, their chests emblazoned with the emblem of the soaring serpent, their gazes sharp, clearly skilled martial artists. Observing this impressive sight, Jiang Qing could not help but exhale softly, inwardly acknowledging, truly, this is a royal institution. The presence of the Demon Hunting Command is indeed unparalleled by ordinary offices. Straightening his robe slightly, Jiang Qing strode confidently toward the command building. The sound of his footsteps echoed on the quiet morning street, drawing a few curious glances from the guards stationed at the entrance of the Demon Hunting Command. As he approached the entrance, several guards became alert, and one middle-aged warrior stepped forward, crossing his arms to block the way, speaking in a deep voice. Who goes there? This is the Demon Hunting Command. Unauthorized individuals must stop. Jiang Qing smiled gently and cupped his hands. Good sir, I am Jiang Qing, a newcomer here to report for duty. As he spoke, he unfastened the Demon Hunting Commander and Appo's token from his waist, presenting it to the onlookers. I come today on the orders of Commander Gu. The middle-aged officer, initially skeptical, felt a jolt of realization upon recognizing the token and Appo's design. He quickly withdrew his arm, bowing respectfully. Ah, it is the new commander. My apologies for the oversight. At this declaration, the soldiers behind him displayed expressions of surprise, casting curious glances at Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing nodded, refraining from further comment, and stepped into the command's courtyard. Within, the buildings were arranged with a certain disorder, corridors intertwined. And personnel in uniforms of the Demon Hunting Command moved about. Some were clad in armor, swords at their sides, exuding an air of battle-hardened prowess. Others wore the robes of clerks, clutching scrolls and documents, their expressions hurried. Jiang Qing noted that regardless of their roles as martial or civil officials, everyone appeared vigorous and well-trained, certainly not comparable to those in the outer city. He understood that the outer city and Appo's Demon Hunting Command primarily dealt with ordinary martial artists, organizing regular hunts for beasts, while the inner city housed the core operations. Here, the skilled hunters and demon hunting commanders held formal positions, ready to respond at a moment and Appo's notice should any demonic threats arise in the surrounding areas. These thoughts flitted through his mind as he continued forward. Upon seeing Jiang Qing enter, the surrounding personnel instinctively slowed their pace, casting sidelong glances. Hey, do you see that young man? Why is he dressed in casual clothes? I think I heard the guards call him Appo's, Commander Appo's. What? So young? No way. I haven Appo's. T heard of such a figure in our demon hunting command. Could it be the one rumored in recent days? I heard that Commander Gu has exceptionally promoted a newcomer to serve as our demon hunting commander. Young in age, yet possessing only skin refinement cultivation. Is that true? I thought it was just a rumor. It seems more likely to be true now. Sure. Keep your voice down, Don and Appo's. T let Commander Gu hear. Another warned, glancing around cautiously. Commander Gu has always valued talent. Perhaps he has indeed recruited a young genius. Let us refrain from gossiping and avoid attracting trouble. Despite their efforts to speak quietly, their whispered discussions reached Jiang Qing and Appo's ears clearly. He couldn't and Appo's help but raise an eyebrow, realizing that his connections had already sparked discussions within the Demon Hunting Command. However, rather than feeling angered, a subtle smile graced his lips. Let others underestimate him. It would only serve to surprise them in the future. As Jiang Qing was about to inquire about the whereabouts of Gu Dahai, he suddenly spotted a young man dressed in a green robe, who approached him at a brisk pace. You must be Commander Jiang Qing, right? Lord Gu is waiting for you in the front hall. Please, follow me. Jiang Qing nodded in thanks and followed the official through a series of winding corridors until they arrived at a spacious and solemn hall. The grand entrance stood wide open, revealing a yellow flag adorned with a soaring serpent motif hanging from the eaves, with several attendants standing respectfully by. At the center, seated upon a grand chair made of purple sandalwood, was none other than Gu Dahai, the commander of the Demon Hunting Division. Subordinate Jiang Qing pays respects to Lord Gu. Jiang Qing strode in confidently, clasping his fists before his chest and bowing respectfully. Upon seeing him, Gu Dahai immediately rose, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. Ah, Jiang Qing, you have arrived. No need for formalities, no need. He stepped forward, grasped Jiang Qing and Appo's hand, and examined him closely. What a fine lad. You look well. At this remark, Jiang Qing and Appo's heart stirred slightly, pondering how Gu Dahai remained unaware of his actions from the previous night. Resolutely, he straightened his posture and replied, "Thank you for your concern. Lord Gu, I wish to confess something." Noticing Jiang Qing's serious demeanor, Gu Dahai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what personal matter?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing recounted his quest for vengeance against Huang Renzhong, the slaying of Lin Feng, and the offense caused to the three major families of Qishu Lane. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The attendants exchanged shocked glances, and Gu Dahai and Appo's smile vanished, his expression turning gravely serious. "Jiang Qing, is what you say true? You actually killed the young master of the Lin family, who was at the flesh refinement stage?" Jiang Qing nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. "I would not dare utter a single falsehood. Elder Huang showed me immense kindness, yet he was wrongfully accused and harmed by the Lin family. Though my knowledge may be limited, I understand that great debts of gratitude must be repaid, and blood feuds must be avenged. Last night, during the Lin family and Appo's banquet, I infiltrated their estate and fought Lin Feng to the death, ultimately killing him." His tone was resolute, a blend of apology and unwavering conviction. Upon concluding, Jiang Qing performed a deep bow, awaiting Gu Dahai's judgment. In truth, he was also testing Gu Dahai's character. After a few moments of scrutiny, Gu Dahai released a long breath and waved his hand. "What a brave lad. I never expected you to be so audacious." However, he shifted his tone, a hint of a smile breaking through. "You did well." Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback and looked up to see Gu Dahai laughing heartily. Since Huang Renzhong was a seasoned military officer, loyal to his duties, his death was indeed a tragedy. Gu Dahai gestured widely and declared, "Jiang Qing, your act of avenging Elder Huang, though reckless, was driven by a sense of justice, and you bear no blame. Furthermore, Lin Feng was known for his misconduct. Bullying the weak and taking lives with abandon, he deserved his fate." As he spoke, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "As for the Lin family, are they not merely the local tyrants of Qishu Lane? In this inner city, the Lin family counts for little more than a hair on a cow. Even if the city lord were to learn of this, he would not dare act against you. After all, you are now a member of the demon hunting division." Gu Dahai continued, patting Jiang Qing's shoulder with encouragement. "Moreover, our demon hunting division is directly under the royal family and is not subject to the control of the city lord. You need not worry. I will support you in this matter." Initially, Jiang Qing thought that taking matters into his own hands, regardless of the justification, would displease his superiors. To his surprise, Gu Dahai and Appo's words conveyed a strong sense of protection. Warmth spread through Jiang Qing and Appo's heart, and he could not help but regard Gu Dahai with increased respect. "Thank you for your trust, Lord Gu. I apologize for any trouble my actions may have caused you." "Haha, no matter." Gu Dahai waved his hand dismissively, signaling the attendants to withdraw. He then led Jiang Qing to a nearby chair. "Your courage and loyalty resonate with me." After a pause, he continued with admiration, "Jiang Qing, to be frank, the moment I first laid eyes on you, I recognized that you were not an ordinary individual. That is why I defied the opinions of others and brought you into the demon hunting division, entrusting you with important responsibilities. It seems my judgment was not in vain." Jiang Qing humbly replied, "You flatter me, Lord Gu. My experience is limited, and my cultivation is lacking. I truly find it difficult to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. I was quite puzzled as to why you would select someone as insignificant as me." Gu Dahai chuckled, stroking his chin. "You wonder why I made an exception to promote you?" With a mysterious smile, he lowered his voice. "It is quite the coincidence. Just a month ago, 2 of our 4 demon hunting commanders perished during an expedition outside the city due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, there are 2 vacancies yet to be filled. Logically, there should be a plethora of candidates based on seniority within the demon hunting division." Jiang Qing listened attentively, nodding slightly. Having only recently left Taiping City to participate in the demon hunting, he was unaware of the events that unfolded within the city, which explained why he was able to step into a command position so swiftly. Gu Dahai continued, "However, I believe that for our Taiping City demon hunting division to reach new heights, we must inject fresh blood into our ranks. Thus, when I saw you that day, I was inspired. Achieving the golden skin stage at such a young age is a rare talent, even in all of Dakian. To put it grandly, you may surpass this old man in the future." Feeling a touch of embarrassment at the praise, Jiang Qing replied, "You are too kind, Lord Gu." At that moment, Gu Dahai inadvertently sensed Jiang Qing's cultivation level. The moment he probed, he was taken aback. "What? You have already reached the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage." Jiang Qing was momentarily caught off guard. Once he grasped Gu Dahai's question, he realized that Gu Dahai had assessed his cultivation. He then clasped his fist and affirmed, "Indeed." Gu Dahai and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Jiang Qing closely. With the keen perception of a master at the bone refinement stage, he quickly discerned that the essence within Jiang Qing was exceptionally rich, far surpassing that of an ordinary skin refinement practitioner, indicating he had indeed reached the pinnacle of that realm. The fluctuations in his essence even rivaled some at the early stages of the flesh refinement level. What a talented lad! Gu Dahai laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. Just 5 days ago, you were at the iron skin stage, then you reached the golden skin stage yesterday. And today you are at the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage. Such a rapid progression, I have never heard of in my long life. His face lit up with joy as he grasped Jiang Qing and Apos' hand. It seems appointing you to the command position was indeed the right choice. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qing, you must continue to diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the flesh refinement stage as soon as possible, so you can carry more responsibilities for our demon hunting division. Jiang Qing nodded solemnly in response. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Gu Dahai, satisfied, stroked his beard and smiled. Excellent. With 2 of the 4 commanding positions vacant, I will arrange for you to fill one of those roles, as it is essential for your growth into a pillar of our team. He then stood up and stated, time is of the essence. I will take you to meet your subordinates in the B division. Being new here, they may have some doubts about you, but you should be prepared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing felt a slight tightening in his chest, standing up to follow. Thus, Jiang Qing departed the front hall alongside Gu Dahai, heading towards the barracks located at the rear of the Demon Hunting Division. Chapter 27. The system rewards the Tianyuan pill, establishing authority at the Bingzi Hall. In the Demon Hunting Division of Taiping City, there are 4 distinct halls, each led by a commander. Jiang Qing, you are responsible for the Bingzi Hall, which primarily oversees the demon beasts in the eastern part of the city. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing felt a jolt. The eastern area was exactly where he had ventured out to participate in the demon hunt. Under the guidance of Gu Dahai, Jiang Qing traversed a long corridor and arrived at a spacious training ground behind the Demon Hunting Division. At the center stood a towering pavilion, beneath which hung a plaque with golden characters on a black background. Bingzi Hall. At this moment, the open space in front of the hall was densely packed with over 100 members of the Demon Hunting Division, all clad in standard martial robes, with swords at their waists, standing tall and imposing. As Gu Dahai arrived, everyone bowed in unison. Greetings, Commander Gu. Gu Dahai waved his hand and said in a booming voice, Rise. I am here to introduce you to a new colleague. He stepped aside and gestured for Jiang Qing to come forward, smiling as he announced, This is Commander Jiang Qing. From today onward, he will assume the position of commander of the Bingzi Hall, leading your Bingzi camp. At these words, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They looked up to see the newly appointed Commander Jiang, who appeared quite youthful, around 18 or 19 years of age, dressed in a simple blue robe, lacking any grandiose presence or formidable aura, seemingly still at the early stage of body refinement. In an instant, many in the crowd exhibited expressions of skepticism and disbelief, with some even whispering to one another. How can he be so young? Am I seeing things? Is he really just a boy? Look at his aura. It seems he is still at the skin refining stage. Good heavens, when did the Demon Hunting Division promote a skin refining warrior to be a commander? Surely, he must have some connections. Have you heard? Jiang Qing is rumored to be Commander Gu's long-lost illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could he be appointed as a commander? Indeed, our Bingzi camp is filled with experts. Surely anyone here is more capable than he is. We have several who have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. What right does this young lad have to lead us? The hushed whispers rose again as Gu Dahai, noticing the commotion, darkened his expression and barked. Silence. The crowd fell into a hush, hesitant to speak out in front of their superior. Yet, many still bore expressions of defiance, clearly struggling to accept this sudden elevation of a mere youth. Gu Dahai surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze, stating firmly, Commander Jiang has been personally selected and promoted by me, possessing both ability and character that are top-notch. If any of you dare to question this, feel free to step forward. The arena fell silent. Though many harbored doubts, none had the courage to oppose Gu Dahai directly. With a huff, he continued, Listen well. From now on, Commander Jiang is your superior. His words carry the same weight as mine. Should you disregard Commander Jiang, you are directly opposing me. Upon hearing this, the crowd could only respond in unison. Understood, Commander. Gu Dahai nodded, then turned to Jiang Qing, his demeanor softening. Commander Jiang, as you embark on your new role, there will be many matters to familiarize yourself with. I shall not intrude further. I look forward to seeing what sparks this young team can ignite. With a knowing smile, he patted Jiang Qing on the shoulder and whispered, "If you encounter difficulties, come to me. Do not hesitate. Go forth and give it your all." Jiang Qing understood the unspoken encouragement, solemnly clasping his fists in gratitude. Understood. Gu Dahai, satisfied, turned and departed. Once his figure vanished, the atmosphere in front of the Bingzi Hall grew tense. The 100 or so demon hunters cast varied glances, some curious, some scrutinizing, some indifferent, and others openly disdainful. The whispers that had been quelled surged back, now that Gu Dahai had left. Jiang Qing scanned the crowd, noticing that these hunters were all in their 20s. With some older individuals sporting gray hair, the intensity of their aura far surpassed that of ordinary city guards. With the weakest among them already at the initial stage of body refinement, and many were seasoned experts at the pinnacle level, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. He distinctly felt their skepticism regarding his cultivation and their disdain for his lack of experience. Yet, rather than falter, Jiang Qing felt a surge of determination. He stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Brothers, I am Jiang Qing. Regardless of your willingness, we must work together in the Bingzi Hall from now on. Though I am young and inexperienced, having received the trust of Commander Gu, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to protecting Taiping City alongside all of you." His words were humble and respectful, and traditionally, his subordinates would show some courtesy. However, among the demon hunters, not a single voice responded in agreement. Instead, a derisive snicker arose from the back of the line. "Protecting Taiping City? Ah, how eloquent." A tall, burly man stepped out of the ranks. A mocking grin plastered across his face as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Qing. "You, a mere skin-refining brat, think you can lead us?" This man, in his 40s, wore a dark gray uniform that clung tightly to his muscular physique. With 2 stripes and a star embroidered on his chest, the insignia of a senior demon hunter in the division. He crossed his arms, looking down at Jiang Qing with palpable contempt. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, recalling Gu Dahai's explanation of the ranks within the demon hunting division. Demon hunters were classified from 1 star to 3 stars based on their achievements, and 2 stripes with a star indicated a seasoned warrior at the pinnacle of body refinement. As expected, the surrounding hunters began to murmur, "It's Chen Kuei. He is one of the most senior members of our Bingzi Hall. This should be entertaining." Chen Kuei continued to sneer. "Which of our Bingzi brothers has fought valiantly, risking their lives for merit? And now, a fresh-faced boy is suddenly our leader. Today, with Commander Gu present, we'll give him face and hold our tongues. But now that he's gone, I must ask, Commander Jiang, what gives you the right to lead us?" He emphasized the title Commander Jiang, dripping with sarcasm. His words resonated with many, and several demon hunters nodded in agreement, subtly moving closer. Jiang Qing smirked inwardly, maintaining his composure. "Chen Kuei, is it? What evidence do you seek?" Chen Kuei scoffed, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. "Simple. A test of strength. If you can defeat me, we'll follow you. If not, I suggest you have the good sense to withdraw and not embarrass yourself here." As soon as he finished, laughter erupted from behind him, and many wore expressions of amusement, clearly in favor of Chen Kuei and Apos' challenge. Before Jiang Qing could respond, another mocking voice interjected. "Chen Kuei, don't bully the newcomer. Commander Jiang may be young, but perhaps he has some hidden talents that caught Commander Gu's eye, such as certain unconventional skills we might not grasp. Ha ha ha." The bitter words elicited laughter from the crowd, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Jiang Qing's expression hardened, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the faces before him, some mocking, others dismissive. He understood that if this continued, his authority as a commander would evaporate. With a resolute voice, he declared, "Enough." The thunderous shout resonated like a clap of thunder, emanating an overwhelming aura that left the demon hunting squad momentarily stunned, with many instinctively sealing their lips. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as over 100 demon hunters were shaken to their core by Jiang Qing's voice, which echoed with the force of thunder. Faces that had previously worn expressions of mockery and disdain now bore traces of astonishment and trepidation, as several individuals involuntarily held their breath, no longer daring to voice their thoughts. At the forefront, the provocative Chen Kuei found himself momentarily halted by this eruption. His expression now grave as he fixated on Jiang Qing, a glimmer of caution flickering in his eyes for the first time. Yet, the disdain nestled deep within him had not entirely dissipated. His fist cracked ominously as he growled, "Merely frightening people is futile. True prowess must be proven through strength." He advanced step by step, his muscles bulging, a palpable surge of vitality coalescing upon his exterior, clearly having quietly refined his corporeal strength to its zenith. Jiang Qing, towering above, perceived Chen Kuei's advancing menace, feeling the weight of his imposing aura descend like a mountain. The howling winds from Chen Kuei's fists reached him even before their arrival, causing a sharp pain to flare upon his face. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Jiang Qing and Appo's mind. He understood that if he could not swiftly establish his authority, leading this prideful group would become an insurmountable challenge. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical notification echoed in Jiang Qing's mind. Ding! Detection of the Demon Hunting Division's headquarters. Sign-in available. Would you like to sign in immediately? In a flash, Jiang Qing resolutely proclaimed within his heart, "Sign in." Instantly, a familiar system prompt materialized. Sign-in successful. Obtain 3 Tianyuan pills. Jiang Qing and Appo's heart surged with exhilaration, his pupils sparkling with delight. Tianyuan pills. Consuming these will enable a martial artist to ascend an entire realm for a brief hour. Though a mere hour of enhancement might seem trifling to true masters, for Jiang Qing at this juncture, it was akin to a timely boon. With the Tianyuan pills, his strength could temporarily reach the pinnacle of the refining flesh stage, sufficient to overwhelm Chen Kuei. Elation coursed through Jiang Qing and Appo's veins, yet his demeanor remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Chen Kuei, unable to restrain himself, was eager to confront Jiang Qing directly. After all, in the Demon Hunting Division, everything hinged on strength. With a thunderous force, Chen Kuei unleashed a powerful right hook, the wind from his punch sending debris flying into the air. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qing deftly shifted his footing and, as Chen Kuei's fist momentarily faltered, with a flick of his left sleeve, he swiftly popped a faint golden pill into his mouth. The series of movements were seamless and agile, and with the crowd's attention fixated on the impending clash, none noticed that he had stealthily consumed a Tianyuan pill. As the pill dissolved upon contact, a torrent of searing energy surged down his throat, flooding his dantian. Jiang Qing felt as if his flesh and bones were being scorched by a fierce flame. In an instant, his meridians expanded, muscles quivered, and every inch of his skeletal frame resonated with a subtle hum. In the next heartbeat, his previously refined energy surged like a breached dam, rapidly breaking through barriers and ascending to an entirely new level. Refining flesh entry, refining flesh minor success, refining flesh major success, and finally, refining flesh perfection. In mere breaths, Jiang Qing and Appo's internal energy skyrocketed severfold, his potent vitality sweeping through his meridians like a tempest, generating visible waves of force around him. His eyes glimmered with fierce intensity, his entire being transformed into a sharp, unsheathed sword, exuding an intimidating aura. With a stamp of his foot, a resounding explosion cracked the solid stone ground beneath him, fracturing it with fissures. An overwhelming pressure radiated from Jiang Qing, engulfing the entire training ground. Chen Kuei felt an insurmountable terror descend upon him, his breath catching as he approached, his momentum faltering. What is this? His eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. The youth who had moments ago been at the refining skin stage now radiated an aura that rivaled his own. A seasoned master at refining flesh perfection. How could this be? Not only Chen Kuei, but many demon hunters present also changed hues. The previously clamorous discussions abruptly ceased, giving way to a profound silence, each face betraying incredulity and astonishment. How could someone who had just been at the refining skin stage ascend to refining flesh perfection in the blink of an eye? Many rubbed their eyes, questioning their senses. Yet, the fierce aura emanating from Jiang Qing was undeniably real, pressing upon the hearts of everyone present with a palpable weight. Upon the platform, Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, his voice cutting through the silence. "Fool, will you not retreat?" His tone, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority in the air of a leader, compelling Chen Kuei's mind to yield. Bolstered by the power of the Tianyuan pills, Jiang Qing's cultivation approached the pinnacle of refining flesh, his aura far surpassing before, his voice imbued with pressure that deterred direct gazes. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Kuei's forehead as he mustered his courage, gritting his teeth to roar. "I do not believe you truly possess refining flesh perfection. Take this." Despite his words, he was inwardly wavering, but with so many subordinates watching, he felt trapped, compelled to test the waters one last time. He suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a ferocious right hook, the fierce wind from his punch sweeping up rubble from the ground. In Jiang Qing's eyes, a cold light flashed. He understood that establishing his authority required decisive action. Thus, he held nothing back, letting out a piercing shout, extending his left arm in a swift motion, intercepting Chen Kuei's thunderous punch. A resounding thud echoed as their energies clashed, creating a storm of dust around them. Yet, as the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld Jiang Qing standing firm as a mountain, his single arm ensnaring Chen Kuei's colossal fist with an iron grip, unmoving. How could this be? Chen Kuei's heart plummeted in disbelief. His punch, so formidable, was effortlessly caught by Jiang Qing with but one hand, the latter appearing utterly unfazed. He attempted to retract his fist, only to find Jiang Qing and Apos' fingers like iron shackles, immovable. His hand felt as though trapped in an iron cage, unable to escape. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Qing's lips. Chen Kuei, did you not inquire how I would lead you? Before he could finish, a surge of true energy erupted from his palm. With a crunch, the sound of Chen Kuei's knuckles buckling under the immense pressure echoed ominously. Chen Kuei let out a muffled groan as his massive frame was lifted by Jiang Qing and Apos' single hand, spiraling through the air before crashing heavily onto the stone floor several feet away. Gasps filled the air as the once mighty Chen Kuei was sent flying by Jiang Qing's singular strike. Struggling to rise, he coughed violently, collapsing back to the ground. His face pale and clutching his right fist, gasping in pain, clearly injured. Jiang Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of pride and authority, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly. With each word resonating powerfully, he declared, from this day forth, I, Jiang Qing, shall serve as the demon hunting captain, vowing to protect Taiping City alongside all of you. However, if anyone dares to defy my authority, they may step forth now. I am more than willing to demonstrate my prowess once again. Chen Kuei, seated on the ground, struggled to swallow, a flicker of shame and awe finally gracing his eyes. His face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, hoarsely uttering, Captain Jiang, you were truly a prodigious talent. I Chen, now, submit wholeheartedly. Chapter 28. 3 days hence, we venture out to exterminate the monsters. As Chen Kuei finished speaking, he summoned his strength to kneel on one knee and clasped his fists in salute towards Jiang Qing. I humbly beseech your forgiveness, Commander Jiang, for my previous indiscretions. A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Chen Kuei, one of the most seasoned veterans among the B-ranked personnel, known for his rebellious nature, had now bowed in submission and apologized, quelling any lingering doubts among the crowd. Moreover, Jiang Qing and Apos' formidable display of power had been witnessed by all, leaving no one daring to challenge him further. Instantly, the demon hunters in the training ground knelt on one knee in unison, clasping their hands and proclaiming, we, your subordinates, pay our respects to Commander Jiang. We acknowledge our earlier ignorance and seek your pardon. They fervently declared their willingness to follow Jiang Qing to the ends of the earth, vowing to protect the citizens of Taiping City with their lives. The chorus of voices surged like thunder, each face expressing fervor, devoid of any previous disdain. From the elevated platform, Jiang Qing surveyed the mass of kneeling figures before him, feeling a swell of emotion within. He understood that his ability to command such respect stemmed from the power bestowed upon him by the Tianyuan pill. Though its effects were limited in duration, at this moment, he had successfully established his authority. Finally, he had quelled the tumult. Jiang Qing exhaled deeply, then waved his hand, proclaiming, rise. Upon receiving the command, everyone stood at attention, their gazes filled with awe and warmth directed towards their young leader. Jiang Qing's eyes swept over the faces of his subordinates, and he nodded in satisfaction before continuing earnestly. I am aware that many of you harbored doubts about me at the outset, which is understandable given my youth and relative inexperience. However, since Lord Gu has entrusted me with this significant responsibility, I shall not disappoint him, nor shall I betray your expectations. As he spoke, his tone shifted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, should anyone harbor discontent or reluctance to work alongside me, feel free to report your grievances to Lord Gu. I shall not compel you to remain. This declaration plunged the crowd into silence. The previously rebellious demon hunters exchanged glances, none daring to move. Clearly none would truly dare to depart. Seeing this, Jiang Qing spoke with a firm voice. Well, since no one is leaving, it proves your recognition of me, Jiang Qing. Henceforth, we shall serve together as one, combating the monstrous scourge. I hope today's events conclude here, and that we unite in purpose, striving to eliminate demons and safeguard our city, fulfilling the trust of the Demon Hunting Division. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison, their voices resonant, their spirits buoyant. Jiang Qing nodded slightly, knowing that this confrontation had etched a strong impression of authority in the hearts of the B-ranked personnel. From this point onward, he had firmly established his position as their leader. He glanced at the sky and declared, The hour grows late. Return to your posts and attend to your duties. There is no need to gather unless there is urgent business. The crowd acknowledged his command, swiftly dispersing into smaller groups to resume their tasks. As the training ground cleared, muted discussions began to surface among the demon hunters. Commander Jiang is indeed a hidden gem. We had only discerned he was at the skin refinement stage. Who would have thought he could unleash the full might of the flesh refinement stage? It appears he has intentionally concealed his strength. No wonder Lord Gu holds him in such high esteem. Lord Gu is known for his impartiality in choosing talents. His promotion of Jiang is certainly not without reason. Indeed, we have misjudged Commander Jiang. He is no mere playboy with connections, but perhaps possesses remarkable capabilities. Their chatter evolved from initial astonishment to genuine respect and admiration for Jiang Qing. Meanwhile, at the edge of the training ground, a few demon hunters who had previously stirred dissent alongside Chen Kui exchanged guilty glances, their expressions tinged with shame. One burly man, his face marked by scars, hesitated briefly, then declared with determination, "Friends, we were indeed in the wrong today. Commander Jiang and Appo's strength is extraordinary, and his magnanimity in not holding our transgressions against us fills us with regret. We should hasten to apologize to him." "Right. Misjudging Commander Jiang was our fault," another echoed, nodding fervently. "Let us go and seek his forgiveness." Thus, the few who had offended Jiang Qing exchanged glances and hurried toward the barracks. At this moment, Jiang Qing had descended from the platform and, accompanied by several loyal guards, made his way to the B-ranked commander's quarters. As the effects of the Tianyuan pill gradually waned, Jiang Qing's aura diminished, returning to the level of the flesh refinement stage in the eyes of others. Yet, due to their earlier belief in his deliberate concealment of strength, none dared to underestimate him any longer. The command quarters were sparsely furnished, with a large Nama desk positioned centrally and shelves lined with documents on either side. Once seated, Jiang Qing immediately began to peruse a scroll of records. He was acutely aware of his own limited foundation now that he had assumed command. Familiarizing himself with the matters at hand was of utmost importance. Although Lord Gu had reassured him that there was no need to rush into official duties and should prioritize cultivation, Jiang Qing was unwilling to allow even a moment of idleness. Just as he was engrossed in the records of the B-rank division, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Qing looked up and called, "Enter." The door opened, revealing the previously guilt-ridden burly men, who bowed their heads as they entered, collectively greeting Commander Jiang. Jiang Qing set aside the scroll and glanced at them coolly. "What brings you here?" The leading man, beads of sweat on his forehead, cautiously smiled. "Commander Jiang, we were blind to your merits and spoke foolishly against you earlier. We deserve the harshest punishment. Fortunately, your magnanimity has spared us, and we feel deeply ashamed. Hence we come to apologize." With that, the men dropped to their knees, bowing deeply. Another man with a scruffy beard exclaimed, "Commander Jiang, I am Li Hong. Had it not been for your mercy today, I might have lost my life. Your kindness, Commander, we shall never forget. From now on, wherever you command us to go, we shall follow without hesitation, be it through fire or water." The others echoed similar sentiments, their words earnest and filled with respect and remorse. Witnessing their sincerity, Jiang Qing felt a flicker of goodwill towards them. Their willingness to come forth and apologize signified their genuine respect. It was beneficial for him to consolidate their loyalty as he embarked on his leadership journey. He promptly rose and assisted each of them to their feet, gently saying, "You are being too hard on yourselves. I understand the misunderstandings that arose earlier. You are all the backbone of the B-rank division. Your willingness to acknowledge your mistakes today shows your genuine intent to work with me. As brothers in the demon hunting division, there is no need for formality. Please, rise." The men were taken aback by Jiang Qing's refusal to hold a grudge and his warm demeanor as he helped them up. They exchanged glances, increasingly in awe of his exceptional character. Jiang Qing gestured for them to sit aside and instructed his guards to serve tea before smiling and stating, "Now that you are here, I have much to discuss with you. After all, I am new to this role and not yet familiar with the workings of our B-rank division. You honor us, Commander. Please, feel free to ask us anything." The robust men quickly replied. Jiang Qing nodded, getting straight to the point. "Very well. Let me ask, our B-rank division is responsible for the demon extermination and security in the eastern part of the city, correct? Are there any specific focuses in our daily tasks? You need not concern yourselves with hierarchy. Speak plainly." Upon hearing this, the foremost man, bearing a scar across his face, straightened up and replied clearly, "Commander Jiang, you are correct. Our demon hunting division has 4 branches in Taiping City, A, B, C, and D. each responsible for a different quadrant of the city. Our B-rank division safeguards the eastern region, overseeing all matters related to demon threats, including daily patrols, responding to reports of demon sightings, and apprehending illegal demon slave traders. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, each month, every faction bears a significant responsibility, taking turns to lead expeditions outside the city to eradicate the monstrous beasts surrounding it. Jiang Qing nodded at this remark, acknowledging, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding this matter. The purpose of these excursions is to eliminate potential threats to the city's defenses, as well as to acquire demon crystals and materials, which serve as vital funding for the operations of the demon hunting division, correct? Indeed, you speak the truth. Another man interjected, noting that each faction must take turns each month to engage in the elimination of high-level beasts lurking outside the city. Calculating the days. It will soon be our turn from the C faction in 3 days. 3 days hence. Jiang Qing and Appos' eyes brightened, and a wave of excitement surged within him. Venturing outside signifies the opportunity to delve into the periphery of the 10,000 demon mountains, where he would undoubtedly encounter greater peril. And it also implies that the system and Appos' rewards for signing in would be considerably more generous. After all, based on his experience, the system's rewards tend to be more bountiful in more dangerous locales. More importantly, since joining the demon hunting division, he had been preoccupied with assuming the role of commander, and he eagerly yearned to return to the front lines of hunting beasts, honing his skills through real combat and enhancing his cultivation. Jiang Qing suppressed his inner turmoil and feigned calmness as he inquired, are all the preparations for the expedition in order? Who has typically led the teams in the past? And how are the routes arranged? The scarred man respectfully replied, in response to Commander Jiang, the previous expeditions were personally led by the former commander of the C faction, and it is only fitting that you lead the expedition this time as well. Commander Gu had instructed us to inventory our bows, crossbows, blades, and supplies in these past days, ensuring we are well prepared. As for the routes, we usually select several peaks on the eastern periphery for a net-style sweep, focusing on clearing out the lairs of particularly troublesome beasts. Traditionally, we would send scouts 2 days in advance to gather intelligence, preventing potential losses from large groups of beasts. Jiang Qing nodded slightly. Excellent. Proceed with the preparations as per the usual protocol. Should any matters arise requiring my decision, please report them at any time. In 3 days, I shall join you all in the hunt for demons. The strong men exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. Yes, with Commander Jiang leading the charge, we shall give our all. Their conversation left them feeling a profound sense of Jiang Qing and Appos' approachability and steadiness, fostering a closer bond. After discussing a few more details, Jiang Qing waved his hand, allowing them to continue their preparations. Once they departed, he exhaled deeply, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. Today could be deemed a double blessing. Not only had he successfully established his authority among his subordinates, but he had also unexpectedly obtained 3 heavenly origin pills, such treasures. With these miraculous herbs in hand, his chances of survival in the near future had significantly increased. Furthermore, in just 3 days, he would personally lead the expedition to slay demons, signing in at even more perilous locations. Jiang Qing's heart surged with anticipation for what lay ahead. Sensing that the residual effects of the pill were nearly dissipated, he stretched his limbs and stepped out of the duty room. He intended to take advantage of the early hour to explore the demon hunting division. Firstly, to familiarize himself with the environment, and secondly, to see if he had the opportunity to exchange for some resources and equipment to bolster his own strength. Jiang Qing walked along the long corridor of the demon hunting division and Appos' office towards the front courtyard. At this moment, it was afternoon, and many subordinates of the demon hunting division were bustling about. Upon seeing Jiang Qing, they halted and bowed respectfully. Jiang Qing smiled and nodded in response, making his way through the front hall until he arrived at a spacious grand hall. Inside, the hall was filled with chatter, partitioned into several counters, where many disciples of the demon hunting division were gathered, submitting various documents and collecting items from behind the counters. Jiang Qing had heard from Gu Dahai that the demon hunting division operated on a merit-based system, where slaying beasts garnered merits that could be exchanged for various pills, weapons, and other resources within the office. The resources available in the inner city office of the Taiping City Demon Hunting Division were the most abundant, far superior to those in the outer city branches. Observing the signs above the counters marked with titles such as Pill Room, Weapon Arsenal, and Miscellaneous Room, Jiang Qing quickly approached the pill room counter. Behind the counter, An elderly man with graying hair glanced at him and said flatly, "Young man, do you possess a merit order? What kind of pills would you like to exchange?" Jiang Qing quickly clasped his hands in salute, stating, "I am Jiang Qing, the newly appointed commander of the Sea faction in the Demon Hunting Division. Today is my first visit, and I currently have no merits to my name. I only wish to purchase some basic cultivation supplies at my own expense. May I?" The old man paused for a moment, then smiled. "Ah, so you are the new commander, Jiang. My apologies for the oversight." He became more respectful and retrieved a booklet from beneath the counter, handing it over. "Commander Jiang may peruse this booklet. It lists various basic pills available for purchase with silver." Jiang Qing accepted it and began to browse, discovering a plethora of common cultivation resources such as vitality pills, healing ointments, and body-refining potions, along with their respective prices. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I would like 5 bottles of vitality pills, 2 bottles of healing ointments, and 1 packet of spirit-gathering powder. These are fundamental pills and potions, but they will greatly aid in solidifying my cultivation foundation. Given Jiang Qing's current realm, he would not benefit from an abundance of advanced resources. It would be wiser to steadily build his foundation with these essentials." "Very well, please hold on a moment." The old man handed the list to an assistant behind him, and before long, a few neatly packaged items were presented. The old man skillfully calculated the total price and smiled. "Commander Jiang, the total comes to 5 taels of silver." Jiang Qing retrieved the silver note to settle the bill, carefully stowing the items in a pouch close to him. At this moment, his silver was already scarce, having spent half of his remaining 10 taels left him with only about 5. However, considering that these basic supplies had once seemed like precious treasures he could hardly dream of acquiring, he felt a wave of satisfaction. Just as Jiang Qing turned to leave the grand hall, a hearty voice called out from behind, "Commander Jiang, over here." He turned to see Gu Dahai striding towards him from a side door, a smile on his face and waving his hand. "Lord Gu." Jiang Qing hurriedly approached and saluted. Gu Dahai waved his hand and laughed. "There is no need for such formalities. I was just looking for you. Come, let us speak in the side hall." Without allowing for further discussion, he took Jiang Qing by the arm and led into a quiet side hall. Once they were out of earshot, Gu Dahai scrutinized Jiang Qing with satisfaction. "Quite impressive. In just half a day's time, you have subdued the rebellious members of the Sea faction. Word is spread throughout the courtyard. Young Jiang, you have truly made me see you in a new light." Chapter 29. The Lin family remains unyielding. They go to the city lord's mansion to lodge a complaint. Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. "Lord Gu knows about it?" Gu Dahai chuckled as he stroked his beard. "Haha. Although I did not witness it personally, those young rascals outside have been discussing it in great detail, almost elevating you, Commander Jiang, to the status of a deity." He leaned closer to Jiang Qing and lowered his voice, teasingly adding, "Now the entire demon hunting division is buzzing with the rumor that you have achieved perfect mastery in body refinement and defeated Qin Kuei with a single move." Jiang Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly replied, "Lord Gu, you flatter me. I merely utilized medicinal pills to artificially elevate my cultivation level. It was simply a clever tactic." Gu Dahai waved his hand, adopting a serious tone. "That is erroneous, regardless of the means. Your ability to establish authority is commendable. The outcome matters more than the methods. In this demon hunting division, strength is paramount. Your display today has spared you considerable future troubles." Hearing this, Jiang Qing felt a warmth in his heart and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Gu, for your guidance and support. I shall certainly do my utmost to live up to your expectations." Good, good. Gu Dahai nodded in satisfaction, then abruptly shifted the topic, lowering his voice again. "By the way, I was just about to discuss another matter with you, concerning the Lin family." "The Lin family?" Jiang Qing's expression shifted slightly as he focused intently. Gu Dahai's smile faded, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Indeed. I have already sent someone to verify the incident regarding your conflict with the Lin family at the Qingshi workshop outside the city yesterday." Gu Dahai scrutinized Jiang Qing, his eyes reflecting both a hint of reproach and a greater concern. "You act decisively, avenging yourself without waiting for nightfall." He shook his head. "In any case, I am fully aware of the situation. But rest assured, if the Lin family dares to target you again, I, Gu, will not stand idly by." Jiang Qing's heart surged with warmth upon hearing this. He understood that Gu Dahai was effectively offering him backing. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a heavy cloth bag from his bosom and placed it into Jiang Qing's hands. "Lord Gu, this is..." Jiang Qing inquired. puzzled as he felt the weight of several hard, round objects within, seemingly medicinal pills. He quickly declined. How could I accept this? Gu Dahai pressed his hand down on Jiang Qing and Apo's. Smiling. Let me finish. This bag contains several high-grade medicinal pills from my personal collection. Some for enhancing vitality and others for healing and detoxification. As you have just entered the demon hunting division and lack adequate resources, take them for any unforeseen needs. He feigned nonchalance, jokingly adding, Did you not just visit the medicinal store? I saw you enter from afar. Are you worried that I, as your superior, am too stingy to provide you with supplies? Jiang Qing couldn't help but smile, realizing that Gu Dahai's generosity was not to be refused. He clasped his fists solemnly and said, Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Gu. These medicinal pills are of great significance to me, and if the opportunity arises in the future, I will repay your kindness 100-fold. Haha, well said. Gu Dahai laughed heartily, then lowered his voice again. I will keep an eye on matters concerning the Lin family. You should focus on preparing for your hunting expedition in the coming days. Remember, prioritize your own safety above all else. You are part of the demon hunting division, and if certain scoundrels wish to harm you, they must think twice. He paused before adding, If anyone gives you trouble, whether from the city lord's mansion or elsewhere, notify me immediately. Understood? Jiang Qing felt a warmth in his heart and replied solemnly, Understood. With you around, I feel much more secure. Gu Dahai laughed heartily, As long as you understand. Now, let us dispense with further pleasantries. You should return and rest. It is getting late. Only then did Jiang Qing realize that since last night's intense battle with Lin Feng, he had scarcely closed his eyes, remaining busy until now. Thankfully, his cultivation had advanced, so he did not feel fatigued. But he indeed needed to rest and consolidate his perfected body refinement. After expressing his gratitude for Gu Dahai and Apo's guidance once more, he took his leave. As he stepped out of the demon hunting division and Apo's gates, dusk was already approaching. The setting sun cast a crimson hue, bathing the towering inner city walls in a golden glow. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, feeling as though the events of the day were surreal. He gently patted the bulging medicinal bag at his waist and the package of pills gifted by Gu Dahai in his arms, his gaze growing resolute. He hastened through the inner city streets, exiting through the eastern gate and heading towards the Qingshi workshop in the civilian district. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he was greeted by the sight of the well-watered vegetable beds and neatly stacked firewood in the corner. The clothes hanging from the eaves had also been taken in. Qingwei, I'm back, Jiang Qing called out. From within the main room, the sound of soft footsteps approached, and soon a delicate and graceful young girl hurried out. Upon seeing Jiang Qing, her serene face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile. Big brother Jiang. She lifted the hem of her skirt and trotted toward him, her bright eyes scanning him from top to bottom. You're back? How was your day? Did everything go smoothly? Jiang Qing looked at the enchanting young girl before him, warmth swelling in his heart as he smiled and nodded. Everything went smoothly. Jiang Qing felt a sense of tranquility and gentleness emanating from Jiang Qingwei as she smiled softly, momentarily leaving him entranced. Big brother Jiang, why are you just standing there in a daze? Jiang Qingwei noticed his distracted expression and asked softly, puzzled. Jiang Qing came to his senses and quickly shook his head with a smile. It and Apo's nothing. I just thought you might be bored at home all alone. Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly shook her head vigorously. Not at all. As long as I can see you in the evening, I'm perfectly content. With a playful smile, Jiang Qingyue feigned lightheartedness. Come on in. I'll pour you some tea. The two entered the main room, and Jiang Qingwei soon brought over a bowl of hot tea. Jiang Qing took a sip and felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This isn't ordinary tea. What did you add? Jiang Qingwei blinked her eyes and smiled. I added a few petals of the snow cloud flower. I saw how hard you worked last night, so I prepared it early this morning. A warmth filled Jiang Qing's heart as he gazed at the young girl's graceful and gentle features, and he unconsciously reached out to ruffle her hair. Jiang Qingyue's cheeks turned slightly red as she gently dodged, then picked up a bamboo basket from the table and handed it to Jiang Qing. By the way, brother Jiang, you should eat something while it's still warm. These are the multi-grain buns I steamed, along with the bone broth I made yesterday. It's been kept warm in the pot. Jiang Qing looked at the two steaming brown buns in the basket, and a wave of long-lost homely warmth surged within him. Jiang Qingwei covered her mouth with a smile, but soon her expression shifted to one of concern as she softly asked, Big brother Jiang, was everything all right today in the demon hunting division? As she spoke, a hint of nervousness surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Qing was touched. He had not expected the girl to care for him so deeply. He recounted the events of the day, embellishing them slightly, and smiled. Don't worry, Lord Gu treats me very well. The subordinates, well, there were some misunderstandings at first, but they are now quite obedient. Jiang Qing, perceptive as ever, smiled and said, that is good. Then, Jiang Qing posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. Qing, I've always wondered, with your intelligence, you could easily cultivate martial arts for self-defense. There's no need to live as an ordinary girl. I recall you once seemed interested in martial arts. Why haven't you practiced yet? He deliberately wore a light-hearted smile. Are you perhaps afraid of hardship? Jiang Qing was indeed drawn into the topic, letting out a soft sigh. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that my grandfather has always refused to teach me. He says my aptitude is too poor, and forcing me to practice martial arts would only harm me. Moreover, after my parents died in the battle against the demons, he is even less willing to let me take risks. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes dimmed. Indeed, I understand that grandfather fears losing his only kin, and thus I cannot bear to go against his wishes. Jiang Qing listened quietly and nodded gently, saying, I comprehend Grandpa Wang and Appo's sentiments. However, the world is fraught with peril. Relying solely on others for protection is not a sustainable strategy. If I could assist you in enhancing your constitution and impart martial arts techniques, would you be willing to give it a try? Jiang Qing abruptly raised her head, her eyes first sparkling with delight, then clouded with uncertainty. But my innate talent. Jiang Qing smiled slightly, retrieving an exquisite white jade vial from her bosom. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. This is a Puan Dan, capable of nourishing the meridians and solidifying your foundation. Additionally, this vial contains Shisui soup, which can refine your muscles and bones. She earnestly pushed the 2 vials towards the young girl. With these, your innate talent will surely improve significantly. Jiang Qing cradled the jade vial, inhaling the fragrant scent that filled her with a sense of tranquility. Brother Jiang, these are exceedingly precious cultivation resources, Aran and Appo's. Tive? Where did you acquire them? Jiang Qing chuckled. I obtained them today from the Demon Hunting Division. I merely wish to prepare some assistance for you, knowing the hardships of martial training. He refrained from elaborating on his own fortuitous encounter, gently grasping Jiang Qing and Appo's delicate hand, and earnestly said, Qing, trust me. With these elixirs, your aptitude will undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. At that time, I will personally guide you into the realm of martial arts. What say you? Feeling the warmth radiating from Jiang Qing and Appo's palm, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue. Lowering her head, she murmured, Brother Jiang treats me so well. I will certainly heed your advice. Jiang Qing nodded with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Let us seize the moment and begin at once. I will teach you a set of breathing techniques. From this evening onward, you must practice daily. Jiang Qing nodded vigorously. All right. Jiang Qing promptly instructed her to sit cross-legged, guiding her on the breathing frequency and energy channeling route. The technique he imparted was the wind and thunder breathing method, the very foundation of his own training. Jiang Qing focused intently, casting aside distractions, and soon entered a meditative state. Approximately half an hour later, she exhaled and opened her beautiful eyes, saying, Brother Jiang, I followed your method, and I feel a warmth enveloping my body, with a slight ache in my limbs. Jiang Qing laughed heartily. That is entirely normal. It indicates the awakening of your energy and the expansion of your meridians, proving you have crossed the threshold. Jiang Qing's heart soared at his words. Is that true? Having never practiced martial arts before, she was overjoyed to experience the sensation of energy for the first time, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Jiang Qing, seeing her charming visage illuminated by the setting sun, felt a surge of joy within him and encouraged her. Typically, for most people, it takes several days of practice before they sense their energy. Moreover, he paused, retrieving the 2 vials from the table. After dinner tonight, take the Puan Dan and dissolve the Shisui soup in hot water. Persist in taking them several times. Your constitution will soon improve, and your martial training will yield twice the results with half the effort. Jiang Qing solemnly accepted the elixirs, nodding, Yes. I will strive diligently and not let Brother Jiang and Appo's efforts go to waste. Jiang Qing smiled and ruffled her hair. However, remember that cultivation is not to be rushed. Taking one step at a time is the true path. Familiarize yourself with the breathing method first, and I shall go chop some firewood in the backyard to prepare for dinner. Jiang Qing hurriedly stood, exclaiming, No need. I've already prepared dinner, and there is enough firewood. Brother Jiang, you should take a rest. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Qing agreed, realizing she must have been busy throughout the afternoon. He smiled and nodded. Very well. Then I shall cook a couple of dishes. Today is a joyous occasion, and we should enjoy a hearty meal. Jiang Qingwei giggled. Grandfather has praised your culinary skills. I wish to sample them as well. As the sun dipped below the horizon, wisps of smoke rose from the small courtyard. Before long, the two found themselves seated across from each other at the dining table, which was adorned with a plate of fragrant stir-fried wild vegetables and a steaming bowl of meat soup. Though the meal was simple, it enveloped Jiang Qing and Jiang Qingyue in a profound sense of warmth. Be careful, it and Appos. It's hot, Jiang Qing cautioned as he noticed Jiang Qingyue hastily sipping the soup. She stuck out her tongue, slowing her pace. They exchanged smiles, a harmonious and contented understanding between them. The meal unfolded leisurely, stretching into the night before they each retired to their respective quarters. In the northeastern corner of Taiping City, there lay an expansive walled estate belonging to the Lin family of Qishifang. At this hour, deep into the night, the Lin residence was ablaze with light and bustling with voices. In the conference room, Lin Yuanshan, the head of the Lin family, cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze flitting over the faces of those present, ultimately settling ominously on the foremost figure. Lin Yuanshan's eyes were bloodshot, veins protruding, resembling a wounded tiger struggling to contain its seething rage. Beside him sat three others. To his right, a burly man with a bald head and a thick neck. None other than Wang Hai, who shared an unyielding enmity with the Lin family. To his left were Sun Zhenghao, the head of the Sun family, and Fang Yu, the head of the Fang family. The atmosphere was thick with tension. All four gathered due to a shared concern, Jiang Qing. Lin Yuanshan gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning white as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Gentlemen, I have taken the liberty to invite you tonight to clarify some misunderstandings. My son has perished, and our Lin family has suffered a profound humiliation and lost a pillar of support. I initially intended to seek an explanation from you. Brother Wang, he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hai, his tone heavy with accusation. Wang Hai, feeling the weight of the moment, appeared visibly uncomfortable. He had encircled the Lin residence with his men tonight, intending to force the Lin family into submission for compensation. However, Lin Yuanshan had summoned the Sun and Fang families as well to defuse the conflict, leaving him at a loss for words. Lin Yuanshan snorted and continued, however, I have made it abundantly clear that the assailants who infiltrated Brother Wang and Appos' residence and committed the attack were not sent by our Lin family. Wang Hai quickly chimed in. And the ones who killed two of the Lin family's guards were not my men either. As both parties reconciled their accounts, it became evident that the earlier incidents had been nothing but a misunderstanding. Sun Zhenghao's eyes flickered with cunning as he spoke. Brothers Lin and Wang, you have both been secretly manipulated by that Jiang Qing lad. He scoffed, his expression one of indignation. This boy is truly ruthless. Both Lin Feng, your nephew, and several of Brother Wang and Appos' guards perished at his hands. At this statement, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Yuanshan gritted his teeth, remarking, Brother Feng speaks wisely. This young scoundrel's growth must not be overlooked. If he returns with the support of the Demon Hunting Division to retaliate against us, our Lin, Sun, and Fang families will surely face annihilation. Wang Hai slammed his fist in anger. Had it not been for Brother Lin's concession tonight to clarify matters, I might have inadvertently harmed an ally, falling right into that little brat scheme. I vow that this grudge shall not go unpunished. The thought of being toyed with by Jiang Qing, nearly becoming a laughingstock at his age, filled Wang Hai with fury. Lin Yuanshan, witnessing the collective outrage, felt his own wrath swell. He slowly rose, enunciating each word with gravity. Therefore, I have summoned you three to discuss a comprehensive strategy to ensure that Jiang Qing is eliminated, avenging my son. Chapter 30, The Awakening of the Sword Bone? Devouring the Sword Demon. Brother Lin, do not grieve. A mere child is hardly worth our concern. What if he is backed by the Demon Hunting Division? We may yet find a way to deal with him. The glint in Fang Yu's eyes suggested he had a cunning plan already in mind. Upon hearing the mention of the city lord's mansion, Sun Zhenghao furrowed his brow and said, Brother Fang, do you mean to report to the city lord? That may prove futile. Jiang Qing is now affiliated with the Demon Hunting Division, and the city lord's mansion will not meddle in their affairs. Not at all. Fang Yu waved his hand with a smile. While it may appear so on the surface, the reality is quite different. He lowered his voice, his demeanor taking on a mysterious air. To my knowledge, the city lord of Taiping City, Qi Hongda, has long harbored a grudge against the Demon Hunting Division. He has tolerated their encroachment on his authority for too long, like a thorn in his throat. He continued, as the saying goes, Even the strongest dragon cannot overpower the local snake, no matter how powerful the court and Appo's demon hunting division may be. They must still heed the city lord's wishes within Taiping City. Both Sun Zhenghao and Lin Yuanshan exchanged contemplative glances upon hearing this. Lin Yuanshan pondered aloud, "Brother Fong, do you intend to leverage the city lord's power against Jiang Qing?" Fong Yu nodded slightly. While the demon hunting division is not directly under the city lord's control, if the city lord is inclined to take action, it is certainly feasible, as long as we can persuade him to intervene. We need not fear dealing with a mere Jiang Qing. At this moment, Wang Hai interjected, "But why would the city lord assist us? Surely, we cannot expect Qi Hongda to fight on our behalf without reason?" Fong Yu revealed a knowing smile. "It is quite simple, money." He raised 2 fingers. 2,000 taels of silver would suffice to entice the city lord's mansion to act on our behalf. 2,000 taels? Sun Zhenghao and Lin Yuanshan exchanged wide-eyed glances, both gasping in astonishment. That was no trivial sum. However, almost immediately, a fierce determination flickered in their eyes. Lin Yuanshan was the first to speak. "Very well. My Lin family shall contribute 1,000 taels as retribution for my son." Seeing Lin Yuanshan and Appo's resoluteness, Sun Zhenghao solemnly declared, "The Sun family will contribute 500 taels." Fong Yu smiled slightly. "The Fong family will also contribute 500 taels, perfectly summing to 2,000. It was evident that he had anticipated this outcome. Wang Hai rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I fear I cannot assist with the finances. However, I can mobilize a few brothers from the Tiger Blade Guard to assist in the endeavor." Lin Yuanshan coldly remarked, "Since Brother Wang cannot provide funds, you must exert more effort in the operation." Wang Hai and Appo's face twitched, but he nodded, "Of course. The brothers I command in the Tiger Blade Guard harbor a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Qing and will not hold back." The 4 of them exchanged words, quickly reaching a consensus. Lin Yuanshan asked gravely, "Then, Brother Fong, how should we proceed?" Fong Yu stroked his beard with a smile. "First, I shall take the lead and prepare the 2,000 taels of silver as soon as possible to pay a visit to Lord Qi, persuading him to act. The second step." He turned his gaze toward Lin Yuanshan and Sun Zhenghao. "When Lord Qi acts against Jiang Qing, we cannot rely solely on words. Your families must provide a compelling reason. For instance," he smiled subtly, "we can claim that Jiang Qing, during his time as a sentinel, conspired with Huang Rinzhong within the city guard. It is essential to note that Jiang Qing was under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion during his tenure in the city guard. The more serious the accusation, the better. With such a pretext, the city lord's mansion can intervene with legitimacy." Sun Zhenghao furrowed his brow. "But is this not excessive? To slander him without evidence could." Fong Yu scoffed. "This is not slander. It is a necessary means to an end. Can we truly expect the deeds of Jiang Qing alone to suffice for a conviction? Lin Feng is a martial artist, and he has killed another martial artist. That alone is a capital offense. This matter could be presented to the city lord, and a joint accusation could be made. Only then could Lord Qi justifiably mobilize troops to apprehend Jiang Qing. As for evidence, the Lord will undoubtedly devise a way to fabricate it. And we need not concern ourselves with that." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. "Very well. We shall proceed as Brother Fong suggests. I shall draft the accusation immediately. Sun Brother, would you join me?" Sun Zhenghao hesitated briefly before nodding. "Given the circumstances, we have no choice. Let Lin Brother draft the document, and the Sun family will sign and submit it alongside you." Fong Yu clapped his hands and laughed. "Excellent. Together, we shall jointly accuse a mere subordinate of the demon hunting division. The city lord's mansion will undoubtedly take notice. When Jiang Qing arrives at the city lord's mansion, he will be as powerless as a dragon caught in a net. At that point, we can orchestrate his demise under the guise of legal proceedings, and the demon hunting division will have no grounds to object." Lin Yuanshan's thoughts turned to the possibility of Jiang Qing facing justice, and he felt a surge of resentment. Nodding emphatically, "The blood of my son must be avenged. I am willing to pay any price to see Jiang Qing dead. I shall reward all those who assist." "Brother Lin, do not speak so gravely. We are merely eradicating future threats, each seeking our own interests," Fong Yu replied with a smile that masked his true intentions. Once their plans were solidified, the 4 of them dispersed to make their preparations. That night, Lin Yuanshan personally pinned the accusation, and together with Sun Zhenghao, they affixed their family seals before handing it over to Fong Yu. Fong Yu then dispatched his trusted aide to deliver the silver discreetly into the inner city and gain entry into the city lord and Appo's mansion through connections. The following day, within the city lord's mansion of Taiping City, In a study, City Lord Qi Hongda squinted as he read the accusation, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A mere lackey from the demon hunting division dares to stir trouble at my doorstep, even resorting to killing the scions of noble families. How audacious. He handed the document to a trusted confidant beside him, speaking nonchalantly. Have you investigated this matter thoroughly? The confidant bowed slightly. Last night, I inquired extensively. It is confirmed that Lin Feng, the young master of the Qing Shi Feng Lin family, was indeed killed the day before, with 2 guards also slain. The Sun and Feng families can serve as witnesses. He paused before continuing in a lower voice. Moreover, this morning, the Feng family made a substantial purchase of promissory notes from grain merchants, likely converting around 2,000 taels of silver. This silver has presumably already reached our mansion. Qi Hongda laughed heartily, taking a sip of fragrant tea. 2,000 taels. Feng is indeed generous. Tell me, what do you think of the accusers? The confidant replied, the 3 major families of Qing Shi Feng have jointly filed a complaint, and the evidence of the Lin family and Amp, Oppo's, young master and Amp, Oppo's, murder is compelling. The city lord and Amp, Oppo's, mansion could demand the demon hunting division hand over the culprit. However, the demon hunting division is not directly under the city lord's control, and acting forcefully could invite complications. Qi Hongda narrowed his eyes, the glint of cold light flashing within them. I have long found Gu Dehai to be displeasing. This time, we can simply deal with one of his subordinates. What harm is there in that? Furthermore, he smiled knowingly, we can act covertly to ensure that Jiang Qing disappears entirely. A dead man cannot speak. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing had already arrived at the demon hunting division. He delegated all his duties to his subordinates and then sat cross-legged in a small courtyard assigned to him, beginning his cultivation. At the outset, Jiang Qing began to circulate his internal energy in a complete cycle. At this moment, it felt as if thunder and wind were rumbling within his chest and abdomen, an indication that the wind and thunder breathing technique was being activated within him. As he delved deeper into his meditative breathing, Jiang Qing and Oppo's aura grew increasingly solid and profound, with occasional crackling sounds resonating through his flesh and bones, akin to the sound of beans popping. With a deep exhale, Jiang Qing released a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes to gaze upon the faint blue light screen suspended before him. This was the interface for the guard's sign-in system, currently pulsating with a gentle glow. With a mere thought, the screen instantly displayed today's sign-in information. Ding. Sign-in successful at the residence. Reward. A bundle of tranquil incense. Jiang Qing looked at the 3 incense sticks that had suddenly appeared in his hand, a hint of delight gracing his features. Tranquil incense? Just what I need to stabilize my mind. Without hesitation, he took out a fire starter and lit 1 stick of incense. The delicate smoke wafted through the small room, carrying with it a subtle fragrance of sandalwood and herbs. Jiang Qing felt a sudden clarity wash over his mind, dispelling the fatigue and distractions accumulated from days of relentless combat, plunging him into a realm of profound enlightenment. He sat cross-legged on the mat, his eyes half closed, his spirit fully immersed within himself. From his dantian, a gentle flow of true energy coursed through his meridians, fortifying his flesh and blood, rendering his body increasingly resilient. Jiang Qing reflected inwardly, realizing that his skin refining stage was nearing perfection, his skin as tough as iron, exuding an unyielding strength. What invigorated him even more was the faint loosening of the threshold to the meat refining stage above. This signified that with one more step, he could enter the meat refining realm, his vitality surging like an ox, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. With the impending demon hunt, a breakthrough was imperative. A chill coursed through Jiang Qing as he recalled that soon he would join the demon hunting team to venture out and hunt beasts. He felt both excitement and caution. The excitement stemmed from the exceptional opportunity for training and resource acquisition, while the caution arose from the Lin family and other major factions harboring deep-seated animosity towards him. Unwilling to relent, the Lin family had already allied with the other 2 families to pressure the city lord and Oppo's manor, and unbeknownst to him, they were likely concocting some insidious schemes. He realized that he must grow stronger, ever stronger, to confront all conspiracies with composure. With this thought, Jiang Qing slowly extended his hand to grasp the abyssal sword by his side. Ever since acquiring this sword and awakening the abyssal sword body talent, he had distinctly felt his strength augmenting daily, particularly during his recent spar with Chen Kuei, where a single strike astounded the crowd. He sensed that the awakening progress of the abyssal sword body had surged yet again. Jiang Qing could not help but call forth the system interface, silently checking his current physical status. Indeed, the screen flickered, revealing a line of fine print. Abyssal Sword Body, current awakening progress, 0.99. Congratulations, host. You have met the requirements for awakening the first segment of the sword bone. Would you like to awaken it? He was on the brink of the first awakening threshold. Jiang Qing and Appo's heart trembled, his expression a mixture of elation and gravity. According to the prior information provided by the system, the Abyssal Sword Body consisted of 9 segments of the Celestial Abyss Sword Bone. Each awakening would unlock a segment, releasing the sealed remnants of an ancient sword demon. If he could consume this consciousness with his own will, assimilating the sword demon and Appo's power, he would significantly enhance himself. However, failure would result in being devoured by the sword demon, becoming a soulless sword puppet, utterly extinguished. The first awakening lay before him. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his bubbling excitement and apprehension. He understood that opportunity and risk coexisted, yet at this moment, with the calming incense supporting his mind, and being in the relative safety of the demon-hunting headquarters and Appo's secret chamber, it was indeed an opportune time to challenge the awakening of the sword bone. If he succeeded in consuming the first remnant of the sword demon, his strength would undoubtedly surge, rendering him impervious even to the Lin family's ambush. With this thought, Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with determination as he unhesitatingly propelled his true energy toward that faint, elusive sword intent deep within him. Boom! An inaudible explosion erupted in the depths of Jiang Qing and Appo's mind, as if he had plunged into a dark, chaotic void. In the dimness, he found himself before an ancient sword coffin floating in boundless darkness. The coffin, entirely jet black, was inscribed with intricate ancient sword patterns, its lid bound by 9 chains, creaking ominously as if some ancient beast were attempting to break free. Jiang Qing's senses heightened, realizing that this was the sword coffin nurturing the first segment of the Celestial Abyss sword bone. As the awakening progress reached its critical point, the coffin began to open of its own accord. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the 9 chains shattered, and the lid was forcefully propelled away. A menacing shadow surged forth from within the coffin, twisted consciousness, echoing with a sinister cackle in Jiang Qing and Appo's mind. Hee. After so many years, finally, someone has come. Before the words faded, the shadow transformed into a spectral blade-like remnant, ruthlessly lunging toward Jiang Qing's consciousness. The air around the coffin erupted with anguished wails. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, crashing against Jiang Qing's will like a tumultuous tide. Jiang Qing felt a piercing pain in his head, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into his soul. He groaned, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet the remnants of his rationality compelled him to steady his mind, gritting his teeth to endure. This is the will attack of the sword demon and Appo's remnant. Such a domineering killing intent. Amidst the overwhelming malice, he realized that if he let down his guard for even a moment, he would be consumed by this monstrous demonic thought, never to awaken again. In the secret chamber, Jiang Qing and Appo's seated body suddenly tensed, dark, intricate lines appearing on his skin, veins bulging at his temples, cold sweat pouring down. He clenched his fists, the nails piercing his palms, yet he felt nothing. The calming incense continued to burn quietly, its faint aroma gradually dissipating the encroaching demonic aura. However, the relentless assault of the sword demon's remnant was too fierce. The dark storm in his mind continued to swell. A mere mortal dares to pry into my domain? Annihilate him. The sword demon's remnant screeched, coalescing into a grotesque, twisted face in Jiang Qing's consciousness, its cavernous mouth opening wide to deliver a vicious bite. Jiang Qing felt his consciousness jolt, as if the heavens and earth were reversed, and terrifying visions appeared before him. He saw himself being torn to shreds by endless beasts. His inner fear magnified infinitely. No, this is not real. Jiang Qing admonished himself, reminding that all illusions are but falsehoods. He then bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which cleared his mind. He forced himself to stabilize his spirit, activating the thunder-breathing technique, intending to expel the invading entity from his consciousness with the rolling true energy within him. A low growl erupted from his throat. Get out. In an instant, the thunderous roars echoed within his consciousness. Invisible winds spiraled, transforming into blades of wind and thunder that slashed at the grotesque face. The sword demon and Appo's remnant was struck by the wind and thunder blades, emitting a piercing wail as its face was torn apart, transforming into black mist attempting to flee. With this strike, Jiang Qing sensed a noticeable weakening of its momentum. Energized, he intended to press the advantage and obliterate the remnant. But suddenly, the system's earlier reminder resurfaced in his mind. Each unsealing requires the host's will to consume the sword demon's consciousness. Failure results in becoming a soulless sword puppet. While success grants its power, with my current strength, can I consume it? If I fail, it would be my demise. Jiang Qing's heart sank. The earlier surge of resolve dampening. The remnant of the sword demon before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although risking everything might yield a slim chance of victory, it could also lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, with the demon hunt approaching, he could not afford to take greater risks at this moment. As his thoughts raced, the black remnant had reformed, albeit dimmer, still lurking and mocking. Why the hesitation? Boy, if you dare to seize my power, come at me. Jiang Qing and Appos' expression fluctuated between shadows and light. He took a deep breath, forcibly repressing his greed, and coldly retorted, a mere remnant dares to be arrogant? One day, I shall return to claim your life. For now, return to your place. With that, he concentrated his thoughts, transforming his will into a colossal hand, crashing down upon the swirling black mist. The mist howled, attempting to resist. But the giant hand firmly grasped it, forcefully shoving it back into the black sword coffin. Bang! The lid slammed shut once more, and the 9 broken chains slowly reformed under Jiang Qing and Appos' will, sealing the sword coffin anew. In an instant, tranquility returned to his consciousness, the surrounding dark scenery shattering into oblivion. Jiang Qing abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, his clothing clinging to his skin as if he had just emerged from a body of water. He gasped several times. Yet a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. At last, it has been subdued, although he failed to completely devour it. The experience was not without merit. Jiang Qing sensed within himself, discovering that his vital energy had subtly advanced, and his souls will seem to have been tempered in the recent tumultuous clash, becoming more solid and resilient. It could be considered a preliminary understanding of the awakening's challenges. Once I am better prepared, I shall return to vanquish this remnant of the sword demon. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, and his yearning for power burned even more fervently, though he did not break through the first layer of the abyssal sword body this time. It was not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, he preserved his clarity and life, while significantly wounding that malevolent remnant soul. Chapter 31. Exiting the city to annihilate the beasts as the first rays of morning sunlight cascaded through the city walls. A well-prepared contingent had gathered outside the eastern gate of Taiping City. Over 100 warriors clad in black-scaled armor from the beast hunting division stood erect, accompanied by about 50 outer city fighters, each bearing expressions of excitement and trepidation. At the forefront of the formation stood Jiang Qing, his stature commanding, with a long blade suspended at his waist. The black standard light armor accentuated his robust physique, while the demon-catching leader's badge on his chest glimmered coldly in the morning light. After several days of rigorous training, his aura was tempered, exuding the latent force of a gathering storm, evoking a sense of reverence in those nearby. The poignant memory of parting with Jiang Qing lingered in his mind. The delicate yet resolute girl had busied herself throughout the night, preparing provisions and crafting a sumptuous farewell dinner, tears brimming in her eyes as she smiled and cautioned him to be careful. Reflecting on this, warmth surged in Jiang Qing and Appos' heart, amplifying the weight of his responsibilities. Before departing, he solemnly pressed a precious Tianyuan pill into Jiang Qing's hands, insisting, if danger arises, swallow it immediately. Do not be reckless. This pill, obtained from a recent signing, could grant an ordinary individual the strength of perfected skin refinement for 2 hours. Initially taken aback, Jiang Qing hesitated to accept. But Jiang Qing would not entertain her objections, smiling as he produced another pill, assuring her, I have plenty. Take this without worry. With her eyes glistening with emotion, she finally accepted it. Jiang Qing gently brushed his fingers over another hidden trump card, a talisman as delicate as a cicada and Appos' wing. This was the thunder talisman obtained the previous night, harboring the power to summon thunder and capable of disregarding any formidable demon's prowess. Once activated, it could reduce powerful foes to ashes. With this in his possession, he felt a surge of confidence. Nearby, Gu Dahai surveyed the assembly with satisfaction, his voice ringing out. In this hunt, you must all heed Commander Jiang and Appos' command. Although the beasts outside the eastern perimeter are somewhat weaker, we must not be complacent. Remember, do not venture deep into the demon mountains. Our objective is to eliminate the formidable beasts within 30 miles of the city. Should the creatures familiar with Taiping City and Appos' terrain lead a horde to attack during a surge, the consequences would be dire. Understood? Understood. Echoed the chorus of over 100 beast-hunting warriors. Gu Dahai stepped forward, clapping Jiang Qing on the shoulder, lowering his voice, young man. This is your first time leading a team. Stay steady, do not overreach, and return safely. Jiang Qing nodded solemnly. I will heed the hall master and Appo's teachings. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, raising it skyward, and declared, let us depart. The troop responded thunderously, and under Jiang Qing's leadership, they strode through the inner city gate. Crossing the drawbridge over the moat, they gathered in the outer city's beast hunting division clearing. There, over 50 outer city fighters awaited, each adorned in varied leather armor or cloth garments, wielding assorted weapons, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They understood this was the monthly extermination operation. By following the beast hunting division to slay the beasts, they would earn rewards and shares of the spoils. As the inner city team arrived, the outer city warriors rose to greet them. Among them, a burly man with a dark complexion rushed forward, Zhao Liangping, who had journeyed out of the city with them previously. Commander Jiang, he exclaimed, clasping his fist in laughter, congratulations on your swift promotion to demon-catching commander. Truly an exemplar for us outer city warriors. Recognizing a familiar face, Jiang Qing smiled in return and quickly reciprocated, Brother Zhao, I see you've come as well. Titles are but mere names. I am merely fortunate to be in this position. His gaze swept across the group, spotting Zhao Liangping's stout companion, the agile Zhou Ping, and the scarred Shi Chui. These were comrades he had faced death with during their last expedition, and their reunion was heartwarming as they saluted him. Greetings, Commander Jiang. The towering figure of the stout man chuckled, scratching his head. From now on, you shall be our leader. I'll stick close to you, even risking my life to earn my share of the rewards. Zhou Ping added with a grin, indeed. This time, we brothers shall rely on Commander Jiang to hunt more beasts and strike it rich. Shi Chui remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with trust and admiration. Moved by their warm reception, Jiang Qing felt a swell of emotion and declared earnestly, your words are too kind. In this mission, we shall face life and death together. I will do everything in my power to ensure no one falls behind. He paused before adding with a smile, should we triumph and return, I will recommend you all to the beast hunting division, striving for you to don this black armor as well. After this exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Qing commanded the team to reorganize. The over 100 warriors from the beast hunting division formed the front line, with the outer city fighters closely following. Marching forth through the outer city gates, embarking on the road towards the periphery of the 10,000 demonic mountains. Outside Taiping City, the terrain transitioned from flat plains to rolling hills, with the vegetation growing denser and taller as they advanced. A stone-paved official road meandered toward the distant peaks. Along the way, they passed remnants of dilapidated villages, long abandoned, with only the whispering wind stirring the dead grass. Jiang Qing remained vigilant, assigning the seasoned soldier Scar Lu to lead 10 capable fighters ahead, while he and the rest followed closely behind. As they proceeded cautiously, their eyes scanned the surrounding wilderness with vigilance. After traversing several miles, Scar Lu suddenly raised his arm in warning. Beasts detected ahead, he reported in a hushed tone. Jiang Qing promptly commanded the entire unit to halt and stand ready, leaping forward himself. Ahead, among the scattered rocks, a beast resembling a bull was voraciously devouring something. Its grotesque form bore bone spikes, dark red fur, and tusks that curled menacingly as it gnawed on the carcass of a fallen deer, blood pooling around it. Judging by its size and aura, it was a second-tier beast known as the crimson-maned tornado beast, renowned for its ferocity and immense strength. Seeing it was a solitary creature, Jiang Qing felt a measure of relief. Such beasts typically roamed alone, simplifying their task. He lowered his voice to issue orders. The crimson-maned tornado beast possesses great strength and thick defenses, but it lacks intelligence and can unleash wind blades. Scar Lu, take 10 men to ambush from its left rear. Zhang Hu, you and 10 others will engage from the right. The rest will follow me for a frontal assault. The warriors acknowledged his commands and dispersed accordingly. Soon, dozens of fighters had stealthily formed a tightening encirclement around the beast. Jiang Qing signaled with a swift motion, a sharp whistle slicing through the forest and Appo's stillness. The crimson-maned tornado beast immediately became alert, raising its head to emit a thunderous roar. It pawed the ground in rage, frantically scanning for threats, only to find figures surrounding it. Attack! Scar Lu bellowed, the first to leap from the flank, his hefty blade slicing through the air towards the beast and Appo's hind leg. Simultaneously, Zhang Hu and Appo's right flank unit charged from the trees, shouting their battle cries. The beast reacted with astonishing speed, twisting its body to narrowly evade a fatal strike, but its hind leg was still gashed, howling in pain and fury. It violently swung its head, unleashing a crescent-shaped green wind blade at the approaching warriors on the right. The wind blade sliced through the air like a tangible edge. Two outer city fighters were caught unawares, letting out horrified screams as they were sent flying, blood erupting from their chests. How dare this beast harm my comrades? Jiang Qing's eyes blazed with fury. He sprang forth, his form a blur as he accelerated like an arrow released from its bow. Employing the wind thunder steps, he darted through the foliage, closing the distance to the beast. With a flash of his blade, Jiang Qing unleashed a strike from the wind thunder sword technique, targeting the beast's eyes with the speed of lightning, imbued with the sound of thunder. The crimson-maned wind beast felt a chilling flash before its eyes, and before it could discern the enemy and Appo's silhouette, a searing pain surged from its left eye. Jiang Qing and Appo's blade had precisely pierced its eye socket, blood and ocular fluid splattering forth. A howl of agony erupted from the beast, sending it into a frenzy as its massive head swung wildly, attempting to sweep away the nearby assailant with its curved horns. Yet, Jiang Qing's agile movements allowed him to retreat gracefully after landing a blow, evading the beast's counterattack. Seeing their commander succeed with a single strike, the morale of Liu and the others soared, and they surged forward from both sides, launching a coordinated assault on the creature and Appo's vital points. The crimson-maned wind beast, deprived of one eye, was consumed by a mix of pain and rage, thrashing its claws and fangs in desperation. However, it could not withstand the onslaught from all directions, suffering multiple wounds and bleeding profusely. In a moment of peril, the beast's ferocity flared, and with a thunderous roar, it summoned its demonic energy, charging directly at Jiang Qing with a vow of mutual destruction. Jiang Qing's gaze sharpened, his feet slightly sinking, as he activated the thunder and wind-breathing technique to its fullest extent, his body resonating like thunder. With both hands gripping the blade at his chest, he prepared for the oncoming beast and Appo's charge, and in an instant he bellowed, "Die!" The blade and Appo's glow struck like a thunderbolt, aiming directly for the beast and Appo's neck. With a muffled thunk, the long knife cleaved into flesh. The immense force sent Jiang Qing stumbling back 3 steps. Yet the crimson-maned wind beast fell with a mournful cry, sliding to the ground, a horrific gash appearing on its neck, nearly severing its spine. It convulsed a few times before succumbing, its massive body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The crimson-maned wind beast was slain. After a brief silence, the surrounding warriors erupted in cheers. To have successfully slain a second-tier beast on their first joint expedition, with hardly any casualties, invigorated everyone. Many of the outer city warriors looked at Jiang Qing with newfound respect and admiration. Jiang Qing sheathed his blade and first instructed the others to check on the 2 injured warriors from the outer city. Fortunately, their injuries were superficial, and after a simple bandaging, they could move on their own. He then crouched down, using the tip of his blade to pry open a tough shell on the beast and Appo's forehead, extracting a fist-sized pale blue demon crystal, which he held aloft. A second-tier low-grade demon crystal. Someone exclaimed. Jiang Qing nodded, placing the crystal in his pouch, and announced loudly, "This beast was slain through our combined efforts. The demon crystal shall be converted into reward money to be equally shared among all." At this declaration, the crowd erupted into joyous applause. Some outer city warriors excitedly remarked, "Commander Jiang is indeed fair. It is our fortune to fight alongside Sir Jiang." With spirits high, the group continued their expedition. Over the next half-day, they successfully hunted 2 more second-tier beasts and several first-tier ones. Each battle, under Jiang Qing and Appo's leadership, was executed with remarkable synergy, and no injuries were incurred. As the sun began to set, Jiang Qing contemplated whether to set up camp there or venture further. Suddenly, a scout rushed back, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. "Commander Jiang, we discovered tracks of a giant beast down the slope ahead. Judging by the size, it could be a 3rd-tier beast." A murmur of alarm rippled through the crowd at the mention of a 3rd-tier beast. Liu, bearing scars on his face, looked serious and whispered, "Commander, 3rd-tier beasts possess intelligence and are exceedingly dangerous. With nightfall approaching, should we engage in battle, it would be unfavorable for us. I believe we should eliminate it while it is nearby. Otherwise, if we set up camp, it could sneak up on us under the cover of night." The speaker was an outer city warrior, clad in a hat that obscured his features, his voice hoarse yet tinged with urgency. "Since a 3rd-tier beast has appeared here, it must have been lurking for some time, wreaking havoc in the area. It is our duty not to let it escape." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Zhao Yangping scratched his head and said, "What this brother says makes sense. A third-tier beast is invaluable, but it also poses a significant threat. If we dawn and oppose, deal with it promptly, we shall find it difficult to sleep soundly. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment. Memories of the descriptions of third-tier beasts from the demon hunting compendium flashing through his mind. Third-tier beasts are cunning and brutal, if allowed to lurk in the shadows. The consequences could be dire. Scanning the eager faces of his comrades, Jiang Qing resolved to act. Very well, he declared, raising his hand. Since we have discovered its trail, we cannot stand idly by. Everyone, adjust your formations and remain vigilant. We shall confront this beast. With that, he redistributed the personnel, dividing all warriors into 4 groups. Cautiously following the tracks extending down the slope. As they ventured deeper into a rugged canyon, the light dimmed and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The mountain winds howled, carrying a nauseating stench. Jiang Qing tightened his grip on his blade and whispered, "Be cautious, this beast is likely nearby." Suddenly, the scout Zhang, who raised his hand to signal a halt and pointed behind a large rock, his expression grim. "That is a human bone." A pile of stark white bones lay scattered among the rocks, the remaining skeletal forms unmistakably human, evidently long deceased. The sight sent chills through the group, and they gripped their weapons tighter. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from behind them. "Who goes there?" Jiang Qing spun around, only to see the wind stirring a clump of bushes, devoid of any figures. His brow furrowed. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, a deep beastly roar erupted from the left ahead, reminiscent of thunder. The group froze in shock, and before they could comprehend, a colossal shadow leaped from the cliff, crashing down upon several warriors on the left flank. A horrified scream accompanied the sound of shattered rocks. One outer city warrior, unable to evade in time, was crushed by the shadow, bones shattered, and he fell lifeless. 2 other demon-hunting warriors were also caught in the immense force and were flung away. As the dust settled, the warriors beheld the shadow rising, revealing a beast resembling a ferocious tiger. It measured over 10 feet in length, standing shoulder-high to a man, its body cloaked in a dark fur adorned with silver stripes, muscles rippling, and its limbs as robust as stone pillars. A tail like an iron whip lashed against the rocks, echoing with tremendous power. Most alarming of all, a vertical eye adorned the center of its forehead, glimmering with an eerie green light, exuding an unsettling intelligence. Chapter 32. Signing in at the Demon Mountain. Obtaining the Chi-gathering pearl. Beware of the flanks. Do not let that red-eyed wolf escape. Jiang Qing immediately recognized the demon beast before him and shouted decisively, pointing his long knife ahead. Before his words faded, several figures surged forth like arrows, converging on a massive gray-brown wolf demon. The beast and oppose, as crimson eyes gleamed with fury. Its fangs bared as it attempted to flee into the dense forest, only to find itself encircled by the warriors of the Bingzi Hall. Roar! The giant wolf howled in rage, leaping towards the weakest point of the encirclement. However, 2 long spears shot forward with lightning speed, piercing its chest and abdomen. Blood sprayed forth as the wolf rolled in agony on the ground. At that moment, a flash of cold light swept from the left. Vice Commander Sun Ping had long been lying in wait, swiftly severing the wolf's neck with a single stroke. The massive body convulsed twice before falling silent. In mere moments, this second-tier demon beast, which had plagued nearby villages for so long, was utterly vanquished. The group of attackers stood firm, their faces brimming with exhilaration. "Commander Jiang, the wolf demon has been eliminated." Jiang Qing stepped forward, confirming that the demon wolf had breathed its last, and let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze swiftly scanned the team. "All squads, assess casualties and count heads. Gather swiftly." "Yes," came the unified response. Shortly thereafter, Sun Peng approached, clasping his fists. "Reporting to Commander Jiang, the demon beast has been eradicated, and no one is seriously injured. Only 2 brothers have minor abrasions. It is nothing serious." Having just ventured out of the city, they had already slain a second-tier demon beast under Jiang Qing and oppose. As command, a promising omen indeed. Jiang Qing nodded slightly. "Relay the order. Everyone rest in place for a moment and prepare to continue the journey." Sun Ping complied and departed. Jiang Qing surveyed his surroundings. Noting the high morale among the troops after their initial skirmish, many wore smiles, and even the veterans of the Demon Hunting Division, who had previously harbored doubts about him, now regarded him with newfound respect. After all, Jiang Qing, the newly appointed commander, had demonstrated remarkable composure and clarity in his commands, showcasing exceptional leadership abilities. At this moment, several warriors from the Demon Hunting Division skillfully began to extract the wolf's fangs and inner core. The outer city warriors watched enviously but dared not rush forward to snatch the spoils. According to regulations, the materials from the slain demon beast must first be accounted for by the demon hunting division, and rewards would be allocated after a unified evaluation upon returning to the city. The group could only wait patiently while remaining vigilant. Jiang Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, using this respite to silently organize the information he had gathered thus far. Under his command, the Bingzi Hall had dispatched over 120 formal warriors, among whom the strongest were 5 skilled individuals at the initial stage of bone refinement, alongside a dozen elites at the entry level of bone refinement, with the majority being at the flesh refinement level. In terms of overall combat power, a single Bingzi Hall could rival the personal guard of the Lord of Taiping City, which explained its significance as one of the essential forces defending the city. However, such a formation might be invincible within Taiping City, yet it was hardly remarkable on the broader frontier. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Qing and Apos' mind as he contemplated the rumors he had heard. Though Taiping City was a critical stronghold on the border of the great Qin dynasty, the truly top-tier experts were few and far between. It was said that only a handful of prominent figures residing in the inner city had reached the profound realm of innate. These individuals were elusive, rarely seen even by the city lord, and would only appear to defend the city during times of dire peril. Given Jiang Qing's current status, he had yet to have the fortune of encountering such beings. Beyond bone refinement lay marrow refinement, and beyond that, the realm of innate qi. He was still far from that step. His gaze turned towards the undulating demon mountain in the distance, filled with both longing and a hint of trepidation. Within Taiping City, he had made numerous enemies, and although he had temporarily escaped to the outskirts to hunt demon beasts, he would inevitably face those adversaries upon his return. He was acutely aware that with his mere mastery of skin refinement, and without the aid of extraordinary opportunities, he was utterly inadequate to contend with the city lord's manor and the 3 prominent families of the Qinshi workshop. Only by continually growing stronger could he secure his own survival. Commander Jiang. Just as Jiang Qing was lost in thought, Sun Ping hurried over to report. The wolf carcass has been dealt with, and the team is ready to depart at any time. Jiang Qing snapped back to attention and issued a decisive order. Good. Let us proceed. We must reach the designated campsite before sunset. Soon, the team set off again, advancing along the official road deeper into the Demon Mountain. The early autumn forest was lush and green, with towering ancient trees lining the path, and the sounds of insects and birds filled the air. As they gradually distanced themselves from Taiping City, the mist in the woods thickened, significantly reducing visibility. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to dip in the west, casting dappled shadows through the branches. Jiang Qing rode at the forefront of the procession, attentively surveying the terrain while inquiring of Sun Ping at his side, Vice Commander's son. Have we selected a campsite for tonight? Returning to the commander, Sun Peng replied with a respectful bow. I plan to set up camp at the foot of a mountain 10 miles ahead. There is a natural cave there, with a concealed terrain that is easy to defend yet hard to attack. We have stayed there multiple times during previous missions, so we are quite familiar with it. Jiang Qing nodded gently, feeling a sense of relief at Sun Peng and Apos' thorough planning, as he himself was unfamiliar with the terrain outside the city. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Seeing Jiang Qing and Apos' full confidence in his judgment, Sun Ping and Apos' expression revealed a hint of surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Commander Jiang. After a brief pause, he continued, additionally, I have dispatched a small team of 10 men ahead, as you instructed, to scout for any demon beasts in the vicinity of the campsite and to ascertain the distribution of demon beasts within a 10-mile radius. Once we set up camp, they should be able to bring back valuable intelligence. Jiang Qing and Apos' face showed approval. This was precisely what he had agreed upon with Sun Ping, to prioritize intelligence gathering on the first day and then to launch attacks based on that information the following day. Proceeding steadily and cautiously, with a strategic assistant like Sun Peng, Jiang Qing felt as if he had gained an additional edge. He thought to himself, Sun Ping is humble and steady, well-versed in the art of wilderness hunting. Such a fine general deserves to be entrusted with greater responsibilities. He smiled and said, Vice Commander's son, I entrust this encirclement operation to you. Do not hesitate to voice any discoveries or decisions. Sun Ping was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qing and Apos' words and quickly replied earnestly, Rest assured, Commander Jiang. I will do my utmost to assist you and will not betray your trust. With that, his respect for Jiang Qing deepened. Several warriors from the Bingzi Hall, having overheard their conversation, nodded in quiet approval of Jiang Qing. The new commander, though newly appointed, exhibited humility and the ability to utilize talent, earning their respect and dispelling any notions of underestimation. As dusk descended, the team finally arrived at the planned campsite, a natural cave at the foot of a hill. The entrance was concealed by dense vines, making it difficult to spot amid the twilight of the forest without prior knowledge of the path. Inside, the cave was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people, with the walls bearing the charred remnants of past campfires, clearly indicating that previous operations had taken refuge here. Relay the order. Enter the cave in batches and remain vigilant. Prepare to set up camp. Sun Peng commanded loudly. In an instant, over 100 warriors from the demon hunting division filed in one after another, tidying up the cave. Meanwhile, some outer city warriors formed a perimeter outside the cave, keeping a watchful eye on the movements within the forest. Throughout the journey, Jiang Qing gained a deeper understanding of the strength and cohesion of his subordinates. The 5 adept warriors at the bone refinement stage each led a team, known as the 5 Tigers, forming the backbone of the Bingzi Hall's combat strength. The dozen or so entry-level bone refinement warriors were bold fighters, charging fearlessly into battle, and the flesh refinement warriors, being the most numerous, excelled in teamwork and experience. With a strategic assistant like Sun Peng at his side, Jiang Qing's leadership was indeed bolstered. After a flurry of activity, the night fully descended, and several campfires were lit within the cave. As the first day was predominantly spent traveling, the group was fatigued both physically and mentally. Observing their weariness, Sun Peng called out, "Everyone take turns consuming the rations. After a quarter of an hour, each watch will rotate for rest. We must be vigilant tonight to guard against night attacks." Understood. The warriors responded in unison. Subsequently, they gathered around the campfire in small clusters, hastily consuming their provisions and hydrating to regain their strength. After an afternoon of travel, their stomachs were empty, and even the heart. Cold rations tasted exceptionally sweet at this moment. Jiang Qing selected a piece of dry food and moved to the cave entrance, chewing slowly while gazing at the sea of trees under the night sky. He deliberately avoided the firelight, standing alone in the shadows of the cave entrance, alert to any sounds from outside. Since dusk, the air had been filled with the eerie sounds of beasts roaring from all directions, some sharp and piercing, others low and hoarse, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the silent night. It seemed the rumors were true. The creatures deep within the demon mountain were particularly active at night. Jiang Qing listened intently, managing to distinguish at least a dozen different roars. There were raptors screeching and massive beasts growling, their sounds echoing from every direction, as if countless eyes were lurking in the darkness, watching this small group of humans daring to intrude upon their territory. Gulp. A warrior from the outer city swallowed nervously and whispered, "It's truly terrifying. Do you think these beasts will charge in the dark?" Just as he finished speaking, an old soldier from the demon hunting division shot him a glare. "Humph, you raven. Stay calm. Follow Deputy Commander Sun and Amp. Appos, S orders, and nothing will happen." After a thorough inspection, Jiang Qing returned to the depths of the cave. As midnight approached, most of the group had rotated for rest, leaving only 3 layers of sentinels at the entrance and surrounding areas. The flickering firelight illuminated the warriors sprawled in various positions, seizing the opportunity to close their eyes and rejuvenate. Sun Peng remained steadfast at the cave entrance, while Jiang Qing settled onto a prepared beast skin mat, intending to continue his cultivation in the stillness of the night. He first regulated his breathing and silently circulated his internal energy, which soon resonated within him like distant thunder. With each inhalation and exhalation, his blood surged, as if wind and thunder enveloped him. This wind and thunder breathing technique had accompanied him on his martial journey thus far, becoming an integral part of his being. After a stick of incense worth of time, Jiang Qing gradually entered a transcendental state of forgetting both self and surroundings. Feeling as though every pore was slowly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, his muscles and bones vibrating in harmony. His internal energy flowed like a stream throughout his limbs and bones, cleansing his body, yet he remained unable to break through that barrier. Is it impossible? After a lengthy period, Jiang Qing opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. He chuckled wryly, muttering to himself, "It appears I have still not stepped into the realm of flesh refinement tonight." Even before departing the city, he had sensed that his vitality was at its peak, just a step away from transforming into a body of refined copper. Yet, after several days of arduous training, this threshold remained firmly closed to him. Perhaps he lacked a certain opportunity, or perhaps he needed more rigorous tempering. Jiang Qing was undeterred. He understood that in cultivation, one must avoid impatience. The more solid the foundation, the greater the advantage in subsequent battles. Although his complete mastery of skin refinement seemed minor, with various opportunities, his combat prowess was not necessarily inferior to ordinary warriors at the flesh refinement stage. With this thought, he resolved to temporarily cease his efforts and rest for a while. After all, while traversing the Demon Mountain-'s dense forest, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous fierce battles, perhaps even finding the breakthrough he sought amidst life and death. Just as he intended to take a brief respite, a long-forgotten mechanical notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Current location detected as Andapos, Demon Mountain Andapos region. Would you like to sign in immediately? Jiang Qing promptly thought. Sign in. A familiar golden light screen materialized before him. Sign in successful. Acquired unique item. Qi Concealing Pearl. Qi Concealing Pearl. When infused with internal energy, it can conceal all living presences within a 100-meter radius, rendering them invisible to beasts. Upon reading this description, Jiang Qing's eyes brightened, a treasure for concealing one's presence. He quickly retrieved the Qi Concealing Pearl from the system space, witnessing a warm, jade-like orb materialize in his palm. The pearl was a faint grayish blue, about the size of a dragon and Apos, SI, with natural cloud patterns on its surface, slightly glowing with a cool light. Jiang Qing carefully cradled the Qi Concealing Pearl, admiring it for a moment before closing his eyes and focusing his mind, gently infusing a strand of internal energy into it. Instantly, a thin mist rose from the dull pearl. He opened his eyes and looked around, astonished to find that his figure within a 10-foot radius had gradually blurred, as if shrouded by a layer of water waves. Even the Qi Concealing Pearl in his hand seemed to merge with his palm, nearly becoming invisible. What a marvelous treasure! Jiang Qing felt a surge of joy, quickly withdrawing his internal energy. In an instant, the mist vanished without a trace, and his figure reappeared. Taking a deep breath, he strove to calm his exhilarated emotions, wary of disturbing those around him. The utility of this Qi Concealing Pearl was simply boundless. Should he encounter formidable beasts in the future, activating this pearl would allow him and his companions to conceal their presence, deftly avoiding danger. Within the Demon Mountain, this was akin to acquiring a life-saving charm. After safely stowing the Qi Concealing Pearl, Jiang Qing smiled contentedly, contemplating his plans. Starting tomorrow, he would delve deeper to hunt demons. This pearl might prove invaluable. Perhaps he could even launch a surprise attack on formidable foes, making those creatures taste the flavor of panic. After the excitement, a wave of fatigue washed over Jiang Qing. After all, he had labored throughout the day, and his internal energy had been somewhat depleted. Thus, he decided to rest for a moment to recuperate. As night deepened, several sections of the campfire dimmed, and the temperature in the cave began to drop. Jiang Qing wrapped himself in his outer garment and closed his eyes to feign sleep. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a slight tremor in the ground, as if a distant rumble resonated from afar. Soon after, faint hoofbeats could be heard approaching from the forest outside the camp. Creak, creak, the sound of dry branches snapping startled the outer sentinels. Who goes there? The outer sentinels quickly raised their torches, revealing several riders galloping in from the darkness. Leading them was a figure clad in black, whose face, illuminated by the firelight, bore an intimidating expression. Under the flickering light, it was none other than Qiu Wu. At this moment, Qiu Wu appeared dusty and weary, as if he had just returned from a long journey. He halted his horse 10 paces from the camp, casting a cold glance toward the cave, sneering but not advancing an inch. It turned out to be Captain Qiu from the city lord's mansion. Sun Peng hurriedly stepped out of the cave, clasping his fists and asking in a solemn tone, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Qiu Wu crossed his arms, smirking mockingly. "Deputy Commander's son. You truly are impressive. In the dead of night, you even sent someone to shine a torch on my face?" Chapter 33, The Conspiracy of Qiu Wu. Luring the Fourth Order Mountain Demon Yaba, Sun Ping swiftly gestured for the sentries to extinguish their torches and stepped forward with a frown. "Commander Qiu has misunderstood. We are merely on guard at our encampment and happen to see several approaching figures. In our moment of inattention, we may have been remiss. May I inquire what brings you here, Commander?" Qiu Wu snorted dismissively. "Nothing of great importance. I was sent by the city lord to handle some matters outside the city during the day. On my way back, I encountered your patrol team, which mentioned that the Bingzi Hall is camping here tonight. I thought to check if you require any assistance." While his words were courteous, his tone lacked sincerity. Having fought countless battles, Sun Ping sensed the insincerity in Qiu Wu's words and felt a twinge of doubt. Could the people from the city lord and Apos' mansion truly be so benevolent? Moreover, It seemed too coincidental that Xiao Wu happened to be in Amp, Oppos, handling matters and Amp, Oppos, outside the city. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. I see. In that case, would you care to rest in the cave for a while and enjoy a cup of hot tea? No need. Xiao Wu brusquely waved his hand in refusal, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. This trivial patrol duty does not require your esteemed presence. I shall return to the city to report. You may continue with your activities. With that, he gestured to the dozen or so cavalrymen behind him. Let us go. His arrival had been abrupt, and his departure was equally swift. Sun Ping furrowed his brow as he watched Xiao Wu and his men ride away, sensing something peculiar in the latter's demeanor, as if he took pleasure in their misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to the cave to report the situation to Jiang Qing in a hushed voice. Xiao Wu, from the city lord's mansion? Jiang Qing's expression grew cold upon hearing this. Sun Peng nodded. He mentioned that he was patrolling the city. However, I suspect they must have been following us from a distance during the day. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental that they encountered our scouting team. Jiang Qing slowly rose, his gaze fixed on the direction where Xiao Wu had vanished, his fists clenching involuntarily. Increase the night watch. Everyone must be ready for action. If there is any unusual occurrence, awaken the entire camp immediately. Meanwhile, several miles away from the encampment, in a secluded valley, dim moonlight cast shadows on the overgrown ground, revealing the silhouettes of over a dozen figures. These were Xiao Wu and his men who had returned after their abrupt departure. At this moment, they hid behind scattered rocks, gazing intently at the direction where Jiang Qing and his men were located. Due to the distance, they could only faintly see some flickering lights, but heard no sounds. Damn it, I and Amp, Oppos, am exhausted. A burly man in black wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered under his breath. Commander, we've been lurking in this godforsaken place all night. Why not take advantage of the darkness and launch a surprise attack on that brat? We can end Amp, Oppos, keep waiting like this. What do you know? Xiao Wu snapped in a hushed tone, unable to conceal his irritation. With over 100 Demon Hunting Division warriors gathered, how do you plan to kill him? Do you intend to charge in and deliver yourselves to death? The burly man fell silent, but another sharp-faced man beside him was still unwilling to relent. But we can end Amp, Oppos. Just sit here and watch Jiang Qing remain unharmed. The city lord sent us out here precisely to eliminate him. This opportunity is rare. Are we truly going to return empty-handed? Xiao Wu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He did not respond immediately. He certainly could not return empty-handed, for the city lord would not take kindly to such a failure. Yet, as he had indicated, Jiang Qing's group was gathered together, outnumbering them, making any assassination attempt nearly impossible. He had hoped Jiang Qing would act recklessly, perhaps straying from the group and revealing a vulnerability, but this individual seemed to conduct himself with utmost caution. Before darkness fell, Xiao Wu had discreetly trailed Jiang Qing all day without finding any opportunity. He could only act according to the city lord and Oppos, as previous hints. After a moment, a glint of malice flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as he quietly instructed his subordinates. Listen well, we are heading to Blackstone Mountain. He gathered his men and whispered his next plan. When they heard they were to go to a place called Blackstone Mountain, the previously eager warriors suddenly turned pale. Be Blackstone Mountain? The burly man almost exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth and hurriedly adding, Commander, that and Amp, Oppos, 50 miles from here. I've heard that a fourth-order demon beast, the Yaba, resides there, calling itself the Black Mountain King, along with a host of third-order demon beasts. Its reputation for ferocity is well known. What are we going there for? The others exchanged worried glances, and one of them timidly remarked, Commander, you aren't seriously thinking of luring out the Black Mountain King, are you? ISN and Oppos, see that akin to pulling teeth from a tiger? Before he could finish, the group revealed expressions of terror, clearly understanding Xiao Wu and Oppos' intentions. Xiao Wu cast a cold glance over his men, noting their sudden silence, and a trace of contempt crossed his features. He scoffed, Look at your lack of ambition. They are merely demon beasts. What is there to fear? The burly man protested with a grimace. Commander, those are not ordinary demon beasts. A fourth-order demon beast is equivalent to a marrow-refining expert or even a half-step innate human warrior. If it truly comes after us, we will barely be enough to satisfy its appetite. Impertinence. Xiao Wu and Amp, Oppos' face darkened as he lowered his voice, snapping back. Who said anything about fighting the Yaba? We are going there under the command of the city lord, to use our wits and take advantage of the situation. Do you understand? His subordinates exchanged looks, still shaken. One of them timidly asked, But why would the Black Mountain King help the city lord? It doesn't he lack for food or drink? Why would it risk attacking the demon hunting division and Amp Oppo's camp? Precisely because of the city lord and Amp Oppo's scheming. Qiao Wu and Amp Oppo's eyes gleamed with cunning as he continued with a smile. Do you truly believe that the borders of Taiping City have remained so peaceful for all these years due to divine favor? The truth is, the Lord has long been negotiating in the shadows with numerous powerful demon beasts. The Yaba refrains from invading Taiping City precisely because of our clandestine cooperation, both sides benefiting. The group gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Though they were minions of the city lord's mansion, this was the first time they had heard such secrets. Humph, you didn't, and Amp Oppo's no, did you? Qiao Wu continued with a sense of pride. During every beast tide, the city lord and Amp Oppo's mansion offers great gifts to the Black Mountain King in exchange for its non-aggression towards the city. It can be said that that creature has long been on familiar terms with our lord. On this trip to Blackstone Mountain, as long as I declare my identity, you shall be safe. Hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured, yet some still expressed concern. But Commander, even if the Black Mountain King respects the city lord, we must still offer something in return, right? What if we anger it? Qiao Wu waved his hand impatiently. Enough with your prattle. With me here. No one shall die for no reason. His tone grew cold. Moreover, the city lord has given orders to eliminate Jiang Qing, that little brat, by any means necessary. If we wait idly for an opportunity, when will we ever strike? Seeing Qiao Wu and Amp Oppo's resolute attitude, the men could only brace themselves and clasp their fists in submission, though their expressions remained uneasy. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Qiao Wu cursed inwardly, fully aware that this undertaking was fraught with peril. Yet, envisioning the rewards from the city lord and the sight of Jiang Qing's demise brought a cruel smile to his lips. What was a little risk if it meant effortlessly eliminating that thorn in their side? Without further hesitation, Qiao Wu raised his hand and commanded, "Mount up. We ride for Blackstone Mountain." As night fell, a group of over a dozen riders spurred their horses through the forest, galloping for nearly 2 hours, finally catching sight of a vast, dark mountain silhouette on the horizon. The mountains rise steeply, piercing the clouds, their rocks dark as ink, illuminated by the cold moonlight, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. A faint layer of gray-black aura permeates the surroundings, cloaking the scene like a delicate veil, exuding a chilling specter. This is Blackstone Mountain. Qiao Wu reined in his steed, allowing it to advance slowly. He gazed up at the imposing mountain range, unable to suppress a gulp. Despite his mental preparations prior to this journey, standing near the lair of the Demon King still sent shivers down his spine. Proceed with caution, he whispered to his companions, producing his waist badge and cautioning against rash actions. The group of riders cautiously approached the foot of the mountain, where a rugged path spiraled upward, flanked by jagged stones. Before long, 2 massive shadows suddenly emerged, blocking the path. Who dares to trespass on Blackstone Mountain? Accompanied by a low growl, 2 formidable beasts advanced. One on the right, a one-horned azure-maned giant boar, with tusks uneven and eyes like copper bells. On the left, a resplendent giant tiger, crackling with electricity, its paws hissing against the ground. Both were peak 3rd-tier demon beasts, exuding an unmistakable aura of power that struck fear into Qiao Wu and Oppo's subordinates. State your identity. The azure-maned boar bellowed, its voice rumbling like thunder, as it fixed its gaze on the intruding humans, drooling with greed, seemingly ready to attack any moment. Misunderstanding. Qiao Wu quickly raised one hand in a gesture of peace, while the other produced a crimson gold token held high. I am Qiao Wu, the commander of the Taiping City Lord's residence, sent by the city lord to pay my respects to the great king of Black Mountain. I kindly request that you relay this. The golden token shimmered in the night, adorned with the unique seal of the Taiping City Lord. Upon seeing the token, the boar's fierce eyes flashed with a hint of wariness, and it exchanged glances with the resplendent tiger. Wait a moment. It slowly stepped back, maintaining a vigilant watch on the group while emitting a low growl. Moments later, rustling sounds echoed from the depths of the mountain forest as 7 or 8 demon beasts emerged in succession. Some walked upright like humans, while others crawled, all possessing 3rd-tier strength. A 2-headed giant wolf stepped forward, gruffly commanding, "Follow us." Qiao Wu let out a quiet sigh of relief and signaled his men to dismount and follow. The group led their horses closely behind the 2-headed wolf and the other beasts, traversing deeper into the mountain. After a brief respite, they arrived at a deep and foreboding cave. The cave entrance was wide and lofty, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast, with flickering firelight barely visible within. Scattered outside were numerous grim white bones, including human remains among them. Several of Chiawula's men, upon catching sight of the eerie bones, felt their legs weaken. Humph. A useless lot. Chiawula muttered under his breath, though he too felt a surge of fear, forcing himself to step inside. The cave was dimly lit, and the further they ventured, the stronger the stench of decay became, accompanied by the sound of liquid dripping. With the faint glow of several pine oil torches on the walls, the group beheld a horrific scene within the cave. Large and small demon beasts lounged about, their greenish eyes glowing menacingly as they surrounded the intruders. The muddy ground was littered with scattered bones and rotting flesh, the remnants of unknown creatures. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, causing several of Chiawula's trusted aides to nearly retch, their faces pale. Chiawula struggled to steady his nerves, raising his gaze toward the depths of the cave. There, on a massive, dark-spotted leopard skin, lounged a towering and formidable demon beast. Its cold, fierce eyes glimmered ominously in the firelight, observing the intruders with an unsettling gaze. The beast was approximately 10 feet long, resembling a leopard, adorned with a tough carapace of black and azure patterns, and its powerful limbs bore elongated bone spikes that glinted with a chilling light. Its mouth was slightly ajar, revealing ivory fangs, with two particularly fearsome canine teeth measuring a foot long. Most striking were the grotesque bone protrusions on either side of its face, resembling the fangs of a demon, instilling dread in those who beheld it. The Shaoya leopard, Chiawula involuntarily whispered. The beast before him was none other than the fourth-tier demon beast reigning supreme over Blackstone Mountain. Though they had never met, its fearsome visage matched the legends exactly. Bold human, daring to intrude upon my territory, what is your purpose? The Shaoya leopard's voice was low and gravelly, yet carried an undeniable authority that reverberated through the cave. The city lord's subordinates felt the weight of its presence, bowing their heads in silence, not daring to meet its gaze. Taking a deep breath, Chiawula stepped forward with cupped hands, stating, "Great King of the Black Mountain, I am Chiawula, the commander of Taiping City, sent by the city lord to present you with a grand gift." The Shaoya leopard narrowed its eyes, inquiring, "The beast tide is not yet upon us. What gift does your city lord offer? Was it not agreed to wait until the awakening of spring to act?" Chiawula quickly smiled. "Your Majesty speaks true. However, this visit is not regarding the beast tide, but rather to share a lucrative opportunity." At this, the Shaoya leopard slowly rose, gracefully descending from its stone platform. It circled Chiawula, sniffing at him, then suddenly cackled, "A rare guest indeed. If you speak of gifts, let me see what you have. Is it a person or an object?" Chiawula hesitated for a moment before bowing deeply. "It is a group of people, a group of human warriors." As he spoke, he cautiously retrieved a scroll from his bosom, trembling slightly as he unfurled it. In the flickering light, an image of a handsome young man appeared on the scroll. The man had striking features and sharp eyes. Indeed, it was a portrait of Jiang Qing. "This man is Jiang Qing, an enemy of our city lord, currently encamped 30 miles outside." Chiawula respectfully presented the portrait, his voice tinged with excitement. "If the great king can eliminate Jiang Qing, my lord is willing to offer 100 robust humans for your enjoyment, should you succeed in annihilating the more than 100 demon hunters accompanying him. The city lord further promises to present 300 living souls for a grand feast in honor of your majesty." Upon hearing this, the surrounding demons erupted in excited roars, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly igniting with fervor. The Shaoya leopard's ears perked up, its eyes glowing red as it growled. "What did you say? Demon hunters?" "Indeed." Chiawula, sensing an opportunity, seized the moment to elaborate. "This group of demon hunters has mercilessly slaughtered countless demon kin. They deserve their fate, especially that Jiang Qing, who recently disrupted your plans." He proceeded to embellish the tale of how Jiang Qing had thwarted the Tiger Axe Guard and foiled the Lin family's conspiracy, emphasizing one point, how Jiang Qing had opposed the demon kin. Chapter 34, Life and Death, the Onslaught of Fourth-Order Beasts. The Shaoya leopard could no longer contain its fury, bellowing fiercely, "How outrageous! These human executioners slaughter my kind, deserving of 1,000 deaths." With a fierce flick of its claw, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the area. "I shall tear them limb from limb. Brothers, follow me. I shall make a meal of these 100 or so humans." "Your Majesty is brilliant," Chiawu exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy as he produced a map to indicate the approximate location of Jiang Qing's team. "These creatures are currently stationed about 30 miles from here." As the Shaoya leopard listened, a series of sinister grins spread across its face, drool dripping profusely on the ground, clearly impatient for a feast. Soon, it had gathered the majority of its subordinate third-order beasts, positioning itself on all fours, its claws cracking ominously as it prepared for the hunt. The sight was enough to pale the faces of Qiao Wu and Amp, Appos, as subordinates, who instinctively recoiled in terror. With that, I wish the Black Mountain King a triumphant hunt. Qiao Wu, having achieved his objective, intended to take his leave. He understood that a brutal massacre awaited Jiang Qing and his companions, and all he needed to do was observe the outcome from a distance. Wait, just as Qiao Wu and his entourage turned to exit the cave, the Xiaoya leopard and Amp, Appos' icy voice rang out. Accompanied by a furious roar, several imposing beasts lunged from either side, pinning four of Qiao Wu and Amp, Appos, as trusted aides to the ground. Help, help! The four were gripped by terror, struggling helplessly as tears streamed down their faces. Qiao Wu, equally horrified, swiftly turned to the Xiaoya leopard. Bowing deeply, "What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty? Did not the humans say they would bring gifts?" The Xiaoya leopard licked its sharp teeth, a wicked smile spreading across its face. "You come empty-handed. Surely, a gift must be provided." Qiao Wu's countenance turned ashen. How could he not comprehend the Xiaoya leopard's intentions? It sought to use his subordinates as a token of goodwill. Yet, trapped in the lair of beasts, isolated and vulnerable, he had to suppress his rage. "Your Majesty, you are indeed magnanimous. These brothers are but subordinates, hardly worthy of your attention. Why not await the city lord's visit to present you with more substantial gifts?" The Xiaoya leopard cackled mockingly, its gaze filled with disdain. "Spare me your prattle. Today, I shall accept these four. As for future offerings, I shall await them at my leisure." With that, it disregarded Qiao Wu entirely, waving its paw dismissively. "Take them away." Surrounding beasts responded with a thunderous agreement, immediately seizing the four screaming humans and dragging them into the depths of the cave. In an instant, piercing cries and the sounds of tearing flesh echoed, swiftly falling silent. A fresh metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, nearly suffocating Qiao Wu. He stood rigid, feeling the world spin around him, fury surging within him as his fists clenched tightly. Yet, catching sight of the multitude of beasts within the cave, their predatory gazes fixed upon him, he shuddered involuntarily, forcing down the rage that threatened to choke him, and bowed low, speaking in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty is truly generous. In that case, I shall not disturb your enjoyment any longer. I shall take my leave." Before he could finish, he turned and fled in haste. Observing Qiao Wu's desperate retreat, the Xiaoya leopard let out a derisive snicker, uninterested in further discourse. It threw its head back and howled. "Come, my minions, let us depart. The hunt has begun." The chorus of beasts echoed in response, shaking the cave and causing dust and stones to tumble. In the next moment, dozens of third-order beasts, led by the Xiaoya leopard, surged out of the cave, racing towards Jiang Qing and his companions. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, Qiao Wu dared to rein in his horse and glance back. His eyes narrowed with fury as he glared towards the direction of Blackstone Mountain, cursing, "Damn beast, how dare you harm my subordinates?" Yet, amid his anger, he recalled the Xiaoya leopard's promise to take action, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "As long as I can eliminate that little brat Jiang Qing, what an Appos, as the loss of a few lackeys. When I return to claim my reward, the city lord shall not forget to grant me a share." Suppressing his rage, he called to the remaining subordinates to mount their horses and return along the same route. "Let us go. It is time to witness the spectacle." The following morning, the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the encampment at the edge of the Blackstone Mountains. Jiang Qing and his team emerged from the cave in succession, some stretching their limbs, others adjusting their armor, each brimming with vitality. Jiang Qing stood at the cave's entrance, inhaling the crisp morning air deeply, surveying the surroundings. He noted the mist dancing through the trees, the cacophony of beastly roars from the previous night now replaced by the melodious chirping of birds. He turned to address his companions, declaring, "Everyone, let us break camp early and prepare for today's hunting expedition." Yes, over 100 hunters responded in unison, promptly immersing themselves in packing their gear and extinguishing the campfires. Sun Ping approached, speaking softly, "Commander Jiang, the scouting team we sent out last night has yet to return. Likely still surveying the periphery. Perhaps we should proceed according to yesterday's plan, taking the majority of our forces along the designated route, and they will catch up with us later." Jiang Qing nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Please send 2 individuals to mark our departure with talismans, ensuring the scouting team can follow our trail upon their return." Sun Peng complied, summoning 2 astute soldiers to relay the instructions. Shortly after, 2 pale yellow talismans were affixed to the cave's entrance, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. "Let us depart." Jiang Qing brandished his blade high in the morning light, signaling the others to follow the established formation as they advanced deeper into the forest, moving further from Taiping City. Based on the intelligence gathered yesterday, Jiang Qing knew that within a 10-mile radius of their camp, numerous second-order beasts roamed, some even in groups. He resolved to hunt in phases, ensuring swift and decisive action to eliminate any potential threats. As they progressed, he conferred with Sun Ping, directing the team to split into 3 groups, each led by a strong bone refinement expert, to encircle and eliminate targeted beasts for greater efficiency. Jiang Qing would lead one of the main forces alongside Sun Ping, prepared to confront any formidable foes that might arise. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of battle and the anguished cries of beasts echoed through the forest. Amidst flashing blades and dancing lights, second-order beasts fell one after another under their relentless onslaught. Jiang Qing, at the helm of one group, pressed on with unyielding momentum. By midday, the various teams converged by a stream, where the soldiers took a moment to replenish their strength with rations while tallying their spoils and sharing tales of their encounters in battle. Reporting to Commander Jiang, "My team took down A and Oppos, Unicorn Rock Bull, and Oppos, and it took considerable effort to pierce its hide. It nearly broke our formation," one warrior exclaimed, raising a string of dark green beast cores. "While we dispatched 7 black-spotted giant scorpions, these cores are excellent materials for alchemy," another boasted. Jiang Qing assessed the reports and noted that the Morning and Oppos' hunting efforts had proceeded smoothly, with only minor injuries and no significant casualties, resulting in the slaughter of over 20 beasts. Some of the larger specimens were too cumbersome to transport, so only their vital parts, cores, claws, and hides were collected, while the smaller ones were taken in whole and piled by the stream and Oppos' edge. A glance revealed an array of beast carcasses, wolves, leopards, pigs, and monkeys, haphazardly strewn along the bank, resembling a miniature mountain of beasts. After lunch and a brief rest, the team set forth once more, advancing outward according to their predetermined plan. Upon reaching the edge of a dense forest, approximately 20 miles from Taiping City, the long-absent reconnaissance team of 10 finally reunited with the main force. Report. 2 agile scouts descended from the trees, presenting Sun Ping with a hand-drawn map detailing the terrain and distribution of demon beasts in the vicinity. After reviewing it, Sun Ping handed it to Jiang Qing, whispering softly, "My lord, according to their findings, about 5 miles directly north lies a hollow in the mountains, home to a 3rd-tier demon beast, seemingly a wind-splitting tiger. This creature has ruled the area for many years, proving to be exceptionally cunning and ferocious. I recommend we encircle and eliminate it this afternoon. Completing this task would fulfill our mission for the day." The wind-splitting tiger? Jiang Qing pondered for a moment. This 3rd-tier demon beast was formidable, not only possessing immense strength but also adept in the art of sound speed, moving like the wind. Moreover, the team had yet to capture a 3rd-tier demon beast. Such creatures were notoriously shrewd, with even mid-grade 3rd-tier beasts capable of speech. "Very well, let us take it down." Jiang Qing promptly summoned the entire army and outlined a simple strategy for the operation. Cautiously, the group traversed the forest, soon catching sight of a rocky hollow in the distance. Surrounding shrubs were thick, and debris scattered the ground, with a flat clearing at the center that appeared to be the demon beast and Oppos' lair. Several gnawed bones lay strewn about, a chilling sight. At Jiang Qing and Oppos' command, over 50 demon hunters split into 4 small teams, stealthily surrounding the hollow to conceal their presence. Meanwhile, another small group of warriors from the outer city intentionally created noise to lure the prey into the open. A deep tiger's roar suddenly echoed across the wilderness. Almost immediately, a dark figure leaped down from the cliff on the left side of the hollow, charging towards the outer city warriors. Even before it arrived, a fierce wind surged forward, carrying with it a strong, metallic scent. "Beware!" 2 outer city warriors, pale with fright, raised their weapons to defend themselves. However, the dark figure descended with tremendous force, akin to a falling boulder, crashing down upon them. Boom! Dust and debris erupted. The 2 outer city warriors were rendered unrecognizable, lifeless before they could even emit a sound. One unfortunate soul, unable to dodge in time, was struck on the shoulder and sent flying with a scream. "That beast seeks death," roared Chen Kuei, a skilled warrior of the bone refinement realm, who had been waiting in readiness, leading a dozen formidable fighters from the hall. He sprang from the shadows to encircle the dark figure. As they focused, they beheld the shadow rising, revealing a magnificent beast resembling a gigantic tiger. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary tiger, its body armored with thick black bone plating, muscular limbs, and a tail adorned with spines. Its eyes glinting with malice, the notorious wind-splitting tiger. The beast crouched and let out a low growl, shaking the ground beneath. Suddenly, it unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of wind towards Jiang Qing and his men. Wherever the wind blade passed, vegetation and branches snapped cleanly, showcasing its formidable power. Jiang Qing shouted, his veins bulging as he wielded his twin hammers to meet the assault. With a resounding clash, the blade struck the hammers, sending sparks flying. Despite his bone refinement prowess, he staggered back 3 steps, his feet sinking into the mud, blood seeping from his hands, shock evident on his face. What a powerful beast! However, this momentary defense granted others the opportunity to act. Team 1. Go. Bind it. Sun Pen shouted. 3 seasoned warriors, skilled in bone refinement, sprang into action, brandishing chain spears to strike at the wind-splitting tiger and Apos' vulnerable spots. The chains whipped out, ensnaring the tiger and Apos' hind leg, momentarily slowing its movements. The other 2 spears lunged towards the tiger's flank but were thwarted by its tough bone armor, merely creating sparks upon impact. Not good. It's about to escape. Sun Ping's expression shifted as he yelled, quickly intercepted. We must not let it break free. The group sprang into pursuit, but the wind-splitting tiger, as a top-tier, third-tier demon beast, was extraordinarily swift, covering a distance of 10 yards in mere moments. Just as it seemed the tiger would break through the encirclement, a sharp cry pierced the air. Not so fast. Jiang Qing descended from above, colliding with the wind-splitting tiger. His long blade cleaved through the air, emanating a dazzling light as it descended with the force of a tempest. Sensing the impending attack, the tiger roared and raised its foreleg, attempting to block the strike with its bone armor. Clang! The blade met the armor, producing a shower of sparks, though it did not injure the beast. The force of the blow staggered it back several steps. Everyone, attack! Jiang Qing commanded, leaping forward, his blade plunging into the soft flesh beneath the tiger and Apos' throat. The weapon penetrated deep, and the wind-splitting tiger let out a mournful cry, collapsing heavily to the ground, thrashing and convulsing. Sun Ping and the others surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes, pinning the beast down, rendering it unable to rise. Moments later, the malevolent creature, which had terrorized the region for years, emitted its final low growl, gradually becoming still, blood flowing from its wounds and staining the ground beneath. It is dead. That beast is dead. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Many warriors dropped their weapons and collapsed to the ground. Some laughed heartily, while others were moved to tears. Having endured this fierce battle, they had finally slain the third-tier wind-splitting tiger. Wiping the blood from his face, Jiang Qing declared, "Fellow warriors, we have faced death together, and it is through our united efforts that we achieved this victory. The credit belongs to all of you." His gaze swept over the bloodied faces of his comrades, his voice resonating with strength. "You have all done remarkably well. By slaying this formidable beast, we have safeguarded the people. Upon our return to the city, I will ensure that each of your contributions is reported to the Hall Master. None shall go unrecognized." Upon hearing this, the warriors erupted in cheers, spirits lifted. Particularly those veterans who had previously regarded Jiang Qing with disdain were now filled with admiration and respect. "Quick, retrieve the tiger and Apos' core," someone eagerly suggested. Soon, several seasoned veterans gathered around, using short blades to dissect the tiger and Apos' abdomen in search of the demon core. In no time, a fist-sized core radiating a bluish glow was extracted, its insides swirling with cloud-like patterns, eliciting awe from the onlookers. Jiang Qing carefully wiped the blood from the core's surface with a cloth, nodding, "Let us secure it for later. It will be submitted to the hall." The scene became bustling with activity as they began to clean up. Some counted the injured comrades, moving the bodies of the 2 fallen outer city warriors aside and covering them with white cloth. Others began to skin the wind-splitting tiger, collecting useful materials. Not far away, Zhao Liangping had received rudimentary treatment for his injuries and, supported by a few teammates, insisted on aiding in the efforts. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qing quickly ordered him to lie down and rest. "Brother Zhao, your injuries are severe. Take a proper rest and leave the rest to us." Zhao Liangping, his face pale yet smiling, replied, "I want he perish. These wounds are nothing. I owe my thanks to Brother Jiang for your timely intervention. Had that beast escaped, we would all have been in peril. Jiang Qing patted his shoulder, admonishing, "Do not push yourself too hard." Before long, the tiger's skin, bones, and intact head were efficiently processed and stored. However, just as the group began to relax after their exhausting labor, urgent footsteps and terrified shouts echoed from the forest. "Not good. Run. A fourth-tier demon beast is coming." Before the echoes of their voices faded, two figures staggered out from the depths of the dense forest, collapsing before the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were two members of the reconnaissance team previously dispatched. Both were drenched in blood, their armor in tatters, and their bodies marked with claw marks and bloodstains. As they fell to the ground, their faces pale, they gasped for breath, their expressions filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. What had transpired? A heavy weight settled in Jiang Qing's heart as he rushed forward and helped one of them up. The scout's lips were ashen, his gaze unfocused, as if he were utterly terrified. Jiang Qing shook him vigorously while asking in a low voice, "Where are the others? What about the fourth-tier beast?" The scout struggled to breathe, finally managing to utter a few words. "They're dead. All dead. The Black Mountain King has come." This revelation struck like a thunderclap, causing the faces of those surrounding them to pale in unison. Sun Peng assisted another scout to his feet and stammered, "The Black Mountain King? Is he the one from the Shea Leopard at the Blackstone Mountain 50 miles outside the city?" "Yes, that and Amp, Appos, SM." The scout shivered at the mention, gritting his teeth in affirmation. "And many third-tier beasts accompanied him. We saw a large group of beasts charging towards us from afar. It was too late to retreat. 8 brothers were torn apart, and we were the only ones who escaped." As he recounted the events, the expressions of everyone around turned grim. If they struggled so fiercely against third-tier beasts, how could they possibly contend with a fourth-tier beast leading a pack of minions? A fourth-tier beast was a terrifying entity, equivalent to a human at the marrow refining stage, or even higher. How could their meager numbers stand a chance? The Black Mountain King was a renowned demon king at the border of Taiping City, and it was unfathomable that he would appear so suddenly. What should they do? Many warriors felt a chill in their limbs, waves of fear crashing upon their hearts. Even Sun Peng was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily lost for words. He turned to Jiang Qing, his voice hoarse. "Commander Jiang, this matter may be quite troublesome." Jiang Qing remained silent, his face grave as he rapidly pondered the situation. Why was the Black Mountain King leading a horde of beasts toward them? Was it merely a coincidence? Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Wu's eerie smile from the previous night, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. But the most pressing issue at hand was how to confront this impending catastrophe. After a brief silence, the distant horizon was filled with the muffled sounds of trees crashing down and the roars of wild beasts. Clearly, the beast horde was rapidly approaching. A thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the jungle, shaking the very air, startling birds into flight and reverberating through the mountains. Upon hearing this sound, many veterans changed color, exclaiming in horror, "That is the roar of the Shea Leopard. The Black Mountain King has truly arrived." Those who had held on to a glimmer of hope suddenly plummeted into despair. A rustle of unease spread through the crowd, with some gripping their weapons trembling, while others stumbled backward in fear. Even the seasoned warriors exhibited deep despair on their faces, fully aware that a fourth-tier beast was beyond their capacity to combat, especially with a horde of ferocious beasts at its back. "Commander, should we flee?" A young member of the demon hunting division stammered, his voice quaking. He felt his throat dry, struggling to utter the word escape. But would fleeing truly be effective? The group and Appos, eyes darted about in confusion. Once a fourth-tier beast locked onto its prey, scattering would merely lead to individual demise. The atmosphere of despair swiftly proliferated within the ranks, with some appearing dazed, repeatedly murmuring, "It's over. It's over. We're really going to die out here." Silence. A booming voice abruptly interrupted the murmurs. Chen Kuei, clutching his bleeding wound with one hand, scolded fiercely, "What are you panicking for? We are over 100 brothers strong, and with brave men like Commander Jiang among us, we certainly have a fighting chance. Everyone, muster your courage to fight." His shout served as a wake-up call, pulling the others back from the brink of fear. Indeed, they were not powerless. They were an elite force, well-equipped, and over 100 strong. Just yesterday, they had confidently proclaimed their intent to hunt beasts. How could they now cower at the mere mention of a formidable foe? Chen Kuei, shedding his usual arrogance, fixed his intense gaze on them. His fighting spirit reignited. A true man is willing to die on the battlefield, having long set aside concerns for life or death. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must at least make them pay dearly. Exactly. Let us go all out. Many were stirred by his fervor, their blood boiling as they clenched their teeth and steadied their stances. Even the young scout who had first shown fear now tightened his grip on his weapon, no longer uttering weak words. Jiang Qing glanced around at the gathering, silently appreciating Chun Kuei's bravery. He knew that this battle was inevitable. He immediately gathered his energy and declared loudly, "All troops, heed my command. Withdraw from the valley and form a defensive line against the cliff." Upon hearing this, the spirit of the crowd was reinvigorated as they responded in unison. Yes, regardless of whether they could withstand the assault, forming a defensive front was their only option. The remaining members understood that they must follow Commander Jiang and Appo's orders. In an instant, the previously disorganized ranks were formed. Jiang Qing personally led the way, guiding everyone out of the rocky valley, positioning them against a towering, steep cliff to avoid a surprise attack from behind. They swiftly constructed a semicircular defensive formation, shield bearers at the front, spear wielders behind, and the flanks guarded by those skilled in close combat. The pile of beast materials and corpses was left behind, as there was no time to attend to it. In the distance, the sound of swaying trees grew increasingly pronounced. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently. Soon, the tremors beneath their feet intensified, as if an army of thousands was approaching rapidly. The tension in the air was suffocating. "Commander." Sun Ping stepped closer, whispering, "Should we send a few people back to the city to fetch reinforcements?" He was referring to the reclusive masters within Taiping City. If those few innate powerhouses intervened, there might still be a chance to turn the tide. Jiang Qing and Appo's expression hardened as he slowly shook his head. "It's too late. The enemy has revealed themselves. The surrounding area is bound to be sealed off. No one can escape." He gazed towards the gray-green forest ahead, his left hand discreetly slipping into his robe, fingertips brushing against the cold, cheek-concealing pearl. A faint wave of spiritual energy emanated from it, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. At least he still had it. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. With that thought, Jiang Qing focused his mind and swiftly summoned the system interface in his mind, retrieving the Thunderbolt talisman and placing it in his palm. Just then, a tremendous crash resonated as over 10 towering trees fell simultaneously, sending clouds of dust into the air. Immediately after, a chorus of sinister roars erupted, shaking the ground as if it were trembling. Through the dust-filled clearing, the group caught glimpses of numerous massive figures rapidly advancing toward them. Leading the charge were a pair of blood-red beastly eyes, fixating intently on the humans arrayed before the cliff. Jiang Qing's muscles tensed, and he slowly raised his bloody blade, declaring in a commanding voice, "Everyone, do not act recklessly without my command." Chapter 35. Signing in at the Demon Mountain, obtaining the Bone Refinement Realm and Amp. Appo's movement technique. At this moment, every heartbeat felt as though it had risen to the throat, the sound of pounding resonating clearly in the ears. The distant roars of demonic beasts and the crashing of fallen trees echoed like the footsteps of death, leaving everyone on edge, drenched in cold sweat. "Everyone, remain silent," Jiang Qing whispered urgently in the darkness, signaling the group to take cover. He retrieved a lustrous orb from his pocket, a rare treasure he always carried with him, the concealment pearl. This precious gem could mask the presence of living beings, although using it required expending vital energy. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing focused the dwindling vital energy within him into the pearl. Instantly, the orb radiated a soft glow, sending forth a wave of imperceptible energy that rippled outward from his position. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the breath of all present seemed to vanish in an instant. The warriors felt a fleeting flicker of light before their own presence appeared to dissipate entirely. The subtle vibrations created by the flow of their vital energy were now completely shielded by the pearl's wondrous power. Some individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, fearing they had lost their cultivation, only to hurriedly sense within themselves and discover that their vital energy remained, merely concealed. The peculiar effect sparked both surprise and hope among the group. "Captain Jiang, this pearl," a battered warrior from the demon hunting division whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. The others cast him astonished and curious glances. In that moment of life and death, Jiang Qing had produced such a remarkable artifact, rendering everyone's presence undetectable, truly astounding. Jiang Qing shook his head slightly, his tone grave. "Do not utter a sound. This treasure can only be used once. I procured it at great expense from the mainland. Everyone, hold your breath and remain absolutely still." At this moment, Jiang Qing was wholly concentrated on maintaining the pearl and Apos as power, unwilling to elaborate further, fabricating a reason primarily to deter anyone from coveting the pearl. The others were silently astounded, their respect for Jiang Qing deepening as they gritted their teeth to suppress their breaths, not daring to make a sound, tightly gripping their weapons. They huddled behind bushes and rocks, resembling a group of prey fearful of being discovered by the lurking demonic beasts. Just then, heavy footsteps and low sniffing sounds reverberated from the woods. The Shaoya leopard was on the hunt. The massive silhouette of the beast flickered in the darkness, with each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. A thick aura of demonic energy filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Where are they? They were just here. How could they vanish so suddenly? A low, gravelly voice emerged from the forest, laced with confusion and anger. Jiang Qing's pupils constricted. Qiu Wu. Indeed. The voice belonged to the guard commander of the Taiping City Lord's residence, Qiu Wu. At this moment, he appeared alongside several trusted subordinates, trailing behind the demonic beast. The concealed members of the Bingzi Hall were shaken as they recognized their visitor. In the faint moonlight, they could see that beside the Shaoya leopard stood a figure. Without a doubt, it was Qiu Wu. This man was a capable officer under the city lord of Taiping and had accompanied the demon-slaying expedition outside the city. However, the group had not anticipated that he would not join Jiang Qing in the hunt, but instead mingle with these demonic beasts. How could Qiu Wu be allied with the demonic beasts? Someone gasped in a hushed tone. Another voice, filled with indignation, questioned. Could it be that the city lord's residence has secretly colluded with the demon race? The tremor in their voice betrayed their disbelief. Yet it also hinted at an underlying fear of the unknown truth. Jiang Qing and Apos' heart surged with fury. Numerous past details flashed through his mind, connecting in an instant. No wonder today Apos' ambush was fraught with peril. The demonic beasts seemed to have a premeditated plan to surround and attack, resulting in heavy losses for their side. It turned out Qiu Wu had been sabotaging their efforts, leading the demonic beasts to slaughter them. He was intent on wiping out both Jiang Qing and the Bingzi Hall. A chill ran down Jiang Qing's spine, igniting a raging fire of anger within him. However, anger aside, life was at stake, and he forced himself to suppress his emotions, continuing to channel the energy of the concealment pearl without the slightest slackening. In the woods, the Shaoya leopard's eerie green eyes scanned the surroundings, its heavy breaths escaping between its fangs, clearly perplexed. Moments ago, it had been hot on the trail of these humans, ready to pounce, only to find their presence inexplicably vanished, as if they had evaporated into thin air. This left the cunning and cruel beast in a state of agitation. Aru. The Shaoya leopard let out a deafening roar, its sound waves reverberating through the quiet night, causing nearby treetops to tremble and countless birds to take flight in panic. Those hidden in the shadows felt their eardrums ache, and several of the weaker warriors felt their blood surge, nearly gasping in shock, but were fortunately silenced by their companions' hands over their mouths, preserving their concealment. Damn it! Where are my prey? The Shaoya leopard and Apos' eyes glinted menacingly as it swiped its massive paw, effortlessly snapping a tree as thick as a man and Apos' embrace in half. The sound echoing through the night. The agitated beast searched frantically, its nose twitching, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch even a hint of human scent. Even the smell of blood was obscured by the strange force, leaving only faint traces that deepened its confusion. Mountain Lord, how could this be? My men were just here watching. Qiu Wu, standing beside the beast with a battle knife at his side, was also sweating profusely, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Just moments ago, he had been confident that Jiang Qing and his group would surely perish. Now he could not even see a trace of them. He was filled with both dread and suspicion. Could it be that Jiang Qing truly possessed some form of evasion technique? Otherwise, how could so many people vanish into thin air in such a short time? The Shaoya leopard, however, could not comprehend his ramblings. It only knew that its prey had disappeared, and its authority had been challenged. In a fit of rage, the beast suddenly turned, its fierce gaze locking onto Qiu Wu, letting out a low growl of impatience. Where are they? Did you not say there were plenty of living beings here for me to feast upon? I'm not certain. Qiu Wu, caught in the beast and Apos' fierce gaze, felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back, hastily smiling and bowing. Mountain Lord, calm your fury. They must be hiding. Please search carefully. They cannot have gone far. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he feared the unruly beast might unleash its wrath upon him. The Shaoya leopard sneered, its fangs glinting in the moonlight. You best hope so. You keep insisting there are numerous demon hunting division cultivators for me to feast upon. Should I discover you have deceived me, human? You shall suffer a fate far worse than theirs. Despite its cunning intellect, the beast simultaneously coldly threatened Xiao Wu while issuing commands to the surrounding area. Search. Scour the entire mountain. Leave no stone unturned. Spare not a single one. With the Xiaoya leopard and Apos' command, the hidden demonic beasts around them stirred restlessly. Demonic creatures of various ranks emerged from the darkness, shadowy wolf-like phantoms, bull-sized unicorn demons, and even formidable giant specter apes, all had been lying in wait. Now, receiving orders, they howled toward the sky and charged in various directions, commencing a thorough search. In an instant, the forest resounded with rustling sounds as numerous bushes were pushed aside and stones overturned, clearly indicating that the demonic beasts were meticulously scouring every possible hiding place. At this moment, Jiang Qing and his companions were concealed behind a pile of rocks less than 100 feet away from the Xiaoya leopard. Hearing the commotion around them, everyone's hearts raced, nearly leaping from their throats. Especially the gravely injured warriors, their palms slick with cold sweat, their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. This is bad. They are coming. A young man, trembling with blood on his shoulder, whispered, his hands quivering slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, a rustling sound erupted as a thicket several paces away was violently parted, revealing a single, blood-red eye peering from the darkness, surveying its surroundings. It was a third-tier demon-faced ape. Its grotesque visage resembled a ghoul, and its solitary eye emitted a faint crimson glow in the night, its nostrils flaring as it seemed to scent the air for human presence. In that instant, the hidden crowd collectively held their breath, eyes wide, their hearts seemingly frozen in time. Fortunately, after a brief scan and a few sniffs, the demon-faced ape detected no anomalies. With a low growl, it ambled away, dragging its long arms behind it to search elsewhere. The crowd had narrowly escaped disaster, yet the lingering anxiety persisted, unsure of which moment the next beast might appear. Jiang Qing observed everything intently, his brows furrowed in concentration. The veins on his forehead throbbed. The exertion of maintaining the concealment pearl drained his internal energy significantly. Despite his perfected qi refinement, he could not sustain it for long. In mere moments, his breath became erratic, cold sweat streamed down his face like rain, and his complexion turned pale. A few martial artists nearest to him felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. It was evident that Commander Jiang was on the brink of exhaustion. Should he falter, the effect of the concealment pearl would dissipate, exposing them all to the horde of beasts. At that moment, how could they possibly contend against dozens of monsters with such dwindling numbers? They would undoubtedly be torn to shreds, with not a soul left alive. Commander Jiang, perhaps we should charge out and confront the beasts, a veteran deputy commander suggested nervously, wiping the blood from his face. Rather than perish here, we should fight our way out, even if it means taking a few of them down with us. Upon hearing this, the surrounding demon hunters revealed expressions of sorrow and indignation, murmuring in agreement, indeed, rather than await our doom, we should fight until the end. If we must perish, let us at least take a piece of the beast with us. Under the oppressive atmosphere, the group had already resigned themselves to their fate. A couple of younger warriors turned away, trembling fingers retrieving paper and ink from their pockets to hastily scrawl farewell letters to their families, tears brimming in their eyes. Yet they stifled their sobs, fearing to implicate their comrades. Jiang Qing's heart ached at the sight. These were his brothers in arms, who had followed him out of the city to vanquish foes, expected to return victorious and be celebrated. Now, they stood on the brink of annihilation. How could he bear it? No. Remain calm. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth and commanded, mustering all his strength to steady the group. He understood that any sudden outburst would lead to mutual destruction. Even if just one person charged out, it would expose their hiding place, endangering everyone. Commander Jiang, the deputy commander's voice cracked. It seems you may not endure much longer. Did Jiang Qing not understand? He was barely holding on. His internal energy nearly depleted, his entire body aching and weak. He knew that in a moment, he would be utterly spent. With the beast drawing ever nearer, he forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing for a solution. The only hope for survival lay in killing the fourth-tier beast, the Howling Tooth Leopard. If the Howling Tooth Leopard were to fall, the other demons would surely be thrown into disarray, and perhaps they could find a chance to escape. Jiang Qing's gaze sharpened as he weighed his options. But who would be able to slay it? No one among them could match even the third-tier beasts, let alone a fourth tier. Even with his current strength, he would be no match for it. Moreover, there remained the treacherous Xiao Wu, lurking nearby with malicious intent. Jiang Qing's emotions surged, until suddenly he brushed against something else in his pocket. The corner of a talisman. A spark of realization ignited within him. The Thunderbolt Talisman. Yes, he still had one Thunderbolt talisman left in use. This talisman could summon the power of thunder, disregarding cultivation levels. If it struck true, even the howling tooth leopard would perish instantly. However, he possessed only this one talisman, and using it would mean its loss. The greater concern remained. Would he have the chance to approach and use the Thunderbolt talisman? Jiang Qing tightened his grip on the talisman, his expression grave. The Thunderbolt talisman needed to be activated within a close range to ensure it struck its target. Yet now, the howling tooth leopard was leading its minions to scour the mountains, surrounded by other beasts. If he revealed himself to approach it, he would likely be torn apart before he could even act. Was there truly no way out? A bitter pang gripped Jiang Qing's heart. If only his cultivation were a notch higher, perhaps he would have the strength to fight back. Just then, a familiar mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is within the territory of a 4th-tier beast. Special sign-in available. Would you like to sign in immediately? Jiang Qing jolted in shock, nearly doubting his own ears. Yet the cold system prompt remained clear. A surge of joy rushed through him. This sign-in could not have come at a more opportune moment. In that instant, he almost wanted to laugh out loud, but he suppressed it. He hurriedly murmured in his mind, "Sign in." In the next moment, a wave of refreshing energy surged into his consciousness, accompanied by the system's announcement. Sign-in successful, reward acquired, speed 10. Speed 10. Jiang Qing's mind momentarily halted, his expression frozen in surprise. This reward seemed trivial, almost like a mere trifle, given the current situation. What he needed most was a method to restore his internal energy or elevate his cultivation level, not just a mere increase in speed. Disappointment crept in. However, before Jiang Qing could ponder further, an unexpected transformation occurred. He felt the surroundings momentarily pause, the once chaotic roars of the beasts seeming to slow in rhythm, as if the very fabric of reality had decelerated. This Jiang Qing's heart raced, and then he realized. Suppressing his excitement, could it be that my reaction time and agility have increased? Has my perception heightened as well? Indeed. The mechanical voice of the system confirmed. The host's current speed has surpassed that of ordinary 4th-tier beasts, agility comparable to that of a bone refinement realm expert. Chapter 36, a critical moment, breaking through the flesh refinement realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing felt a surge of emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. In the depths of despair, the system finally offered him a glimmer of hope, although it was not a lethal weapon. The sudden increase in speed was tantamount to a monumental breakthrough in his agility within a brief span of time. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing slowly exhaled a cloud of stale air, suppressing the overwhelming joy within him as his thoughts raced. The enhancement in speed instilled him with confidence. Yet it was merely a fraction of what he needed. To vanquish the Shaoya leopard, he still lacked the requisite strength. This was not enough. He must seize this opportunity to further advance his cultivation. At present, he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. If he could break through to the flesh refinement realm, his power would increase dramatically. Coupled with the Tian Yuan pill he carried, a glint of determination sparkled in Jiang Qing's eyes as his plans solidified in his mind. He turned to the few martial artists beside him, who possessed higher cultivation levels, and instructed softly. Ding Er, Lu Hu, Brother Zhao. You few, maintain this spirit pearl-less energy for me temporarily. The warriors he addressed immediately understood Jiang Qing and Appo's intention. All of them were in the late stages of Qi refinement or the early stages of flesh refinement. Though battered and bruised, they still had some strength left. They cautiously accepted the energy-concealing pearl Jiang Qing passed to them and began to channel their true energy into it in turn. Once Jiang Qing had given his instructions and confirmed that the pearl and Appo's glow remained stable, he took a deep breath and sat cross-legged behind the rubble, closing his eyes. He quickly cleared his mind of distractions and guided a sliver of residual true energy to break through the long-standing barrier that had confined him. The cacophony of battle and search around him gradually faded into the distance, and he entered a state of enlightenment, oblivious to his surroundings. Within his dantian, a warmth began to brew, sparking like a wildfire as it surged through his meridians. With a hum, akin to a snap string, a light sound emanated from Jiang Qing's body. Every hair on his body stood on end as the shackles within him shattered explosively, giving rise to a tremendous, fresh power that rapidly spread. Flesh refinement realm, breakthrough. In scarcely a quarter of an hour, Jiang Qing's eyes suddenly opened wide, two beams of brilliance piercing the night. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength. His internal energy had nearly doubled compared to before, and his bones and skin underwent a transformation, propelling him into the flesh refinement realm. He had succeeded. Seeing Jiang Qing open his eyes, Ding Er could not contain his joy and exclaimed, but was immediately silenced by Jiang Qing's hand gesture. Jiang Qing rose, not pausing for words, and whispered to the group, "Everyone, I will go out shortly to draw the Shaoya leopard away. No matter what, you must remain within the protection of the pearl and wait for the right moment." Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. Earlier, a veteran soldier had suggested a breakout, which Jiang Qing had dismissed. Now, Jiang Qing intended to confront a fourth-tier beast alone. Was there any difference from courting death? No. Deputy Commander. The old soldier and Oppo's face flushed with urgency as he whispered, "We cannot allow you to go to your death alone." "Indeed, Commander. If we are to fight, we should do so together." "Absolutely. It's far too dangerous for you to go alone. We brothers will protect you." Their voices rose in protest, unwilling to let Jiang Qing take such a risk. Yet, Jiang Qing's expression suddenly turned stern, and he declared in a deep voice, "Do not forget, I am the commander. Now follow my orders. No one is to come out. Otherwise, you will face military law." Though his voice was lowered, it carried an undeniable authority. The group fell silent, their hearts trembling. And yet many had tears in their eyes, knowing that this venture held a grave risk. Jiang Qing too felt a tightening in his throat. He understood that these brothers were ready to face death alongside him, but he could not allow his subordinates to perish. He still had unfulfilled aspirations and responsibilities. And there were people in the city awaiting his return. He would not fall. Everyone. Jiang Qing sought to remain calm as he looked at each face in turn. Speaking softly, "If by chance I survive, I will surely celebrate with you all. But if I am unfortunate enough to die in battle, you must find a way to return alive and inform Master Gu and all our brothers about what transpired here. We must expose the sinister ambitions of the city lord." He gritted his teeth, saying, "Xiao Wu, that scoundrel, has betrayed us, and his sins are unforgivable. Even if I die, I will ensure he pays the price." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in sorrow and indignation, their hatred for Xiao Wu palpable. After making all arrangements, Jiang Qing hesitated no longer. He turned and retrieved a small jade vial from his pocket, pouring out a pill as white as jade and swallowing it in one gulp. It was indeed the Tianyuan pill. As the pill dissolved upon entry, a vast surge of medicinal power erupted within Jiang Qing, and he hurriedly began to refine it. He felt his muscles, bones, and flesh surging upward under the impact of the medicinal force. In mere moments, his aura soared to the pinnacle of the flesh refinement stage. And it continued to rise. With a thunderous sound echoing within him, Jiang Qing's body trembled slightly, and his cultivation level astonishingly ascended to the initial stage of bone refinement. In an instant, a faint glow began to emanate from his body, indicating the refinement of his bones and the outward flow of his internal energy. His aura was several times more formidable than before the breakthrough, transforming him entirely. Jiang Qing slowly exhaled a breath of white mist, feeling the abundant power within him. He discreetly pocketed the empty vial and grasped the sword, Yuan, firmly in his hand. In a low voice, he said, "Everyone, take care." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qing shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, launching himself from behind the rubble. In the dark clearing of the forest, an earth-shattering battle was about to unfold. The sudden appearance of Jiang Qing, like a ghost materializing from thin air, immediately drew the attention of all the beasts. The creatures surrounding him let out low growls, converging toward his direction. The leading Shaoya leopard abruptly turned its body, a flicker of surprise flashing in its emerald eyes. A human cultivator had actually thrown himself into its path. "Ha ha. Jiang Qing, you truly choose the path of heaven but refuse to tread it, and instead wander into hell." Upon recognizing the visitor, Xiao Wu could not contain his ecstatic laughter, his face twisted with malicious delight. He tightened his grip on his steel knife, pointing it at Jiang Qing while shouting, "All you beast kings, this brat is the commander of the beast hunting division, Jiang Qing. Today, unleash your fury and tear him apart." The Shaoya leopard paid no heed to Xiao Wu's clamor. It slowly approached Jiang Qing with heavy steps, sniffing the air and licking its razor-sharp fangs. The unexpected prey intrigued it, quickly transforming into insatiable greed and murderous intent. He, a mere human cultivator at the bone refinement stage? This king could swallow him whole. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, gripping the Yuan tightly as he stood tall in the clearing, his posture akin to a spear. His internal energy surged wildly, causing his robes to flutter without wind, and the joints of his bones emitted a series of faint cracking sounds. The overwhelming aura of someone who had just entered the initial stage of bone refinement radiated without reserve, standing resolutely against the fierce demonic presence of the Shaoya leopard. This brat, When did he reach the bone refinement stage? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He vividly recalled Jiang Qing had only been at the pinnacle of qi refinement. It was impossible for him to ascend 2 realms in such a short time. Yet now, the aura emanating from Jiang Qing undeniably confirmed his advancement to the bone refinement stage, nearly matching Xiao Wu's own. A sense of foreboding began to pulse in Xiao Wu's heart, feeling that things were spiraling beyond his control. However, glancing at the Xiaoya leopard beside him bolstered his confidence, and he sneered. So what if you've reached the bone refinement stage? Before the mountain lord, you, Jiang Qing, are still doomed to perish. Xiao Wu. Jiang Qing's gaze sharpened like a blade as he directed it at the sinister face before him, questioning sternly. A dignified human warrior, yet you consort with demons, inviting wolves into your home. Has the city lord's manor been colluding with the demon race all along? The beast tide that besieges the city is also your doing. I assent it. Speak. Jiang Qing's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating clearly in the ears of the hidden warriors sheltered under the energy-concealing pearl, igniting their fury. Xiao Wu was indeed the true traitor. Many individuals clenched their fists, seething with an urge to burst forth and rend him to pieces. Publicly rebuked, Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically before settling into a sinister smile. Heh, Jiang Qing. You and Appos, on the brink of death. What significance does probing into this hold for you? What difference does it make if I tell you? Indeed, the city lord has long since struck a pact with the demon clan. The safety of Taiping City? Merely a pawn in our hands. Allowing you ignorant fools to perish in vain serves as a lesson to that old coot Gudahai. At these words, Jiang Qing and his companions were struck with horror. While they had suspected Xiao Wu's collusion with the demon beasts, hearing him admit the city lord's involvement chilled them to the bone. Hidden in the shadows of the forest, the martial artists were filled with rage and shock, but dared not act, committing every detail to memory. You, Jiang Qing's fury ignited, his eyes blazing with intensity. Yet he forcibly suppressed his tumultuous emotions, knowing this was not the time to argue with Xiao Wu. Eliminating the Xiaoya leopard before him was paramount. In contrast, Xiao Wu erupted into raucous laughter, stepping aside with his blade and mockingly gesturing to the Xiaoya leopard. Mountain Lord, strike swiftly. Dawn and Appos, let this brat escape. The Xiaoya leopard growled impatiently, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward, the earth shattering beneath it. A massive shadow lunged towards Jiang Qing with lightning speed. Its gaping maw aimed directly at his face. Before the beast could close the distance, a nauseating stench assaulted Jiang Qing. Come at me. Jiang Qing faced the demon beast and Appos' ferocious assault, advancing rather than retreating. With a powerful stomp, he unleashed incredible speed, willingly charging toward the Xiaoya leopard. To onlookers, he appeared to vanish in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow racing ahead. Clang. In a flash, Jiang Qing and Appos' Yuanjun met the Xiaoya leopard and Appos' massive paw with a stormy force, producing a shower of sparks. The Xiaoya leopard hesitated, astonished that such a seemingly insignificant human dared to confront it head-on, and the energy contained within the sword momentarily numbed its paw. Roar. The Xiaoya leopard, infuriated by the pain, glared with fury, its other paw ripping through the air with a thunderous force aimed at Jiang Qing. The gale from its swipe was so fierce that Jiang Qing felt a few shallow gashes form on his cheek before he could react. Daring not to take the blow head-on, Jiang Qing swiftly propelled himself backward, evading the fierce sweep by mere inches. The giant paw whistled past his chest, causing his armor to emit a metallic hum. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been cleaved in two, even after evading the strike. The ferocious wind still sent Jiang Qing tumbling backward, and he stumbled back several paces before regaining his balance. He felt a surge of blood rise within him, his arms slightly tinged with numbness. The power of a fourth-tier demon beast was indeed terrifying. Haha, Jiang Qing, are you beginning to understand your limitations? Not far away. Xiao Wu laughed mockingly. You dare to confront the Mountain Lord? Utterly delusional. In the shadows, the members of the Bingzi Hall watched anxiously, some closing their eyes in dread, unable to bear the impending calamity, while others remained fixated on the scene, hearts racing. Jiang Qing steadied his turbulent energy, casting a cold glance at Xiao Wu. Is that so? Before he finished speaking, he sprang into action once more, utilizing the distance he had gained. Jiang Qing maneuvered with astonishing agility, resembling a specter as he circled around the Xiaoya leopard's flank. The Yuanjun gleamed with cold light as he thrust it forward. This strike was swift and fierce, targeting the chink beneath the Xiaoya leopard and Appos' foreleg. With a soft thud, The blade penetrated an inch but was thwarted by the beast's tough hide, unable to progress further. Scoundrel, such resilient skin. Jiang Qing's heart sank. The defense of a fourth-tier demon beast was truly formidable. Even after breaking through to bone refinement, he struggled to harm its sinews. He quickly withdrew his sword and retreated. The Xiaoyao leopard, incensed by the pain, spun around with fury, its massive tail sweeping like an iron whip toward Jiang Qing. The strike was incredibly swift, and Jiang Qing barely had time to react, just managing to block it with his sword. Boom! The massive tail struck the sword with a thunderous crash, and Jiang Qing grunted as he was forced back a full yard, blood seeping from his split palm. The Xiaoyao leopard, realizing it had yet to subdue this human after several exchanges, became even more ferocious. With a roar, it dropped to all fours, suddenly accelerating and circling Jiang Qing at high speed, transforming into a whirling shadow of black. Amidst the swirling remnants, claws and fangs flashed menacingly. Searching for an opportunity to strike, Jiang Qing found himself trapped in the center of the arena, surrounded by swirling dust and dancing demon shadows, making it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. He felt a sense of caution arise. This demon beast was flaunting its speed, circling him, seemingly wary of his sword and Oppo's lethal edge, unwilling to advance recklessly. The two were locked in a stalemate, the air thick with murderous intent, the wind howling ominously. Moonlight bathed the scene, casting an eerie glow on the rapidly moving shadow encircling Jiang Qing. In the distance, Qiuwu squinted, his previously excited demeanor shifting to one of concern. Damn it, how can Jiang Qing move so swiftly? The Mountain Lord cannot seem to gain the upper hand. As doubt crept in, Jiang Qing suddenly let out a long howl. Beast, let us see how long you can evade. In an instant, Jiang Qing halted, no longer allowing the demon beast to lead him in circles. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he funneled his inner energy into the Yuan, and a fine arc of electricity began to dance along the blade. With the tempestuous energy coiling within his arm, Jiang Qing fixed his gaze on the swiftly moving shadow, suddenly swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. The wind and thunder technique, sky splitter. This strike surged forth with the sound of thunder. A dazzling crescent-shaped sword aura slicing through the air, aimed directly at the rapidly advancing Xiaoyao leopard. Roar! The Xiaoyao leopard, sensing the threat, abandoned evasion. It calculated the trajectory of the sword aura, leaping up to claw at it in response. A resounding crash echoed as the sword aura collided with its claws, erupting in a brilliant display of light. The overwhelming energy exploded, shaking the surrounding trees and causing them to break in a flurry. Jiang Qing was also staggered by the force, stumbling back. He wiped the blood from his lips, his heart sinking. Indeed, as a fourth-tier demon beast, it remained unfazed in a direct confrontation. If this continued, he would ultimately be no match for it. Chapter 37, The Thunderous Rune, Annihilating the Fourth-Order Beast. In the distance, the members of the Bingzi Hall were in a state of frantic anxiety. Someone murmured, Captain Jiang can hardly hold on. What should we do? Yet, before the words could fully escape their lips, they witnessed Jiang Qing abruptly sheath his sword, standing resolutely as his gaze fixated upon the swiftly approaching Xiaoyao leopard. His demeanor was remarkably composed, even a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He slowly extended his left hand, retrieving a slender rune from within his garments. Under the silvery moonlight, the glyphs on the rune shimmered with a purple hue, seemingly imbued with the power of thunder. With a flick of his fingers, Jiang Qing ignited the rune and Oppo's spirit energy, proclaiming in a low voice, "Thunder from the heavens, descend." In an instant, the rune transformed into a streak of luminous energy, soaring skyward until it vanished into the storm-laden night. Almost simultaneously, a deafening clap of thunder resonated from the depths of the sky, lightning resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, tearing the firmament asunder. Boom! A purple lightning column, as thick as a barrel, descended with cataclysmic force, crashing down upon the rapidly fleeing Xiaoyao leopard. No. The creature barely had time to emit a heart-wrenching roar before the world around it was engulfed in blinding lightning. Its massive form convulsed violently in the electric storm, only to be instantly obliterated into countless fragments by the terrifying might of the thunder. The explosive sound continued for an extended period, akin to the resounding beat of heavenly drums, causing the entire forest to tremble beneath the onslaught. Within a 100-foot radius, the vegetation was charred and smoking, the ground cratered to a depth of nearly 10 feet, earth and stone flying about. When the lightning finally dissipated, naught remained of the once mighty beast but charred remnants scattered across the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Whether beast or human, all present were struck dumb, as if their souls had been seized by the thunderous might, momentarily forgetting to breathe. The warriors of Bingzi Hall, concealed in the shadows, took a while to regain their senses. Someone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Is it dead? The fourth order beast was slain by Captain Jiang. Their voices were laced with incredulity and unrestrained jubilation. It was true. The Xiaoya leopard had been reduced to mere fragments. Another individual gasped for breath, nearly shedding tears of joy. Captain Jiang. He has slain a fourth order beast. The group exchanged glances, their ecstatic emotions erupting like a volcano within their hearts. Some, fearing to disturb Jiang Qing, covered their mouths tightly, but their reddened eyes and trembling bodies betrayed their overwhelming excitement. They had witnessed Jiang Qing and Apos' valiant stand against insurmountable odds, single-handedly vanquishing the Beast King, a sensation of awe and reverence that words could scarcely capture. Yet, more terrified than the humans were the remaining beasts. After a moment of stunned silence, a shrill cry of fear erupted from one of the creatures. Roar. Instantly, the horde of monsters scattered in disarray. Run. The Beast King has been killed. Flee. As if they comprehended the meaning behind the cry, the remaining beasts collapsed in spirit. They howled and fled, disregarding any commands or prey, each desperate to escape. The creatures that had previously surrounded Jiang Qing now turned and bolted for their lives. Those who lagged were brutally trampled by their own kind, scrambling to rise and continue their frantic flight, having lost all semblance of their earlier ferocity. Kill. Avenge our fallen brethren. A roar echoed from the forest, as the warriors of Bingzi Hall, driven by rage, surged forth from their hiding spots. With bloodshot eyes, they brandished their weapons, pursuing the fleeing beasts. The cries of the hunted filled the air as the terror-stricken beasts, paralyzed by fear, lost all desire to fight back. The majority focused solely on escape, and those who were caught were swiftly slain by the humans. A multitude of beast corpses littered the ground, while a few fought desperately to break free, fleeing into the depths of the shadowy woods. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly insurmountable crisis had been radically reversed by Jiang Qing. The fourth order Xiaoya leopard lay in ashes, while the remaining beasts either perished or fled, the danger eradicated. Jiang Qing slowly turned, sword in hand, locking his icy gaze upon the distant, dazed Qiu Wu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Qiu Wu felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, a chill running down his spine, as if death itself were staring him down. As the thunderous echoes faded, silence reclaimed the mountain forest, enveloping it in a deathly hush. Beneath the moonlight, the scorched earth was strewn with the remains of beasts and fallen comrades. The air heavy with the scent of blood. Only two figures remained, locked in a distant standoff, Jiang Qing and Qiu Wu. Jiang Qing knelt, gasping for breath, his internal energy nearly depleted. Although he had relied on the power of the Thunder Rune to annihilate the Xiaoya leopard, he too bore the brunt of the immense backlash, compounded by the toll of the preceding battle. At this moment, the world spun around him, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Yet, he held steadfast, refusing to fall. Kneeling on one knee, his left hand resting upon his sword, blood trickling from the corner of his brow, staining half of his face crimson, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing it upon the trembling figure of the man before him. At that moment, Qiu Wu was no longer able to muster a smile. He stood frozen in place, his legs quaking uncontrollably, his face drained of color. The earlier cataclysmic thunder had nearly rendered him unconscious, even from a distance. He had been thrown to the ground, rolling helplessly for several yards. Now, he struggled to rise, only to find the Xiaoya leopard had been reduced to a field of charred remains, while the young man who should have perished at the hands of the beast was slowly rising, approaching him like a specter from the abyss. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. Qiu Wu's throat constricted, uttering dry whispers. In his eyes, Jiang Qing approached, bathed in moonlight, bloodied yet exuding an aura of death, each step echoing like a hammer upon his heart. Qiu Wu and Apos' mind unraveled completely, stumbling backward in terror. A fourth-order beast. How could you have killed a fourth-order beast? This cannot be real. It cannot be. Jiang Qing struggled to straighten, dragging his feet closer to Qiu Wu. With each inch he advanced, Qiu Wu's terror intensified. Jiang Qing, don't come any closer. In a panic, Qiu Wu stumbled, falling to the ground, scrambling backward. I am a servant of the city lord. If you dare to harm me, he will never let you go. Did you hear that? To kill me is to oppose the city lord's estate. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Jiang Qing's lips. You still dare to invoke the city lord to intimidate me? Your voice was hoarse and low, each word dripping with icy disdain. Qiu Wu, Today you conspired with the beasts to slay your comrades. Your crime is deserving of death. Do you truly believe I would fear a mere puppet? Qiao Wu's face flushed and paled at being labeled a puppet, yet when met with Jiang Qing's chilling gaze, all that remained within him was boundless dread. As Jiang Qing drew nearer, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him, Qiao Wu finally broke down completely, collapsing to the ground. Tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Captain Jiang, spare me. Please, let me live this once. It was all the city lord's orders. I was merely following orders." He bowed repeatedly, trembling as he cried out, distancing himself from any responsibility, his demeanor reduced to that of abject humility. Observing Qiao Wu's disgraceful display, the hidden warriors of Bingzi Hall seethed with anger, wishing to plunge their blades into this traitor. Just moments ago, Qiao Wu had been a figure of arrogance. Now, he revealed his true cowardly nature, a sight truly contemptible. Jiang Qing's expression remained impassive, regarding Qiao Wu as one would a mere insect. Now you plead for mercy? How unfortunate that when you allied with beasts to betray your comrades, you never once considered this day might come. He advanced step by step, the sword trailing a line of blood upon the ground. Qiao Wu caught a glimpse of the bloodied sword tip, and terror surged through him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he shouted hoarsely, "Watch out behind you." Seizing the moment of Jiang Qing's distraction, Qiao Wu abruptly drew a gleaming dagger from his boot. His face contorted in a savage snarl as he lunged forward, screaming, "Die!" In that instant, driven by desperation, Qiao Wu attempted a treacherous counterattack. However, he found only empty air where Jiang Qing had stood. Qiao Wu and Imp, Apos, pupils constricted in horror as he instinctively cried out. In the next heartbeat, a chill gripped his neck, and a sharp blade silently rested against his throat. Jiang Qing had somehow maneuvered behind him, his left arm locked around Qiao Wu and Apos' neck like an iron vice, immobilizing him completely. The edge of the abyssal sword pressed lightly against Qiao Wu and Apos' skin, drawing forth a bead of crimson blood. Paralyzed by fear, Qiao Wu flailed helplessly, his voice trembling as he stammered, "And no. Please don't kill, huh?" Before he could finish his plea, Jiang Qing exerted his strength, delivering a swift kick to the back of Qiao Wu's knee, forcing him to kneel once more. Simultaneously, the abyssal sword pressed down slightly, slicing through half of Qiao Wu and Apos' neck flesh in an instant. Qiao Wu howled in agony, blood streaming down his neck as he desperately tried to stanch the flow with his hands, but the warm torrent continued unabated. "Please, I beg you." Qiao Wu looked up at Jiang Qing, his eyes filled with hopeless desperation. Jiang Qing gazed down at him, devoid of any compassion. "The city lord, he will not spare you." As Qiao Wu attempted to resist further, Jiang Qing, uninterested in his words, swung his sword with a flash of cold light, and a head soared into the air. Qiao Wu and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that he would meet such an end. Thud! The severed head landed, rolling a few times before coming to rest beside a charred leopard-shaped corpse, facing Jiang Qing's direction. The face remained frozen in a mask of terror and rage, eyes wide open, refusing to close. Blood gushed from the neck of the headless corpse, pooling into a dark red puddle on the ground, intensifying the already overwhelming scent of blood in the air. Jiang Qing exhaled slowly, standing with his sword raised, coldly surveying Qiao Wu and Apos' lifeless body, silent. In a corner of the forest, the other warriors witnessed this scene, their feelings complex. While the execution of a traitor brought a sense of satisfaction, the heavy losses of their comrades and the imminent danger to their commander filled them with profound sorrow. For a moment, joy and grief intertwined, leaving the group in turmoil. After a lengthy silence, Ding Er and others cautiously approached. "Commander Jiang, are you all right?" Ding Er asked, concern etched on his face, hesitant to touch Jiang Qing. As Jiang Qing turned to respond, a wave of dizziness struck him. He felt a metallic taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying before he collapsed to the ground. "Commander Jiang!" Ding Er and the others were horrified, rushing forward to catch Jiang Qing's body. At that moment, Jiang Qing could no longer hold on, overwhelmed by his injuries. He fell into unconsciousness, eyes tightly shut, devoid of any awareness. His hand, still gripping the sword, remained tense, knuckles white, brow furrowed, as if even in unconsciousness, he could not release the hatred within him. "Quick! We must bandage Commander Jiang and stop the bleeding." "Hey, wake up, Brother Jiang, hold on." The group scrambled, retrieving healing ointments from their pouches to staunch Jiang Qing and Apos' wounds while tearing strips from their clothing to bind him. Before long, Jiang Qing was wrapped in bloodied cloth, his complexion pale as a ghost, breath faint. The warriors were filled with dread, fearing he might succumb. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, they found his pulse weak yet resilient, indicating that he had merely fainted from exhaustion, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Relieved, they exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of gratitude for survival and sorrow for their fallen brothers. Brothers, we must escort Commander Jiang back to the city for treatment. The vice commander, old soldier, ordered hoarsely. Everyone, gather the bodies of our fallen comrades and swiftly evacuate this place. Yes, the group responded in unison, immediately springing into action. Quickly, they fashioned a makeshift stretcher from spears and sticks, placing the unconscious Jiang Qing upon it, carried by 2 strong men in turns. The others dragged or shouldered the bodies of their deceased comrades, forming a protective procession on either side. Thus, this band of survivors set forth on their journey home. At this moment, the first light of dawn broke in the east. In the cold morning breeze, the weary warriors trudged forward, resolutely and steadfastly heading towards Taiping City. Each person and Appo's gaze was resolute, filled with sorrow for their lost companions, relief at their own survival, and, above all, a burning desire for revenge. In Taiping City, at the headquarters of the Demon Hunting Division, it was midday. The winter sun shone weakly, casting dappled shadows on the ground through the courtyard walls. In the training grounds, Gu Dahai paced back and forth, his expression grave and anxious. He fixed his gaze on the distant city gate, his face betraying an unmistakable worry. Today marked the 8th day since Jiang Qing had led the Bingzi Hall out of the city to hunt down their enemies. According to their plan, the operation was supposed to conclude within 7 days, with their return to Taiping City by the evening of the 7th day. However, the city gates had closed yesterday without a sign of the Bingzi Hall and Appo's return, and Gu Dahai had barely slept the night before, his heart burning with anxiety. It was now a day overdue. Why had they not returned? Had some misfortune befallen them? Gu Dahai clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking under the strain. The scouts he had dispatched had found no signs of their return, heightening his unease. I can't wait any longer. Something grave may have occurred. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Dahai and Appo's eyes as he turned to his trusted aide, commanding, "Send word to prepare the armor and weaponry. I shall lead a party out of the city to assist the Bingzi Hall." Yes, the aide acknowledged and was about to leave when footsteps approached the courtyard entrance. A guard from the city lord and Appo's estate hurried in, cupping his fists in salute. "Commander Gu, the city lord has arrived." Gu Dahai paused for a moment, then stepped forward to greet. "The city lord graces us with his presence. I beg your pardon for the lack of formal welcome." A group entered from outside, led by a middle-aged man clad in an opulent purple robe, wearing a golden crown. His pale, beardless face bore thin, upturned eyes, exuding an inherently sinister demeanor. This was none other than Qi Hongda, the lord of Taiping City. Following him were several guards, each bearing long blades, their expressions grim. Qi Hongda waved his hand dismissively, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Commander Gu, you need not be so courteous. I have come today to discuss an urgent matter with you." Gu Dahai offered a slight bow, his voice steady. "Please, city lord, go on." Qi Hongda scrutinized Gu Dahai with a smile that did not reach his eyes, slowly articulating, "I have heard that you intend to venture out to search for the personnel of the Bingzi Hall." Gu Dahai and Appo's heart sank, yet his expression remained composed as he replied, "Indeed, the members of the Bingzi Hall set out for an operation, promising to return within 7 days. Now that the deadline has passed with no sign of them, I fear they may have encountered trouble. There is no need to search." Qi Hongda interrupted coldly, his voice dripping with malice. "If they have not returned by the 8th day, they shall never return." Gu Dahai's pupils contracted at these words, and he blurted, "What do you mean by that?" Qi Hongda and Appo's gaze bore into him, enunciating each word. "What I mean is that Jiang Qing and all his subordinates from the Bingzi Hall are dead." The last 4 words struck Gu Dahai like daggers, his expression twisting in horror as if he had taken a heavy blow to the chest. "What did you say?" "Humph," Qi Hongda scoffed lightly, pacing with his hands behind his back. "The Demon Mountains are perilous. It seems the Bingzi Hall has suffered total annihilation. Commander Gu, accept your loss and move on. The entire army has been annihilated." Gu Dahai's mind buzzed, his anger surging to the top of his head. "How could you determine that they have already? Could it be?" He suddenly realized something, fixing his gaze on the city lord, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Is it possible that all of this was your design? What does Gu Dahai mean by this?" Qi Hongda's eyes flashed with cold light, his voice suddenly turning icy. "Do you doubt my integrity?" The surrounding guards, upon hearing this, swiftly drew their blades halfway. The cold steel reflecting the tension in the atmosphere, which became instantly charged with hostility. Gu Dahai felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. Knowing he had momentarily lost his composure, he forcefully suppressed the overwhelming anger within him and gritted his teeth, stating, "I dare not. However, since Jiang Qing and the others have not returned, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing." Chi Hongda and Amp, Apos, S sinister gaze lingered on Gu Dahai for a long while before revealing a faint, cold smile. "Gu Dahai, you have presided over the demon hunting division for many years. Perhaps you have forgotten who the true master of Taiping City is?" Gu Dahai's expression shifted slightly, remaining silent. Chi Hongda continued slowly. "Over the years, your demon hunting division has intervened too much in the affairs of the city, and I have turned a blind eye. But do you truly believe yourself to be the local emperor of Taiping City?" Humph. His expression darkened abruptly. His voice turning stern. "The annihilation of the Bingzi Hall should serve as a lesson for you and those reckless individuals. From now on, the affairs within Taiping City need not involve your demon hunting division any further. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful." The last sentence was an overt threat. Gu Dahai trembled all over, barely able to contain his fury. The courtyard fell into a brief silence. A cold wind swept through, stirring a few dried leaves, which floated between the two men. After a long moment, Gu Dahai closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had regained his composure. He took a deep breath and rasped, "Chi Hongda, you are quite skilled." "Humph, it's good that you understand," Chi Hongda replied with a cold smile, then waved his sleeve, saying, "I take my leave." With that, he turned and strode away with his followers. Watching Chi Hongda and his entourage retreat, Gu Dahai stood motionless, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. Moments later, with a loud thud, he struck his fist violently against the stone pillar beside him. The solid stone pillar shattered upon impact, debris scattering across the ground. His loyal attendants fell silent, never having witnessed Gu Dahai in such a rage. Gu Dahai and Amp, Apos, S eyes turned crimson, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He muttered through clenched teeth, "The city lord. What a city lord. You dare to be so insidious. Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing." At this point, his voice trembled slightly. In an instant, the image of the spirited youth appeared before him, from his entry into the demon hunting division to numerous life and death battles where he had achieved great merit. Now perhaps lying in eternal slumber in the wilderness. Gu Dahai let out a roar towards the heavens, his fists clenched until they bled. He refused to believe that the promising rising star he had high hopes for had perished, yet reason told him that since the city lord was so certain, it was likely he had already ordered Jiang Qing and his companions to be dealt with. "Commander," a trusted aide cautiously approached, expressing concern. Gu Dahai closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to calm his turbulent emotions. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse and low. "Issue the order. The entire division must be on high alert. Strengthen city defense patrols. Furthermore, from this moment on, all actions to leave the city are suspended." The aide was taken aback, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. "Commander, shall we not send someone to assist the Bingzi Hall?" "Assist?" Gu Dahai chuckled bitterly, his face etched with pain and rage. "What assistance can we offer when they are already lost?" Chapter 38. Is Jiang Qing not dead? The stir in Taiping City. Within the inner city's demon hunting division, the atmosphere was as heavy as still water. Jiang Qing, the leader of the Bing Hall, alongside over 100 subordinates, had been dispatched beyond the city to hunt demon beasts for more than 10 days, yet there had been no word, leaving their fates uncertain. According to customary practice, such missions were to last no more than 7 days, and now the deadline had long passed. Various ominous speculations loomed like a dark cloud over the hearts of the demon hunting division and certain informed individuals in Taiping City. Gu Dahai had scarcely closed his eyes in the past few days. His once vibrant face was now etched with anxiety and fatigue. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the desolate autumn scene in the courtyard, his heart a tumult of emotions. Jiang Qing. Could it be that he truly met with misfortune? He murmured, his voice laced with unmistakable self-reproach and sorrow. In the past, he had resolutely advocated for the promotion of the young Jiang Qing to the position of demon hunting commander, recognizing his extraordinary talent and composed demeanor. Gu Dahai had even viewed him as a beacon of hope for the future of the demon hunting division. Yet who could have anticipated that his inaugural expedition would lead to such calamity? He lamented, regretting his consent for Jiang Qing to pursue that particular area. Gu Dahai was not alone in his dismay. A pervasive gloom hung over the entire demon hunting division. The leaders of the A, B, and D halls, though silent, cast sympathetic glances toward Gu Dahai. They understood the weight of his expectations for Jiang Qing, and this incident would undoubtedly strike a significant blow to his spirits. Meanwhile, the ordinary warriors of the Demon Hunting Division buzzed with speculation, many directing their ire toward the Lord S mansion. Have you heard? The Lord S mansion dispatched Commander Chiu Wu a few days ago to handle affairs just in the area where the Bing Hall was hunting. One whispered. Who doesn't he know that the Lord S mansion has always been at odds with our Demon Hunting Division? I suspect they secretly sabotaged us. Indeed. Otherwise, why would Chi Hongda come to our division to meet Lord Gil? Another chimed in. This Jiang Qing, so young yet holding such a high position, must have ruffled some feathers. The Lord S mansion is too overbearing. Must we, the Demon Hunting Division, continue to endure their bullying? The resentment within the ranks reached a boiling point, poised to erupt with but a spark. In stark contrast to the dismal atmosphere of the Demon Hunting Division, the Lin family of Qingshi Workshop was festooned in celebrations. The Lin Manor held a grand feast, with the patriarch Lin Yuanshan beaming as he raised his cup with the heads of the Sun and Fong families, reveling in the festivities. Ha ha, brother Fong, brother Sun, please. Lin Yuanshan lifted his goblet, his eyes gleaming with delight. Today is a day of great satisfaction. With that young Jiang Qing and the old Huang Renzhong dead, not only have we avenged my son Lin Feng, but we've also eradicated the imminent threat to our three families. Fong family's patriarch Fong Yu stroked his beard and sneered. What brother Lin says is true. That Jiang Qing, a mere commoner, dared to defy us repeatedly, even attempting to align himself with the Demon Hunting Division. Such arrogance was a path to his demise. Now that he has perished in the Demon Mountains, it is indeed a sign that heaven sees justice. Sun family's patriarch Sun Jinghao joined in. Exactly. With this removal, our three family status in Qingshi Workshop is as solid as a mountain. As for the Demon Hunting Division, without the young rising star Jiang Qing, Gu Dahai will hardly stir any waves. The three exchanged glances, laughter brimming with disdain for the deceased and pride in their own triumph. In their eyes, Jiang Qing was but a stumbling block, now removed, deserving of their jubilant celebration. Lin Yuanshan set down his cup, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes, however. We have yet to locate that Jiang Qingwei girl. She remains a potential threat. Gentlemen, in my humble opinion, we must send additional manpower to ensure she does not escape Taiping City. He made a slashing gesture across his throat. Feng Yu nodded. What brother Lin says is astute. If we do not eliminate the root, it will sprout again with the spring breeze. That girl cannot be allowed to remain. Sun Jinghao added, leave this matter to my Sun family. I have already dispatched people to monitor the city gates. Should she dare to show herself, she will find no escape. The three raised their cups once more. Meanwhile, within the Lord S mansion, Lord Chi Hongda leisurely savored fragrant tea, listening to reports from his subordinates. Your wisdom is truly remarkable, my lord. With Jiang Qing and the entire Bing Hall annihilated, the Demon Hunting Division is severely weakened. Gu Dahai, that old fool, will surely think twice before challenging you again, a loyal guard flattered. A smug smile crept across Chi Hongda's lips. Gu Dahai? What is he to me? No matter how formidable the Demon Hunting Division may be, within my Taiping City, they must bow to my authority. He set down his teacup, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Have the funds sent by the three families of Qingshi Workshop been securely deposited? Indeed, my lord. 2,000 taels of silver. Not a single coin missing, has been properly stored, came the reply. Excellent. Chi Hongda nodded in satisfaction. Lin Yuanshan and the others are quite astute. They deliver the silver without needing a prompt. He paused, his brow furrowing. By the way, have we received any reports from Chiu Wu? By all accounts, the plot should have succeeded, and he ought to have returned to report. The loyal guard hesitated. My lord, since Commander Chiu left the city, he has been silent. I dispatched men to check his usual haunts, yet there has been no sign of him. He may have encountered some delay on the way back. Useless fool. Chi Hongda's expression darkened, interrupting impatiently. What unforeseen circumstance could arise? He is likely wasting time in some tavern, forgetting the hour. Send more people to search for him, and have him return to see me at once. Understood. The guard did not dare to linger, quickly exiting. Chi Hongda gazed out the window, a cold smile returning to his lips. With the removal of Jiang Qing and the entire Bing Hall, the Demon Hunting Division's arrogance had been quelled, alongside the acquisition of 2,000 taels of silver, a truly splendid double triumph. At that moment, outside Taiping City, near the northern gate, in a slaughterhouse, several butchers huddled together, gnawing on dry bread and sipping foul liquor, whispering among themselves. Have you heard? That young Jiang Qing seems to have died outside the city a few days ago. One lamented. What a pity. He was such a fine young man. I hear he even became a commander. Alas, in this world, lies are as cheap as grass. Just days ago, he was flourishing, and now, in the corner. Zhao Jia silently drank his sorrows away, his expression darkening further upon hearing their discussions. He recalled how Jiang Qing had once stood up for him, bringing him medicine. And his heart ached with sorrow. Brother Jiang, how could you? Zhao Jia clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though their time together had been brief, he had already come to regard the resilient and loyal young man as a true brother. Now, upon hearing the dreadful news, he felt as if his heart were being cleaved asunder. As various factions within Taiping City oscillated between sorrow and joy, shock and suspicion, a weary yet resolute procession gradually emerged at the end of the road leading to the eastern city gate. The group numbered around 100, each adorned in bloodied armor, bearing wounds and fatigue etched upon their faces. Yet, their steps remained steady, exuding an air of grim determination that caused any merchants they encountered along the way to recoil in fear. At the forefront of the procession rode a tall, black-armored youth, who was none other than Jiang Qing, who should have perished along with his entire army in the Demon Mountains. Following closely behind him were the warriors of the Bing Hall. At the center of the group, several makeshift carts were laden with the carcasses and materials of various demon beasts, emanating a pungent stench of blood. Among them, a particularly striking sight was the massive, fearsome corpse of a panther-like beast, draped in pitch-black bone armor, the slain Fourth Order Xiaoya leopard. Halt! Who goes there? The soldiers guarding the eastern city gate, upon spotting the menacing group approaching, immediately went on high alert. The leading sentinel, a lieutenant, unsheathed his sword, his gaze fixed nervously on the advancing party. Sensing their overwhelming aura of menace that suggested they were no ordinary folk, Yao Shosi Bing Zitang, Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing pulled on the reins of his horse, responding in a clear voice while revealing the demon-hunting commander and amp, Apos, S token at his waist. The token shimmered with a unique luster in the morning light, causing the lieutenant to gasp in disbelief as he recognized it. Jiang, Commander, he exclaimed, his face a canvas of incredulity. You aren't. The lieutenant and amp, Apos, S words faltered abruptly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The city had been rife with rumors in recent days, claiming that Bing Zitang had ventured out for a hunt, only to encounter misfortune and suffer total annihilation. Even the head of the demon-hunting division, Gu Dahai, had tacitly acknowledged this news and informed the city lord's mansion. But now, Jiang Qing and his party had returned, and from the looks of it, seemingly, without a single loss. Not only the lieutenant, but the surrounding soldiers were also left dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Quick, lower the drawbridge. Open the city gates. The lieutenant regained his composure, urgently shouting. The soldiers scrambled to lower the drawbridge, and the heavy city gates creaked open. Jiang Qing, with a stoic expression, rode in, followed by the orderly ranks of Bing Zitang, who filed in one after another. As the procession passed through the gates, the sharp-eyed lieutenant caught sight of the enormous Xiaoya leopard carcass on the cart, along with a mountain of demon beast materials, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. That's a fourth-order beast. My heavens! The soldiers beside him also recognized the contents of the cart, and gasps of astonishment erupted around them. Goodness! So many demon beasts. Did Bing Zitang wipe out their lair on this trip? And a fourth-order beast? How? How did they manage that? Weren't they said to have been completely wiped out? What on earth happened? The guards gawked at the retreating figures of Bing Zitang, murmuring amongst themselves, their faces painted with shock and confusion. Jiang Qing paid no heed to the commotion behind him, leading his team straight through the outer city towards the demon-hunting division and the inner city. The news spread like wildfire throughout Taiping City. Did you hear? Bing Zitang has returned. What? Waren and amp, Apos, they dead? Not dead. Not a single one lost. They even brought back a cart full of demon beast corpses, including a fourth-order beast. Is that true? This is unbelievable. In no time, the entire Taiping City was abuzz with excitement. Countless people rushed to share the news, speculating on what Bing Zitang had endured over the past 10 days. When the word reached the demon-hunting division, it sent shockwaves through the office. Gu Dahai, engrossed in his duties, was jolted from his tasks when a trusted aide hurried in to report that Jiang Qing had returned with Bing Zitang, wholly unscathed and laden with spoils, including a fourth-order beast's corpse. The brush he held clattered to the floor, and he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. What? What did you say? Gu Dahai exclaimed, rising abruptly and gripping the aide's shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Qing. They are back. Yes, indeed, sir. They just entered the inner city and are making their way here. Excellent. Excellent. Gu Dahai repeated the word thrice, his eyes brimming with tears. The heavy gloom that had settled in his heart for days lifted, replaced by an indescribable elation. He pushed past his aide and dashed out of the hall, racing towards the entrance. Quick! We must go see. Inside the demon hunting division, other martial artists, upon hearing the news, also could not remain seated, abandoning their tasks to join Gu Dahai at the front. When Gu Dahai arrived breathless at the main square, he witnessed Jiang Qing leading the ranks of Bing Zitang, marching with steady strides into the demon hunting division S-gates. Sunlight cascaded onto their blood-stained armor, reflecting a blinding brilliance. Though weary, each face radiated resilience born from survival and the valor of returning from battle. Jiang Qing, Gu Dahai called, his voice choked with emotion as he hurried forward. Jiang Qing dismounted, and upon seeing Gu Dahai and Imp, Appos, as flushed eyes brimming with joy, warmth spread through his heart. He knelt on one knee, clasping his fist in salute. Commander Jiang Qing of Bing Zitang, I am honored to return without disgrace. I pay my respects to Home Master Gu. Good. It is good to have you back. It is truly wonderful, Gu Dahai exclaimed, lifting Jiang Qing to his feet, patting his shoulder with fervor, unable to articulate his emotions, merely nodding repeatedly, tears shimmering in his eyes. In that moment, the entire front square of the demon hunting division fell into a profound silence. All eyes, whether belonging to formal martial artists of the division or those who had rushed in upon hearing the news, were riveted upon the young commander. Their gazes were filled with awe, respect, curiosity, and an indescribable thrill. A man who should have perished, a team destined for annihilation, had miraculously returned, bearing such glorious achievements. This would undoubtedly become a vivid chapter in the annals of the Taiping City Demon Hunting Division. After a brief silence, the square erupted in thunderous cheers. They are back. Bing Zitang has returned. Commander Jiang is magnificent. Bing Zitang is formidable. The martial artists of the Demon Hunting Division surged forward, their excitement overflowing as they surrounded the returning warriors, bombarding them with questions while clapping their shoulders, expressing their joy and admiration for this reunion after a calamity. Those who had previously harbored resentment towards the city lord's mansion now felt vindicated, their eyes filled with excitement and trust as they looked at Gu Dahai. He, suppressing his emotions, surveyed the ranks of Bing Zitang. Though each bore wounds and fatigue, their spirits were unusually vibrant, their eyes sharp as blades. He inwardly nodded, recognizing that this team had been forged into a formidable force through the crucible of blood and fire. Jiang Qing, Gu Dahai turned to the young man beside him, his voice slightly hoarse with emotion. What in the world transpired over these 10 days? Chapter 39, Slaying the Fourth Order Demon Beast, renowned in the Demon Hunting Division. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, the deputy commander's son Peng interjected, cupping his fists in respect. Master Gu, this matter is rather lengthy. Allow me to provide a detailed report. Gu Dahai nodded. Very well. Deputy commander's son, please elaborate. At once, Sun Ping recounted the experiences of the past 10 days to Gu Dahai and the assembled crowd. He began with the strange appearance of Qiu Wu, their subsequent entrapment by the Fourth Order Demon Beast, the Tu-Fong Leopard, and the assault from dozens of Third Order Demon Beasts. He described how Jiang Qing remained composed in the face of peril, utilizing the concealment pearl to temporarily hide, and ultimately invoked celestial thunder through a mysterious talisman to vanquish the Fourth Order Demon King, the Tu-Fong Leopard, followed by the execution of the traitor Qiu Wu. Sun Peng's narrative was at times thrilling, at others filled with indignation, and often fervently impassioned. He emphasized Jiang Qing's calm command in dire straits, his exemplary leadership, and his willingness to endure severe injuries to safeguard his team. When the audience learned that Jiang Qing, at the perfected skin refinement stage, had confronted the Fourth Order Demon King and ultimately struck it down with lightning, an astonished silence enveloped the room. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if deciphering an incomprehensible text. Skin refinement, slaying a Fourth Order Demon Beast. This is an unprecedented miracle. Deputy Commander's son, are you speaking the truth? A veteran demon hunting commander from the Jiazi Hall could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a trembling voice. He was a master at the bone refinement stage and knew he could never contend with a Fourth Order Demon Beast alone. Sun Ping solemnly nodded. Absolutely authentic. We witnessed it with our own eyes. Were it not for Commander Jiang and Amp, Appo's extraordinary prowess, we would have perished in the demon and Amp, Appo's belly. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Countless gazes converged upon Jiang Qing, their expressions brimming with shock, admiration, reverence, and even a hint of incredulous fervor. After hearing the account, Gu Dahai remained visibly unsettled. He regarded Jiang Qing with a profoundly complex gaze, filled with pride, confusion, and deep astonishment. He recognized Jiang Qing's exceptional talent, but had not anticipated such astounding prowess, slaying a demon king across 2 major realms. Such achievements were rare throughout the entire history of the great Qin dynasty. Excellent! What a remarkable Jiang Qing! Gu Dahai exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Indeed. I did not misjudge you. With a youthful hero like you among us, how could the demon hunting division falter? How could the peaceful city remain in turmoil? His laughter resonated throughout the demon hunting division, igniting a fervent flame in everyone and Appo's hearts. Commander Jiang is magnificent. A voice led the charge, followed by a thunderous wave of cheers that echoed to the heavens. All warriors of the demon hunting division, regardless of any past grievances against Jiang Qing, now genuinely cheered for him and celebrated the triumph of the Bingzi Hall, standing at the center of the crowd. Jiang Qing listened to the deafening roars of applause and gazed upon the excited faces surrounding him, feeling a surge of mixed emotions within. He understood that from this moment forth, he had truly earned the respect and recognition of everyone in the demon hunting division. Attention! Gu Dahai called, halting his laughter with a wave of his hand. Carefully tally the spoils brought back by the Bingzi Hall, especially that corpse of the two-fong leopard. Bring it in to allow everyone a glimpse. Yes. Several officials promptly complied, instructing the warriors of the Bingzi Hall to transport the items from the cart into the hall. Soon, the massive corpse of the two-fong leopard was brought to the center of the square. Though lifeless, its menacing bone armor, sharp claws, and the lingering aura of ferocity still sent chills down the spines of those gathered. Indeed, a 4th-order two-fong leopard. Look at its size. It must have lived for over 100 years. This bone armor is as hard as iron, excellent material for crafting armor. The crowd murmured in astonishment, discussing animatedly. Gu Dahai approached, examining the wounds on the leopard's corpse, particularly the fatal strike to its neck, and turned to Jiang Qing, his admiration deepening. He took a deep breath, facing the crowd, and declared solemnly, in this operation, the Bingzi Hall has slain over 20 2nd-order demon beasts, dozens of 3rd-order demon beasts, and 1 4th-order demon beast. The two-fong leopard. They faced formidable foes and, under Commander Jiang and Amp, Appo's leadership, annihilated the invading enemies, including the 4th-order demon king. Such accomplishments are unparalleled since the establishment of our demon hunting division. He paused, raising his voice. I command that everyone from the Bingzi Hall be recognized for their great contributions. All fallen brothers shall be posthumously honored with the title Martyr of Peace, and their compensation will be doubled. All injured brothers will receive the finest healing elixirs provided by the division. Yes, the recording clerk responded promptly. As for Commander Jiang Qing, Gu Dahai and Appo's gaze sparkled with intensity as he regarded Jiang Qing, calm under pressure, wise and valiant, slaying the 4th-order demon king and turning the tide. Such extraordinary merit shall be personally reported to the court by me, and I shall advocate for your commendation. Thank you, Master Gu. Jiang Qing replied with cupped fists, feeling a swell of excitement. The court's recognition promised a higher status and greater resources for cultivation, essential for his future development. Gu Dahai nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. Jiang Qing, follow me to my study. I have matters to discuss with you privately. Jiang Qing's heart sank, realizing Gu Dahai intended to inquire about Qiu Wu in the city lord's manor. He promptly replied, yes, under the watchful and awed gazes of the crowd. Jiang Qing followed Gu Dahai through the bustling main hall and into a secluded study in the back courtyard of the office. The study was elegantly furnished, infused with the fragrance of books and ink. Gu Dahai dismissed the attendants, personally closed the door, and turned to Jiang Qing, his smile replaced by a somber expression. Jiang Qing, Gu Dahai said gravely, Sun Ping and Appo's report has omitted numerous details, has it not? Regarding Qiu Wu and the city lord and Appo's affairs. You may now speak the truth to me. Understanding that he could not deceive Gu Dahai, Jiang Qing recounted how Qiu Wu had secretly tracked them, how he had appeared at the critical moment, confessed to acting under the city lord's orders to eliminate them using the demon beasts, and how he ultimately dispatched Qiu Wu in detail. Gu Dahai listened quietly, his expression darkening with each revelation, his fists clenching tighter. Upon learning that City Lord Qi Hongda had colluded with the demon beasts, even willing to sacrifice the lives of the demon hunting division and Appos' soldiers to eliminate dissenters. Veins bulged on Gu Dahai's forehead, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Qi Hongda. Gu Dahai slammed his palm onto the sturdy Nama desk, leaving a clear imprint. What a deranged city lord, to dare commit such heartless acts, colluding with demonkind and harming the loyal. Such crimes are unforgivable. His chest heaved violently, clearly consumed by rage. Jiang Qing silently observed Gu Dahai, feeling moved. It seemed this leader was not one to covet power, but possessed a sense of righteousness and blood. After a long while, Gu Dahai gradually calmed himself, looking at Jiang Qing with a complex gaze. Jiang Qing, you killed Xiao Wu. This was the right decision. Such scum and traitors deserve death. He paused, his tone turning exceedingly grave. However, this matter must remain buried from now on. You must not speak of it to anyone. Not even your closest companions. Jiang Qing nodded solemnly. I understand. This matter is known to the heavens and the earth, you and I. And the brothers of the Bingzi Hall will never leak a word. Good. Gu Dahai finally felt a sense of relief. Although Xiao Wu is dead, he was indeed a member of the city lord and Appos' mansion. Qi Hongda, cunning and shrewd, would certainly not let this matter rest. He must have already learned of Xiao Wu's demise and suspected our involvement, yet lacking evidence, he hesitates to act against the demon hunting division. However, he will not cease his actions. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Dahai's eyes. From now on, the city lord's mansion and my demon hunting division are like fire and water. We must be vigilant and cautious at all times, especially with the impending beast tide. If Qi Hongdao were to sabotage us from behind or secretly ally with the demon beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing and Appos' heart sank as well. He understood that Gu Dahai and Appos' concerns were not unfounded. Since Qi Hongda could collude with demon beasts once, he could certainly do so again. Rest assured, Lord Gu, Jiang Qing replied solemnly. As long as I serve in the Bingzi Hall, I will do my utmost to guard the East City defense line, ensuring that demon beasts and vile creatures have no opportunity to exploit. Excellent. With your assurance, I am at ease. Gu Dahai looked at Jiang Qing with growing satisfaction. He clapped Jiang Qing on the shoulder and smiled. Jiang Qing, you have achieved such remarkable merit this time and exposed the schemes of the city lord's mansion, rendering great service to my demon hunting division. I will certainly petition the court for a higher position and rewards for you. With your talent and accomplishments, your future is boundless. Gu Dahai and Appos' tone was sincere, filled with expectations and regard for the younger generation. I dare not claim credit, Jiang Qing quickly replied. Serving the demon hunting division is my duty. Ha! A commendable humility. Gu Dahai laughed heartily. You should return and rest well. Your injuries are serious. I will send someone to temporarily manage the Bingzi Hall until you recover and officially take over. Understood. Jiang Qing clasped his fists in salute once more. After discussing some subsequent matters, Gu Dahai repeatedly cautioned Jiang Qing to be wary of retaliation from the city lord and Appos' mansion before allowing him to leave. As Jiang Qing stepped out of the study, dusk was approaching. The remnants of the setting sun spilled through the window, casting long shadows in the corridor. He took a deep breath, feeling as if the immense weight on his heart had lifted significantly. Although the road ahead remained perilous, he knew he was no longer fighting alone. With the support of Gu Dahai and the demon hunting division, he felt confident in facing any challenge. Upon returning to the main hall, Jiang Qing discovered that the members of the demon hunting division had not dispersed. Instead, they had gathered in greater numbers. Many warriors who had been on missions rushed back upon hearing the news, eager to witness the prowess of this legendary new leader. As Jiang Qing emerged, the crowd erupted in excitement. Commander Jiang has appeared. I heard he slayed a fourth-tier demon king, while himself gravely injured. The people buzzed with curiosity and admiration. Just then, three figures parted the crowd and strode swiftly towards Jiang Qing. The leader, a robust man with a resolute face, was clad in the attire of a Jiazi Hall leader, Zhang Lai. Following him were two others. One, a refined gentleman holding a feather fan, was Li Mu, the leader of the Yizhi Hall. The other, a muscular figure with sharp eyes, was Wang Ming, the leader of the Dingzi Hall. These three were the remaining demon-catching leaders of the demon hunting division in Taiping City, all of whom had reached the pinnacle of bone refining. Typically, these esteemed leaders seldom appeared together, but now they had come in unison, clearly for the purpose of acknowledging Jiang Qing. Brother Jiang. Zhang Lai was the first to clasp his fists, his voice booming with enthusiasm. I have long heard of your great name. Seeing you today, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from the youth. I am in admiration. Li Mu lightly waved his fan and smiled. Commander Jiang slaying a 4th-tier demon king at the bone refining stage is truly a stroke of fortune for our demon hunting division. I am greatly impressed. Wang Meng, though few in words, solemnly clasped his fist and said, Commander Jiang, well done. Jiang Qing's heart stirred at the praise from these 3 senior leaders. He knew they had not regarded him highly before, perhaps thinking he had risen through connections. As it was customary for other leaders to congratulate a new commander upon their appointment. Yet, these 3 had remained silent until now. Only approaching him after his remarkable feat against the 4th-tier demon king became known. Understanding their motives, Jiang Qing chose not to expose it. Instead, offering a humble smile as he returned their gestures. You honor me too much. I was merely fortunate, and I am not worthy of such accolades. I shall continue to learn from the 3 of you in the future. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. He bore no resentment for their previous indifference nor pride for their current praise. This composure earned him silent nods of approval from Zhang Lai and the others, who regarded him with increased respect. Brother Jiang is too modest. Zhang Lai laughed heartily. From now on, we shall be colleagues. We must find time to share a few drinks. I await your invitation. Jiang Qing replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 leaders expressed their desire for camaraderie and took their leave. Jiang Qing watched them depart, reflecting, indeed, strength is the foundation upon which one stands. If not for today and Appos, as display of prowess, how could they regard me differently? Taking a deep breath, he prepared to leave the demon hunting division for home when the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The host has gained fame within the demon hunting division, prestige increased, qualifying for special sign-in conditions. Would you like to proceed with the special sign-in? Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback, then overjoyed. He had not expected that achieving fame would trigger a special sign-in. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Special sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Tianjindan, 1 piece. Tianjindan, an unparalleled elixir. Consuming it can transform a mortal, cleansing the marrow and veins. Bestowing superior cultivation talent. As Jiang Qing read the description of the Tianjindan on the system interface, his heart raced. Superior cultivation talent. This is a miraculous medicine capable of altering one's fate. Although he possessed the system, allowing him to cultivate at an extraordinary pace, the quality of talent mattered little to him. However, Jiang Qing and Appos' thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Qingyue, the enchanting and graceful maiden. He recalled her struggles due to her poor foundation, unable to step into the martial path, and felt a pang of regret. Now, with this Tianjindan, it seemed tailor-made for her. Jiang Qing was so excited he nearly shouted aloud. He carefully stored the invaluable elixir in the system space, filled with anticipation for the future. With the Tianjindan, Qingyue would surely embark on the path of martial arts, gaining the strength to protect herself, alleviating his constant worries. With a heart full of excitement, Jiang Qing hurriedly left the demon hunting division, making his way toward his small courtyard in the inner city. In the city lord's mansion of Taiping City, the Lord Qi Hongda sat in his study with a grim expression, tightly gripping a recently delivered confidential report, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. The report was simple in content, yet it felt like a resounding slap in the face, striking him hard. Jiang Qing, the leader of the Bingzi Hall in the demon hunting division, had returned unscathed and even achieved remarkable success, having slain a 4th-tier demon king, the Xiaya leopard. Bang! Qi Hongda slammed the table with fervor, causing the invaluable purple clay teacup to leap and crash to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Useless. A bunch of incompetence. He ground his teeth and growled, his eyes ablaze with furious ire. That fool Qiu Wu. I sent him to orchestrate a covert strike, and instead, he ensnared himself, along with the Xiaya leopard from Haishi Mountain. Chapter 40. Revenge and the Slaying of 3 Prominent Clan Leaders. Qi Hongda seethed with rage, his chest heaving violently. He had once believed his plan to be infallible, yet it had culminated in such a dismal outcome. Not only had he failed to eliminate Jiang Qing, but he had also suffered significant losses, including the fall of his longtime ally, the Xiaya leopard. It was a classic case of losing the chicken in the attempt to catch the hare, a complete disaster. Master, please calm your anger. A loyal confidant quickly stepped forward, cautiously advising him. There may be more to this than meets the eye. Jiang Qing possesses merely skin-refining skills, even if he somehow broke through. It is impossible for him to slay a fourth-tier demon king. In my opinion, it must have been Gu Dahai who covertly dispatched a skilled aide to assist him. All to deceive you. Humph. Gu Dahai? Qi Hongda scoffed, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes, though it was overshadowed by resentment and bitterness. What difference does it make if he intervened? Jiang Qing is still alive, returning with such astonishing achievements, now basking in the limelight of the demon hunting division. How can I possibly swallow this humiliation? He recalled the previous day's display of arrogance at the demon hunting division, convinced that Jiang Qing was dead, and felt a burning shame wash over him. This was nothing short of an egregious affront. My lord, his confidant interjected, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If we cannot confront him openly, why not resort to underhanded tactics? After all, Jiang Qing is still young and inexperienced. If we seize the opportunity, silence. Qi Hongda interrupted vehemently, glaring at him with a malevolent gaze. Do you think a Haven and Oppos? He considered that? But Jiang Qing is currently riding high, and Gu Dahai regards him with newfound favor. The demon hunting division will undoubtedly provide him with rigorous protection. If we act recklessly again and are caught, the consequences would be dire. He waved his hand irritably. Let this matter rest for now. Instruct everyone to exercise restraint and cease provoking the demon hunting division. Especially that Jiang Qing. Without my command, no one is to lay a finger on him. Understood. His confidant replied promptly, though inwardly he lamented. The lord was clearly cowed and unwilling to act impulsively. Leaning back in his chair, Qi Hongda closed his eyes in contemplation, unconsciously drumming his fingers on the table. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light shimmering within. However, this cannot simply be overlooked. Issue a decree to closely monitor Jiang Qing's every movement. I refuse to believe he can evade making a mistake for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, at the Qingstone district, when the news of Jiang Qing and Oppos' victorious return, having slain a fourth-tier demon king, spread, the entire district erupted in a frenzy. Just the day before, the neighbors had been discussing the Lin family and Oppos' grand celebration, but now they were left utterly dumbfounded. What? Jiang Qing is alive? And he has slain a fourth-tier demon king? My heavens! Is this true? Am I dreaming? Absolutely. The news has spread from the demon hunting division. I heard that Lord Gu Dahai himself came out to greet him, and even promoted him to Demon Hunt Commander. Demon Hunt Commander? That's a high-ranking official in the inner city. How old is he? A cacophony of astonishment, skepticism, and disbelief filled the streets and alleys of Qingstone District. Those who had previously relished the thought of Jiang Qing's downfall were now pale and mute with fear. Within the Lin residence, despair hung thick in the air, punctuated by wails of anguish. The family head, Lin Yuanshan, upon hearing the news, was struck by a surge of blood, spitting out a mouthful before collapsing unconscious. The household descended into chaos, with cries and curses echoing throughout. They could not fathom how a mere city guard, whom they had deemed insignificant, had transformed into a figure they must now revere. The Fong and Sun families were similarly dismayed. Fong Yu and Sun Zhenghao, upon receiving the news, were left speechless for a long while. They had believed Jiang Qing was doomed, even beginning to plot how to divide the Huang family's assets and eliminate the threat posed by Jiang Qing. But now Jiang Qing was not only alive but had returned in an even more formidable and dazzling manner. Its overall as lost Fong Yu slumped in his chair, his face ashen. Jiang Qing is alive and has become the Demon Hunt Commander. He will surely seek revenge against us. Sun Jinghao's face was equally pale, trembling all over. We should never have meddled in the Lin family's affairs. Now look what we've done. Provoked a calamity. Both men were filled with regret. They cast resentful glances toward the Lin family's direction. It's all that old fool Lin Yuanshan's fault, and his useless son. If they hadn't provoked Jiang Qing, we wouldn't and Oppos be in this predicament. But it was too late for lamentations. Fong Yu forced a bitter smile. Our immediate concern is to devise a plan to protect our families. That Jiang Qing will surely seek vengeance. He will not let us off the hook. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to prepare lavish gifts and personally visit the demon hunting division in the inner city to apologize to Jiang Qing, though they knew the prospects were bleak. It was better than sitting idly by. In a matter of time, the once united and arrogant three prominent families of Qingstone District were fracturing, rife with anxiety as they each plotted their own survival. Rumors about Jiang Qing proliferated, painting him as a being of almost mythical stature. Some claimed he was a disciple of a reclusive master, descending from the mountains to train. Others whispered of ancient legacies granting him unfathomable power. while yet more insisted he was not human at all, but rather a reincarnated demon god. Such fantastical theories only served to amplify Jiang Qing's enigmatic and formidable image. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Jiang Qing had already returned to his tranquil abode in the inner city. As night fell, the warm glow of lanterns illuminated the room. Jiang Qing sat at the table, gazing at the charmingly smiling Jiang Qing across from him, feeling a profound tranquility. The clamor and glory of the day seemed a distant memory, leaving only this rare moment of peace. "Brother Jiang, everyone outside is talking about you," Jiang Qing said, serving him rice with curiosity. "They say you killed a fourth-tier demon king. Is it true?" Jiang Qing smiled gently and nodded. Jiang Qing set down her bowl and chopsticks, resting her chin on her hands, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. But as Jiang Qing's eyes swept over her, he inadvertently caught sight of the tears welling in her eyes. He realized that during his absence, especially in the days when news of his supposed demise circulated, Jiang Qing must have shed many tears worrying for him. Seeing the pure admiration and joy in her gaze stirred something within him. He reached into his pocket and produced a delicate jade box, gently sliding it toward her. "What is this?" Jiang Qing asked curiously, opening the box to reveal a radiant pill exuding a peculiar fragrance. The pill was crystalline and seemed to hold the power of the stars, unmistakably a rare treasure. Jiang Qing looked at Jiang Qing with confusion. "This is a heavenly treasure pill," Jiang Qing explained with a smile. "I obtained it by chance. Consuming it will cleanse your marrow and enhance your cultivation talents." "Enhance my talents?" Jiang Qing gasped, her breath catching in disbelief as she stared at the pill in her hands. "Brother Jiang, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." She hurriedly pushed the jade box back toward him. Yet, Jiang Qing gently pressed her hand down, speaking softly, "Qingwei, this pill holds little value for me, but for you, it is the key to unlocking the path of martial arts. I hope you can possess the strength to protect yourself, free from fear." He gazed earnestly into the eyes of the young girl, his tone imbued with sincerity. "Please accept this. It is a gift I offer you." Jiang Qing looked into Jiang Qing's gentle yet resolute gaze, her eyes slightly reddening. She understood the immeasurable value of the elixir. Yet Jiang Qing presented it to her without hesitation. This bond filled her heart with profound emotion and warmth. No longer resisting, she nodded softly, her voice tinged with a hint of choked sobs. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." "Silly girl, why the formality with me?" Jiang Qing chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. That evening, under Jiang Qing's guidance and protection, Jiang Qing consumed the Tianjin Dan. The elixir melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a powerful yet gentle warmth that coursed through her limbs. Jiang Qing felt enveloped in a soothing warmth, as if immersed in a hot spring. Impurities and blockages within her being gradually dissipating, her meridians becoming more transparent and flexible. Following Jiang Qing's teachings on the wind and thunder breathing technique, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the previously obscure method had become remarkably clear. The sensation of energy surged within her, and her cultivation speed escalated exponentially more than tenfold. In just an hour, Jiang Qing sensed her dantian brimming with energy, a wave of heat breaking through a certain barrier. With a soft hum, a subtle vibration resonated within her. Jiang Qing amp, Appo's eyes flew open in astonishment, realizing she had broken through early stage of the body refinement realm. She had successfully crossed the threshold of martial arts. I've broken through," Jiang Qing exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, incredulously staring at her own hands. "Brother Jiang, I truly am a warrior now." "Yes, I know," Jiang Qing replied, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Qing, your innate talent has always been commendable, merely hampered by your previous limitations. With the Tianjin Dan's aid, your path to cultivation will surely be smooth." Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Qing leaped into Jiang Qing's embrace, holding him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Truly thank you." Jiang Qing gently patted her back, sharing in her excitement and joy, his heart swelling with fulfillment. To assist someone dear in achieving their dreams brought him greater joy than his own breakthroughs. As the night deepened, after freshening up, they each returned to their rooms. However, lying in bed, Jiang Qing feigned slumber, unable to shake the haunting image of Huang Renzhong's tragic demise. The Lin family's arrogant demeanor, and the despicable schemes of the city lord's mansion in Qiuwu. A gentleman does not harbor grudges overnight. This thought echoed like a curse in his mind. The Lin family, the Sun family, the Fong family, these once mighty clans, who regarded lives as mere trifles, must pay the price. He could not allow them to regroup and strike against him and Qingyue again. It was imperative to eradicate any future threats. Suddenly, Jiang Qing sprang from his bed. Quietly donning his night attire, he strapped the Yuan sword to his back and retrieved the last Tianyuan Dan from his pocket. Swallowing it without hesitation, the aura of the early body refinement realm surged within him once more. Having completed these preparations, he stealthily opened his door. Casting a glance at the slumbering Jiang Qing in the adjacent room, a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes before he vanished like a wraith into the enveloping night. Utilizing the token of the demon-hunting commander, Jiang Qing effortlessly passed through the tightly shut gates of the inner city. Once outside, he employed his agility, darting like a bolt of black lightning towards the direction of the Qingshi Lane. This night, he would ensure the three prominent families of Qingshi Lane paid their blood debts in kind. His first target, the Lin family. Jiang Qing moved like a phantom through the shadows, silently infiltrating the Lin residence, with speed far surpassing the ordinary in the concealment effect of the cloaking pearl. He effortlessly evaded the guards and patrolling servants, heading straight for the master of the Lin family, Lin Yuanshan's bedroom. Inside, Lin Yuanshan, already wearied from the day's fright and grief, had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet, in his dreams, he seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a cold and familiar visage. Jiang Qing. Lin Yuanshan's face drained of color, and just as he was about to scream, a powerful hand clamped over his mouth. Lin Yuanshan struggled desperately, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He could not fathom how this harbinger of doom had appeared in his bedroom. Jiang Qing's expression was icy, devoid of any compassion. With his other hand gripping the Yuan sword, he thrust it toward Lin Yuanshan's heart with ferocity. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Lin Yuanshan and Appo's body convulsed violently, his eyes wide with shock, fixated on Jiang Qing. Before his head drooped limply, his life extinguished. Jiang Qing expressionlessly withdrew the sword, blood dripping from its edge. Without uttering a word, he vanished into the night once more. His second target, the Fang family. Employing the same methods, he struck silently. When Fang Yu awoke from his slumber and beheld the ghostly figure before him, he was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. Zhang Xiaoxia, spare my life. The matters that harmed you are not my doing. It was all the Lin family and the city lord's scheming. Fang Yu knelt, prostrating himself in a frenzy, incoherently begging for mercy. Jiang Qing disregarded his pleas, raising his sword and swiftly ending his life. The involvement of the city lord's mansion assured that none of the three families were innocent. The third target, the Sun family. Sun Zhenghao, the head of the Sun family, seemed to have some inkling of danger, arranging for 2 body refinement guards to protect his chamber. However, before Jiang Qing, who was in the early stages of body refinement, these guards were as feeble as paper tigers, swiftly dispatched. Sun Zhenghao gazed at Jiang Qing, terror-stricken, as he approached, wishing to scream for help. But Jiang Qing silenced him with a swift stroke to the throat, following in the footsteps of Lin Yuanshan and Fang Yu. With these deeds complete, the first light of dawn began to break. Jiang Qing, now stained with blood, wore an unusually calm expression. He took one last glance at the now silent Qingshi Lane before turning away, swiftly disappearing into the darkness before dawn, returning to the inner city. As the first rays of morning sun illuminated Taiping City, chaos and panic engulfed Qingshi Lane. The servants of the Lin, Fang, and Sun families simultaneously discovered their masters had been brutally slain in their chambers. The head of the family is dead. Our lord has been murdered. Heart-wrenching cries and terrified screams shattered the morning tranquility. In a single night, the heads of the 3 families had all met their demise. This news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entirety of Qingshi Lane and even Taiping City. Everyone was left aghast by the shocking calamity. All 3 family heads are dead. How is that possible? Who could have done this? Who else could it be? It must be Jiang Qing. My heavens! He truly dared to. Whispers of speculation erupted, all fingers pointing toward Jiang Qing, who had just returned to Taiping City. Though there was no concrete evidence, everyone instinctively believed that only Jiang Qing possessed the capability and motive to annihilate the heads of the 3 families in one silent night. In an instant, Jiang Qing's name became a taboo within Taiping City. Awe, fear, curiosity, a cacophony of complex emotions enveloped every heart. Within the Lord's mansion, when Qi Hongda received this news, he was so enraged that he shattered his beloved antique vase into countless pieces. Jiang Qing, he ground his teeth and roared, his eyes brimming with boundless resentment and a hint of unmistakable fear. This is a demonstration, a blatant display of defiance. Chapter 41. The support behind Qi Hongda. the Bai family, Jiang Qing, the demon hunting division, and Gu Dahai. Qi Hongda gritted his teeth, muttering the names of these figures. Just the day before, he had been filled with confidence, believing that with the combined strength of the three great families of Qishu Square and the covert arrangements of Qiuwu, he could eliminate Jiang Qing. He even thought he could thoroughly suppress the arrogance of the demon hunting division. However, within a mere 2 days, the situation had spiraled out of his control. Not only had Jiang Qing survived, but he had returned with the remarkable achievement of slaying a 4th-tier demon king, instilling fear in the demon hunting division and elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, his trusted subordinate Qiuwu, whom he sent to carry out the assassination, along with the 4th-tier demon king, the Fanjiabao, had vanished without a trace, most likely meeting a grim fate. It was obvious to anyone that Jiang Qing was behind it all. How dare a mere commander of the demon hunting division act with such audacity? Did he truly believe Qi Hongda was made of clay? A mixture of anger, hatred, and deep-seated apprehension surged within him. The power and ruthless methods Jiang Qing displayed had far exceeded his expectations. Particularly alarming was the feat of slaying a 4th-tier demon king, which sent shivers down his spine. Though he doubted Jiang Qing possessed such incredible strength, suspecting that Gu Dahai had secretly aided him or that he had employed some secret treasure, one truth remained. Jiang Qing was now a key target for protection and cultivation by the demon hunting division, with Gu Dahai explicitly determined to safeguard him. If Qi Hongda hoped to employ the same tactics as before, leveraging Qingshi Square or sending Qiuwu to assassinate him, he realized this would no longer be feasible. Narrowing his slanted eyes, a glint of cold light flickered within them. His support was not limited to the few ineffectual families of Qingshi Square. With this thought, a spark of determination flashed in Qi Hongda and Appo's eyes. He abruptly rose to his feet and instructed his loyal confidant standing nearby in a low voice, "Prepare the sedan. We are going to the Bai residence." "My lord, are you going to see the head of the Bai family?" the confidant inquired cautiously, taken aback. "Of course," Qi Hongda replied impatiently. "The arrogance of the demon hunting division is insufferable, and Gu Dahai is constantly opposing me. Now, with the emergence of this Jiang Qing, a prodigy, if I do not seek the Bai elders' intervention, will I allow them to trample upon my authority?" His confidant dared not say more and quickly bowed. "Yes, I will make the arrangements at once." A quarter of an hour later, a modest yet elegant sedan was carried out from the side gate of the city lord and Appo's residence. Accompanied by several elite guards, it silently made its way to the innermost part of the inner city, towards a vast and grand estate, the residence of the Bai family. The foremost among the 4 great families of Taiping City, the Bai family held an extraordinary position in Taiping City, not only due to its long history and profound heritage, but also because its current head, Bai Yinbin, was a genuine master of the innate realm. In the great Qin dynasty, experts of the innate realm were exceedingly rare. Each one was a terrifying presence capable of suppressing an entire region. The reason Taiping City stood firm during past beast tides, aside from its robust defenses and valiant soldiers, was primarily due to the 4 great families of the inner city, Bai, Huang, Song, and Wen, each having an innate realm ancestor stationed to protect them. These 4 ancestral figures were the true stabilizing force of Taiping City. Among them, Bai Yinbin, the head of the Bai family, was the most powerful and esteemed, revered in whispers by the citizens as the city god. He was regarded as the guardian spirit of the city. Qi Hongda, the city lord, had maintained his position for many years largely due to Bai Yinbin's backing. The sedan halted before the Bai residence. Qi Hongda adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and forced a respectful smile as he personally approached to present his visiting card. The doorkeeper of the Bai residence recognized the city lord and did not dare to be negligent, promptly relaying the message within. Shortly thereafter, an elderly steward hastened out. Bowing as he announced, "City lord, my master requests your presence." Qi Hongda nodded and followed the steward through layers of courtyards until they arrived at a refined and tranquil study. The air was fragrant with sandalwood, and seated behind the writing desk was an elderly man clad in a plain long robe, with white hair and beard, meditating with closed eyes. The old man's face was thin and his aura serene. He appeared no different from an ordinary wealthy gentleman. Yet, whenever he opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance shone within, as if he could see through one and Appo's soul, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. This man was none other than Bai Yinbin, the head of the Bai family and a master of the innate realm. Younger generation Qi Hongda, I pay my respects to Elder Bai. Qi Hongda dared not act presumptuously. quickly stepping forward to perform a deep bow, adopting a very humble posture. Bai Yanbin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Qi Hongda, and spoke in a calm yet imposing tone. "City Lord Qi, what brings you here in such haste?" His voice was soothing, yet it carried an invisible pressure. Qi Hongda straightened up, immediately donning an expression of indignation as he embellished the tale of how Jiang Qing had slain Xiao Wu, how he had killed the fourth-tier demon beast Fanjiabao, how he flaunted his power within the demon hunting division, and how the division disregarded the city lord's authority. "Elder Bai, you are unaware that Gu Dahai from the demon hunting division, emboldened by the court's support, increasingly disregards me as the city lord. He has now promoted a ruthless young man named Jiang Qing, who is cruel and merciless. First, he killed my subordinate Xiao Wu, and then, using some kind of demonic sorcery, he actually slayed a fourth-tier demon king." Qi Hongda lamented. Now, Jiang Qing and Appo's reputation in the demon hunting division has soared, and Gu Dahai has taken a keen interest in him. If this continues, will Taiping City not become a puppet of the demon hunting division? What face will I have left as the city lord? As he spoke, he carefully observed Bai Yanbin's expression, hoping to evoke a sense of shared animosity against their common enemy. However, to his dismay, Bai Yanbin and Appo's expression remained unchanged after hearing his lament. As he simply picked up a teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves, and calmly replied, "Are you saying that the fourth-tier demon beast, Fanjiabao, has been killed?" Qi Hongda was taken aback, not expecting Bai Yanbin to focus on this particular detail. He quickly nodded. Indeed, it is said that Jiang Qing used some sort of lightning talisman to obliterate it, leaving no remains. A lightning talisman? Bai Yanbin and Appo's brow subtly furrowed before he set down the teacup, his gaze turning contemplative. "City Lord Qi, do you know why the Fanjiabao of Haishi Mountain has lingered outside the city for many years without ever launching an attack on Taiping City?" Qi Hongda's heart stirred, and he began to suspect the implications, tentatively asking, "Elder Bai, are you suggesting?" Bai Yanbin snorted coldly, a glimmer of frost flashing in his murky eyes. The relationship between demons and humans is not solely one of slaughter. Sometimes, peace and Appo's, comes at a price. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. The Fanjiabao has received an annual and Appo's offering and Appo's from Taiping City after the awakening of insects. In return, it restrains its subordinates from encroaching within 30 miles of our city. This tacit agreement has been maintained for nearly a decade. Upon hearing this, Qi Hongda nodded in acknowledgement, as he had personally overseen this arrangement in the past. However, with Bai Yanbin's tone now turning cold, it became clear that the demon hunting division had shattered this agreement by killing the Fanjiabao. "City Lord Qi," Bai Yanbin continued, "when the beasts of Haishi Mountain, unbound from their restraints, and the higher-tier demon kings deeper within learn of this, whom do you think they will seek to settle the score with?" Cold sweat beaded on Qi Hongda's forehead as he hastily protested, "Elder Bai? The one who killed the Fanjiabao was the demon hunting division. It was Jiang Qing. This has nothing to do with my city lord's residence." "Foolish," Bai Yanbin spoke sharply, expressing his displeasure. In the eyes of those high-ranking beasts, there existed only Taiping City, only the human race. They did not care whether it was the beast hunting division or the city lord's mansion that took action, if their kin were slain, disrupting the established order. Their wrath would inevitably be unleashed upon the entirety of Taiping City. His gaze pierced through to Qi Hongda. "When the beast tide arrives, should I personally intervene to quell their fury? Do you comprehend the fragility of the peace between Taiping City and the demon race, and how arduous it is to maintain?" Qi Hongda, chastised into silence, felt a surge of fear and anxiety. He hastily replied, "I understand my mistake." "Then, what do you suggest, Elder Bai?" Bai Yanbin lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. "To untie a knot, one must be the one who tied it. Since this trouble was instigated by Jiang Qing of the beast hunting division, it is only fitting that he resolves it." He set down his cup and spoke nonchalantly. "Isn't the beast tide about to descend upon us?" Qi Hongda's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped Bai Yanbin's intent. "Elder Bai, your wisdom is unparalleled. What you mean is, after the awakening of spring, the beasts will emerge from their lairs. Someone must stand at the city walls to confront the initial and most ferocious wave of the onslaught." A cold smile crept onto Bai Yanbin's lips. "Wasn't it Appo's Jiang Qing hailed as a hero for slaying a fourth-tier demon king? Let this and Appo's, hero and Appo's, assume the role of and Appo's, commander of city defense, and Oppos, he would face the beast tide, which would not only demonstrate Taiping City's resolve against formidable foes, but also provide an explanation to its citizens. Moreover, Bai Yanbin elongated his tone, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent. It would also serve to provide a justification to the beasts of Haishi Mountain, who had lost their leader, and the demon kings further afield. Would it not be the perfect resolution to utilize him and the elite of the beast hunting division to pacify the wrath of the demon race? Qi Hongda was elated, nodding repeatedly. Splendid. Truly splendid. Elder Bai's plan is a double-edged sword. It can eliminate Jiang Qing, this looming threat, while soothing the demon race, all the while elevating him to the altar of heroism, allowing him to meet his demise with dignity. It is indeed brilliant. His face resumed a smug smile, as if he could already envision Jiang Qing being torn to shreds amidst the beast tide. Bai Yanbin cast him a sidelong glance and said coolly, "You shall arrange this matter. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly. Leave no traces." Yes, I understand." Qi Hongda quickly bowed in response, his respect for Bai Yanbin deepening. This city lord was merciless when he took action, striking without shedding blood. Meanwhile, in the study of the beast hunting division, Gu Dahai slowly relayed the news he had just received regarding the city lord's visit to the Bai residence, along with his own speculations, to Jiang Qing. Therefore, Qi Hongda will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. With the Bai family backing him, his actions will be even more unrestrained, Gu Dahai said gravely. "Jiang Qing, although your reputation precedes you, you must tread carefully in the depths of Taiping City." He paused briefly, elaborating on the situation of the four prominent families within the inner city. The inner city of Taiping is dominated by four powerful families. The Bai family is the most formidable, led by Bai Yanbin, a formidable innate realm expert, whose depths are unfathomable. They maintain a close relationship with the city lord and amp, Oppos' mansion, effectively serving as Qi Hongda's stronghold. Next is the Huang family, whose ancestor was also an innate realm expert, but perished in the last beast tide alongside a demon king. Their influence has since waned, with only a few distant relatives barely sustaining their presence in the inner city. The Song and Wen families each have an innate ancestor stationed, possessing strength comparable to the Bai family, yet they operate with a degree of discretion. However, they have historically maintained good relations with both the city lord's mansion and the Bai family, and in critical moments, they will likely side with Qi Hongda. Gu Dahai side. In summary, within this inner city, the city lord's mansion and the four families are intricately intertwined, wielding immense power. Although we, the beast hunting division, are directly under the imperial court, even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and often we must exercise caution. Nevertheless, rest assured, Gu Dahai and amp, Oppos' tone shifted, determination gleaming in his eyes. As long as you are within the beast hunting division, with me here, Qi Hongda and Bai Yanbin will not dare to act openly against you. However, we must remain vigilant against covert tactics. Jiang Qing listened quietly, committing this information to memory. He understood that while he was temporarily safe, the true crisis had not yet been averted. Just then, a voice called from outside, announcing the arrival of the leaders from the three divisions, Jia, Yi, and Ding. Gu Dahai instructed them to enter. Upon entering, Zhang Lai, Li Mu, and Wang Ming all bowed in unison to Gu Dahai and Jiang Qing. "Master Gu, Commander Jiang." Upon seeing them, Gu Dahai immediately said, "Just in time. I was about to summon you for a meeting." Once everyone was seated, Gu Dahai's expression grew serious as he spoke in a grave tone. "Gentlemen, I just received news from the city lord's mansion. According to our scouts, the next beast tide may arrive sooner than expected. At most, we have only a month left." "What?" The faces of Zhang Lai and the others changed in unison. The awakening of spring is still at least a month and a half away. Logically, the beast tide should erupt after that. Why is it coming so soon this year? Li Mu frowned. Gu Dahai shook his head. The specific reason remains unclear. However, there has been unusual surging of demonic energy within the 10,000 Demon Mountain recently, accompanied by continuous beast roars. This is certainly a dire omen. We must prepare early. His gaze swept across the four leaders, his tone grave. In a month's time, the awakening of spring will culminate in an eruption, unleashing a scale and intensity of beasts that will likely far surpass previous years. At that time, to withstand the beast tide and protect Taiping City, we must not only rely on the city garrison and the reinforcements from the imperial court, but also on our beast hunting division. I demand that from today onward, each division strengthens its vigilance and accelerates training. all leaders of beast capture, if you have hopes of breaking through your current barriers, you must spare no effort in elevating your cultivation within this month. Gu Dahai's voice resonated in the study, filled with urgency and a sense of impending crisis. The beast tide approaches, and Taiping City stands on the brink of disaster. Chapter 42. The Commander of City Defense? Merely cannon fodder. In the ensuing days, the entire Taiping City was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and depression. The news of the impending beast tide loomed overhead like a dark cloud, instilling a heavy sense of pressure in everyone. Within the offices of the Demon Hunting Division, a heightened state of vigilance was established. The training intensity of the warriors from various factions surged dramatically, with the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons ringing out incessantly in the training grounds. Strategic resources such as various elixirs, talismans, weapons, and armor began to be consumed and replenished at an unprecedented pace. As the commander of the Third Hall, Jiang Qing naturally could not afford any complacency. During the day, he presided over the Third Hall, managing daily affairs and urging his subordinates to intensify their training. Thanks to his previously established formidable reputation and the staunch support of Gu Dahai, his authority in the Third Hall grew increasingly solid, allowing his commands to flow unimpeded. Those veteran warriors who once harbored doubts now regarded him with genuine respect and trained with exceptional diligence. After attending to his duties, Jiang Qing would return to his small courtyard, seizing every moment to cultivate. Upon achieving perfection in skin refinement, he could distinctly sense that he was merely a thin veil away from minor success in flesh refinement. Each time he practiced the thunder-breathing technique, he could feel the blood and energy surging within him, causing his muscles and skin to tremble like thunder, as if he could break through at any moment. However, he refrained from rushing towards success, instead focusing on honing his foundations and consolidating his cultivation, while also contemplating the intricacies of the Thunderblade technique and the mysteries of the Abyssal Sword. He understood that while breakthroughs in realms were indeed significant, combat experience and understanding of martial techniques were equally crucial for enhancing one's strength. Of course, his daily check-in was an unyielding habit. Recently, perhaps due to being stationed at such an important location as the Demon Hunting Division, the rewards from his check-ins, though not as extraordinary as the Celestial Treasure Pill, were still rather substantial. Check-in successful, received 3 bone refining pills. Check-in successful, received low-grade profound martial technique, wave palm. Check-in successful, received 1 small spirit gathering array plate. Check-in successful, received 10 Indopos, second-tier beast spirits and Opos. These rewards included elixirs to assist in cultivation, new martial techniques to augment his arsenal, an array plate to set up spirit gathering arrays to expedite training, and beast spirits to nourish the Abyssal Sword, enhancing its sentience. Although they could not enable an immediate breakthrough in his realm, they subtly fortified his foundation. As night fell, it marked the most relaxing and heartwarming moment of Jiang Qing's day. Upon returning to the tranquil little courtyard in the inner city, he would spend time with Jiang Qing. Ever since she consumed the Celestial Treasure Pill and received Jiang Qing's personal guidance, her cultivation talent had been thoroughly revealed. In just a few days, she not only stabilized her early stage of skin refinement, but also showed a faint trend towards advancing to the mid-stage. Such speed would certainly attract attention even among the talented youths of the Demon Hunting Division. Every evening, Jiang Qing would patiently guide Jiang Qing in practicing the thunder-breathing technique and began imparting some basic sword techniques to her. The girl was exceptionally intelligent and perceptive, often. With just a little guidance from Jiang Qing, she could quickly grasp the concepts and made rapid progress. In the softly lit courtyard, one could often see 2 figures practicing together. One was agile and fierce, demonstrating sword techniques, while the other, though somewhat inexperienced, was utterly earnest, wielding a wooden sword and diligently mimicking the basic moves of thrusting, slashing, and flicking under Jiang Qing's instruction, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her gaze intensely focused. "Brother Jiang, does this move look correct?" Jiang Qing asked, standing with her sword at the ready, slightly out of breath, her eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Qing paused his movements and stepped beside her, demonstrating each technique in detail. Consequently, in the following days, Jiang Qing's training progressed at an astonishing pace. However, on that particular morning, just as Jiang Qing finished his early training session and prepared to head to the Demon Hunting Division, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the courtyard door. A soldier from the Demon Hunting Division rushed in, his expression hurried, and clasped his fists. "Commander Jiang, someone from the City Lord's mansion has come, saying they wish to invite you for a discussion." "The City Lord's mansion?" Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, immediately sensing a wave of wariness. What scheme was that old fox, Qi Hongda, up to? Ever since the last encounter at the demon hunting division and the news of the 3 family heads being exterminated, he had remained silent. Why would he suddenly send someone to summon him? What did they say? Jiang Qing asked in a low voice. The messenger is a steward from the city lord's mansion, and he was quite polite, merely stating that the city lord admires your reputation and wishes to invite you over for tea to express his respect, the soldier replied. Tea? Jiang Qing sneered internally, fearing it might be a banquet of deceit. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, you should return and tell that steward that I am currently busy with official duties and cannot be spared at the moment. Once I finish my tasks, I will pay a visit. Understood. The soldier left promptly. Jiang Qing knew he could not refuse outright, as that would only reveal his insecurity. He decided to delay and observe Qi Hongda's reaction. He then turned to inform Gu Dahai about the matter. Upon hearing this, Gu Dahai's expression darkened immediately. That old fox, Qi Hongda, has indeed lost his patience. His invitation at this time is certainly not out of goodwill. You must not go, Jiang Qing. The city lord's mansion is a den of danger. Once you enter, who knows what schemes he might employ? Jiang Qing nodded. I understand. I have already deferred the invitation. Good. Well done. Gu Dahai sighed in relief. Rest assured, as long as you remain in the demon hunting division, Qi Hongda will not dare to act against you openly. Stay here for the next few days and do not venture out. I want to see what he can do to you. However, the unfolding events exceeded Gu Dahai's expectations. The following morning, outside the demon hunting division, an imposing procession arrived. At the forefront was none other than the city lord of Taiping City, Qi Hongda. Today, he was uncharacteristically beaming, his face adorned with a warm smile, followed by several attendants carrying exquisite gift boxes, resembling an old friend come to visit. Brother Gu, how have you been? Before he even arrived, his voice preceded him. Qi Hongda entered the gates of the demon hunting division with a spring in his step, laughing heartily. Gu Dahai, upon receiving the notification, inwardly cursed the old fox for his audacity, yet he had no choice but to personally welcome him. City Lord Qi, your presence is an honor. Please forgive my lack of formal greeting, Gu Dahai said, forcing a smile. Not at all. Qi Hongda chuckled heartily, warmly grasping Gu Dahai's hand. Brother Gu, you are too polite. I have come today specifically to apologize to our young hero of the demon hunting division, Commander Jiang Qing. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Jiang Qing, who happened to be exiting the hall, his smile widening even more. Commander Jiang. Oh dear, some days ago. It was my poor oversight that allowed those scoundrels like Chiao to collude with beasts and harm our comrades. It nearly caused a grave mistake that would have implicated you and the brothers of the Third Hall. I am truly filled with remorse. Qi Hongda's words dripped with sincerity, as if he genuinely regretted the situation. He then angrily added, and those ungrateful individuals from the Lins of Qishir Square. How dare they repeatedly trouble Commander Jiang? Upon learning this, I was furious and ordered a thorough investigation into the Lin, Fong, and Sun families. All their properties are to be confiscated. This can also be considered an explanation to Commander Jiang and the deceased hero Huang. Jiang Qing and Gu Dahai exchanged a glance, both harboring cold laughter within. To confiscate property? What a euphemism. Those assets have likely long since found their way into your own pockets. Qi Hongda. This old fox possesses a remarkable talent for theatrics. Indeed, Qi Hongda swiftly shifted his tone, commencing to lavish praise upon Jiang Qing. However, it must be said, Commander Jiang is truly a young genius, a pillar of the nation. To slay a fourth-tier demon king at the skin refining stage is an unparalleled feat, a marvel throughout history. It is a blessing for our Taiping city, and indeed for the great Qin dynasty. He patted Jiang Qing's shoulder, adopting a demeanor akin to a senior encouraging a junior. With a hero like Commander Jiang present, how can we fear the beast tide or unrest at the borders? Gu Dahai, standing aside, frowned deeply, uncertain of Qi Hongda's true intentions. At that moment, Qi Hongda finally revealed his ulterior motive. Looking at Jiang Qing with a beaming smile, Commander Jiang, you are aware that soon, the beast tide will descend upon us. The pressure on the city's defenses will be immense, with the weight of responsibility resting upon one individual. After careful consideration, I believe that only a hero like you, possessing both wisdom and valor, can shoulder this heavy burden. Hence, I have come today to earnestly request that you assume the position of Andapos, Chief Commander of City Defense and Apos, during this oncoming beast tide. You would lead the city's forces to confront the formidable enemy. Upon hearing this, Gu Dahai's expression transformed dramatically. Qi Hongda, how dare you? Without a second thought, Gu Dahai stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qi Hongda, exclaiming in fury, the chief commander of city defense? How can you even conceive of such a thing? Jiang Qing has merely reached the flesh-refining level and is a newcomer. How can he possibly bear such a heavy responsibility? You are clearly pushing him into a pit of fire. Qi Hongda's smile remained unchanged, and he replied calmly, Brother Gu, your words are misguided. To those capable, more work is assigned. Since Commander Jiang is able to slay a fourth-tier demon king, what difficulty is there in commanding a mere city defense battle? Ignoring Gu Dahai and Apos' outrage, he turned back to Jiang Qing, grinning as he inquired, Commander Jiang, what do you think of my good intentions? This is a tremendous honor, and it is the expectation of the entire city's populace. Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, about to decline. How could he not realize that this chief commander of city defense was a perilous hot potato, a transparent scheme of Qi Hongda to use him as a pawn? However, at that moment, an ancient and imposing voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed from outside the demon hunting division. What Lord Qi says is indeed correct. Commander Jiang, a young hero with unparalleled accomplishments, is most deserving of the position of chief commander of city defense. This is a collective commendation from the 4 prominent families of Taiping City. Before the words had fully settled, an elderly man donned in a plain long robe. His hair and beard entirely white, ambled into the demon hunting division, flanked by a group of Bai family youths. The newcomer was none other than Bai Yanbin, the head of the Bai family. The atmosphere in the plaza of the demon hunting division shifted abruptly to one of profound oppression upon Bai Yanbin and Apos' arrival. An invisible pressure enveloped the space, causing all to feel as though a mountain weighed upon their chests. Gu Dahai's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Bai Yanbin would personally support Qi Hongda. Bai Lao. Gu Dahai struggled to voice a rebuttal. But Bai Yanbin merely cast him a fleeting glance, his gaze calm yet unyielding, plunging Gu Dahai into a chilling silence, rendering him speechless. The pressure from a practitioner of the innate realm was indeed terrifying. Bai Yanbin approached Jiang Qing, his eyes lingering on him for a moment before he spoke slowly. Commander Jiang, I have heard of your slaying of the Shaoya leopard at Haishi Mountain, ridding Taiping City of a menace. Your appointment as chief commander of city defense is a reflection of the people and Apos' will. On behalf of the 4 prominent families of the inner city, I support Lord Qi's decision. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. At this point, Gu Dahai was left utterly speechless. With Bai Yanbin personally intervening and stating such, what more could he say? To oppose further would be to openly confront the pinnacle of power in Taiping City. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Hongda and Bai Yanbin worked in unison to firmly place the mantle of chief commander of city defense upon Jiang Qing and Apos' shoulders. A triumphant smile spread across Qi Hongda and Apos' face as he regarded Gu Dahai with a look of provocation. Bai Yanbin cast a deep, inscrutable glance at Jiang Qing, as if evaluating a sacrificial offering. Subsequently, the two departed without delay, leaving the warriors of the demon hunting division to seethe in silence. Once they were gone, Gu Dahai slammed his fist against a nearby stone lion, growling softly in rage. This is too much. This is utterly intolerable. He turned to Jiang Qing, his face a portrait of helplessness, fury, and deep concern. Jiang Qing, do you? Gu Dahai sighed heavily. Do you understand what this appointment as chief commander of city defense signifies? Jiang Qing silently nodded. Gu Dahai's eyes flashed with sorrow. To put it euphemistically, it is the chief command. To put it bluntly, it is merely a role of cannon fodder. When the beast tide arrives, as per the rules, the chief commander must lead from the front. Only after your troops are wiped out will it be our turn, the main forces of the demon hunting division and other city defenders, to step in. Unless absolutely necessary, the few innate realm elders in the city will never act lightly. Gu Dahai's voice grew hoarse, filled with a sense of helplessness. Qi Hongda and Bai Yanbin are clearly seeking to use the beast tide to place you in peril. They wish for you to accompany the Shaoya leopard you have slain to the grave. As his anger mounted, he could no longer contain himself, shouting once more, these bastards. To maintain their filthy dealings with the demon clan, they would sacrifice you. I must report this to the court, expose their crimes. However, Jiang Qing shook his head, interrupting Gu Dahai and Apos' outburst. There was no trace of fear upon his face. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. Lord Gu, it is too late. The beast tide will arrive in just 1 month. Even if I report to the court, by the time the approval comes through, it will be too late. Jiang Qing lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he looked towards the distant demon mountains, speaking slowly. Since this task cannot be avoided, since they wish for my demise, then I shall embrace it. The appointment of chief commander of city defense caused a tremendous uproar within the demon hunting division. As news spread, the soldiers of the Bingzi Hall were filled with righteous indignation, seething with anger. Why should Commander Jiang be sent to be cannon fodder? The Lord and Apos, mansion and the Bai family are being too oppressive. We stand with the commander through thick and thin. We'll fight them to the death if need be. Chapter 43. The Devouring Sword Demon. Acquiring a new ability, Fiery Inferno. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, had it not been for the Deputy Commander Sun Peng's vigorous suppression, it is likely that someone would have rushed to the Lord's mansion to demand an explanation. The leaders of the A, B, and D factions, upon learning of the matter, subsequently arrived at Jiang Qing and Amp, Apos, office. Brother Jiang, this incident, the Lord and Amp, Apos, mansion and the Bai family have gone too far, exclaimed Zhang Lai. The leader of the A faction, as he slammed his fist on the table, his face a mask of indignation. Commander Jiang, you are still young and have a boundless future ahead. You truly should not. Li Mu, the leader of the B faction, waved his feather fan. Hesitating to continue, his eyes filled with regret. Wang Ming, the leader of the D faction, directly stated, Commander Jiang, if needed. My D faction is willing to lend you a helping hand. We can revolt if necessary. Observing the varying expressions of anger, regret, and determination on his colleagues and Apos' faces, Jiang Qing felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that these individuals genuinely felt wronged on his behalf, even to the extent of risking their relationship with the Lord and Imp, Apos' mansion, and the four great families. However, he also recognized that acting impulsively would not resolve the issue. He appreciated the goodwill of the three elders. Jiang Qing stood and solemnly clasped his fists towards them. But this matter has already come to pass. Further discussion is futile. Besides, I, Jiang Qing, may not necessarily meet my end. Zhang Lai and the others were taken aback, noticing the unusual calmness and confidence in Jiang Qing and Amp, Apos' eyes. Brother Jiang, you. Zhang Lai began, but faltered. Jiang Qing smiled slightly. 1 month is neither too long nor too short. Perhaps it is sufficient for many things to transpire. He did not elaborate further, simply signaling to the three that they need not worry. Zhang Lai, Li Mu, and Wang Ming exchanged glances. Although still filled with doubts and concerns, they found it difficult to speak further in light of Jiang Qing and Apos' composure. They understood that this young commander was far from reckless. Since he dared to accept this appointment, perhaps he truly possessed some hidden trump card. Ultimately, the three could only sigh and advise Jiang Qing to be cautious before taking their leave. They understood that appointing a mere flesh refinement realm individual as the commander of city defense, especially in the face of an impending beast tide that would likely surpass previous years, particularly with the inevitable presence of 5th, 6th, or even higher-tier beasts, was akin to courting death. In their eyes, Jiang Qing was likely already a dead man walking. After bidding farewell to the three commanders, Jiang Qing returned to his office alone. Sitting behind his desk, the calm expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold seriousness. He knew that time was of the essence. 1 month. He must elevate his strength within this time frame to a level sufficient for self-preservation, or even to turn the tide of battle. System. Jiang Qing focused his thoughts. Summoning the sign-in interface. Ding. The host is located at the Beast Hunting Bureau. Would you like to sign in for the day? Sign in. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. 3 Sun Yang Herbs. 3. Sun Yang Herb. A heavenly spiritual root containing pure Yang energy. Consuming it can significantly enhance cultivation and refine the physique. Gazing at the 3 crimson herbs radiating a searing aura within the system space, a glint of excitement flickered in Jiang Qing's eyes. This was precisely what he needed for his breakthrough. He could sense that he was but a step away from reaching the initial success of the flesh refinement realm. And with the aid of these Sun Yang herbs, he would surely make a significant leap. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Jiang Qing swiftly made his way back to his courtyard in the inner city. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. Within the tranquil room of the courtyard, the scent of medicine permeated the air. Jiang Qingwei carefully placed the 3 Sun Yang herbs into the prepared alchemical cauldron, adding several auxiliary herbs as instructed by Jiang Qing, and slowly simmered them over a gentle flame. Before long, a pot of crimson, steaming medicinal concoction was ready, exuding a rich aroma and intense waves of spiritual energy. Brother Jiang, it's done. Jiang Qingwei served the medicinal soup into 2 jade bowls and presented them to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing nodded. Handing 1 bowl to Jiang Qingwei, This medicinal soup contains pure yang energy, greatly beneficial for solidifying your realm and refining your physique. You should drink it first. Jiang Qing understood the rarity of the medicinal soup and initially wished to decline, but upon seeing Jiang Qing and Apos' resolute expression, she accepted the jade bowl and began sipping cautiously. As the soup entered her mouth, a wave of warm, fiery energy surged through her limbs, filling her with warmth and invigorating the true energy within her dantian. As if she possessed boundless strength. In a short while, she felt the bottleneck within her begin to loosen, and a stronger aura emanated from her body. Buzz! Jiang Qing trembled slightly, astonished to discover that she had made another breakthrough, leaping from the initial stage of flesh refinement to the gold skin stage. I broken through. Jiang Qing covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at her hands in astonishment. Just a few days had passed, and she had ascended 2 realms to reach the gold skin stage. The speed of her cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, well done, Jiang Qing remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It seems that the effects of the Tianjin Dan are even better than I anticipated. Qingwei, your talent is enough to make all the geniuses of Taiping City envious. Jiang Qingwei and Apos' cheeks flushed, her heart brimming with gratitude and affection for Jiang Qing. Without delay, Jiang Qing lifted the remaining portion of the medicinal soup and drank it down in one go. Boom! A more violent and searing force erupted within him. Akin to a volcanic eruption, Jiang Qing grunted softly and quickly assumed a cross-legged position, channeling the wind thunder breathing technique to guide the immense pure yang energy to assault the barriers of the flesh refinement realm. His skin turned crimson, muscles bulging and taut, while his bones creaked under the strain, steam enveloping him as if he were in a furnace. Jiang Qing felt every inch of his flesh being torn apart and restructured. Waves of intense pain crashing over him like a tide, threatening to drown his consciousness. Yet, he gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will and extraordinary spiritual strength to maintain his focus, relentlessly operating his technique to guide the wild medicinal energy as it repeatedly assaulted the impenetrable barrier of his realm. Time passed minute by minute. Outside the tranquil room, Jiang Qing anxiously stood guard at the door, listening to the muffled groans and the sounds of cracking bones emanating from within, her heart tightly knotted. She understood the torment Jiang Qing was enduring but felt utterly powerless, silently praying within her heart. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps 2. The sounds from within the tranquil room gradually subsided. In their place, a more profound and powerful aura began to emanate, akin to a slumbering beast slowly awakening. Jiang Qing and Apos' heart leaped with joy. She knew that Jiang Qing had succeeded. Inside the tranquil room, Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickering within them. He exhaled a long breath tinged with a faint metallic scent, savoring the surging power within him, a wide smile spreading across his face. Flesh refinement realm. Initial success. At that moment, Jiang Qing felt an explosive power coursing through him, his vitality more robust than ever before. Every movement he made was imbued with a steadiness akin to a mountain. Jiang Qing clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within his palm, and a surge of confidence welled up inside him. In addition to the heavenly thunder talisman and the Tianyuan Dan, Jiang Qing had been diligently signing in for the past 10 days. Thanks to the rewards acquired from signing in, he felt his physical and spiritual fortitude had significantly strengthened. Thus, Jiang Qing resolved to once again attempt to devour the sword demon. After a period of meditation, within the depths of Jiang Qing and Apos' consciousness, the menacing remnants of the sword demon appeared even more ferocious than before, roaring as it assaulted Jiang Qing and Apos' will, unleashing a tempest of malevolent thoughts in an attempt to completely assimilate him. However, circumstances had changed. Jiang Qing's soul and will had been tempered through previous confrontations, and his cultivation had reached new heights. Trembling for a full quarter of an hour, he ultimately summoned an indomitable ferocity, crushing that rebellious remnant of the sword demon and consuming it entirely at the brink of collapse within the sea of consciousness. As the last vestige of malevolence was absorbed, a torrent of profound information and an extraordinary power surged into his mind and dantian. The body of the abyss sword, the first sword bone, had finally awakened. He had acquired the abilities of the first sword demon, the infernal flame. This black flame, seemingly born from the depths of the underworld, exuded a destructive aura capable of incinerating all existence. Moreover, it could adhere to Jiang Qing's sword energy, granting him a nearly overwhelming advantage over fourth-tier and lower demonic beasts. With a mere thought, a strand of sword energy infused with black flames danced at his fingertips. He could distinctly feel that this infernal flame sword energy contained a power surpassing his previous wind and thunder sword energy by more than tenfold. With his mastery of flesh refinement and the power of infernal flame, Jiang Qing slowly rose, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Even against a fourth-tier demon, the Shaoya leopard, he felt assured in his capability to engage in battle. He sensed that, thanks to the properties of infernal flame, dealing with fourth-tier and lower demonic beasts would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. This significant enhancement in strength bolstered Jiang Qing and Appo's resolve in the face of the impending beast tide and the schemes of the city lord and Appo's mansion. Yet, it was still insufficient. A month was far too brief. He must seize the final opportunity to elevate himself once more. The scene shifted, with merely 10 days remaining until the beast tide erupted. Within the city lord's mansion, Qi Hongda, Bai Yanbin, and other prominent figures from the 4 great families of the inner city convened in secret. Counting the days. The demise of that young Jiang Qing approaches swiftly, doesn't it? Qi Hongda remarked, raising his wine cup, a malicious smile adorning his face. Bai Yanbin nodded nonchalantly. With the beast tide imminent, as the overall commander of city defense, he shall bear the brunt. When countless demonic beasts surge forth, even if he is made of iron, he will be reduced to dust. Indeed, the wisdom of Bai Lao and the city lord is remarkable, utilizing the beast tide as a blade to eliminate foes without a trace, not only ridding ourselves of a troublesome element, but also quelling the fury of the demon race. Truly a double victory. Precisely. By sacrificing a mere Jiang Qing and the handful of useless demon hunters under his command, along with half of the city guards, we can exchange for a temporary peace in Taiping City. This transaction is exceedingly favorable. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their words laced with a chilling disregard for life and cold calculations. In their eyes, both Jiang Qing and the ordinary soldiers and citizens were mere pawns to maintain their interests and engage in sordid dealings with the demon race. When those high-tier demon kings witness our sincerity, they shall surely be pleased, Bai Yanbin mused leisurely, a flicker of something inscrutable gleaming in his eyes. Particularly, a young martial artist like Jiang Qing, brimming with vitality, would be a rare and delicacy and for those great demons. At this moment, Jiang Qing stood in his courtyard, gazing at the gathering dark clouds on the horizon, feeling the intensifying aura of impending slaughter in the air. Jiang Qingwei approached him, gently grasping his hand. Her eyes filled with concern. Brother Jiang, there are only 10 days left. The beast tide is approaching. Are you truly going to take on that position as the overall commander? Jiang Qing reciprocated her cool hand, sensing her unease, and softly replied, some matters cannot be evaded. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Moreover, I need an opportunity. An opportunity? Jiang Qingwei asked, puzzled. Jiang Qing did not respond directly, but turned his gaze toward the city lord's mansion, a cold smile curving his lips. He needed a chance. A moment under the public eye to completely settle all grievances. He lifted his head to the somber sky, silently vowing, however, before that, I require one final preparation. He looked at Jiang Qingwei and said, tomorrow, I intend to venture outside the city once more. Going outside again. Jiang Qingwei exclaimed in surprise. Danger surely lurked beyond the city now. The beast tide could erupt at any moment. I know, Jiang Qing interrupted her, his gaze resolute. And precisely because of that, I must go. I need to experiment with some new things and also confirm a few final matters. He did not elaborate, but he was well aware that he wished to test the infernal flame power he had just mastered while also seeking to check it one last time. He was eager to see what delightful surprises the system would offer him before the beast tide erupted at the Demon Mountains. Seeing Jiang Qing's unyielding demeanor, Jiang Qingwei realized she could not dissuade him. With a heavy heart, she nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with worry. You must be careful. Do not worry. Jiang Qing smiled, gently pulling the girl into his embrace. The following morning, Jiang Qing sought out Gu Dehai once more to express his intention to leave the city again. Initially, Gu Dehai vehemently opposed the idea, deeming it too perilous given the imminent beast tide. However, after Jiang Qing and Appo's insistence and assurance that he would remain on the periphery and not venture deep, Gu Dehai reluctantly acquiesced. He repeatedly urged Jiang Qing to exercise caution and dispatched a squad of elite personal guards to accompany and protect him. Thus, Jiang Qing, accompanied by his trusted aides Sun Ping and Chen Kuei, along with 50 elite members of the Bingzi Hall, stepped beyond the eastern gate of Taiping City once more. This time, their objective was no longer mere beast hunting, but rather honing their skills, experimentation, and final preparations. Upon entering the outskirts of the Demon Mountains, Jiang Qing ceased to suppress his strength. The full force of his flesh refinement mastery erupted, and as he wielded the Abyss Sword, the sword energy was no longer merely sharp, but infused with leaping black flames. With a swish, a second-tier iron-armored rhinoceros that obstructed his path was cleaved by a sword energy tainted with infernal flame. Its hard shell crumbled like paper, igniting a fierce blaze at the wound, reducing it to a pile of charred remains in an instant. The onlooking Sun Peng and others were left astounded. What kind of flame is this? So overpowering. They were horrified to discover that their young leader had undergone a monumental transformation in strength in just a few days. The following scene etched itself indelibly in their memories. Jiang Qing moved like a tiger among sheep, wherever he passed, be it second-tier or the previously troublesome third-tier demonic beasts. They fell like wheat before the scythe under his sword enveloped in black flames. The sword energy, imbued with infernal flame, effortlessly breached the defenses of the demonic beasts, and the black flames consumed them utterly, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Is he still human? Chen Kuei gazed at Jiang Qing, who was wreaking havoc ahead, murmuring in awe and fervor. Chapter 44. A return to the Demon Mountain, encountering a fourth-rank nine-tailed owl. On the outskirts of the Demon Mountain, deep within the dense forest, Jiang Qing and Appo's figure flitted through the trees like a wraith. Each swing of his abyssal sword unleashed a flicker of dancing black flames. Sizzle. A colossal second-rank iron-backed Kang wolf barely had time to emit a complete howl before being cleaved in two by a sword aura laced with infernal fire. The wound festered as the black flames spread like maggots, swiftly reducing the fierce beast to a pile of charred ashes, leaving no trace of its sanguinessence. Exhaling slowly, Jiang Qing sheathed his sword and released a breath of murky air. Ever since he had absorbed the remnant consciousness of the first sword demon, acquiring the ability of infernal fire and achieving minor success in body refinement, he found it astonishingly effortless to deal with these second and even third-rank beasts. The power of infernal fire exerted a nearly overwhelming dominance over beasts below the fourth rank, acting as their nemesis. Once tainted, these creatures could be easily incinerated, rendering them utterly defenseless. Yet, these effortless victories did little to satiate Jiang Qing's ambitions. It was still insufficient. Furrowing his brow, he cast his gaze deeper into the Demon Mountain, a flicker of challenge igniting in his eyes. He understood that the impending beast tide would far surpass the capabilities of these low-rank beasts. There would undoubtedly be fourth-rank, fifth-rank, and even more formidable demon kings emerging. As the so-called commander of the city's defenses, he would be at the forefront, facing the most ferocious assaults. At his current level of minor success and body refinement, even with the enhancement of infernal fire, his chances against a true fourth-rank beast remained slim, let alone a fifth or sixth rank. He must seek another breakthrough. Only through extreme challenges at the brink of life and death could he fully unleash his potential and elevate his strength within these fleeting 10 days. I shall seek out a fourth-rank beast. Determined, Jiang Qing turned to Sun Peng, Chen Kuei, and the others who followed closely behind him. What? Commander Jiang, you intend to seek out a fourth-rank beast alone? Sun Peng exclaimed, his face ashen, rushing forward to dissuade him. Chen Kuei echoed his alarm, Commander. Think carefully. Fourth-rank beasts are not to be trifled with. Each one rivals those of the bone refinement stage. While your strength has surged, venturing forth alone is far too perilous. The other warriors from the Bing Hall chimed in, urging caution. Indeed, Commander. Slaying a fourth-rank beast requires reporting to the Demon Hunting Division for approval from the Hall Master, who would then organize an elite team for the hunt. Our previous success against the Xiao-Tooth Leopard was only due to favorable circumstances and your mysterious talisman. Should we act recklessly this time? What if? Commander, you are the backbone of our Bing Hall, the hope for the future of Taiping City. Your safety is of utmost importance. The crowd, expressing sincere concern, voiced their worries for Jiang Qing and Appo's safety. While they respected his power, they were acutely aware of the terror posed by fourth-rank beasts. Jiang Qing observed the apprehension in their eyes, warmth blossoming in his heart, yet he shook his head resolutely, responding with unwavering determination. I appreciate your goodwill, but my mind is set. He paused, a hint of self-deprecation and resolve in his tone. Regardless, when the beast tide arrives, as the Appo's, commander of city defenses, and Appo's, I must stand at the forefront. Sooner or later, I shall confront those formidable beasts. Thus, I might as well train Appo's in advance. Even if I were to fall beneath the claws of a fourth-rank beast, at least I would have adapted beforehand, would I not? The air thickened with sorrow and indignation as the crowd absorbed his words. They could not miss the helplessness and tragic resolve woven into his speech. Contemplating the fate that awaited him, and the vile actions of the city lord's mansion and the four great families, a smoldering rage ignited within each heart. The city lord's mansion, the Bai family, they have gone too far. Chen Kuei struck a nearby tree with a fist, sending leaves cascading to the ground. They treat our commander as cannon fodder. Those scoundrels. After the beast tide, I will risk my own life to settle the score with them. The group erupted in angry curses, rallying in support of Jiang Qing, yet they felt a profound sense of helplessness. Jiang Qing raised his hand to quell their fury, stating gravely, "Enough, there is no need to dwell on this matter. Wait here for me. I shall return shortly." His voice, calm yet authoritative, left no room for dissent. Sun Ping and the others, recognizing the futility of their pleas, could only sigh in resignation and clasp their fists. Then, "Commander, take care. We shall await your return." Jiang Qing nodded, saying no more. With a swift motion, he melded into the wind, darting towards the depths of the Demon Mountain, swiftly disappearing into the dense thicket. In the inner city, at the Bai residence. In the tranquil back courtyard by the lakeside, Bai Yanbin, the head of the Bai family, lounged leisurely in a pavilion, holding a jade fishing rod, casting his line into the serene waters. The lake's surface mirrored the pavilions and the weeping willows along the shore, painting a picture of tranquility and harmony. However, this peace was soon shattered by hurried footsteps. City Lord Qi Hongda entered the courtyard with an anxious expression, hurrying to Bai Yanbin, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with alarm. "Bai Laojun, it's bad. That Jiang Qing has left the city again." Without lifting his gaze, Bai Yanbin merely responded with a nonchalant hum, as if unfazed by the news. Seeing this, Qi Hongda became even more frantic. "Bai Laojun, are you not worried? This lad has just slain the 3 family heads and is riding high on his success. Now, he has ventured out of the city. Who knows what he is plotting? I suspect he is terrified of the beast tide and intends to flee." At the mention of fleeing, Bai Yanbin's hand holding the rod paused momentarily. Gradually lifting his head, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his murky old eyes. Flee? Where could he possibly escape to? If he runs, who will account for the beasts? With a disdainful snort, his tone dripped with both contempt and malice. "If he dares to flee, I shall personally intervene to drag him back, skinning him alive." He paused, his gaze fixed on the lake, as though penetrating through space to see the scene beyond the city. However, he likely lacks the courage to do so. Qi Hongda and Appo's heart stirred. "Bai Laojun, do you mean?" "Humph, he is merely a junior with a stroke of fortune, thinking himself invincible in this world." Bai Yanbin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Youngsters are always so impatient. After slaying a few worthless foes, they are eager to challenge stronger entities to prove themselves. His tone shifted, a trace of amusement gleaming in his eyes. "Very well, let him go to his own demise. It saves us the trouble." Qi Hongda, still somewhat uneasy, pressed on. "But Bai Laojun, what if? There is no and Appo's. What if?" "And Appo's," Bai Yanbin interrupted, his voice calm yet infused with absolute confidence. "Just watch." With that, he extended his gnarled finger and gently pointed at the air before him. Buzz. The space rippled slightly, and a scene resembling a water mirror appeared upon the lake's surface before the 2 men. In the water mirror, the landscape outside the city emerged vividly, revealing the Demon Mountain and Appo's expanse. The mountain stretched endlessly, the forest vast and mysterious, and within it, a diminutive figure darted swiftly, none other than Jiang Qing, a congenital realm expert, with divine awareness that spans thousands of miles, perceiving every detail. This was one facet of Bai Yanbin's terrifying prowess as the city's guardian deity. Qi Hongda, gazing at the image in the water mirror, could not help but hold his breath. Jiang Qing, guided by the demon hunter and Appo's compendium, discerned that the nearest 4th-tier demon beast was located at Qianzhong Mountain. Thus, he hastened with a clear objective towards the southern part of the city. Southern region. Qianzhong Mountain? Bai Yanbin furrowed his brow slightly as he observed Jiang Qing's direction. What could he possibly seek there? Qi Hongda also wore a perplexed expression. At that moment, the scene within the water mirror shifted, revealing the steep peaks of Qianzhong Mountain. Shrouded in mist, a colossal ancient tree could be faintly discerned at the summit, its vast canopy obscuring the sun. Amidst the branches of the ancient tree, a massive shadow seemed to be lurking. Could it be the 9-tailed owl? As Bai Yanbin recognized the silhouette, his expression subtly altered, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Qi Hongda gasped audibly. The 9-tailed owl? A 4th-tier beast. This lad, he has actually headed for the 9-tailed owl? The nine-tailed owl, a paragon among fourth-tier demon beasts, was notorious throughout the vicinity of Taiping City. It was said to possess incredible swiftness, capable of soaring vast distances, with eyesight so keen that even prey 100 miles away could not escape its gaze. Notoriously cruel. It had a particular taste for human children, rendering it a nightmare for the local villagers. More terrifying still, the nine-tailed owl wielded an enigmatic sonic attack capable of directly unsettling the soul, rendering one defenseless. Even among fourth-tier beasts, the Xiaoya leopard would struggle in a direct confrontation. This fool is practically courting death. Shi Hongdao watched with a smirk of schadenfreude as Jiang Qing, oblivious to the danger, continued his ascent towards the peak of Qianzhong Mountain. Bai Yanbin slowly set down his fishing rod, a complex expression flashing through his murky old eyes. He had initially believed Jiang Qing sought to practice against a mere third-tier beast, only to discover that the lad's ambition was to confront the fearsome nine-tailed owl. Intriguing. A cryptic smile graced Bai Yanbin's lips. He was curious to see what means this young man possessed to dare confront such a fearsome creature. He fixated on the water mirror, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. At the summit of Qianzhong Mountain, the wind howled, causing garments to flutter wildly. Jiang Qing stood at the precipice, gazing up at the colossal ancient tree that towered above. Its lush branches cast a shadow that enveloped the area, emanating an ancient and profound aura. Within the thick canopy's shadow, a pair of lantern-like yellow vertical pupils coldly scrutinized him. An icy, malevolent aura, filled with an oppressive presence, surged from the treetop, engulfing the entire summit. At last, I have found you. Jiang Qing gripped his abyssal sword tightly, his fighting spirit ignited. He could distinctly sense that the entity within the canopy was indeed his target, the fourth-tier beast, the nine-tailed owl. A sharp, piercing cry, akin to metal scraping, suddenly erupted from the treetop. Following that, a massive shadow, accompanied by a gust of wind, descended rapidly, hovering in midair before Jiang Qing. It was an unimaginably large owl. Its wings spread wide, measuring over 10 zhang, casting a shadow over half the sky. Its feathers were as black as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen. The head was enormous, with a pair of yellow vertical pupils resembling twin suns, gleaming with a cold and cruel light. Most striking were the 9 long tail feathers trailing behind it, fanned out like a peacock's display. Each tail feather glimmered with a dark radiance, seemingly imbued with some mysterious power. The nine-tailed owl. At this moment, it loomed above Jiang Qing, its gaze filled with unabashed disdain and greed. Surrounding it, both in the air and on the ground, were several demon beasts of various forms, including iron-feathered eagles with massive wingspans, agile black wind leopards, and several snarling ghost-faced apes. All of them were unmistakably third-tier beasts. They watched Jiang Qing with predatory intent, emitting low growls and hisses, as if poised to pounce and rend this intruder to shreds. He, a mere human, at the body-refining stage? The nine-tailed owl's massive head turned slightly, emitting a shrill, unpleasant laugh akin to that of a night owl, its voice sharp and piercing, laced with an air of superiority. You are the one who killed that foolish leopard, Jiang Qing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing and Appos' pupils constricted. The nine-tailed owl, astonishingly, recognized his name and was aware of his slaying the Xiaoya leopard. It seemed that the transmission of information among demon beasts was far swifter than he had imagined. Indeed, it was I who killed the Xiaoya leopard. Jiang Qing met the nine-tailed owl's icy gaze without flinching, responding coldly. What? Do you seek vengeance? Vengeance? Ha ha. The nine-tailed owl erupted into another round of shrill laughter, as if it had heard the greatest joke. That fool, who couldn't even think straight. His death was deserved. I am merely curious about what kind of human could kill a fourth-tier waste with the cultivation of the body-refining stage. Its enormous vertical pupils scrutinized Jiang Qing, the greed in its gaze intensifying. However, you have reminded me. Killing you would not only eliminate a future threat to my kind, but also provide a delightful feast. It is said that the essence of human cultivators possesses great benefits for us, especially someone as young and talented as you. TCH. You must be quite delectable. The nine-tailed owl extended its long, hook-like claws, licking its beak and emitting a chilling series of notes. The surrounding third-tier beasts echoed with excited roars, their eyes fixed on Jiang Qing, as if he were a sumptuous dish about to be served. To venture into my territory at such a young age, having reached the body-refining stage, is truly reckless. A third-tier iron-feathered eagle swooped down, its voice shrill. Boy, accept your fate. To become the snack of our great king is your honor. Indeed, a mere human dares to provoke our nine-tailed king? What a path to self-destruction. A black-winged leopard bared its teeth, issuing a threatening growl. The ghost-faced apes thumped their chests, emitting strange cries, seemingly eager to charge forward. Chapter 45, Signing in at Demon Mountain, Acquiring the Realm of Thunder Tribulation. In the face of the intimidation and disdain from the myriad of demons, Jiang Qing displayed no trace of fear upon his countenance. He slowly raised the abyssal sword in his hand, its blade aimed directly at the sky, targeting the nine-tailed owl. A chilling smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "Oh, is that so? The foolish leopard once said the same to me." His tone remained calm, yet a palpable killing intent hung in the air. However, it was ultimately left in tatters by my hand. He paused, his gaze fixating on the owl's magnificent nine-tail feathers, licking his lips with a sinister grin. "As for you, I have heard that owl feathers make excellent arrow fletchings, especially those from nine tails. Today seems opportune to test whether I can craft a piercing arrow. You seek death." The nine-tailed owl was thoroughly provoked, unleashing an ear-splitting shriek. The invisible sound wave surged forth like a tangible shockwave, instantly spreading outward. Jiang Qing felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his very soul trembling. Stars danced before his eyes, his blood surged. And he nearly spat out blood. What a terrifying sonic attack. In shock, Jiang Qing hastily channeled his vital energy to steady his mind, while simultaneously leaping back with a swift motion. Yet, the nine-tailed owl and amp, Oppos, as assault was far from over. As it unleashed its sonic deterrent, its colossal wings flapped violently. A tempest arose, sending sand and stones swirling. Dozens of black wind blades, sharp as razors, hurtled toward Jiang Qing with unrelenting ferocity. Simultaneously, the third-tier demon beasts on the ground, under the owl's signal, surged toward Jiang Qing like an unstoppable tide. In that moment, death loomed from both above and below. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Jiang Qing and amp, Oppos, his gaze sharpened immensely. He understood that the true battle had commenced. Meanwhile, within the inner city by residents, Qihongda, observing through the water mirror, wore a cruel and triumphant smile. "It's over for him. This kid is done for." "Ha." Bai Yanbin stroked his beard, slightly nodding, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. In his view, no matter how extraordinary Jiang Qing was, there was no chance of survival against the fourth-tier nine-tailed owl and such a multitude of third-tier demon beasts. This troublesome pawn was finally to be eliminated. On the mountaintop, the wind howled, and the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Dozens of pitch-black wind blades, akin to scythes of death, tore through the air with a piercing wail, converging on Jiang Qing from all directions. Simultaneously, numerous third-tier demon beasts roared and charged from various angles, their claws and fangs glinting with a menacing gleam in the dim light. Above and below, a deadly net was woven. Ordinary cultivators at the flesh refinement stage would scarcely have time to react before being shredded to pieces by such a devastating assault. However, at the center of this perilous maelstrom, Jiang Qing remained utterly composed. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle and Oppos, exuding an unsettling calm. At the critical juncture, his figure sprang into action, swift to an extreme, like a streak of light, like a bolt of lightning. As the myriad wind blades approached, Jiang Qing's form darted through the narrow gaps with ghostly speed, evading the onslaught. His footwork was enigmatic, with each step perfectly timed to elude the lethal strikes. The wind blades grazed his clothing, producing a sound akin to tearing fabric. Claws narrowly missed his cheek, leaving faint trails of blood. Fangs almost sank into his throat. Yet he evaded them at an impossible angle. What? In midair, the nine-tailed owl, preparing for its second wave of attack, displayed astonishment in its enormous vertical pupils for the first time. Its pride, the wind blades capable of rending steel, had been completely evaded by this human. How could this be? His speed, how could it be so swift? Not only the nine-tailed owl, but the third-tier demon beasts that had missed their strikes were also frozen in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. They had clearly sealed off all angles. Yet this human seemed as slippery as an eel, slipping away from their grasp at the most improbable moments. Meanwhile, in the Bai residents, Bai Yanbin and Qihongda, watching through the water mirror, felt their smiles freeze in place. What kind of movement technique is this? Qihongda exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. He considered himself a master at the bone refinement stage, yet he recognized that he could never evade such an onslaught with such ease. A grave expression finally crossed Bai Yanbin's murky old eyes. He fixated on the ghostly figure in the water mirror, murmuring, "Such speed, such an uncanny movement technique. This is far beyond the level of the flesh refinement stage." For the first time, he felt a deep-seated wariness and a hint of unease regarding Jiang Qing and amp, Oppos' prowess. As the crowd stood in shock, having successfully evaded the first wave of attacks, Jiang Qing did not pause. His gaze was frigid, and a bloodthirsty smile graced his lips. Dodge. Why should I hide? He let out a long, resonant howl that echoed throughout the land. In the next moment, he ceased to evade and charged toward the nearest third-tier black-winged leopard. Seeking death, the black-winged leopard, seeing Jiang Qing daringly approaching, grinned savagely. Its massive paw slicing through the air with a force that could shatter stone, crashing down toward Jiang Qing's head. However, just as the claw was about to make contact, Jiang Qing and Appos, as abyssal sword moved. Swish. A pitch-black sword light, akin to the flames of death from the depths of hell, silently manifested at the sword and Appos' edge. Infernal fire. The abyssal sword, imbued with this hellfire, carried the essence of annihilation, striking first against the black-winged leopard and Appos' descending paw. There was no earth-shattering collision, nor the clang of metal against metal. The black sword light sliced through the black-winged leopard's claw as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The severed edge was smooth and gleaming, yet not a drop of blood flowed. For the flesh at the wound had already been incinerated and carbonized by the eerie black flames the moment it was severed. Yow! The black-winged leopard barely had time to register any pain. It stared blankly at its severed forepaw, confusion filling its eyes. However, in the next instant, the black flame surged like a parasitic worm, rapidly spreading along its severed limb. Sizzle! The excruciating sound of burning filled the air. The black-winged leopard emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its colossal body trembling violently. It helplessly watched as its form was consumed by the black flames, starting from its paw. Gradually reduced to ash, an overwhelming fear seized its heart. It yearned to flee, to extinguish the flames consuming it, yet found itself utterly powerless. The black flames seemed to disregard all defenses, all demonic energies, consuming it with an unreasonable ferocity. In mere moments, the fierce third-tier demon beast, the black-winged leopard, was reduced to a pile of black ash, scattering with the wind before the eyes of all. The mountaintop fell into a profound silence once more. Whether it was the nine-tailed owl above, the other demon beasts on the ground, or by Yanbin and Shi Hongda observing through the water mirror, all stood frozen as if under a spell, paralyzed in place. Their expressions shifted from shock to horror, and then to an abyss of fear. What kind of flame is that? So tyrannical? Even the formidable physique and powers of a third-tier beast cannot withstand it. Gulp. A hushed silence was shattered as someone swallowed hard. Kill him. Quickly kill him. The nine-tailed owl in midair, finally regaining its wits, emitted a terrified and sharp shriek, its enormous vertical pupils filled with unprecedented terror and a hint of greed. Although the black flame posed a lethal threat, it instinctively sensed that if it could devour this human wielding such terrifying power, it would undoubtedly reap unimaginable benefits. Following the owl's command, the remaining dozen or so third-tier beasts, though gripped by fear, dared not defy their king's orders and could only brace themselves to launch another assault on Jiang Qing. Come on! The flames of battle ignited in Jiang Qing's eyes. Armed with the abyssal sword engulfed in black infernal flames, he charged forward like a tiger invading a flock of sheep, proactively confronting the horde of beasts. The subsequent scene utterly overturned the perceptions of all observers. Jiang Qing and Appos' figure darted through the throng of beasts like a specter, and with each swing of his black sword, he claimed the life of a third-tier beast. Under the scorching inferno, those once ferocious third-tier beasts now appeared as fragile as paper. Whether it was the tough-skinned horned demon rhinoceros, the swift iron-feathered eagle, or the immensely strong ghost-faced ape, in the presence of the abyssal sword wrapped in black flames, their defenses, speed, and strength became utterly meaningless. Wherever the sword light reached, black flames spread. The sounds of wailing, burning, and cracking bones reverberated in succession, in just the span of a single incense stick. The ground was littered with more than a dozen piles of black ashes emitting wisps of smoke. Every single third-tier beast that had besieged Jiang Qing was utterly annihilated. Only the massive nine-tailed owl in midair remained, along with the astonished by Yanbin and Shi Hongda in the distance. This. Shi Hongda pointed at the water mirror, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Bai Yanbin fixed his gaze on the figure of the young man standing with his sword, surrounded by faint black flames. His murky old eyes filled with tumultuous waves of shock. What on earth is that black flame? What? Why does it even make me feel a twinge of trepidation? As a practitioner of the innate realm, well-versed and experienced, he had never witnessed such a bizarre and tyrannical flame. At this moment, atop the mountain peak, Jiang Qing slowly lifted his head, pointing the blade of his sword, ablaze with black infernal flames, toward the trembling nine-tailed owl. Now, it is your turn. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable killing intent. The nine-tailed owl stared at the ashes of its fallen companions on the ground, then at the flickering black flame on the tip of Jiang Qing's sword. And its enormous vertical pupils were finally filled with boundless fear. It was terrified, completely terrified. This human was utterly beyond its capacity to contend with. Flee. It must escape immediately. The nine-tailed owl let out a sharp cry, its massive wings flapping wildly, stirring up a gale as it attempted to flee deep into the demon mountain. Trying to escape? Jiang Qing snorted coldly. Did you consult the sword in my hand? As his words trailed off, he stomped fiercely on the ground. Boom. The earth shattered. His figure shot upward like a cannonball, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the soaring nine-tailed owl, appearing directly above it. Jiang Qing let out a low roar, gripping the abyssal sword tightly, channeling his surging true energy into it without reserve. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black flames on the abyssal sword surged violently, transforming into a terrifying black sword light over 10 feet long, resembling the scythe of death. And it slashed down toward the nine-tailed owl below. The nine-tailed owl emitted a mournful cry, filled with despair. It attempted to evade, only to find its body seemingly locked in place by an invisible force, rendering it utterly immobile. It could only watch helplessly as the black sword light, imbued with the essence of destruction, descended toward its head. The massive owl's head was easily severed, akin to a ripe watermelon being sliced. The enormous headless corpse hung in the air for a moment, then plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed, dust swirling. The fourth-tier demon king, the nine-tailed owl, was beheaded. Jiang Qing and Apos' figure gradually descended from the sky, standing steadily beside the owl and Apos' corpse. The black infernal flames on his abyssal sword slowly extinguished, revealing a dark blade stained with droplets of scorching demon blood. His expression was placid, his gaze indifferent, as though he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. However, in the inner city of the Bai residence, whereby Yanbin and Qi Hongda bore witness to the entire spectacle, their faces turned ashen, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Again, he has killed another. Qi Hongda slumped in the chair, murmuring to himself, his eyes vacant. Bai Yanbin also stared fixedly at the water mirror, his body stiff, his heart stirred by unprecedented waves of fear. For the first time, he deeply doubted and feared his plan to use a knife to kill someone. What kind of monster is this Jiang Qing? And atop the towering mountain, Jiang Qing slowly approached the massive corpse of the nine-tailed owl, skillfully extracting valuable materials, the 9 resplendent tail feathers, sharp talons and beak, and the fourth-tier demon core that contained pure energy. Just as he unearthed the demon core and held it in his hand, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Detected that the host is within the territory of the fourth-tier demon beast, the nine-tailed owl. Would you like to proceed with a special check-in? Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, for obtaining a wondrous item, Thunder Liquid, 1 vial. Thunder Liquid, a liquid that can condense thunder embryos, forming a dedicated thunder calamity domain within a 100-meter radius. Any enemy entering the domain will be annihilated in an instant. The domain requires internal energy to maintain, and its duration increases as the host and Apos' realm rises. At present, the host and Apos' thunder calamity domain can only be sustained for 15 minutes. Chapter 46, Qi Hongda and Apos' conspiracy to find Jiang Qing and Apos' weakness. The thunder calamity domain? Jiang Qing meticulously examined the system and Apos' introduction, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Within a 100-meter radius, annihilating all foes in an instant. This capability is terrifying, akin to a forbidden spell. Although its duration is merely a quarter of an hour, and may even be shorter in actual combat, if wielded skillfully, it could undoubtedly turn the tide in critical moments. A splendid treasure. Truly, a timely gift. Jiang Qing felt a surge of joy within. With this thunder calamity domain as his trump card, he felt an increased sense of confidence against the impending beast tide. He carefully stored the precious thunder essence into the system space and promptly began to gather the remains of the nine-tailed owl. He knew he had already delayed long enough and needed to reunite with Sun Peng and the others as soon as possible. Upon returning to the agreed rendezvous point with the most valuable materials from the nine-tailed owl, he was greeted by an eerie silence and incredulous stares. Sun Peng, Chen Kuei, and the other surviving warriors of the third hall gazed at Jiang Qing as if he were a monster, unable to utter a single word for a long while. Though they had not witnessed the battle, the thunderous roars that echoed earlier, coupled with Jiang Qing's weary yet sharp killing intent, and the powerful demon essence emanating from the nine-tailed owl and Apos' demon core and tail feathers all silently proclaimed a staggering truth that sent shivers through their souls. Jiang Qing had truly single-handedly slain the Fourth Order Demon King. The nine-tailed owl. Commander Sun Peng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Did you really? Jiang Qing understood their thoughts, offering a faint smile as he waved the demon core and tail feathers in his hand. I killed a Fourth Order beast. Though his tone was calm, the confidence and dominance it held sent a jolt through everyone present. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in cheers, even more fervent than when they had slain the rending wind tiger. Commander Jiang is mighty. Commander Jiang is invincible. Excellent work. We avenged our fallen brothers. The crowd surged forward, encircling Jiang Qing, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration and reverence. In that moment, Jiang Qing had been completely deified in their hearts. To have slain two Fourth Order Demon Kings, one of them single-handedly, such an extraordinary achievement was enough to astound all of Taiping City and indeed the entire Great Qin dynasty. They had no doubt that, given sufficient time, this young commander would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse renowned far and wide. All right, Jiang Qing chuckled at the overwhelming attention, quickly gesturing for calm. Let us settle down. This is not a place to linger. We must return to Taiping City post-haste. He understood that slaying the nine-tailed owl would surely draw the attention of even more formidable entities lurking in the depths of the Demon Mountains, and they needed to leave this perilous location immediately. Upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly regained their composure, nodding in agreement. Without further delay, they set off for their return journey. The atmosphere during the return trip was markedly different from their earlier journey. Though fatigue lingered and the injured required care, every face radiated an indescribable excitement and pride. Their gazes towards Jiang Qing were filled with unwavering trust and admiration. With such a valiant and invincible commander leading them, they felt a renewed hope of overcoming any adversities. However, as Jiang Qing and his companions embarked on their journey back, deep within the Demon Mountains, amidst towering peaks shrouded in dense demonic energy, the atmosphere was ominously tense. Atop a colossal black peak, several figures exuding a terrifying aura gathered around a shimmering water mirror, engaged in intense discussion within a palace built from the bones of colossal beasts. The water mirror reflected the scene of Jiang Qing collecting materials after slaying the nine-tailed owl. The nine-tailed is dead, slain by that human brat. A deep, resonant voice echoed, filled with incredulous shock. The speaker was a gigantic black ape, its body covered in tough scales, with crimson eyes and exposed fangs, a formidable fifth-order beast known as the rending earth demon ape. Useless. Unable to handle a mere human at the flesh refinement stage, it deserves to die. Another voice, cold and sharp, chimed in. This belonged to a 1,000-foot-long emerald-scaled serpent coiled upon the palace beams, its triangular head adorned with vertically slit eyes that glimmered with icy light. A sixth-order beast known as the verdant scale swallowing serpent. We should not speak so lightly. An older voice interjected cautiously, carrying a hint of gravity. That human brat is rather peculiar. The black flames he wields are extraordinarily powerful. They seem to have an innate restraint against our kind. The speaker was a graceful white spirit fox of moderate size, its presence exuding an ancient and profound aura. Reclining elegantly upon a jade stone, its 9 fluffy tails swaying gently behind. Indeed, it was another sixth-order beast, the 9 mystical sky fox. Restraint? The rending earth demon ape scoffed dismissively. Merely some underhanded trickery. Once I personally take action, a single punch will reduce him to a pile of mush. Do not be careless. The 9 mystical sky fox shook its head, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in its eyes. Those black flames give me a very bad feeling. Moreover, that brat's growth rate is alarmingly rapid. In a short span, he has managed to slay 2 fourth-order beasts. If we allow him to continue growing, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our demon race in the future. At that moment, a flurry of frantic hisses erupted from outside the palace. Several surviving third-order beasts that had followed the nine-tailed owl rushed in, trembling and kneeling on the ground. Great lords. It's terrible. Lord Ninetails has been killed by that human. That human is terrifying. He can even breathe fire. Black flames. One touch, and it's death. The beasts babbled incoherently, portraying Jiang Qing as an omnipotent killing deity. Enough. The verdant scale swallowing serpent let out a piercing hiss, cutting off their lamentations. Its cold, vertical eyes brimming with murderous intent. A mere human brat dares to slay 2 of our demon kings in succession, and has killed so many of our kin. If we do not avenge this, what face will we have left in the Demon Mountains? Its massive form began to move. the chilling scales scraping against the ground with an agonizing sound. The time of awakening is near. It is our season to hunt humans. Since that brat is so oblivious to his own mortality, we shall take action early. The verdant scale swallowing serpent raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Proclaim my command. Summon all demon soldiers and generals. In 3 days, we march on Taiping City. Roars erupted from countless beasts within and outside the palace. Responding to the Demon King's decree, a violent, bloodthirsty, and destructive aura surged forth like a storm, sweeping from the depths of the Demon Mountains toward Taiping City. The beast tide had erupted ahead of schedule. And this time, the target was none other than the audacious human prodigy who dared to challenge the Demon King's authority, Jiang Qing. In Taiping City, at the city lord's mansion, Qi Hongda paced restlessly in his study. Having just witnessed Jiang Qing slay the nine-tailed owl, he felt an unshakable unease settle within him. Though Bai Yanbin appeared calm on the surface, proclaiming that victory was inevitable, he harbored a gnawing sense of unease. Jiang Qing and Appos' displayed prowess and potential had far surpassed his control. He had a foreboding feeling that this young man would inevitably become a significant threat in the future, potentially endangering his position as the city lord. No, he could not allow Jiang Qing to continue growing. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Qi Hongda's eyes. He halted, turning to his trusted aide, Quang Fei, who stood to the side, and said, "Mr. Quang, the strategy you mentioned earlier to exploit that boy's Achilles heel. It and Appos' time to set it in motion." Quang Fei and Appos' eyes glinted with a cold smile as he bowed, replying, "Your wisdom is unparalleled. That Jiang Qing is merely a girl, weak and alone. If we capture her, Jiang Qing will surely submit." He paused, lowering his voice. "I have already discovered that she is currently residing in Jiang Qing and Appos' estate within the inner city. We only need to." Quang Fei leaned closer to Qi Hongda's ear and whispered a nefarious plan. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Qi Hongda's face. "Excellent. You shall be entirely responsible for this matter. Ensure it is executed flawlessly, leaving no traces. Rest assured, my lord," Quang Fei said with a sinister grin as he took his leave. A conspiracy against Jiang Qing was silently brewing. 3 days later, Jiang Qing led the team from the Bingzi Hall back to Taiping City. Their arrival, escorting the massive corpse of a nine-tailed owl along with a large quantity of beast materials, caused an uproar at the eastern city gate. The soldiers stationed there had already been informed, and they lined up to welcome him, their gazes filled with fervent admiration. "Welcome back, Commander Jiang." The roar of voices echoed through the sky. As Jiang Qing rode slowly, he gazed at the excited faces lining the road, filled with countless emotions. In less than a month, he had transformed from a starving refugee, a bullied sentinel, into a celebrated hero, wielding authority as the leader of the beast hunting division. It all felt surreal. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenges lay ahead. Upon returning to the beast hunting division and Appos' office, Gu Dahai was already there, accompanied by the 3 leaders of the A, B, and C divisions, waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Qing return safely, Gu Dahai finally relaxed his anxious heart. He hurried forward, clapping Jiang Qing's shoulder with enthusiasm, unable to articulate his excitement, his eyes brimming with pride and reassurance. Zhang Lai, Li Mu, and Wang Ming also stepped forward to congratulate him, their gazes filled with genuine respect. After a boisterous celebration and a record of achievements, Gu Dahai called Jiang Qing into his study. "Jiang Qing," Gu Dahai and Appos' expression turned grave. "Although you have accomplished remarkable feats this time, you have also thoroughly angered the beings deep within the Demon Mountain. I fear the beast tide may arrive earlier and on an unprecedented scale." He sighed. "Our only course of action is to prepare for battle with all our might. I will immediately report to the court, requesting reinforcements. Meanwhile, you must seize the time to enhance your strength. Although you have made significant progress, facing the true beast tide, especially the potential emergence of 5th and 6th tier demon kings, remains perilously dangerous." "I understand," Jiang Qing replied solemnly. "There is one more matter." Gu Dahai hesitated before continuing. "There seem to be some recent movements from the city lord and Appos' mansion. You must remain vigilant. The message of the beast tide and Appos' early arrival has spread throughout Taiping City almost overnight." Standing in the courtyard of his new residence in the inner city, Jiang Qing felt the ceaseless flow of true energy within him, unimpeded and harmonious. Achieving minor success in body refinement was still far from enough. However, with the impending beast tide, further advancement seemed impossible. What remained was to prepare for the oncoming beast tide. In the past few days, he had transferred all the low-tier elixirs and assorted cultivation aids he obtained from signing in to Jiang Qing, the spirit nourishment pill, body refinement liquid, and qi condensation powder, resources that were no longer particularly useful to him, were invaluable treasures for Jiang Qing, who had just stepped into the martial arts realm. In the quiet room, Jiang Qing sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on her serene face. Following the breathing technique Jiang Qing had taught her, she guided the increasingly powerful flow of energy within her, augmented by both elixirs and celestial treasures, to break through the final barrier of her skin refinement stage. Jiang Qing stood beside her, quietly safeguarding her, his gaze filled with anticipation and an imperceptible tenderness. He could clearly sense that Jiang Qing and Amp, Apos, S vitality was rising at an unprecedented pace. Her skin shimmering with a faint golden glow, a sign she was on the verge of breaking through to the golden skin stage. A soft yet distinctly audible hum emanated from within Jiang Qing, as if a certain restraint had been shattered. Her tightly closed eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her aura suddenly became sharp and solidified. Perfected skin refinement. Jiang Qing and Apos' eyes flew open, sparkling with delight as she gazed incredulously at her hands, feeling the surging power within and the resilience of her skin. Brother Jiang, I think I have broken through. Her voice trembled with excitement, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yes, you have successfully reached perfected skin refinement. Jiang Qing felt immense satisfaction. Moreover, judging by the stability of your aura, you are merely a step away from the body refinement stage. Jiang Qing gasped in astonishment. This is all thanks to you, Brother Jiang. If it weren't for you. Subsequently, Jiang Qing elaborated on the various intricacies and key points of cultivation. Just as they relished this rare moment of tranquility and joy, urgent footsteps and knocking sounded from outside the courtyard. Commander Jiang! Commander Jiang! It was the anxious voice of the Beast Hunting Division and Apos' soldiers. Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, reassuringly patting Jiang Qing before rising to open the door. A soldier, drenched in sweat and visibly panicked, reported, Commander Jiang, Lord Gu urgently summons you. There are unusual movements from the Demon Mountain. I fear the beast tide is about to arrive early. What? Jiang Qing and Apos' heart sank. The beast tide is arriving early. He immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and dared not delay. Turning to Jiang Qing, he said solemnly, Qing, stay home these days. Lock the doors and windows and do not go out. Brother Jiang. Jiang Qing and Amp, Apos' eyes were filled with worry. Do not fret. I will return. With a determined gaze, Jiang Qing turned and followed the soldier, racing towards the Beast Hunting Division's office. Chapter 47. An urgent command to defend the city. In the plaza of the Demon Hunting Division, hundreds of warriors had gathered, creating an atmosphere so tense it felt suffocating. The three leaders of the halls, Zhang Lai, Li Mu, and Wang Ming, stood solemnly behind Gu Dahai. Gu Dahai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his once bright demeanor now shrouded in a dark cloud. Eyes filled with anxiety and a barely perceptible fury. Jiang Qing had arrived. Upon seeing him, a murmur rippled through the crowd, with all eyes drawn to him, reflecting a myriad of emotions. He hurried to Gu Dahai and clasped his fists in greeting, inquiring, Sir Gu, what has transpired? Taking a deep breath, Gu Dahai spoke in a grave tone. Word has come from deep within the Demon Mountain. The major demon lords appear restless. The demonic energy surges skyward, far more violently than in previous years before the awakening. I fear the beast tide may erupt earlier than expected. His words sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. How could it come so soon? Wasn't and Apos, there still a month remaining? Could it be due to Commander Jiang slaying those two fourth-tier demon lords? Speculations and gasps filled the air. Gu Dahai raised a hand to silence the murmurs, his gaze sweeping the crowd, his voice cutting through the tension, regardless of the reason. We must prepare for the worst. From this moment forth, the Demon Hunting Division will enter a state of highest alert. Everyone, heed my command. Immediately don your armor and be ready. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside the office. A steward clad in the city lord and Amp, Apos' official garb strode in, flanked by a cohort of guards. The steward wore an air of arrogance, scanning the crowd before fixing his gaze on Gu Dahai, his voice shrill as he declared, Sir Gu, the city lord has issued a command. Gu Dahai's brow furrowed, coldly responding, What is it? Clearing his throat, the steward proclaimed. Upon learning of the disturbance at Demon Mountain and the imminent beast tide, the city lord has dispatched me with orders. The demon hunting division is to immediately deploy personnel to the outer city walls, assisting the city guard in fortifying defenses against the demon beasts. Gu Dahai's expression darkened. As expected, the city lord and Appo's office was meddling. Before he could retort, the steward turned his gaze toward Jiang Qing, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. Oh. And the city lord has specifically instructed. Given the gravity of this defense, it must be led by someone of virtue and merit. After deliberation with the 4 esteemed families of the inner city, the decision has been made to appoint the commander of the Demon Hunting Division Hall, Sir Jiang Qing, as the overall commander of the city defense. Thus, he requested Jiang Qing to proceed to the outer city without delay to assist in the defense. At this declaration, the plaza of the Demon Hunting Division fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes turned to Jiang Qing, filled with shock, sympathy, dismay, and an unmistakable glint of anger. The position of overall commander of the city defense. Who did not understand the implications of this role? When the beast tide struck, the outer city would bear the brunt. According to custom, the commander must lead from the front, not merely command but march to their death. It was a sacrifice to appease the demon beasts. Chihongda. Gu Dahai could no longer contain his fury and stepped forward, pointing at the steward with a fierce glare. You tell Chihongda. This is personal vendetta. Lives are at stake. Jiang Qing is the commander of the Demon Hunting Division, not a mere pawn to be ordered around by the city lord and Appo's office. Gu Dahai and Appo's hair bristled as his powerful aura surged forth, forcing the steward to pale and retreat. However, emboldened by the backing of the city lord's office, the steward feigned composure, saying, "Calm yourself, Sir Gu. This is a decision jointly made by the city lord and the Bai family patriarchs. It represents the will of all Taiping City. Commander Jiang, the young hero, with the ability to turn the tide and slay 4th-tier demon lords, is the rightful choice for this honor and service to the people of Taiping City." His words, though grandiloquent, were utterly shameless. The warriors of the Demon Hunting Division seethed with anger, many clenching their fists, ready to tear the arrogant steward apart had Gu Dahai not been present. Nonsense. Gu Dahai seethed, trembling with rage. Honor? I see it as a death sentence. He turned to Jiang Qing, his eyes filled with anguish and reluctance. Jiang Qing, do not heed him. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to force you into a death trap. Yet, Jiang Qing merely gazed at the steward calmly, his voice steady and clear as it echoed throughout the plaza. I accept the city lord and Appo's command. Jiang Qing. Gu Dahai spun around, disbelief etched on his features. Commander Jiang. The other warriors of the Demon Hunting Division were equally stunned. Jiang Qing's expression remained impassive, his gaze deep as an ancient well, softly stating, "In my position, I must fulfill my duties. As the commander of the Demon Hunting Division, it is my obligation to defend the city. Moreover, if I do not comply, the city lord's office will surely hold our division accountable." He paused, surveying the concerned, confused, and enraged faces around him. His tone resolute. I shall take on the role of overall commander of the city defense. Once again, the plaza fell into silence. No one could comprehend why Jiang Qing would accept this seemingly fatal appointment. To them, it felt akin to walking willingly into a trap, seeking death. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the steward and Appo's eyes as he sharply declared, Commander Jiang truly understands the greater good. In that case, please accompany us to the outer city guard's camp at once to assume command and deploy defenses. Gu Dahai wished to protest, but Jiang Qing silenced him with a glance. He looked deeply at Gu Dahai, murmuring, "Take care, Sir Gu." Without further hesitation, he held his head high and, under the watchful, sorrowful eyes of all, followed the steward and his entourage out of the Demon Hunting Division and Appo's gates. Watching Jiang Qing and Appo's retreating figure, Gu Dahai felt a sharp ache in his heart, as if he had lost something profoundly important. He struck his fist against a nearby stone pillar with a suppressed roar. Chihongda, Bai Yinbin, you will pay for this. Once this beast tide passes, I, Gu Dahai, will risk my life to go to the capital and seek justice. Meanwhile, in the inner city, at the Bai residence, Bai Yinbin sat in his study, a faint smile gracing his lips as he listened to a subordinate report on the movements of the Demon Hunting Division. Oh, Jiang Qing, has he truly agreed? Indeed, sir. The subordinate replied respectfully. The steward from the city lord's office has just reported that Jiang Qing has accepted the role of overall commander of the city defense and is being escorted to the outer city camp. The lad shows promise, Bai Yinbin remarked, stroking his gray beard, a flicker of cold light in his eyes. He knows how to choose wisely. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to intervene personally to send him on his way. He lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, and in a calm tone, commanded, "Dispatch orders for all warriors of bone refinement and above from the Bai family to assemble immediately and proceed to fortify the eastern wall of the inner city." The subordinate paused in surprise. "Sir, is it to the eastern wall of the inner city?" Bai Yanbin set down his teacup, casting a glance at him and remarking coolly, "Nonsense. Should I accompany those lowly peasants to their graves in the outer city?" He rose and walked to the window, gazing towards the distant outer city, a cold, indifferent smile gracing his lips. The outer city was merely the first line of defense against the beast tide. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with the Bai family. Convey my words to the other families, instructing them to secure their respective sections of the inner city wall. As for the outer city, let that reckless and amp, Oppos, hero and amp, Oppos, take center stage. Bai Yanbin's voice was as frigid and merciless as the winter wind. In his eyes, the lives of the hundreds of thousands in the outer city were worth less than a valuable chess piece, and Jiang Qing was that piece destined for sacrifice. Outside the outer city of Taiping, in the camp of the city defense army, this was the most inconspicuous and dilapidated link in the city's defense system. The lowly barracks were constructed from inferior mud bricks and straw, with many areas leaking wind and rain. The training grounds were pockmarked, strewn with rusted weapons and tattered targets. The air was heavy with a complex scent of sweat, cheap alcohol, and despair, compared to the imposing grandeur of the inner city's demon hunting division. This place resembled a slum. As Jiang Qing entered this familiar yet foreign camp, escorted by several guards from the Lord and Oppos' office, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Just months prior, he had been the lowest-ranking sentinel here, struggling to survive on meager rations of coarse bread and a paltry salary, with the greatest wish of simply living in peace. Now, he returned as the overall commander of the city defense. Yet this title was shrouded in cold calculations and a fatal destiny. "Commander Jiang, please." A guard from the Lord's office gestured with a forced smile, leading him to the camp and amp, Oppos' central tent, the so-called main command tent. At the entrance, several officers in tattered city defense uniforms awaited him, their faces displaying a mix of surprise, confusion, sympathy, and perhaps a barely perceptible hint of schadenfreude as they saw Jiang Qing approach. Ignoring their gazes, he strode directly into the tent. Inside, the furnishings were simple. A worn military map hung prominently, accompanied by a polished wooden table and a few broken chairs. A burly man with a bushy beard rose from his seat upon Jiang Qing's entrance, forcing out a strained smile as he clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Zheng Feng, paying my respects to Commander Jiang." Jiang Qing's gaze sharpened as he recognized the man before him, his heart stirring slightly. Zheng Feng, the old butcher who had once given him guidance at the slaughterhouse. "Brother Zheng?" Jiang Qing was taken aback. Zheng Feng chuckled wryly. "I dare not claim such a title. You are now the commander. I have been appointed in a time of crisis and am now the officer overseeing the city defense army, responsible for these several thousand brothers." He gestured to a few officers who stood and saluted, identifying them as sergeants. Jiang Qing understood that appointed in a time of crisis merely meant leading a doomed charge. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a familiar face, Zhao Jie, the loud, impulsive man from the slaughterhouse. Zhao Jie and Oppos' leg injury seemed to have healed. Yet his face bore a deep sense of despair and resignation. Acknowledging Jiang Qing with a faint smile, his expression was complex. "There is no need for excessive courtesy." Jiang Qing waved his hand, signaling them to sit. Approaching the main seat, he regarded the worn chair but chose not to sit. Instead, he turned to Zheng Feng and Zhao Jie, asking directly, "What is the situation in the camp? Report on the personnel, equipment, and supplies." Zheng Feng sighed. His face clouded with worry. How else could it be? The same as before. The equipment is the worst, and the rations barely suffice. He picked up a tattered roster from the table, stating bitterly, "The Taiping City Defense Army is supposed to be 5,000 strong. However, due to long-standing shortages and the losses from previous beast tides, we currently have fewer than 3,000 who can actually fight. Moreover, most are elderly, weak, or disabled, with many like myself hastily conscripted from refugee camps, and we lack even decent weapons." An officer interjected, "The equipment is even more deplorable. A few catapults are so old they may not even function. We are severely lacking in bows, arrows, and many soldiers don't even possess adequate leather armor, let alone the refined black-scaled armor of the inner city's demon hunting division. As for the rations," Zhao Jie spoke in a hoarse voice, The Lord and Apos' office allocated a small amount, but it and Apos' only enough for us to last 3 to 5 days. If a battle occurs, we may very well starve before the beasts can claim us. His words dripped with despair and self-mockery. Jiang Qing listened quietly, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. The situation was worse than he had imagined. This was not an army. It was a makeshift group of poorly equipped, demoralized, cannon fodder. No wonder Qi Hongdao and Bai Yanbin so readily entrusted command to him. This was nothing short of a disaster, a pawn destined for sacrifice. Commander. Zheng Feng observed Jiang Qing and Apos' youthful yet remarkably composed countenance and hesitated before speaking. You truly need not. He wanted to say that Jiang Qing need not wade into such murky waters, nor should he throw himself into peril. But the words stuck in his throat as he knew Jiang Qing had his own reasons for coming, perhaps feeling compelled. Yao Jie also lifted his gaze to Jiang Qing, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as he murmured, Brother Jiang. No, Commander Jiang. I understand your status has changed, but when the beast tide arrives, please do not recklessly charge forward. He paused, lowering his voice further. We are but expendable lives. If we perish, so be it. You, however, are still young and have a promising future. If the opportunity arises, you should flee. Zheng Feng and the other officers nodded silently, clearly agreeing with Zhao Jie's sentiments. Chapter 48. The restructuring of the city defense forces as the beast tide approaches. In their eyes, although Jiang Qing held the title of commander-in-chief, he was no different from them, mere cannon fodder, when faced with the impending terror of the beast tide. Survival was the only goal. Listening to the heartfelt advice of his former comrades, a wave of warmth surged within Jiang Qing, yet it only solidified his resolve. Flee? Why would he flee? He had not come to meet his demise. He had come to create miracles. I appreciate your good intentions, he thought. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing cast his gaze over every individual present, his voice resolute. I, Jiang Qing, shall never abandon a single brother in arms. I understand that resentment and despair linger in your hearts. I also acknowledge that the strength we possess pales in comparison to the approaching beast tide. However, Jiang Qing slammed his fist onto the table, producing a resonant thud. Even if we are cannon fodder, we shall be the most valuable cannon fodder. If we must die, we will gnash our teeth and take a piece of flesh from the beasts. His eyes blazed with fervor, an overwhelming confidence and charisma radiating throughout the tent. Zheng Feng, Zhao Jie, and the others gazed at Jiang Qing, who seemed transformed, awash in an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Their despondency and despair were momentarily diminished by this fire. Commander, you, Zheng Feng stammered, unsure of what to say. Jiang Qing did not afford them much time to react. He immediately began issuing commands. Relay my orders. All city defense soldiers, assemble at once. Inventory all available weapons, armor, and arrows, and distribute them uniformly. Repair those trebuchets immediately, bring every usable one to the walls. Centralize the management of supplies, rationing according to headcount. Furthermore, organize personnel to reinforce the city walls. Transport boulders and logs. Dig traps in the outer walls. Jiang Qing and Apos' words flowed rapidly, each command clear and decisive, displaying an organization that belied his youth and inexperience in military command. Zheng Feng and the others exchanged glances, although doubts still lingered in their hearts. They instinctively rose to obey, responding, yes. Before long, the previously desolate city defense camp buzzed with activity, though despair still hung in the air. There was at least a semblance of life. Jiang Qing stepped out of the main tent, surveying the entire camp. He discovered that the situation was even worse than he had anticipated. Many soldiers, upon hearing the assembly command, remained lethargically sprawled in their quarters or huddled together, gambling and drinking, as if in a revelry before the apocalypse. Get up, Jiang Qing barked, his formidable presence instantly bearing down on the soldiers. Startled, the soldiers looked up, only to see the new commander. Many wore expressions of disdain and mockery. Isn't this the new commander? What? Do you want to lead us to our deaths? Slurred a drunken veteran, swaying unsteadily as he regarded Jiang Qing with provocation. Exactly. We're all going to die anyway. What difference does it make if we die sooner or later? Might as well enjoy a few drinks. Others quickly chimed in, sharing the same sentiment. Either numbed to the reality or resigned to their fate. Jiang Qing's gaze hardened. He knew that mere words would not suffice at this moment. It was essential to establish authority. Without further ado, he darted forward, appearing before the drunken veteran in an instant. Smack! A resounding slap sent the veteran sprawling, colliding with several others. The camp fell silent. All eyes widened in shock at the sight of this young commander, who had resorted to violence without hesitation. Jiang Qing's icy gaze swept over the now mute soldiers, his voice as cold as ice. I care not what you were like before. From this moment onward, I am in command here. Anyone who dares to disobey orders, to be complacent, or to flee, shall face execution without mercy. The beast tide is upon us. Fear of death is a natural instinct. But do not forget what lies behind you. Your parents and children, the countless defenseless citizens of Taiping City. If you wish to die, so be it. But do not wait for death like cowards. Seize your weapons. Stand upon the walls. Even in death, stand like men. A kill is sufficient to break even. 2 kills is profit. Jiang Qing's voice thundered like a storm, echoing in the ears of every soldier, resonating deep within their subdued spirits. Indeed, even in death, they could not cower like cowards. Even in death, they must protect their families behind them. A long-forgotten surge of righteous fury began to swell in the hearts of some soldiers. Though despair still loomed, they had at least discovered a glimmer of reason to fight. Observing the rekindled spark in the soldiers' eyes, Jiang Qing felt a measure of reassurance. He knew this was merely the first step. For this cannon fodder army to truly become effective, more time and miracles were needed. He turned, continuing to methodically arrange the defenses, digging trenches, setting traps, transporting boulders and logs, reinforcing the battlements. Jiang Qing's figure resembled an indefatigable whirlwind, appearing in every corner of the outer city. He personally inspected each defensive structure, allocated every resource, and supervised each team of soldiers. His calm demeanor, decisiveness, and commanding presence gradually inspired those around him. Although some soldiers still slacked and complained, the majority began to earnestly engage in preparations for battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding into the sky, Jiang Qing stood upon the weathered city walls, gazing into the distance at the overwhelming mass of the beast-infested mountains, feeling the surging aura of violence in the air. He knew his time was running short. As night fell, the outer city of Taiping lay enveloped in silence. The once bustling streets were deserted, every household shuttered tight. The dim flicker of lights from windows casting shadows of fear upon anxious faces within. An intangible dread permeated the atmosphere. Jiang Qing stood atop the walls, looking down at the city, now steeped in quietude, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. During the day, while organizing the city defense forces, he had witnessed firsthand the despair and helplessness of the citizens in the outer city. He saw an elderly woman kneeling at a street corner, repeatedly bowing towards the mountains, imploring the elusive deities for protection. Young couples clutched their infants tightly, their eyes filled with fear for the future and prayers for the strong. Children, barely past infancy, hid behind their parents, casting timid glances at the soldiers bustling about. These individuals were the most vulnerable of the populace. They lacked formidable powers, noble lineage, and even the right to seek refuge within the inner city. Their only reliance was upon the seemingly sturdy yet dilapidated outer walls, and the city defense forces deemed as mere cannon fodder. And now, he, Jiang Qing, was the commander of this cannon fodder army. He felt the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him, along with an intensifying anger within his soul. Why? Why should the dignitaries of the inner city rest easy, enjoying the protection of their formations, while the tens of thousands of citizens in the outer city must live in constant fear, waiting for the fate of being devoured by beasts? Why is it that individuals like Qi Hongda and Bai Yanbin can sit comfortably within their warm abodes, engaging in idle chatter and plotting to sacrifice the lives of others for their own gain? This world is profoundly unjust. Jiang Qing clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the intensity of his grip. He understood that mere anger would not suffice. The only thing he could do now was to exert every ounce of effort to safeguard this fortress and protect these innocent lives. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope, he would strive for it. However, reality was merciless. The morale of the city defense forces remained dismal. The overall commander, South Wall. Some of the brothers had abandoned their posts. A breathless squad leader rushed to report. They say, since death is inevitable, they do not wish to expend their energy and are instead drinking in the barracks. Jiang Qing furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury within, and spoke in a deep voice, I shall go and see. Upon arriving near the barracks by the south wall, he indeed found dozens of soldiers gathered together. Empty wine jars scattered across the ground, their faces flushed and eyes glazed with intoxication. What are you doing? Jiang Qing bellowed, his voice sharp as a whip. How dare you indulge in revelry while the enemy besieges us, disregarding military orders? The soldiers, upon seeing Jiang Qing, not only displayed no fear but instead emboldened by drink, stood up with laughter. "Oh, the esteemed commander has arrived?" One soldier with a scruffy beard hiccuped, mocking, while another drunkenly chimed in. "We're just a bunch of wasted lives. If we die, we die. Unlike you, esteemed commander, with your noble status. You might just return to the inner city to enjoy a life of luxury. Brothers, let us drink. Today we revel, and to hell with the beast tide." The soldiers erupted into laughter, utterly dismissive of Jiang Qing. Observing their numbed and despondent expressions, Jiang Qing felt his anger gradually dissipate, replaced by profound sorrow. He recognized that these men were not afraid of death. Rather, they had lost all hope. After years of being treated as cannon fodder, overlooked, and sacrificed, their spirits had long since perished. Silence. Jiang Qing and Apos' voice thundered, resonating with true essence, akin to a clap of thunder that scattered their drunkenness. The soldiers instinctively fell silent, some gazing at Jiang Qing in fear. Jiang Qing's piercing gaze swept over their haggard faces, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You claim that since death is inevitable. So be it. Indeed, when faced with the beast tide, any one of us could perish. Yet," he shifted the tone of his voice, rising with fervor, "if we must die, let us die with purpose. Look beyond the walls. See those citizens trembling in their homes. You may not fear death, but can you bear to witness them being torn apart and devoured by the beasts? I tell you, as long as we stand upon this wall, as long as we can wield our blades, we shall continue to fight. Each beast we slay may save a life. Each moment we endure may buy our families a chance. Even if we must ultimately die, we shall do so with our heads held high and chests outstretched." Facing the charge, Jiang Qing's voice resonated like a bell, each word striking deep into the hearts of the soldiers. The previously vacant expressions began to shimmer with renewed emotion. "Yes, even if we must die, let us die like men. Even if we must die, let us protect our families." A long-forgotten fervor reignited within their chests. The commander, the earlier veteran rogue, now devoid of intoxication, bore a look of shame upon his face. Jiang Qing, witnessing the rekindled light in their eyes, knew that his words had taken effect. He inhaled deeply, softening his tone now. "Pick up your weapons and return to your posts. Tell all the brothers that as long as I stand upon this wall, I shall not abandon a single soul." Yes. This time, the response was no longer scattered, but imbued with a